Come one, come all, it's time for the blue fluffy dragon stream. It's Kaito, destiny dragon, the fluffy blue dragon that gives hugs and cuddles all around. Enjoy the chill vibes as he travels through the gaming world. Traveling through crafting sandbox, survival strategy, shooter, mecha, and fantasy gaming worlds. See the fluffy blue dragon gaming till he falls asleep from his sleep apnea. Chat hitting his redeems to wake him up. His kitty cat kids terrorizing him as he games. Enjoy the random silly craziness he has with friends and fellow streamers. Am I asleep? Is this a dream? Falling through the abyss to the void. Move, wake up! 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 Awaken and release the dragon within. Unleash the power of the primes. Take the fight to the scourge. Fight for the living, remember the fallen. Never give up, never surrender. Awaken, awaken. Fire sense. Elemental dragon, Sango. I snap open in the black, no light, no ground, just crack. Gravity's lie, souls on the rack, heartbeats attack. Shadows whisper, stay down, fade out, but the fire shouts back. Primes ignite, veins burn wide, no turning back. Move, wake up, break the dream. Move, wake up, shatter the scheme. Fight to protect, fend off the scourge. Keep fighting battles in this endless war. Stores of thunder, claws of storm, breath of primal core. Awaken, why you sense? Elemental dragon, Senkai. Never give up, never surrender. The fallen call from the light we keep. Their echoes fuel the fire we reap. One more breath, one more strike. Rise from the void. Ignite the night. Awaken and release the dragon within. Unleash the power, prime's ascend.
Take the fight to the scourge.
End it! Fight for the living, honor the end. Never give up, never surrender.
Awaken. Yay, saints.
Elemental dragon. Fight to protect, fend off the scourge. Keep fighting this endless war. Fight to protect, fend off the scourge.
Keep fighting this endless war. I'm Kaito, Destiny Dragon, from the Xeno Outcast clan. Blue fluffy elemental, ruler of the Dragonlands. King of dragons, child of Xeno, god of creation's fire. Born from stars and chaos, I light the endless pyre. I travel through time and space, ripping holes in the night, exploring distant worlds under alien light. Adventurer, eternal crafter of fate, survivalist, heart beating, never too late. I live so many lives, I come and I go. Respawn in the fire, let the new story flow. Reincarnate, stronger, no grave can hold me down. I rise from the ashes, claim my dragon crown. I travel the arcs, make a tribe, family and friends by my side. We tame the wild, we build the sky. We fight, we thrive, we survive. Blue dragon fire, fluffy and bold. King of the outcast, story never grows old. Through every death, every new dawn, Kaito, destiny rises. I live on. Crafting my legacy with claws and with flame, taming the beast, giving them a new name. From frozen tundras to volcanic rage, I build empires that time cannot erase. I come and I go like the wind through the leaves, reborn in the service, no final reprieve. Every life a new chapter, every world my domain. The blue fluffy dragon, forever unchained. Xeno's blood runs in these veins of light. God of creation, I paint the endless night. When the servers call and the tribe needs a king, I spread my wings and I sing. I travel the arcs, make the tribe, family and friends, we're alike. We tame the wild, we build the sky. We fight, we thrive, we survive. Blue dragon fire, fluffy and free. King of the outcast, this is my destiny. Through every death, every new dawn, Kaito, destiny dragon, I live on. Blue fluffy dragon, king of it all. Xeno outcasts, forever we call.
Alrighty, stream is up. Stream is ready. Hello and welcome everyone. I hope you're all having a full time and tonight. I will give a shout out to Shane Wolf here.
Through the vent outside later tonight.
Oh, whoops! I forgot the audio on that. The sounds of Shiny giggling like an old schoolgirl.
I don't think so.
Listen, I could put.
And the sounds of my friends. Chaotic.
Okay, where's TCG player? Where's TCG player?
I'm debating. Do I just
Alright.
want to make something here?
I need to do.
Or do I want to order that pasta?
I still have the Pillow Shop simulator. I just need to.
Fly.
I need to figure out how to actually. You have to do your own, like, make your own mod or whatever to input the pillows that you want, custom ones, so I can put MB and all that on them. Don't worry, MB, you didn't hear anything. I was talking about a Pillow Shop simulator where I'm just gonna put pillows of you, Try, you know, Ray, Pandy, and all that.
Holy
I
shit,
will,
that's
yeah.
an expensive card. Holy
Yeah, look
shit,
up-
that's an expensive card. God damn. That's like the fucking lovebirds. Damn. That's like the fucking lovebirds.
It's worth more than the lovebirds.
Damn. What boxes do you have to open?
And then you have this
What
one.
boxes do you have to open? Oh god, let me not accidentally get
think
place
that's
order.
fine.
Oh god,
Alright,
let me
these
not
guys are
accidentally
getting
get place
good.
order.
You have this one.
Yeah, we're there. Cool.
Series 2 one, do it. Do it. The Series 2 one, do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. What's the price for the
And there we go.
What's the price for the
Oh.
Series 3? You said that was really expensive. What's the new set? The Series 3 you said that was really expensive.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll be doing some Park Survival Ascended. Be working on.
I have 2 of them. That's the most expensive one.
I'll be working on some music in the background, just lyrics and stuff mostly.
I heard you like
Hopefully I can get a few songs
It has
off
fucking lovebirds in it.
today
The
too.
card has Latios and Latias in it.
Hey, can I?
And my kitties, I just fed, so they won't have to bother
I
me.
don't have to try to rip one for
I have
it.
to turn the ET on though.
That's fine.
Is oof, muggy.
No, I just have to look at because
You fluffballs need to stop
I have
knocking over my Pokemon cards.
I only managed to get one.
Yes, Bulbasaur has a Trikachu in it. Yes, I'm aware.
Alright. Let's see, music. Since we are still in the
Kaito Destiny Blukadna, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Blukadna, welcome to my channel.
Alright. So, let's see, saddle. Settings. What is the current stuff? Philo, Bison. And I still can get levels. Yep. Alright, so we got some new dinos here. And I got few dinos here for my tribe member Gold. A Tektrike, a Rex, Radar Ducky, Textago. Got me a new Textago after the one I lost. I will work on giving that leveled up. I want up. This is the highest level pup. And alright. So we'll work on getting food stocked up first, because that's a living hell with feeding troughs. And so we'll get some baby raising done. Let's see, Otter. Alright, let's get dressed.
Pokemon community game A wild Lekink appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Definitely have to go and figure out which things to go do for missions to get new gear too. Lost so much. Come on.
Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel.
This location? Yeah, location. So is that the one I'm looking at?
No, it's at the
Alright.
Stomp your feet upon the deck, play your instruments, raise the wreck.
There's a gold leopard. Alright.
Sing your jolly tunes the night leading.
Up. Otter. Get me a new otter I found.
Pokemon community game Lekink escaped. No one caught it.
Oh, apparently that needs to get restarted. Hey Thatch, give me a sec here and I'll get the redeem up for you.
You got 6 packs open? Hell yeah!
I'll switch screens actually. We'll stay on this one.
He's moving in this game. What the crap?
Oh, by the way, I gotta send you a picture of the new sticker that's on the binder. This was shipped in with one of the Eating Ocean cards.
Thatch Dragon, no worries mate, how ya doing? Kaito Destiny Thatch Dragon, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Thatch Dragon, welcome to my channel.
I've been doing good, Thatch. Just been busy with real life stuff lately. Work's been hammering. Okay, that's full set. And
But it's like, if you
God damn, this thing has changed. Alright.
yeah, let me know and I'll meet you at the parking lot and we'll fucking zip over.
Kaito Destiny Lucifer underscore Fallenster, welcome to my
And
channel.
There you go.
At Kaito Destiny
Oh,
Lucifer
that did not
underscore
work.
Fallenster, welcome to my channel.
Let's see. Refresh the cache. Again. Alright.
Kaito Destiny Destroyer of Tuts, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Destroyer of Tuts, welcome to my channel.
Oh, she came in and shopped today? Oh, you mean like they're taking one of my two HR?
Let's see. Mount, well, first let's get the attack up.
You have 60 miles to go, so.
Okay.
Ready when you are.
Grab Nene. Green. Heart.
Probably about like 7 o'clock. That's how long it's gonna take us to get there and get back.
It's time to set sail.
Hey, don't be crappy.
Got a bunch of stuff to build with now. Need wood.
That one has no focus. All they have is shit they have. They don't have nearly the stuff we get.
Stream Elements. Hi everyone, as a heads up I have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems.
We'll get a garden up too, so veggies finally. And the lag. Okay, that should be good. I'll grab my drink from the fridge. You can let go of my feet with her claws.
It's time to set sail, you rebels and bilge rats. Hoist your colors high and let the canvas crack. The wind is calling, the horizon's on fire. We ride the wild waves, fueled by
Nice.
greed and desire.
I'm gonna get the AC on. It is staying on. It's still blue. Sweetie.
Glittering treasure, grab that shiny booty and make your dreams come true.
May the kings and queens come forth to these seas of war, where cutlasses clash and the cannons roar.
Flintlocks flash, the powder smoke
Uh,
Fills the air, swashbuckling legends we fight without
oh shit. Keep on forgetting one thing. Every goddamn time I trace it down.
stories yet untold.
Let's see. Charger.
Just gonna say about last causing lava bend in one fucking corner of the fucking castle. Fucking fix it. Gave them more lava.
Okay. We'll get this stuff brought in and from there.
Thank you. Death by DJ Vaughn. Explain it to me because I am dead.
No, it just means tomorrow night I'll get a text phone call.
Yeah, at least this time I'm not having a little secret surprise of a T-Rex coming in. The T-Rex decided to say hi and walk right in.
We ride on the wind for the glory of the world.
You're already subbed.
Oh, the heck. What am I doing? Closer. Get back in.
I wanted to play earlier and then it fucked around. Alright, good. It's actually gonna walk around. I noticed some stuff around.
May the pirates, kings, and queens rise up from the deep to these treasures where the bravest souls meet. Cutlasses clashing, cannons thunder and roar.
It's hard for me to understand.
Amazing as we sail the storm.
Alright. Very quickly. Ooh, yeah. Love you, but I don't know what you
Actually,
New free skin.
Alright. Alright. I gotta figure out where to start. Screechies. Oh, screechies feel good. There we go. There we go.
except that.
Coffee. No.
Pokemon community game A wild Flapple appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Okay, that will good much.
Kings and queens rise up from the deep to these treacherous seas where the bravest souls meet. Cutlasses clashing, cannons thunder and roar. Flintlocks are blazing as we sail on the score.
Down there up the shotgun.
Through storm and fire, through blood and through gold, our names will be
Alright.
Pokemon community game Flapple escaped. No one caught it.
That would classify us. This alien deck is space cool. We'll find out. Check that. It is a piece of duck. It's
Alright. I mean, no. Alright. Okay, that works. Oh. They were busy making paint. Okay, so
What this one? Pirates. Others. Jobs?
okay.
Let's try it.
Okay, so games can only be in this set area. So I will expand this.
I understand now.
See, what do we got for walls still? These. Oh, these edge ones. Green metal, wood, fiber. And let's metal. I'll just grab that. So now, pair this. I'll move it over.
Purple one's cool though. I don't know.
No. Okay, one.
Damn it.
Said show the way.
It's time to set sail where the wild ocean rules. Hoist up the colors, let the black flag unfurl. We ride on the wind for the glory of the world. Yo ho, yo ho, all together now. Yo ho, yo ho. We sing it loud and proud. We set sail for adventure and mountains of treasure. Grab the crew, make your wildest dreams come true.
Oh, very messed up.
Pirate kings and queens rise up from the deep to these treacherous seas where the bravest souls meet. Cutlasses clashing, cannons thunder.
Let's see, we're going.
Flintlocks are blazing as we settle the score.
Okay, let's see. Where are?
Hoist the colors high, let the Jolly Roger fly. Yay ho, we shall not die through storm and fire, through blood and through gold. Our names will
I'll put structure.
the seven seas hold. Together now, yo ho, let the heavens hear our vow. We set sail for adventure and treasure untold. Long live the pirate kings and queens of the sea.
That's a little longer. Okay.
We sing it loud and proud. We set sail for adventure and mountains of treasure. Grab that shiny booty, make your wildest dreams come true. May the pirate kings and queens rise up from the deep to these treacherous seas where the bravest souls meet. Cutlasses clashing, cannons thunder and roar. Flintlocks are blazing as we settle the score. We shall not fall. These seas are ours. From horizon to shore. Long live the pirate kings and queens. Hoist the colors high. Let the Jolly Roger fly. We shall not die. Through storm and fire. Through blood and through gold. Our names will be legends that the seven seas hold. Yo ho, all together now. Yo ho, let the heavens hear our vow. We set sail for adventure and treasure untold. Long live the pirate kings and queens of the sea. Brave and bold.
Let's see.
Yep. Okay.
Kaito Destiny Omnirk, welcome to my channel.
Blue astronaut.
Hey, Omni. Welcome to the stream, bud.
At Kaitodstani Omnirk, welcome to my channel.
Motherfucker made me miss the fucking
Three of these. And a few other things.
Yo-ho, you landlubbers, you bilge-rats and fools. It's time to set sail where the wild ocean rules. Hoist up the colors, let the black flag unfurl. We ride on the wind for the glory of the world. Yo-ho, yo, all together now. We sing it loud and proud. We set sail for adventure and mountains of treasure. Grab the giant boy, make your wildest dreams come true. May the pirate kings and queens rise up from the deep to these treacherous seas where the bravest souls meet. Cutlasses clashing, cannons thunder and roar. Flintlocks are blazing as we sail.
Pokemon community game A Wild Yummisk appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
They're mostly about like 15 to 30, sometimes $40 each. So they're definitely worth top loading. Which ones did you get? Two Snivy sets? They're just worth about 10 to 15.
Pokemon community game Yummisk escaped. No one caught it.
G'day, Survivor.
It's time to set sail where the wild ocean rules. Hoist up the colors, let the black flag unfurl. We ride on the wind for the glory of the world. Yo, yo, all together now. Yo, yo, we sing it loud and proud. We set sail for adventure and mountains of treasure. Grab that shiny buoy, make your wildest dreams come true.
I'm gonna go take a nap or something.
May the pirate kings and
Let's
queens
find
rise up
something.
from the deep to these treacherous seas where
Oh,
the
there's
bravest
these
souls meet. Cutlasses clashing, cannons thunder and roar. Flintlocks are blazing as we settle the score. Yo ho, yo ho, all together now.
Well, if I bring it out,
Alright, everybody. You should have read the raid message. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted tonight. I need to rest. So, grab the raid message. We're gonna say hi to and, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow to hang out with Goblin for his birthday stream. I hope y'all are able to attend. He's a good friend of the channel, and I'm sure you'll all enjoy it. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye-bye.
oh,
Whether they approve it or not, I don't
Okay.
Wisebot 4
This-
viewers, plus 4, alarm clock 52 minutes and 9 seconds.
It's time to set sail, you land lovers and build rats. Hoist your colors high and let the canvas crack. The wind is calling, the horizon's on fire. We ride the wild waves, fueled by greed and desire. All together now, we'll never back down. We set sail for adventure and glittering treasure. Grab that shiny booty and make your dreams come true. May the kings and queens come forth to these seas of war, where cutlasses clash, then the cannons roar. Flintlocks flash, the smoke fills the air. Swashbuckling legends, we fight without fear. Yo ho, all together now. Yo ho, we'll never back down. These seas are ours from stern to bow. Long live the pirate kings and queens of the sea. Hoist the colors high, let the black flag fly. Yeah ho, we shall not die. Through storm and steel, through blood and gold, our legends written in the stories yet untold. Yo ho, all together now. Yo ho, screaming loud and proud. We set sail for adventure and treasure so grand. Long live the pirate kings and queens across the sea. Forever we stand. Yo
Okay.
It's time to set sail, you land lovers, and build your rafts. Hoist your colors high and let the canvas crack. The wind is calling, the horizon's on fire. We ride the wild waves, fueled by greed and desire. Yo ho, all together now. Yo ho, we'll never back down. We set sail for adventure and glittering treasure. Grab that shiny booty and make your dreams come true. May the kings and queens come forth to these seas of war, where
Make sure you had that
and the cannons roar.
Evil Age stuff.
Locks flash, the powder smoke fills the air. Swashbuckling legends, we fight with our
Alright, let's see.
all together now. We'll never back down. These seas are ours from stern to bow. Long live the pirate kings and queens of the sea.
Let's pick it up and use the stone one.
Let the black flag fly. Yeah ho, we shall not die. Through storm and steel, through blood and gold, our legends written in the stories yet untold. Yo ho, all together now. Yo ho, screaming loud and proud, we set sail for adventure and treasure so grand. Long
I gotta check on my food. Hold on 1 second.
It's gonna be like trying to burn the baby in the microwave.
Welcome to the healing shrine.
Alright. See, done bills. Give me your. Oh, wait. Let me get the seats first.
Like whispered prayers overall. Soothing wind breeze through the trees. Gently healing waters tease. Carrying the pain away. In the sacred pink hued haze. Kishi Sakura is here to heal you.
Citrus.
Let my spirit wrap around you. Every wound, every tear I'll soothe in the shrine where dreams renew. Kishi Sakura is here for you.
Okay. Congress.
Petals dance on silver strings, mending broken hearts and dreams. Feel the calm wash over you. Ancient magic, pure and true. Close your eyes, breathe it slow. Let the gentle
I always keep
waters
all my like anything to like
Potato.
just because also sometimes I will hate stuff.
chasing away the deepest blue.
Okay, we got the lemon.
Is here to heal.
Yes, sir. Lemon orange? Orange? Orange lemon? Lemony orange? We have the corn on the cob. We have the potato. And. What is it?
In this shrine, your
I don't know.
heart I'll mend. Come on,
Potato.
the healing begin. Sakura petals, soothing wind, healing water
I have Kitty at my feet. Kitty on my lap. Kitty in the basket.
for you.
Kitty on the bed.
Welcome to the healing shrine, where the cherry blossoms shine. Sakura petals softly fall like whispered prayers overall. Soothing
Oh.
wind breeze
You guys opening
through the
Gundam covers,
trees.
Sonic to run.
Gently healing waters tease. Carrying
Go to Yeti on Pokemon Community
I knew it. It's
in
smart
the
front.
sacred pink hued haze. Kishi Sakura is here to heal you. Let my spirit wrap around you. Every wound, every tear I'll soothe in the shrine where dreams renew.
Pokemon community game A wild Tyrogue appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Okay. Alright, I got 2 spots left. Go for the garden.
Close your eyes, breathe in slow. Let the gentle waters flow. I am the light within the bloom, chasing away the deepest gloom. Kishi Sakura is here to heal you. How may I be of service to you? My dear Kaito, destiny dragon. In this shrine, your heart I'll mend. Come on,
14th place. Somehow I got made it.
XYZ.
begin. Sakura, petals, soothing winds, healing waters. I'm here for you.
Pokemon community game Tyrogue escaped. No one caught it.
Alright. Go get a Try to have a backup shovel.
Road trip. Happy we'll see you after the weekend's over.
Get some gas.
Falling petals, cherry blossoms in the wind. I wait for you, my dear brother. Through the silence, here I stand. You saved me from the darkness, pulled me gently into.
Yeah, let's grab the rest of the trail.
Now I'm yours, forever bonded in this endless glowing. I'll be your snuggly snow leopard companion, keep you warm when nights grow cold. I'll travel through the worlds with you, through time and space, our story told. I'll unleash my psychic powers, mystical flames in my veins. I'll be the queen of blades, my
And we
brother.
got a full stack of ivy.
Havoc on your enemies.
Ah, delay.
Your adopted sister.
Okay, so I'll go.
Through every storm, through every fight, my Akita destiny stands beside you. In the darkness and the light, all the stars up and the shadows.
One day and
Future calls our name.
with enough gas.
As long as you are by my side, nothing in this world's the same. I'll be your snuggly snow leopard companion, keep you warm when nights grow cold. I'll travel through the worlds with you, through time and space, our story told. I'll unleash my psychic powers, mystical flames in my veins. I'll be the queen of blades, my brother, and wreak havoc on your enemies. My dear
That doesn't do much. The algae is better option.
destiny dragon, you gave me life, you gave me home. Now I'll protect you, never alone. Falls, falling petals, cherry blossoms bloom again. My dear loving brother, Kaito destiny dragon.
My partner is well,
Always be
Expanding phone.
with
Guys, hold on.
you.
It's not like they don't have 64 gigs of RAM.
I'll be your queen of blades.
okay. Just I needed to tell you that Instagram, Facebook stuff is wrong. Oh, how dare you? Okay. I was gonna have the phone right here. Boss friend? Boss friend? Yeah, she's like my boss friend, yeah. I mean, she pays me, that's why I'm like, well, she's technically kind of like, she's like my boss because she pays me and I'm admin to the Facebook page.
Falls,
But like,
falling
I'm like dealing with
petals,
stuff.
cherry blossoms.
Okay, wait.
I wait for you.
hold on. I can't. Was it? I should have done this. Oh, okay. We're fine. We're fine. Drago, I was literally gonna. Okay, look, Drago. I had the phone propped up so I can keep the call. I was gonna let you the call there. I thought it would be cute if I just saw you wake up. But then it's funny because you just woke up right now. At least it's in the start of the thing. I thought you were gonna be sleeping for a while. I didn't know you were gonna be the stream. But I just wanted to keep it there. But then as soon as I got that text, I'm like, oh shit, like I gotta remind her, like, hey, this is our story told. Unleash my psychic powers. Mystical flames in my veins. I'll be the queen of blades. My brother. Okay, so, and, oh hi, Fudge, how's it going? Sorry, I'm dealing with stuff.
Alright. Get all this organized, move around.
I'm trying to manage. Wait, okay. Because I work for one of the ranches I work for. First she let me. She wanted my opinion on an ad, and then I said, hey, also I was about to text you. The Instagram is broken, and then I also asked like, hey, can I like also pay because I can work on this on the computer instead of my phone? So I guess as account business connected to the.
Oh wait, let's work on this. Hurts. Maybe not unpowered. The generator is in range. Oh. One little foundation on it.
It's a writing school, okay? So we're looking, we need clients. We're a team. I take care of all the, I prep the works and everything like that, and I work them and stuff. And she started, she started the third, I mean, she started the page and stuff, and I just need to, yeah, okay, did you stream? Yeah, I did. What, late? Oh, they late. Oh, Drago late. Yeah, Drago streamed really late. I am late too, because I'm supposed to be training normally like earlier, but like, it's fine, because I woke up, and I woke up at like 3, I'm like, okay, I could have gotten ready, but I take a long time getting ready, so, I mean, yeah. But anyways, hey guys, how are you? Good news, I have found where my classes are on the online thing. Nothing is good yet.
I still need light down. Mina?
Hey, survivor!
Wait, not that. Okay, well, she's gonna...
Gee.
Because, like, she's on the business page. I wanted to personally add my personal Facebook so I can, like, she can send me whatever she wants to change on the Facebook, and I can edit it from there. Because I'd rather use it on the computer instead of my phone, because, oh, it sucks. Like,
There, that works. Not too bright, too heavy. The inside nice. Keep it up. Let's.
feels nice. I had to deal with something real quick. Okay. Good, and you? I'm good. I was sleeping here pretty much. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, you guys got some storms out there, huh, Callum? Well, I wanted to tell Brian say hello. I'm at work. I can't figure out how to find it. Thank you. Thank you, bud. I appreciate it. Have a good day at work. I appreciate you coming in while you're working. Because I don't want you in trouble. And like a risk to do that. But thank you. I appreciate it. Take care. Hope to see you again out there. Yep. Oh, man. Yep. You're in the
Yeah, that's
island with Honolulu, right? Which one is that? What island is that?
What is it you ask of me?
okay. I also.
What is the reason my name is British? You mean that one? Lycon? Mason?
Kaito Destiny Dragon.
You're the second place to survive.
That would be Oahu? Oahu? Is that that on Honolulu Island? Is that not the island, but like that's where Honolulu is on? Okay. They got everybody got their dragons first, Uni second, and then Fudge is third. Oh, Uni is an unexpected nickname. Yeah, I know it's not your name, duh. But like, nah, my name is Uni. My name is Universal, and last name Reflections. Like that, like, yeah, it's your legal name. It's totally a legal name. Anyways, this is the save. I haven't played the personal save in a while. I should go do that because I need to go finish the rock down there as well. Oh my god. I also spilled on myself. Kato. Oh my god, Kato. Okay, everything's just crazy right now. Okay, alright. Oh my god, there's water. It's cold here. Oh, what the fuck? What did you do, Jeffrey? You're supposed to...
Okay, let's do this.
Base powered. You can't even do any of that. Okay. Well, now... We just have a freaking... competition in there. What's happening? Why is there... Okay. What are we supposed to do? We're supposed to make stuff. We're supposed to make stuff.
And there we go. He probably went to go sleep.
Okay, well, you know what? I would show you! Jeffrey, okay. Brayden, you should see my personal shape.
Gold Leopard Good Night Kaito.
Way bigger, way
Pokemon community
Good night,
game where
Gold.
Wild
Sweet
Pinsir
dreams.
appears. Catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
ridiculously stupid. And then do a towering freaking thing of this. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. Just one tower. Just all the way up to the sky.
By the way, NBA and my chaos.
And then I have other bases, like I have a base that's like, you know, down in the lava area thing and places like that. Yeah. Actually, the lava, I do actually like my lava base too. How are you? How's it going for you? Underwater base? Yeah, I do. Yeah, government giving names to screen name. Oh, screen name. Is that different than just regular government name? Government screen name? My government screen name is Simon. Oh my god. Jeffrey, excuse me, I know. What we need to do though, Jeffrey, okay? We need to make the rocket. We need to rate the boosters. That was what we got. Crystallize, we need crystallize sulfur. What just tried to make me drop something? Someone tried to make me drop something. New file. You can't steal my equipment if I'm inside. You strip me down! Oh my god, Mason just stripped me naked. Consent, sir. Give me consent. How dare you take off a woman's set? Oh, no.
Pokemon community game Pinsir escaped. No one caught it.
Police hole, highway hole. How do you everybody doing well. Let's roll. Oh god, come here. Wait, I can't see it. Oh jeez, it's so dark. I can't. Come here.
Okay. Most of everything put up.
I need a battery. Oh shit, these guys need batteries. Hold on. When you shuffle by hotbar, what the fuck? Ouch, what the fuck? Oh, is that the new thing that I added? Is that the
Let's see. I need to go resource farming, so I'll have to go to the lunar biome. Get things real easy. Hmm.
Let me redo this. Jeffrey, what are you doing?
Once I get a theory though, and power farm freaking. I can power farm the wood.
The light stick. Oh, thank you, Wishful. There you go, lovely. Finally, warm for once. Oh, really? Dude, I would rather have your cold, by the way. I don't know. It's freaking hot here. By the way, at first I'm like, what's the deal with like exploring the Aurora? I don't really care. And then when I went to go fix it, now I know.
That skin sucks.
Now it's unexploded. Now it's gonna re-explode, and then I would go back and fix it.
Stretchy stretch.
Radioactive. You know what? It's a good thing that I don't live over there. I mean, like, I used to live.
All right.
No. My character. My personal save. I lived in one of the mushroom forts.
Power grain to see how many levels I can get to.
Like a chameleon. Here, too. You should play with them.
Oh, I know why I can't. I know why. I know why now. Yeah, it took a little more than I could.
We can lay down normally. frozen up this time.
Okay. What was in that water? I don't know. You're the one that drank it. You're the one that made a fart. Or who made a fart? No, Brandon made a fart. I mean, I'm sure we made a fart as well. If somebody farts, if somebody else has a fart, we have fart. Is that damn? Is that damn lettuce? Is that Reese's Cup lettuce? That's what it is. I actually like lettuce. But like, you know, clean lettuce. Oh god, okay. I might actually have a spare radiation shoot. No. Do I not? Why are you glitching? Where's the spare? Where's my super suit? I just have a radiation. It might have died when I was. It was in the. Alright, so.
Okay, that's up there now, so I can. Okay. Another kitty has come over to cuddle.
So scary looking.
Going up?
Keep moving.
Okay. Okay, we got Crystal, Flint, Super.
I'm just kidding. I'm not racist. What do you mean?
All right.
Looks like a freaking Asian Elton John. What's his name? It's time to go, yeah, baby, yeah. Ring baby. Yeah. Literally. I'll be dead ass. I'm fucking blind as a bitch.
Anyways, let me look. Undead Merchant. Hello, how's it going? Vera with the Vera, your emo Dilberto. Okay, Dilberto, I literally, hi, Win Child, I see you there. Dilberto, I literally thought it said, I don't know why I was thinking Dilberto, okay? Like, I'm sorry. Okay? Don't judge me. Sit or sour patch kid, okay? What about sour patch kids? I'm just kidding. The sword is sour. That is not sour. That's how it's sour, right? Oh my god, I don't even know if I can spell that. That's literally, okay. Okay, Sid managed to get to late game without doing the mid game. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
that
true.
means nothing.
Sour.
Is
Okay.
that tough?
That's how you spell it. Hi, Gaby. How are you?
I thought it was fucking
Gaming.
weird.
I like how that looks in my head. It says twist. Sweet. Okay. The great dildo. That's what I thought. That's what I thought it was, guys. But anyway, thank you guys so much for rating and everybody's here. I appreciate all of you. If you guys need to rate around, not only the streamer but the viewers as well. If you like to go get some food or anything, you very much just go do that. Go take care of yourself because that's more important.
When a customer orders just before closing.
What's wrong, man? This customer came in 2 minutes before closing and ordered a coffee. Now I have to brew up a whole new pot even though I already
Community
cleaned the
gamer
station.
Wildfly
Bummer,
Gone appears
dude.
catch it using Pope Cash. Winners revealed in 90s.
Or, and hear me out, you give him decaf.
Looks like the
Oh my
Joker.
god.
You've got a whole pot right there, and he can't tell the difference.
Pretty good.
At least not yet.
I like that. Thanks, man.
Oh, we're not done. Oh, no, not by a long
Is
shot.
that Heath Ledger as a manager?
Because when he comes back tomorrow morning,
Who the hell is that?
with a headache, exhausted, groggy, confused as to why, you know what you do.
What?
You hit him again. Decaf.
Decaf is diabolical, man.
Error 404, caffeine not found.
Oh my god.
He can't tell the difference. At least not yet.
This guy's
He'll probably
insane.
thank you as you serve it with a smile.
It's messed up. I love it. What's wrong with me?
But it doesn't stop there.
I want to work here.
Because when he comes back the following afternoon,
It's pretty good.
headache, sleep deprived,
Y'all need hobbies, man.
you hit him again.
Hit him again.
Decaf.
Y'all are
He'll
messed up.
probably start calling out of work.
This
Thinking he's
side-eye,
suffering
man.
terrible health crisis, migraines, something he can't quite explain.
That sounds illegal.
And you just keep giving him
Pokemon
decaf.
community game
It's
Flygon
beautiful.
I like
escaped.
it.
No one caught it.
Eventually,
What?
his body acclimates,
Okay.
and he starts sleeping peacefully.
Why you pause dramatically like that?
This is like a GTA 5
You
scene.
know what to do, don't you?
Then I give him regular.
You're goddamn right you do. And throw in
Kaito
an
Destiny
extra
Ghostly
shot on
Widow.
top, a little
Ghostly
red eye
Widow.
for being a
Welcome
loyal
to my
cook.
You have
channel.
insomnia.
Talk about
At
jet
Kaito
fuel.
Destiny
That
Ghostly
heart rate
Widow.
will be pumping.
Ghostly
Nah, but
Widow.
what did
Welcome
this
to
guy
my
do to
channel.
deserve this, man? You ordered a coffee right before closing. He gets what he fucking deserves.
This guy and Cartman need to be best friends. Or maybe not.
That was fucking hilarious. Hi, Ghostly!
That's fine.
Welcome to the madness. Oh my god, someone sent me a freaking link to
Kaito Destiny.
short vid.
So
It's
too
like I had to
Ghostly
watch
Widow.
it.
Stream Elements look it's Ghostly Widow. They were playing Beast of Reincarnation. Go check them out at and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Ghostly Widow at URL.
Put your mouth on something sweet. No, but
Walk away, walk away. Alright.
so wonderful.
I'm so good.
Ghostly Widow bug clip LOL.
And you saved it! Alright. Let's get... There. Getting the toasty in here now.
so kawaii.
Okay, that's up and running. I want to move all this.
Stream elements, feel free to come in and join the fun for crazy adventures through the worlds. URL.
Alright, let's see what we got for bounties. Let's see, we got a green, we have a green, and a green. Blue, and a yellow. Saber-tooth salmon, Lego, Drunk shit thrower, raptor, Archie, Dimorph, Iguana, Asimo, okay, well, decent ones that I can actually do.
This place is cursed.
Ghostly Widow LOL you are URL KAL from Krypton.
I am Carl from Krypton. Wait, what?
What's it?
I'm wearing dragon armor. I got an otter and a little axolotl pup on my shoulder here.
Ghostly Widow make fun of the text to speech.
Oh, that's a speech. Let's do this. I'm gonna pick these up.
Ghostly Widow one time at band camp.
At one time at band camp, everyone decided to lose the joke and die. Yeah.
It's all about anger.
Ghostly Widow, lurk. Frosty Tools at Ghostly Widow, we see you lurking like a true space explorer. Rest up or just enjoy the fluffy chaos from the shadows.
Yes, the chaos! The chaos! Consume you all!
Stream elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks.
No.
I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot. Ghostly Widow, she is spicy.
Spicy, spicy! Oh yes! $39. Actually, she brings the flare up. Hello, Oliver. You come to cuddle again.
Yeah, we fun stop running.
Okay. Except for cloth. Now we do hide.
Behind you.
Yes, my little fluff bud. Yes, yes, Billy Scratches, loving, cuddle the kitty. Cuddle the kitty.
Where are you? Thank you very much. Spirit gold, thank you very much.
What? You want? Why can't you just lay down and be cuddly? Hmm? This is what you want, right? You want love, you want affection, you want hugs and cuddles. Kissy the kitty. Kitty pet, 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 pet. Cuddle, 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 squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. Oh, I found the kitty weak spot. Yeah, right there, right there. Oh, oh yeah. Oh, right behind the ear. Oh, right behind the ear. Yeah. Yeah. You love that, don't you? Tootsie leg, tootsie leg, tootsie leg. There. Now, are you going to let Daddy enjoy his game time? Because I've been wanting to do this all week. Now you're going to run away after being freaking heavily cuddled.
Uh-oh. No.
Ugh.
I didn't mean to.
Kitty drooled. But at least the kitty got smothered with love. Alright.
Wisebot 3 viewers, -1. Alarm clock 1 hour 43 minutes and 55 seconds.
Alright, let's see. When a problem comes along, you must whip it. I said whip it. Okay. Alrighty, let's see. What's this?
I could float, I would have made myself complete.
Pokemon community game A Wild Dunsparce appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Loud Jesus.
Pokemon community game Dunsparce escaped. No one caught it.
Who's up for a bit of exploring?
Hello? Who that? You wanna fight? Let's go. Oh, it's Moon. Well, I couldn't grab him. Give me your skin. Give me.
Okay, let's see here.
him. Finish it. Such a good day.
Okay.
Hey, you got well here. Hey, what are you doing tonight? Today? This morning? Morning, right? Oh, right. You did the job. Hey, good luck. Got this. No, really. Fuck jobs. Fuck work. This song is perfect for us to enjoy that. It's fucking fun. Well, it's GG. No mercy. What is this song? What does that mean, Spot?
Oh, let's see.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes. Skins.
Good news. Time to wake up.
Okay. I guess.
There are some people, very bad people, looking for me.
Kitty, keep going. Pet, 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 pet.
The worst part is that he looked at me like 6 times. This spot, a very disgusting spot, has kept me alive for a very long time. Fuck you.
Kitty's in the basket watching me.
I guess you could say this spot is garbage. It was funny when we were pulling you from one side to the other. I mean, well,
Pokemon community game A wild Corvisquire appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Wisdom Palace. Albert researched peacefully before sudden bandit attacks terrified residents. Meanwhile, confused palace knights protected nobody properly, leaving frightened priests and scholars scrambling indoors. Soon, Elwyn mercenaries stormed crowded streets aggressively, raising enormous banners while anxious civilians watched, during relentless chaos. Merida defeated numerous enemies effortlessly before noticing Albert beside exhausted defenders, curious about Albert's reputation. Merida approached closely and immediately admired his calm intelligence greatly. Pinned beneath Merida unexpectedly, Albert remained nervous while secretly anticipating their unusual dangerous encounter greatly. Reincarnated within Palak's kingdom, Albert preserved previous memories and gained extraordinary knowledge through relentless studying. Blessed with remarkable intelligence, Albert earned royal recognition while officials praised his incredible future potential extensively. Unfortunately, jealous nobles accused Priest Albert falsely, claiming he betrayed Prince Orgus through serious misconduct. Consequently, palace authorities demoted Albert immediately, forcing missionary duties across dangerous distant frontier territories afterward. Hearing punishment calmly, Albert accepted humiliation while his peaceful life suddenly collapsed completely. Furious church elders scolded Albert, questioning why an educated priest committed reckless
Pokemon community
recently.
game Corvus Squire
Elsewhere,
escaped.
Prince Orgus mocked
No one
Albert
caught it.
arrogantly, dismissing his wisdom despite terrible abilities himself. Kneeling respectfully, Albert apologized while realizing the prince exploited noble authority against citizens selfishly. Across Alexa Kingdom, corrupted nobles supported Orgus, enabling kidnappings and poisoned servants secretly. Sympathetic priests secretly supported Albert, offering gifts while denying direct temple involvement publicly. Smiling arrogantly, Prince Orgus questioned missing servants while Albert remembered protecting one previously. Disgraced publicly, Albert received punishment before guards escorted him toward dangerous frontier territories reluctantly. Unexpectedly, Merida approached Albert after hearing stories describing his brilliant strategic intelligence everywhere. Observing Merida carefully, Albert realized her overwhelming abilities surpassed every talented warrior previously encountered. Analyzing Merida carefully, Albert noticed terrible domestic abilities while recognizing opportunities benefiting himself greatly. Explaining calmly, Albert suggested Merida's stage kidnapping allowed peaceful escape without creating unnecessary future conflicts. Satisfied completely, Merida carried Albert away quickly before approaching kingdom soldiers discovered their escaping movements. Inside Elwyn's headquarters, Albert reunited safely with Alicia, while exhausted mercenaries returned from dangerous missions. Embarrassed slightly, Alicia thanked Albert sincerely because his earlier actions prevented Prince Orgus kidnapping her. Watching Alicia nervously, Albert realized Merida personally selected outfits, matching his unusual preferences perfectly. Teasing Albert playfully, Merida admitted enjoying beautiful women herself, while Alicia blushed from overwhelming embarrassment. Later, Merida challenged Albert confidently, noticing his surprising knowledge regarding women despite priestly responsibilities previously. Questioning Merida carefully, Albert demanded explanations regarding his kidnapping and sudden exile from Alexa Kingdom. Laughing awkwardly, Merida defended herself desperately, admitting Prince Orgus disgusted her beyond normal tolerance completely. Enraged relatives punished Merida severely after she violently attacked Elwyn family's respected influential leader previously. Understanding everything gradually, Albert learned Merida rejected arranged marriage proposals because she considered relatives unbearable. Thinking carefully, Albert realized Merida's connection with Demon King supported his ambitious future political strategy greatly. Whispering excitedly, Albert proposed negotiations involving Merida's sister, an influential imperial noble intermediaries immediately afterward. Smiling confidently, Albert prepared important letters quickly, while Merida suddenly announced another unexpected personal decision. Blushing happily, Merida embraced Albert tightly, while asking support as her future beloved husband sincerely. Although embarrassed greatly, Albert praised Merida honestly, before carefully questioning her sudden marriage proposal intentions completely. Surprisingly, Merida requested permission bringing beautiful mistresses home because she adored women enormously herself too. Accepting calmly, Albert agreed immediately provided every future mistress willingly joined their unusual romantic relationship together. Deeply thoughtful, Albert realized marrying Merida granted political authority, necessary achieving ambitious imperial restoration plans. Smiling confidently, Albert pledged loyalty toward Merida, while admiring her charming, powerful personality greatly. Hearing Albert's promise happily, Alicia and Merida accepted their unusual romantic relationship together, completely. Excited greatly, both women dragged Albert away before he finished important strategic letters completely. 1 week later, Albert received negotiation responses from influential imperial political connections successfully. Facing Elwyn mercenaries seriously, Albert understood success depended upon controlling their overwhelming dangerous strength. Nearby mercenaries overheard rumors describing Albert satisfying Merida passionately throughout their previous exhausting night. Grinning proudly, Albert joked carelessly about Alicia, causing embarrassed reactions among shocked mercenary members, laughing loudly. Elwyn mercenaries respected Albert because he handled their terrifying princess confidently. Although embarrassed slightly, Merida defended Albert immediately while nearby mercenaries continued teasing them playfully. Watching silently, Albert realized Elwyn mercenaries admired Merida deeply because her charm captivated everyone. Gathered mercenaries questioned Albert carefully, wondering whether Merida could finally reclaim Alancia Empire successfully. Displaying royal documents proudly, Albert revealed Demon King supported conquering Alexa Kingdom's dangerous border territories. Hearing Albert's strategy seriously, Elwyn mercenaries questioned whether neighboring Imperial lords opposed expanding Alancia completely. Standing confidently before everyone, Albert explained mercenaries could occupy territories before Imperial forces arrived. Reviewing regional maps carefully, Albert targeted unstable border territories constantly abandoned during previous devastating wars. Confidently addressing Elwyn mercenaries, Albert promised Merida's restoration through carefully planned territorial military campaigns successfully. Inspired greatly, Elwyn mercenaries celebrated enthusiastically while preparing weapons before attacking Alexa Kingdom's border lords. Riding beside Merida, Albert abandoned priesthood completely and embraced life-serving Elwyn mercenary forces. Arriving beside mercenaries, Merida announced Elwyn's control over Benia Lord's defended castle confidently. Swinging her enormous weapon violently, Merida destroyed the fortress gate while terrified soldiers watched helplessly. Panicked defenders celebrated briefly before mysterious projectiles crushed armored captains from unbelievable distances suddenly. Laughing excitedly, Merida demanded destruction while confused subordinates questioned her reckless violent decisions repeatedly. Days earlier, Albert explained siege principles carefully, while exhausted Merida listened inside their private camp. Before attacking Benia Castle, Albert ordered mercenaries protect civilians and avoid unnecessary destruction carefully. Hearing those restrictions, Merida complained because violent looting remained common during mercenary warfare campaigns. Calmly explaining consequences, Albert warned Merida failure would destroy their chances returning toward Alancia Empire. Using strange rewards creatively, Albert motivated Merida
You come here, football. You came over here for cuddles.
Behavior strictly.
And sniffy sniffs.
Accepting Albert's conditions reluctantly, Merida announced strict battlefield rules and controlled disobedient mercenaries. Personally, leading Elwyn mercenaries fearlessly, Merida captured Benia Castle while surrendering soldiers begged for mercy. Refusing retreat, remaining defenders attacked violently, while Merida crushed armored warriors across castle corridors brutally. Inside the courtyard, Bazan challenged Merida proudly, believing demons could never defeat him alone. Surrounded by terrified soldiers, Bazan threatened Merida while demanding execution of invading Elwyn mercenaries publicly, swinging enormous weapons repeatedly. Bazan attacked aggressively, yet Merida blocked everything calmly during combat. Charging forward aggressively, Merida instantly defeated Bazan, terrifying remaining defenders across Benia Castle's courtyard. After securing the fortress, Elwyn mercenaries captured prisoners while surrounding the frightened lord's residence. Entering beside armed soldiers, Merida informed Benia's lord his authority ended with Elwyn's invasion. Begging desperately for mercy, the terrified lord offered wealth before Merida punched him violently. Ignoring apologies, Merida prepared executing the surviving noble while mocking his cowardly behavior publicly. Laughing confidently, Benia's defeated lord believed neighboring territories would send military reinforcements immediately. Arriving calmly, Albert confirmed conquest while preparing Elwyn mercenaries for political negotiations ahead. Standing beside valuables proudly, Merida reported victory while Albert requested another public speech immediately. Addressing frightened citizens carefully, Merida blamed Benia's corrupt lord while promising protection from exploitation. Following Albert's strategy strictly, confiscated wealth was distributed equally while Benia joined Alancia Empire peacefully. Following Merida's speech proudly, Benia citizens celebrated Alancia Empire while praising the Demon King enthusiastically. Smiling among
Daddy, get these off you.
Albert realized peaceful negotiations strengthened imperial loyalty without wasting resources.
I have no idea how the hell
Confiscated
this
wealth
happened.
and unpaid soldiers' wages were redistributed carefully, improving governance throughout conquered Benia territory. Watching Merida closely, Albert acknowledged her overwhelming charisma exceeded rumors surrounding Elwyn mercenaries previously. After organizing reconstruction efforts carefully, Albert prepared for Alancia's military arrival at Benia Castle. Arriving beside soldiers, Stefan warmly greeted Merida after returning from dangerous border operations successfully. Praising Albert proudly, Merida explained his strategies reclaimed territories without unnecessary civilian casualties successfully. Observing Albert carefully, Stefan recognized extraordinary abilities beneath his humble appearance and friendly behavior. Touring Benia peacefully, Merida proudly showed recovering citizens and reforms throughout liberated imperial territories. Impressed greatly by Albert's achievements, Stefan invited him joining Alancia's administration as strategist. Standing protectively beside Albert, Merida rejected Stefan's teasing while calling herself his devoted wife. Trusting Albert completely, Merida allowed Stefan assigning dangerous negotiations involving Elwyn leadership matters personally. Shocked immediately, Albert learned Lord Preston controlled Elwyn territory and remained Merida's influential uncle. Explaining seriously, Merida revealed recovering Ashray territory remained necessary before restoring her noble position. Although worried greatly, Albert listened carefully, while Merida described Preston's terrifying mercenary reputation throughout Elwyn, confidently encouraging Merida. Stefan trusted Albert despite Lord Preston's terrifying political influence everywhere. Dreaming happily, Albert imagined peaceful territory management beside Merida, surrounded by loyal, beautiful women. Accepting responsibility seriously, Albert agreed becoming Merida's envoy and persuading Lord Preston personally. Meanwhile, inside Alexa Kingdom, Prince Orgus angrily discovered Albert's growing influence beyond expectations recently. Furious nobles panicked after Albert's accusations threatened exposing illegal dealings toward Alexa Kingdom's ruler. Inside Alexa Kingdom, Prince Orgus discovered Albert's accusations threatened exposing corruption toward Prince Goran. Panicking desperately, corrupt nobles planned escaping before Alexa Kingdom's ruler uncovered their criminal evidence completely. Furious beyond control, Orgus revealed Alancia Empire seized territories through Albert's strategic political manipulations. Before escaping, terrified nobles were captured by soldiers under Prince Orgus, direct authority immediately. Blaming Albert entirely, Orgus ordered massive searches while preparing ruthless revenge against the former priest. Inside Azure Castle, Albert introduced himself before facing Merida's terrifying uncle, Lord Preston personally, sitting confidently upon Elwyn's throne. Preston accused Albert manipulating Merida and stealing authority completely. Attempting negotiations calmly, Albert avoided Preston's sudden attack while realizing his overwhelming strength immediately. Without retreating fearfully, Albert promised restoring Elwyn prestige through intelligence, leadership, and administration strategies. Continuing confidently, Albert declared supporting Merida completely while managing Elwyn territory's domestic affairs successfully. After hearing Albert's proposal, Preston considered supporting Merida's military ambitions within Alancia Empire eventually. Laughing proudly, Preston praised Albert highly, while admitting
so
leadership
too Trisna.
responsibilities exhausted him
Stream
constantly.
Elements look it's Trisna they were playing Black Mesa.
I don't get weird.
Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Trisna at URL.
Respected widely, Merida remained feared throughout Elwyn territory because of her violent battlefield reputation.
freaking out.
Before leaving, Preston warned Albert nobody controlled Merida properly, despite admiring her overwhelming strength greatly. Albert accepted Preston's invitation, while Elwyn warriors celebrated Merida's growing military achievements proudly.
Omnir chi
During
chi chi.
celebrations, Merida drank heavily
Chi, chi,
while
chi, chi,
Preston
chi.
encouraged Albert joining family banquet festivities enthusiastically. Soon, Albert encountered Freya and Rather, Merida's relatives, questioning his unexpected relationship nervously. Although lower-ranked nobles, Freya and Rather welcomed Albert warmly while discussing family responsibilities together. By evening, Albert relaxed beside Merida's relatives, enjoying alcohol and strengthening important family bonds. During celebrations, Rather announced the Demon Tribe strength competition before everyone gathered excitedly around Albert. Rithor declared Albert the competition's participant, shocking him because nobody mentioned dangerous traditions previously. Merida confirmed Demon Tribe customs required newcomers proving strength through battle, leaving Albert nervous. Although Merida promised nobody would die, Albert worried brutal contests still caused frequent injuries. Albert protested risking lives during competitions, but Merida praised his hidden abilities and intelligence confidently. Albert hesitated nervously while Rather encouraged choosing any competition style accepted by demon traditions. Rather explained demon contests allowed unrestricted formats, inspiring Albert's unusual strategic competition proposal. Suddenly, Albert introduced a civilian board game competition instead of combat, surprising everyone attending greatly. Although confused initially, Rather accepted Albert's clever challenge, because demons honored declared competition rules. Merida angrily realized Albert included her within participation, while nearby demons questioned her hesitation. Merida confidently accepted Albert's strange competition.
Pokemon community
while
game
Rather
a wild
prepared
oddish
seriously
appears
beside
catch
nervous
it using
participants together.
poke catch.
Alicia announced
Winners
the writing
revealed in
challenge topic
90s.
loudly, while Demon Tribe members prepared parchment immediately. Merida and Rather struggled writing carefully because intense concentration caused unexpected physical exhaustion quickly there. Although demon warriors handled battles easily, detailed writing tasks created painful concentration difficulties constantly. While Albert finished effortlessly first, Alicia watched shocked as exhausted demon participants collapsed around. Merida, Wraither, and Freya struggled terribly, while Albert observed exhausted participants nearby afterward. After Albert's easy victory, demon tribe members respected his unusual intelligence and abilities completely. Freya angrily attacked Wrather, blaming his foolish decisions causing humiliation during Albert's competition recently. Albert interrupted peacefully, while Freya defended herself nervously against Wrather's harsh accusations afterward there. Wrather blamed Freya entirely afterward, but both received punishment for violating castle regulations. Albert created strict punishment rules, forcing demon tribe members learning discipline through reflection room penalties. Later, Albert explained Ashley Castle's economic importance while introducing territorial management strategies carefully. Merida, Freya, and Wrather proudly protected Ashley Castle because their combat strength secured trade territories. After assuming management duties, Albert questioned Preston regarding tax records, causing confusion during discussions. Preston casually admitted ignoring financial documentation
Pokemon
entirely,
community
shocking
game
Albert
Oddish
while
escaped.
exposing serious
No one
management
caught
problems.
it.
Preston presented military records instead of financial ledgers, confusing Albert during management discussions completely afterward. Albert regretted expecting administrative abilities from Demon Tribe members while preparing financial records independently. Questioning treasury conditions, Albert heard Preston explain wars and spending reduced available wealth significantly. Albert immediately visited Ashley Castle's treasury, demanding guards open secured storage rooms carefully afterward. Inside treasury rooms, Albert discovered empty shelves, realizing demon management remained disastrously irresponsible completely. Merida proudly trained inside Ashley Castle, while Albert carefully checked newly stamped territorial administration documents. After training ended, Merida happily celebrated freedom until Albert reminded her unfinished paperwork remained waiting. Endless administrative reports overwhelmed Merida quickly, while Albert strictly explained important territorial sealing regulations carefully. Frustrated by exhausting duties, Merida accused Albert of enjoying her suffering during administrative responsibilities inside. Before dinner preparations, Alicia quietly teased Albert regarding Merida's growing attachment and emotional reactions recently. Alicia questioned Ashley Castle finances, while Albert revealed reserves barely supported maintenance expenses. Reviewing salaries carefully, Albert discovered excessive retainers and careless management damaged regional stability recently. Empty treasury rooms forced Albert reducing spending, while reorganizing Ashley Castle's domestic affairs carefully. Exhausted from calculations, Albert encouraged Alicia, strengthening valuable intelligence networks across nearby territories continuously. Later, hidden food reserves inside Ashley Castle relieved Albert's concerns regarding future shortages. Inside Ashley Castle, Albert discovered Melvis possessed exceptional administrative talent, despite serving as warehouse keeper seeking assistance. Albert questioned Melvis carefully regarding priorities, strengthening the struggling Elwyn territory successfully. Melvis recommended improving ledgers and maintaining prosperous lands to ensure long-term regional stability carefully. Impressed by Melvis's intelligence, Albert invited him becoming official strategist for the Elwyn family immediately. To secure loyalty, Albert granted authority, increased salary, and control over internal administration completely. Melvis accepted Albert's proposal, seriously understanding reforms demanded difficult sacrifices and exhausting responsibilities ahead. After organizing merchant contacts, Albert prepared unusual warehouse transportation competition for the Demon Tribe. Merida, Preston, and Wraithor confidently joined exercises, believing victory guaranteed prestigious vanguard battle positions. Under Albert's instructions, participants transported colored cargo boxes throughout enormous warehouse training grounds, carefully disguising labor as training. Albert reorganized warehouse inventory while motivating Demon Tribe workers efficiently. Merida's squad gained early advantages, while Wrather and Preston struggled carrying massive warehouse cargo. Following heated victory arguments, Alicia prepared meals while workers emptied enormous warehouse shelves. Meanwhile, Albert instructed Melvis carefully, planning merchant negotiations after transportation training exercises concluded. Workers separated spoiled supplies efficiently, selling damaged food cheaply while strengthening merchant relationships afterward. Fran admired Albert's practical management methods, supporting commercial expansion throughout Ashley Castle's growing territory. Albert struggled managing schedules alone, while Melvis organized accounts and monitored growing warehouse expenses carefully. Alicia remained hardworking and dependable, although her inability reading documents prevented secretary responsibilities completely. Later, Albert visited merchant leader Renville, hoping solving regional trading problems through negotiations successfully. Renville explained inconsistent measurements caused merchant disputes, forcing businesses throughout Ashley territory suffering financially. Merida proudly introduced standardized measuring equipment, helping merchants trade fairly across Elwyn territory. Albert introduced strict trading regulations, while Renville admired his thoughtful economic management strategies greatly. Renville immediately supported standardized measurements, believing those policies would finally resolve merchant disputes permanently. During celebrations, Irene served drinks gracefully, while Albert awkwardly reacted beside Renville nervously. Albert learned Irene possessed exceptional domestic abilities, surpassing her father's impressive administrative talents considerably. Renville recommended Irene joining Elwyn's staff, believing her talents would greatly assist Albert. Renville suggested Irene assisting Albert permanently, believing her abilities perfectly matched administrative responsibilities. Irene gladly accepted employment, hoping supporting Albert and Merida would benefit their family greatly. Albert welcomed Irene warmly, while Merida secretly worried about gaining another romantic rival. During evening preparations, Merida nervously questioned her feelings. While Albert accepted Irene's assistance professionally, Irene confidently delivered requested documents, impressing Albert while Merida teased his growing admiration. Albert inspected measurement instruments carefully before leaving administrative duties temporarily for evening training. Castle merchants already followed standardized measurements peacefully, preventing confusion, rebellion, and territorial disputes. Meanwhile, Albert realized corrupt village chiefs manipulated taxation systems, strengthening armies and uprisings. Border skirmishes increased frequently between neighboring territories, causing Albert concerns regarding upcoming warfare. After reviewing reports silently, Albert planned stabilizing internal affairs before conflicts eventually emerged. Smiling confidently afterward, Albert prepared implementing effective rewards alongside punishments throughout territories successfully. Albert visited Northern Territory chiefs, discussing certified measurements and revised taxation systems carefully. Although concerned initially, Elwyn representatives admitted previous collection methods prevented famine during wartime periods. Meanwhile, Albert announced new retainer positions, prioritizing educated human workers, managing administrative responsibilities efficiently. Despite praising Albert publicly, the territory chief secretly planned deceiving inexperienced leadership for gain. Smiling maliciously, the chief believed manipulating Albert's trust would remain extremely easy permanently. Albert warned Preston about suspicious problems, while secretly preparing evidence exposing corrupted taxation practices. Suddenly, Merida's furious father confronted Preston aggressively, accusing him of deception against Elwyn leadership. Frightened immediately, Preston listened silently, while Merida's father demanded emergency taxes from vulnerable villages. Cornered completely, Preston promised cooperation after Merida's father threatened brutal punishment for dishonesty repeatedly. Meanwhile, Albert calmly observed events nearby while Merida's father intimidated Preston into immediate obedience. Albert reassured Preston calmly, while Merida's father demanded explanations regarding suspicious missing financial records. Furious immediately, Merida's father condemned Preston harshly, reminding everyone demons despised corruption and dishonesty. Meanwhile, Albert manipulated Preston carefully, encouraging cooperation before Merida's father discovered missing village ledgers completely. Nervously trembling, Preston admitted confusion while Albert requested immediate financial updates concerning village administration matters. Enraged completely, Merida's father pressured Preston aggressively until frightened officials promised delivering missing documents immediately. 1 week later, Albert received village ledgers successfully while frightened officials begged mercy repeatedly. Smiling confidently, Albert explained villagers surrendered records voluntarily after Preston intimidated suspicious territory leaders. Meanwhile, Preston promised inheritance, tax exemptions, forcing nervous chiefs toward absolute cooperation and loyalty. Irene praised Albert's clever strategy, while villagers feared Elwyn warriors suppressing dangerous territorial rebellions permanently. Careful investigations later revealed hidden earnings greatly exceeded previous reports submitted by corrupt village leaders. Elwyn finances recovered after villagers repaid taxes properly, while Melvis organized important ledgers completely. Combined populations increased steadily, while uncultivated lands promised massive future development throughout Elwyn territories. Meanwhile, harvest season approached rapidly, allowing mobilized soldiers preparation for possible future conflicts. Later, Albert paused duties briefly, after Alicia informed him Merida requested another important meeting. Suddenly, urgent Imperial reports arrived unexpectedly, forcing Albert toward immediate territorial decisions afterward. Albert received reports describing Lord Stefan's territory invasion before harvest season officially finished completely. Weeks earlier, Alexa Kingdom officials celebrated proudly after mobilizing armies toward contested border territories. Prime Minister John informed commanders confidently while exhausted, nobles struggled supporting prolonged military campaigns continuously. Ambitious leaders planned reclaiming territories, believing weakened imperial forces could no longer resist effectively. Jean requested military command authority afterward, hoping victories would satisfy Alexa Kingdom rulers permanently. Furious commanders questioned Jean immediately after learning harvest season prevented direct battlefield participation completely. Reluctantly obeying orders, Jean departed toward Tiana, while commanders demanded immediate territorial invasions elsewhere, simultaneously. Alone afterward, furious commanders cursed incompetent officers repeatedly, while preparing strategies for reclaiming occupied territories. Meanwhile, Albert reviewed suspicious reports carefully, anticipating future victories across reclaimed imperial border territories soon. Desperate eventually, furious commanders blamed Albert entirely before swearing deadly revenge against both brothers permanently. Albert anticipated victorious armies returning soon, while Merida enthusiastically prepared equipment for approaching dangerous battles. Unfortunately, Albert realized sudden warfare during harvest season completely destroyed previous strategic military expectations immediately. Stefan commanded 3,000 soldiers bravely, while Alexa Kingdom forces exceeded 5,000 experienced warriors. Albert feared losing territory permanently because harvest shortages weakened defensive preparations across Elwyn border regions. Meanwhile, Orgis confidently manipulated battlefield circumstances. Again, while Albert struggled understanding unexpected enemy movements completely, Merida, Preston, and Rather proudly assembled squads before Elwyn's approaching battlefield campaign tomorrow. Albert assigned cavalry wagons carefully, avoiding unnecessary peasant soldiers during dangerous military operations. Melvis worried greatly about numerical disadvantages, but Albert secretly prepared practical countermeasures beforehand. Before departing, Albert entrusted castle administration responsibilities entirely to Assistant Melvis during warfare. Excited for combat, Merida sharpened her sword eagerly while anticipating battlefield victories soon. Merida launched Elwyn's demon army forward confidently as Albert's decisive battle officially began. Alexa Kingdom soldiers panicked outside fortress walls, carelessly provoking dangerous human forces approaching. Albert calmly observed everyone's tension, quietly welcoming another ally into his growing strategic family. Lord Stefan questioned Albert's confidence, doubting survival chances while enemy armies continuously advanced forward. Albert studied battlefield formations carefully, realizing fortress defenses would collapse against coordinated imperial assaults soon. After analyzing enemy weaknesses, Albert predicted frightened peasant soldiers would eventually abandon Lord Bedwin's command. Albert secretly released Merida's hunting forces first, preparing an ambush before enemy commanders reacted properly. Rear guard soldiers received strange advance orders, but commanders immediately ignored suspicious battlefield instructions. Marquis Bazin greedily abandoned defensive duties, focusing instead on looting villages and capturing demi-human women. Despite repeated warnings, Bazin dismissed urgent reports, while enemy movements rapidly approached his vulnerable rear camp. Merida suddenly launched her cavalry assault, terrifying Bazin's forces and completely destroying their remaining battlefield morale. Merida's cavalry crushed fleeing soldiers quickly, spreading panic throughout Bazin's unprepared defensive camp afterward. Earlier, Albert explained hidden forest routes, allowing militia forces surrounding weaker enemy soldiers successfully. Merida accepted Albert's strategy proudly, believing sacrifices guaranteed victory against stronger battlefield forces completely. Albert finalized the operation calmly, while Merida and commanders reviewed battlefield positions together carefully. Bazin's soldiers protected him desperately, but Merida's assault overwhelmed their remaining resistance forces completely. Merida cut through Bazin's guards easily, targeting commanders before frightened soldiers, reorganized defenses successfully. After capturing enemy positions, Merida encouraged ruthless pursuit while terrified Alexa soldiers abandoned formations. Albert's demi-human allies hunted retreating troops relentlessly, preventing enemies escaping towards safer territories afterward. The Crimson-speared demon appeared suddenly, forcing panicked soldiers requesting immediate reinforcement from their vanguard. Meanwhile, Lord Bedwin celebrated confidently, unaware Merida's forces already destroyed Bazin's collapsing defensive army. Lord Bedwin noticed unusual formations, yet ordered his army's reckless advance toward battle confidently. Merida and Demi, human warriors chased terrified soldiers mercilessly, scattering Alexa troops across battlefields. As confusion spread everywhere, Bedouin forced frightened cavalry forward, despite growing panic among
Pokemon community
soldiers.
game. A wild
Albert's
Poliwag
hidden
appears.
spear
Catch
wall
it using
activated suddenly,
Poke Catch.
crushing
Winners
charging
revealed in
enemies before they could
90s.
retreat safely afterward.
Your arm
Albert
is
praised Stefan calmly while trapped soldiers panicked helplessly against relentless infantry defending barricades. Trapped soldiers panicked completely, accidentally killing allies while retreating from Albert's hidden defensive formation. Albert observed enemy confusion calmly, realizing terrified soldiers already attacked each other uncontrollably afterward. Hearing Albert's prediction succeed, Lilith understood their prepared battlefield strategy, finally started working properly. Despite Lilith's determination, Albert ordered her remain safely inside Stefan's camp during frontline fighting. The Demi, human commander, defended Albert's authority immediately, rejecting Lilith's reckless battlefield request angrily. Despite Elder's warnings, Rather insisted joining battle beside experienced Demon Tribe warriors immediately. Albert praised Rather's potential, promising participation after accepting strict strategic conditions carefully first. Albert ordered Rather observe combat patiently, waiting carefully before entering battle at perfect moments. After accepting conditions, Rather trained seriously, preparing himself becoming future Demon Army commander someday. Finally joining combat, Rather charged enemy soldiers bravely, overwhelming frightened troops with aggressive attacks. Stefan ordered forces forward, surrounding exhausted enemies trapped within Albert's prepared battlefield formation completely. While soldiers begged Bedouin escape, Merida intercepted him before retreating forces protected him properly. Merida defeated
Pokemon
the
community
commander
game
instantly,
Poliwag
proudly
escaped.
announcing victory
No
after
one
severing
caught
his
it.
head during combat. Rather admired Merida's overwhelming strength, while Stefan commanded surviving enemies surrender immediately as prisoners. After victory, Stefan realized Albert's strategy successfully protected demon territories from military collapse completely. After victory, Stefan praised Albert's brilliant strategy, while Merida proudly admired her intelligent husband greatly. Merida happily embraced Albert, leaving battlefield cleanup responsibilities entirely under his careful leadership. After battle ended, Stefan praised Rather and Preston's impressive battlefield achievements during competition results. Merida earned first place proudly after defeating numerous commanders during the brutal military campaign. Albert congratulated the Elwyn family warmly, realizing victory exceeded every original battlefield expectation greatly, despite celebrations. Albert worried isolation would weaken future political relationships between surrounding noble territories. Later, Stefan visited
I
Albert
need
and
a
Rather,
ramp.
discussing post-war cleanup responsibilities throughout conquered demon territories together. Stefan organized prisoners carefully, selling captives while securing confiscated goods from defeated black market traders. Afterward, Stefan trusted Albert completely, allowing him manage ransom negotiations with captured nobles independently. Marta demanded expensive celebrations.
Wisebot
drinks
4
and
viewers,
cider, but
plus
Albert
1.
restricted
Alarm
spending
clock
because
2
military
hours
funds were
35
limited.
minutes and 12
Continuing
seconds.
celebrations, Merida attempted borrowing Albert's allowance, despite obvious financial difficulties surrounding everyone. Meanwhile, Preston and Rather admitted fearing their mothers controlling every salary earned after victories. Merida complained loudly about celebrating victory, while everyone struggled under strict financial limitations. Fortunately, Stefan delivered wine supplies, allowing excited demon soldiers begin victory celebrations together happily. Albert reminded everyone about responsibility carefully, though demon celebrations continued enthusiastically throughout the night. After celebrations ended, exhausted Albert complained painfully while continuing administrative duties without reliable assistance. Soon afterward, Freya informed Albert about urgent ransom negotiation problems, requiring immediate attention elsewhere. Albert established strict ransom policies, treating captives carefully while executing unpaid prisoners without hesitation. During negotiations, Albert discovered Lise von Alco, imprisoned despite offering every available ransom resource. Lise secretly governed Alco territory disguised as male heir, protecting citizens during dangerous instability. Even in prison, Lise refused freedom offers because abandoning citizens would leave innocent people starving. After investigating thoroughly, Albert admired Lisa's leadership abilities and proposed protecting Alco territory through support. Albert proposed protecting Lise carefully, though marriage conditions embarrassed and confused her greatly. Merida arrived excitedly, frightening Lise while Albert explained her unusual romantic preferences casually. Although Merida teased Lise aggressively, Albert reminded everyone, consent remained absolutely necessary always. Albert explained annexation plans carefully, hoping Alco territory strengthened Elwyn influence across surrounding regions. Hearing marriage conditions completely, Lies panicked nervously while Merida supported Albert's political arrangement confidently. Hearing Albert's proposal fully, Lies nervously accepted becoming Merida's official romantic partner eventually. Excited greatly,
Okay, I really did not expect
immediately,
this anime
promising
manga to be like
unforgettable
this.
experiences together inside demon territory. Later, Lies apologized awkwardly, while Merida proudly admitted handling their intimate first experience personally. Hearing strange explanations, Albert became embarrassed when everyone misunderstood his relationship management philosophy completely. Eventually, Lise joined Merida's household officially while Albert accepted his unusual romantic lifestyle peacefully. Investigating carefully, Albert realized enemy prince conspiracies involved dangerous supporters behind battlefield operations. Soon, Imperial messengers announced rewards while summoning Albert directly toward the Emperor's royal castle. Hearing Imperial interest unexpectedly, Albert worried his unusual relationships and ambitions might become exposed. Albert learned the young Emperor possessed terrifying political influence, causing concern about Imperial intentions. Meanwhile, another disastrous report arrived suddenly from the royal capital, warning about military defeat. Imperial commanders panicked completely. After disastrous defeat caused enormous troop losses and territorial collapse, officials discovered Lies reclaimed Alco territory successfully, destroying Imperial plans before anyone prevented her return. Although commanders apologized sincerely, furious nobles refused accepting excuses for catastrophic military failures completely. Learning Merida restored Elwyn authority successfully, Imperial nobles feared their succession schemes would collapse. Hearing Albert married Lise, enraged Imperial leaders blamed Merida for ruining political arrangements completely. Rather discovered Albert's betrayal, condemned the priest fiercely, and ordered soldiers increase Albert's bounty. The wounded commander apologized repeatedly, while Rather demanded silence, and prepared restrictions returning soldiers. Rather secretly requested support from neighboring kingdoms, while hiding truths regarding Albert's unexpected survival. Swearing revenge against Albert, Rather promised violent punishment after exposing every humiliating failure publicly. The first Demon King founded a Lancia Empire quickly, uniting persecuted humans beneath Exile, Christ's castle. Albert explained ancient royal families received voting privileges through Lancia's Demon King selection system. Successive emperors maintained demi-human unity through elections, involving assassinations, bribery, threats, and factional conflicts. Christ von Shugmori eventually conquered election rivals and ascended proudly beside Alancia's imperial throne. Citizens respectfully greeted Emperor Christ, while Albert silently studied Alancia's brutal political traditions. Albert admired Christ's overwhelming abilities, while realizing Alexa Kingdom never truly challenged Alancia Empire successfully. Christ officially approved Albert's engagement with Merida, greatly relieving Albert after difficult negotiations recently. Merida teasingly celebrated Albert's acceptance while proudly expecting warmer congratulations from her future husband. Preston criticized Merida's compassion, reminding everyone Albert previously protected her during dangerous exile periods. Rather angrily demanded recognition after fighting bravely, refusing
I really
constant
wish there was a
comparisons
pull
against
function.
Merida's achievements anymore.
Bring that back.
Christ warned Merida publicly, reminding everyone Imperial
Quality
audiences
of life,
required dignity,
very helpful.
discipline, and respectful behavior, always. Albert immediately apologized before Christ, admitting Merida's reckless actions insulted Imperial court etiquette badly. Christ explained Albert bowed, because Merida's disrespect nearly forced humiliating punishment upon him publicly. Christ revealed everything was merely teasing, then praised Albert's reliability and Merida's fortunate engagement happily. Merida laughed comfortably, admitting Albert's respectful manners deeply impressed Christ during their audience. Merida defended her appearance proudly, while Preston mocked ugly nobles and complained about unattractive humans. Preston thanked Merida sincerely, admitting her protection allowed him becoming respected family leader. Merida ordered Preston support her loyally, ensuring peaceful cooperation between competing demon family factions permanently. Rather accepted Merida's reward proudly, promising stronger achievements during future battles across Alancia. Preston praised Albert patiently, believing only reliable men could successfully manage Merida's unpredictable personality. Christ praised Albert's battlefield tactics warmly, acknowledging his intelligence and impressive victories across border territories recently. Albert accepted Christ's compliments politely, believing their relationship remained trustworthy, despite hearing suspicious rumors earlier. Christ questioned Albert about women surrounding Merida, suspecting hidden relationships inside Alco family affairs recently. Albert denied disloyalty nervously, but Christ threatened punishment after exposing Albert's connections with several women. Merida defended Albert fiercely, declaring those women belonged to her while Albert panicked beside her publicly. Christ threatened Albert angrily after hearing rumors about Merida, protecting him against imperial punishment recently. Merida defended Albert fearlessly, while Albert desperately searched for arguments, preventing Christ from executing him immediately. Albert promised future conquests and military strength. Convincing Christ his survival still benefited Elwyn family ambitions. Albert challenged Christ respectfully, reminding him marital relationships remain private, despite imperial authority over territories. Christ finally accepted Albert's explanation calmly, admitting husbands deserved freedom regarding personal relationships and marriages. Christ tested Merida's loyalty jokingly, offering Albert payment while observing both reactions carefully. Merida protected Albert possessively, while Albert admitted serving Merida exhausted him beyond imperial duties. Elwyn vassals warned Christ promoting Albert directly could create jealousy among noble supporters. Albert advised Christ against favoritism respectfully, promising service benefiting Merida and Elwyn family interests. Merida praised Albert's wisdom proudly, believing her influence allowed his talents shining successfully. Christ acknowledged Albert's abilities sincerely, appointing him Merida's strategist within the expanding empire. Albert pledged loyalty toward Christ and Merida, while Christ warned about troublesome women carefully. Christ ordered Albert protecting Merida's interests, rewarding obedience during the imperial celebration banquet successfully. 2 weeks later, Albert returned to Ashley Castle, reviewing reports describing peaceful territorial conditions. Albert discovered Slat territory remained unstable because desperate farmers abandoned villages, creating roaming bandits. Albert studied post-war problems carefully, planning recruitment campaigns, rebuilding territories, and strengthening Elwyn forces. Merida gathered soldiers excitedly, but Albert announced competition rules involving capturing enemies alive during training. Albert explained injured captives reduced victory points, while Preston supported harsh battlefield exercises greatly. Rather volunteered eagerly for frontline duty, promising captures, while Albert warned against careless violence. Albert assigned younger vassals supporting roles, leaving Rather frustrated because she preferred direct combat. Albert explained captured enemies would rebuild territories through labor projects, while Merida questioned his methods. Merida led Elwyn soldiers using wooden weapons, capturing surviving enemies alive for territorial development projects. Rather charged fearlessly across battlefields, helping Elwyn secure victories and obtain additional defeated workers. Albert worried excessive authority threatened his position, so he focused earning Demon Tribe trust carefully. Albert visited refugee camps, planning persuasion campaigns, encouraging
G'day,
displaced
survivor.
civilians
Ready for
supporting
adventure?
Elwyn expansion efforts. Starving refugees gathered nervously, while Albert promised protection, shelter, and steady meals under Alancia authority. After receiving proper food, the exhausted civilians gratefully praised Alancia and abandoned thoughts of returning home. Clean garments were distributed next, as Albert demanded everyone replace their filthy clothes immediately. Several refugees examined the fresh outfits carefully. Surprised such quality clothing was freely provided there. Confident about future expansion, Albert believed loyal settlers and workers would strengthen Merida's growing territories. Albert warned the refugees they could never safely return to Alexa territory again. Although fearful about becoming Elancia servants, starving civilians slowly accepted Albert's protection and generous supplies. Remembering Alexa's cruelty, the refugees listened carefully while Albert described better opportunities under Elwyn leadership, promising farmland, temporary tax freedom, tools, and food. Albert encouraged refugees to support Elancia loyally. Doubt spread among several civilians, yet Albert confidently guaranteed contracts and swore responsibility for every promise. Several refugees accepted Albert's contract, abandoning Alexa and supporting the growing Elwyn territory together. Cheering civilians gathered proudly while Albert assigned newcomers building villages beside Elancia settlements productively. Satisfied with recruitment success, Albert planned agricultural expansion carefully, believing refugees could stabilize territories. Refugee hunts captured defeated soldiers, while Albert reviewed reports praising Merida and Preston's battlefield results. Studying casualty numbers carefully, Albert considered giving Wraither command during the Empire's next campaign. Albert reviewed refugee census reports carefully, organizing labor groups, constructing villages and waterways efficiently. Confident about future profits, Albert believed settlements would become valuable economic centers for Elancia eventually. Meanwhile,
Trying darts,
Zazan struggled
finally.
managing Prince Orgus's reorganization plans while overseeing political affairs inside the
Blue
capital. Priest Lord
gems.
Bleach Oxner arrived beside Zazan, representing Utel's church during discussions with imperial officials. Oxner praised Prince Orgus calmly, declaring his appearance carried strong blessings from God Utel alone. Zazan learned Bleach secretly supported Prince Orgus while monitoring dangerous mountain tribes near Elancia borders. Bleach requested permission, mobilizing mountain believers, claiming holy war required stronger religious military forces. Suspicious, Zazan questioned Bleach's influence carefully, believing reckless religious politics threatened national stability greatly. Smiling confidently, Bleach promised 1,500 armed followers supporting campaigns against Albert's growing faction successfully. Studying regional maps carefully, Zazan considered exploiting Stefan's territory before Albert reclaimed surrounding regions.
Pokemon community game A wild Grievard appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Accepting Bleach's offerings gracefully, Zazan redirected Alexa's supplies towards supporting mountain tribes directly. Latter, Zazan assigned Brolish managing Tiana's reorganization, handling sensitive political affairs carefully. Meanwhile, Lord Bleach promised expanding mountain followers supporting future wars while maintaining religious influence nationwide. During their meeting, Zazan reassured his worried father regarding political duties and administrative responsibilities successfully. Goran informed Zazan about devastating battlefield losses caused by enemies, recruiting defeated soldiers. Angrily rejecting Goran's warnings, Zazan insisted their kingdom's army remained powerful during territorial conflicts. Latter, Zazan confidently reassured his father, claiming enemy misinformation manipulated Goran into spreading rumors. Continuing afterward, Zazan explained, exhausted soldiers returned recovering inside Tiana, while enemies panicked civilians. Suspiciously questioning Zazan's confidence, his father reminded him previous promises guaranteed effortless military victory. Zazan confidently promised subordinates everything remained controlled, despite worsening military rumors spreading throughout territories. Afterward, Goran secretly prohibited visitors approaching their bedridden father, while suspecting Elancian battlefield victories. Hearing Albert's reports, Goran realized
Pokemon community game Grievard escaped. No one caught it.
Concerned nobles increasingly abandoned alliances, forcing Goran reconsidering political stability surrounding Prince Orgus carefully. Another message from Albert arrived, warning Goran against allowing Hero's sword followers. Reports revealed Hero's sword followers manipulated believers while corrupt nobles supported dangerous expansion secretly. Hearing accusations, Goran ordered allies, severing connections with suspicious Hero sword supporters.
Generation. Okay, we can't
Meanwhile,
use
Goran
this for
instructed loyal
distributing
subordinates gathering intelligence while maintaining cooperative relations alongside Albert carefully.
I have to do it by hand
Albert's
every
abilities, Goran feared talented
days.
citizens abandoning Alexa weakened national stability severely. Inside Ashley Castle, Merida ignored responsibilities completely, preferring entertainment instead of exhausting administrative duties, avoiding responsibilities. Merida ignored duties lazily, despite companions encouraging cooperation during important meetings. Suddenly, Albert warned Merida harsh punishment awaited whenever careless behavior created troublesome situations repeatedly. Later, Alicia questioned Albert carefully regarding trading operations and management responsibilities involving business profits. During discussions, Albert explained commercial earnings funded intelligence
So I'm going to use this one
without
for
affecting household finances directly, reviewing financial ledgers. Irina realized hidden investments secretly supported expanding intelligence operations throughout territories. Albert assigned Irina ordinary intelligence duties, while personally handling Prince Goron's dangerous supporters and operations. Meanwhile, Alicia supervised secret intelligence funding, ensuring Margie Trading Company expanded covert activities successfully. Following New Year celebrations, Albert gathered Elwyn family members while announcing their household motto proudly. Meanwhile, Merida enthusiastically promised countless battles, despite Albert noticing peaceful territories lacked active wars presently. Although disappointed, Merida accepted Albert's training proposal, while secretly expecting future conflicts nearby someday. Soon, Merida suggested dangerous supply raids through enemy territories, exciting surrounding soldiers greatly today. Meanwhile, Raythor and Preston eagerly volunteered leading upcoming troops, while supporting Marida's reckless enthusiasm completely. Despite Marida's complaints, Albert firmly ordered her completing administrative duties before participating in battles. Meanwhile, Merida reluctantly handled paperwork, while Albert instructed loyal officials managing household responsibilities carefully today. Several days later, Albert reviewed merchant records and discovered suspiciously numerous weapon shops operating nearby. After investigations, Albert proposed expanding mines cheaply producing iron materials necessary, creating powerful matchlock rifles. Finally, Albert discussed ambitious population strategies, supporting childbirth, marriages, healthcare, and future territorial prosperity plans. Albert proposed tax reductions, encouraging larger families, while preparing population growth policies throughout territories. Reports revealed Slat territory maintained stable commerce, fertile farmland, and 700 residents currently. Meanwhile, merchants traded crops, hides, and timber, while supporting Slat's economic development steadily. Later,
Oh,
Albert
got the
ordered
loved
continued
leg.
food assistance, hoping future heirs inherited prosperous territories with strong foundations. Finally, Slat residents thanked Merida sincerely while Albert managed important Alco family affairs responsibly. Merida realized military achievements remained necessary to preventing rebellions, threatening Alco family authority and stability. Meanwhile, Alicia reported suspicious mountain tribes supporting Hero's sword followers, while assisting Prince Goran financially. Reviewing intelligence carefully, Albert increased investigations regarding mountain tribes preparing attacks against imperial territories. Although previously neutral, mountain tribes changed attitudes gradually, while abandoning isolated lifestyles and traditions. Reports confirmed mountain tribes traded valuable goods while secretly exchanging information with regional nobles frequently. Reports described mountain warriors defeating imperial forces using disguises, illusions, and dangerous guerrilla tactics. Albert calmly accepted Alicia's intelligence, believing careful preparations could prevent future territorial instability. Merida eagerly volunteered eliminating troublesome mountain tribes, while Irenina prepared immediate territorial inspections. Excited immediately, Merida joined Albert's inspection mission, promising swift assistance throughout dangerous investigations. During preparations, Merida happily promised destroying suspicious enemies discovered anywhere throughout Slat territory. Merida reluctantly accepted Albert's inspection conditions, while requesting Irina accompany their territorial journey. Alicia happily joined preparations, although Merida complained about losing peaceful relaxation opportunities during inspections. Their carriage soon reached Slat Castle, where residents warmly welcomed Lady Lisa's return. Marta admired Tan's compact residence, while Alicia praised her incredible battlefield strength enthusiastically. Crowds celebrated enthusiastically outside Slat Castle, surrounding Lisa's carriage during her long-awaited homecoming. Liza's courageous reputation strengthened Alco family support, while citizens increasingly admired her determined leadership abilities. Busy assisting Merida daily, Liza politely declined invitations from enthusiastic townspeople throughout Slat territory. Albert accompanied inspections carefully, hearing citizens' complaints while secretly admiring Merida's overwhelming dangerous strength. During inspections, Merida effortlessly defeated a gigantic bear, astonishing everyone traveling throughout nearby territories. Returning towards Slat
Let's take a look at the
Merida complained because recent inspections lacked enough challenging battles. Merida demanded battles immediately, ignoring Albert's reminder about their peaceful territorial inspection mission completely. Suddenly, Merida attacked suspicious intruders, while Albert protected Liza and Irina inside nearby chambers. Albert contacted guards carefully after recognizing mysterious attackers resembled dangerous mountain ninja warriors recently. Furious immediately, Merida threatened brutally punishing intruders, invading noble bedrooms during important inspection duties. Masked assassins revealed interest toward Albert, admiring Merida's strength and Albert's famous intelligence greatly. Albert exposed the intruder's disguise, while masked assassins threatened returning during future dangerous encounters. Merida aggressively pursued escaping assassins, while Albert ordered enemies captured alive for questioning immediately. Furious continuously, Merida attacked recklessly, while masked warriors barely avoided devastating sword strikes repeatedly. Before escaping successfully, mysterious intruders revealed beast-like appearances, astonishing Albert and nearby companions greatly. Using bright flash, orbs suddenly masked. Assassins escaped completely, while Marida angrily cursed their cowardice. Smoke bombs allowed mysterious intruders escaping successfully, while furious Marida abandoned immediate dangerous pursuit temporarily. Liza immediately organized search parties carefully, ordering guards investigate both castle grounds and surrounding towns. Angry continuously, Merida demanded remaining nearby until authorities identified shameless intruders spying upon her bedroom. Albert requested additional accommodations because he suspected dangerous intruders remained secretly somewhere inside Slat Castle. 3 days later, Alicia finally revealed intruders belonged to Go Shoot mountain tribes led by Warid. Smoke bombs allowed mysterious intruders escaping successfully, while furious Merida abandoned immediate dangerous pursuit temporarily. Lies immediately organized search parties carefully, ordering guards investigate both castle grounds and surrounding towns. Angry continuously, Merida demanded remaining nearby until authorities identified shameless intruders spying upon her bedroom. Albert requested additional accommodations because he suspected dangerous intruders remained secretly somewhere inside Slat Castle. 3 days later, Alicia finally revealed intruders belonged to Goshoot mountain tribes, led by Worried. Hearing the envoy's arrival, Albert confidently arranged discussions before entering the secluded Ghostweed settlement. Meanwhile, Merida accompanied Albert and Lies through mountainous territory after Werid successfully handled official preparations. Crossing eastern mountains, Merida carried Albert carefully while nearby villagers guided their difficult journey onward. Embarrassed expressions appeared after Merida teased Albert continuously while traveling deeper through snowy mountain paths. Ahead of them, Albert warned Merida and Lies calmly before reaching the tribe's settlement entrance. Inside Ghostweed Village, Werid welcomed Albert's group warmly while introducing himself as respected tribal leader. Later, Merida observed beautiful mountain maidens carefully, remaining possessive toward Albert throughout their unfamiliar visit. Merida confidently supported Albert's mission, while Werid observed her bold behavior with growing curiosity. Suddenly, armed villagers surrounded Merida's group carefully, testing Albert's intentions inside unfamiliar mountain territory. Maintaining composure, Merida requested proper hospitality, while Werid admitted their threatening behavior seemed completely obvious. Inside the gathering hall, Alicia served mountain alcohol proudly, while Albert observed Ghostweed traditions quietly. After tasting unusual fruit liquor, Merida accepted the drink happily, despite its strange and aging flavor. Albert studied Ghostweed Village carefully, noticing Werid's leadership abilities among experienced mountain hunters. Curious about their intentions, Albert asked Werid regarding hidden negotiations behind the unusual invitation. While drinking mountain liquor, Werid explained concerns involving traditions and dangerous political relationships nearby. Political tensions continued spreading rapidly, causing Werid's tribe to lose their previous neutral position. After understanding everything clearly, Albert suggested uniting mountain tribes together under Werid's trusted leadership. Werid rejected Albert's proposal angrily, fearing his tribe would become persecuted enemies afterward. Calmly drinking beside Alicia, Merida trusted Albert completely and believed his strategy already remained prepared. Doubts continued troubling Werid because relying upon outside noble families threatened Ghostweed neutrality permanently. After listening carefully, Albert explained every faction possessed hidden motives beneath their public appearances. Finally, Werid accepted Albert's discussion seriously, while allowing further questions regarding future tribal cooperation. Albert discovered the Ghostweed tribe became isolated after conflicts involving the Sword of Hero followers. Werid explained sadly that neighboring mountain tribes accepted accusations and avoided Ghostweed people completely afterward. Food shortages worsened continuously, forcing Ghostweed villagers toward desperate survival decisions within harsh mountain conditions. After noticing widespread starvation, Merida suggested relocating temporarily towards Slat territory for necessary provisions. Hearing Alicia's proposal carefully, Werid accepted cooperation and requested Albert's strategy for protecting Ghostweed Village. Albert explained his strategy carefully, while Werid considered the proposal with growing interest afterward. Inspired by Albert's confidence, Werid decided uniting mountain tribes remained their tribe's only surviving opportunity. As future compensation, Werid promised Albert rare mountain products, beautiful women, and valuable alcohol supplies. Several months later, Merida celebrated successful progress while Albert's operation against Sword of Hero expanded steadily. Inside Slat territory, Lee's reported Ghostweed intelligence agents successfully gathered important information throughout foreign nations. Albert investigated Sword of Hero Church, discovering corruption beneath popular religious teachings recently. Meanwhile, corrupt priests exploited wars repeatedly while gathering wealth and manipulating desperate believers everywhere. Arriving at Fallbreck territory, Albert reunited peacefully with Margrave Stefan. After recent military conflicts ended, soon Merida happily reunited with her older sister, showing unusual affection during their emotional meeting. Laia advised Merida responsibly, while Albert learned more regarding influential demon nobility connections carefully. Laia interrupted Merida excitedly, requesting private sister bonding while preparing discussions with Albert afterward. Cheerful excitement filled the mansion as Merida happily followed Laia toward relaxing bath preparations together. Meanwhile, Albert discussed future operations seriously with Stephanie, targeting the dangerous Sword of Hero organization. After recent defeats weakened public trust, Albert proposed exposing corruption surrounding influential religious leaders publicly. Understanding Albert's intentions immediately, Stefan arranged meetings with important temple priests for their upcoming operation. Albert learned the Empire worshipped Alexius, while several nations followed different forbidden gods separately. Historical conflicts began after Udal believers condemned Alexius worshippers and labeled them dangerous heretics. Within Flexa Kingdom, priests trained aggressively, while Stefan invited important religious leaders toward his territory. During their private meeting, Stefan introduced Albert carefully, while discussing urgent matters involving church affairs. Surprised by Albert's sudden appearance, High Priest Sandal listened carefully regarding suspicious religious activities recently. Albert informed Sandal about marrying Merida before mentioning suspicious Sword of Hero activities. Stefan explained authorities investigated Sword of Hero members after criminal accusations spread throughout the Empire. Examining documents carefully, Albert questioned Sandal regarding possible connections with forbidden religious supporters. Defending Utel teachings passionately, Sandal condemned Sword of Hero extremists twisting religion toward ambitions. Satisfied by Sandal's response, Albert concluded the High Priest
Pokemon community game A Wild Omenet appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
As Sword of Hero followers spread religious violence continuously. To prove innocence publicly, Albert urged Sandal toward direct action against extremist organizations immediately. Reviewing noble connections carefully, Sandal discovered influential supporters secretly backed Sword of Hero activities. Enraged by corruption, Sandal vowed personally eliminating nobles supporting dangerous religious extremists completely. Satisfied with Sandal's cooperation, Albert and Stefan prepared operations against Alexa Kingdom conspirators. Together, Albert exposed Sword of Hero corruption publicly, damaging their influence throughout Utel Church followers significantly. Soon, expelled leaders triggered widespread scandals, causing frightened believers to abandon the extremist organization. Watching events unfold calmly, Albert predicted Sword of Hero supporters would eventually destroy themselves completely. Inside Alexa Kingdom, Orgus defended Zazan's political involvement, while arguing fiercely against his father, despite criticism surrounding Goran's birth. Orgus continued believing his younger brother deserved royal succession rights. Soon, Goran presented documents exposing Sword of Hero representatives connected closely with Orgus recently. Shocked by unexpected evidence, Orgus investigated secretly and discovered suspicious activities surrounding extremist supporters. After confirming everything carefully, Orgus agreed immediately to dissolve Sword of Hero proxies throughout Alexa Kingdom. After receiving Goran's warning,
Pokemon
Orgus
community
discovered
game
several
Omenet
supporting
escaped.
nobles belonged
No one
secretly
caught
to his
it.
family. Furious afterward, Orgus vowed personally to eliminate every Sword of Hero supporter without hesitation completely. Trusting Orgus entirely, the king ordered immediate destruction of dangerous extremist influences throughout Alexa Kingdom. Soon afterward, Orgus confronted Zazan, angrily regarding hidden information about Sword of Hero exiles recently. Shocked by official documents, Zazan realized Goran's faction already abandoned Sword of Hero supporters. Realizing Goran manipulated events carefully, Orgus worried greatly about losing important political influence. Determined to survive politically, Orgus ordered immediate arrests, targeting Bleach and Sword of Hero executives. Fearing exposure completely, Orgus secretly destroyed evidence connecting himself with illegal weapon supplies. Consumed by ambition, Orgus swore confidently he would never surrender Alexa Kingdom's throne peacefully. Several months later, Merida complained lazily about paperwork, while daydreaming happily about Leia beside Slat Castle. Merida distracted herself happily with Alicia's teasing while avoiding unfinished paperwork responsibilities afterward. Meanwhile, Lise received revealing clothing unexpectedly, causing Merida to become embarrassed and suspicious immediately afterward. Eventually, Albert returned home and discovered Irina exhausted after managing territory affairs without assistance continuously. Reviewing numerous reports carefully, Albert organized military training, construction projects, and expanding farmland development simultaneously. As territory improvements progressed steadily,
Can you stop using your claws against my arm, please? Thank you.
While preparing future expansion plans carefully, Warred organized emergency defensive preparations quickly, while mobilizing loyal mountain vassals across surrounding territories. Inside Slat territory, Albert reviewed reports showing successful exile operations against Sword of Hero supporters. Meanwhile, corrupt officials connected with extremist groups disappeared rapidly after Sandal expelled influential supporters publicly throughout the kingdom. Sword of Hero influence weakened dramatically following continuous political scandals and investigations. Satisfied with recent progress, Albert instructed Werid carefully to spread damaging information regarding exposed hero associates. After Werid disappeared suddenly, Albert trusted mountain intelligence agents while Irina remained suspicious. Later that evening, Merida approached Albert affectionately while wearing revealing clothes inside Slat Castle. Embarrassed, Merida reacted shyly after Albert praised her appearance and unusual outfit enthusiastically. Wanting additional rewards afterward, Merida prepared dinner personally while proudly serving Albert inside their residence. During their private meal, Merida fed Albert lovingly while becoming flustered by his teasing behavior. During Diamond Month, Werid proudly delivered progress reports regarding newly constructed warehouse defenses to Albert. After reviewing plans carefully, Albert approved reinforced warehouses designed against catapult attacks and dangerous raids. Soon, Albert inspected completed food warehouses while preparing emergency supplies for future sieges carefully. Continuing preparations, Albert instructed workers carefully to prevent rodents damaging important stored provisions completely. Later that day, Werid reported Sword of Hero scandals spreading rapidly throughout Alexa Kingdom territories. Werid reported Sword of Hero survivors escaped toward mountain territories after losing support inside Alexa Kingdom. Preparing future negotiations carefully, Albert accepted Werid's offer supporting operations throughout mountain settlements. To ensure Albert's safety, Werid arranged trustworthy escorts before entering dangerous mountain territories. Soon, Werid introduced his daughter Luminous, assigning her personally as Albert's temporary bodyguard. Although appearing gentle outwardly, Luminous possessed remarkable abilities, while Marada admired her beast folk appearance enthusiastically. Feeling anxious, Merida requested additional protection, while Albert prepared dangerous mountain negotiations carefully. Touched by Liza's loyalty, Merida hugged her tightly while expressing overwhelming affection and gratitude. Before departing again, Albert entrusted Irina and Melvis carefully with managing Slat territory responsibilities. Preparing for another mission, Albert traveled toward mountain territories while Merida requested joining desperately. Despite Merida's complaints, Alicia forced her toward paperwork, while Albert continued his dangerous journey. Inside tribe headquarters, Hakim Warihara described mountain people customs and neutral political stance. Smiling calmly, Albert revealed the Demon King's command, demanding
Kaito Destiny Shine Wolfed. Welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Shine Wolfed. Welcome to my channel.
Shocked by Albert's statement, Hakim admitted several mountain people rejected supporting the Heroes faction. Seeking peace instead of conflict, Albert requested negotiations before unnecessary war consumed mountain territory. Across mountain regions, Albert planned alliances carefully while preparing rewards for cooperative tribal leaders. Opening the treasure case, Albert offered gold bars securing peace among divided mountain communities. Although suspicious toward Empire, Hakim admitted radical hero supporters threatened stability across mountain tribes. Suddenly, Merida demanded extermination of every mountain believer opposing the Empire's growing authority completely. Remaining calm, Albert separated extremists from moderates while proposing stronger mountain people relations. Accepting Albert's proposal, Hakim prepared mountain tribes for dangerous conflict approaching soon. Before leaving, Hakim requested reports regarding every tribe supporting the Heroes faction carefully. Days later, Albert entered Warihara territory and introduced himself to mountain villagers politely. Welcoming Albert warmly, residents shared food, alcohol, and stories about Hakim's growing influence. While drinking together, Albert investigated tribal loyalties and discovered increasing hero movement support secretly. Originally, Mountain People Society consisted of beastmen hunters and settled human farming communities together. After hero worship spread rapidly, disputes emerged between settlers and traditional beastmen mountain tribes. Growing tensions
let's see here.
because leaders feared outsiders learning about internal mountain conflicts completely. Following investigations, Albert discovered moderates dominated most tribes, while extremists represented dangerous smaller factions. According to Albert's findings, radical supporters lived near Alexa's border and rejected peaceful negotiations. Days later, Albert targeted undecided moderates after confirming extremists drove the conflict primarily. Without warning, armed followers burned village fields while accusing residents of hiding dangerous traitors secretly. Demanding larger donations, fanatics threatened peaceful villagers despite loyalty toward hero religious teachings. Terrified citizens surrendered valuables immediately after believers labeled resisting villagers dangerous heretics publicly. Watching extortion continue, Albert realized villagers deeply hated the hero's violent radical supporters. After succeeding, Albert comforted Linus while she regretted deceiving innocent mountain villagers temporarily. Standing within the forest, Linus promised Albert continued support during every difficult mission faithfully. Later, Albert returned confiscated donations, earning gratitude from villagers suffering extremist oppression recently. Meanwhile, radical followers prepared another attack against southern mountain settlements under hero organization leadership. Inside headquarters, priests realized repeated village attacks destroyed their supporters and reputation gradually. Inside temple headquarters, Leech prepared receiving believers offering generous religious donations respectfully. Disguised as loyal supporter, Albert presented gold bars while praising the hero's sacred mission publicly. Receiving blessings calmly, Albert pretended gratitude before mentioning an important concern requiring immediate attention. Opening the letter carefully, Leech learned Beastman demanded action against corrupt temple members secretly. Convinced by Albert's scheme, Leech dismissed investigations and ordered soldiers capturing the letter's writer. Accused of inciting rebellion, the faction leader was arrested by armed temple soldiers immediately. Following Albert's manipulation, the captured leader surrendered Leech's secrets while begging desperately for survival. Soon, Albert arranged forged betrayal letters, deepening growing distrust among extremist supporters further. Meanwhile, Werid and his daughter spread accusations carefully, causing leaders executing one another repeatedly. Eventually, Bleach's weakened organization collapsed completely after fanatic conflicts escalated into violent power struggles. Inside Warihara village, Hakim learned tribes wanted him leading all mountain people ceremonially. Meanwhile, Albert explained Elwyn family would secretly control authority behind Hakim's neutral public position. Accepting the arrangement confidently, Werid promised loyalty, while Albert protected mountain tribes peacefully alive. Considering Albert's proposal carefully, Hakim agreed uniting every village under shared leadership. Eventually, before departing, Albert assigned Hakim responsibility persuading remaining villages. Within 2 months, successfully. Returning to Ashley Castle, Merida welcomed Albert happily after completing family leadership responsibilities successfully. As reward, Albert introduced Luminous as Merida's newest retainer and trusted subordinate officially. Excited by the appointment, Merida promoted Luminous into her personal security manager immediately. Later that evening, Merida dragged embarrassed Luminous away while preparing bedtime together eagerly upstairs. During the following month, Albert focused on projects while workers expanded settlement infrastructure steadily. Raymore's workers joined Albert's faction after rebuilding settlements abandoned by struggling refugees successfully. Meanwhile, Merida became beloved among village children, despite frightening adults with overwhelming strength, unexpectedly. Months later, Albert learned persuasion efforts succeeded and gathered tribal chiefs for negotiations immediately. Confident about preparations, Albert ordered Merida, preparing herself before destroying the Sword of Hero completely. Inside Warihara village, Hakim gathered tribal leaders to confirm agreements against the Sword of Hero.
Okay,
During discussions, several chiefs warned Albert that extremist followers still influenced certain eastern mountain tribes. Unexpectedly appearing beside Hakim, Albert shocked attendees after revealing himself as the Elwyn family strategist. Although surprised by Albert's youthful appearance, tribal leaders respected his intelligence and diplomatic achievements immediately. Later, Albert casually discussed regional affairs while secretly gathering information about influential tribal family connections. During another gathering, Albert warned leaders about repeating Sword of Hero violent fanaticism completely. Receiving unanimous support, Albert celebrated alongside villagers while strengthening trust through shared drinking festivities. Discussing conditions, Albert learned Bleach isolated himself within heavily guarded mountain fortress defenses recently. Recognizing the opportunity immediately, Albert ordered Merida preparing troops before attacking Bleach's organization directly. Soon, urgent reports reached Alexa's residence as military movements spread across mountain territories rapidly. Inside Alexa Kingdom, officials discovered documents linking Prince Orgus with Sword of Hero donations secretly. Shocked by evidence, nobles questioned whether forged signatures threatened Orgus's political reputation permanently. As defections increased rapidly, Orgus ordered investigators uncovering whoever leaked damaging financial donation information publicly. Meanwhile, Merida arrived alongside soldiers after Albert requested military assistance for mountain operations urgently. Pleased by Merida's speed, Albert realized their campaign could finally begin ahead, scheduled successfully. Excited for battle, Merida and demon warriors prepared themselves before attacking extremist forces aggressively. Concerned about Ashley Castle's safety, Albert questioned Merida regarding defensive responsibilities during military campaigns. Despite understanding dangers, Merida insisted experienced commanders remained necessary throughout dangerous fortress assault operations. Annoyed by recklessness, Albert punished Merida and Preston before continuing preparations for the planned invasion. Standing before troops, Albert ordered Merida minimizing casualties while securing victory against demon forces. Leading the assault personally, Merida commanded demon soldiers towards heavily defended mountain fortress aggressively. As defenders panicked inside, demon warriors advanced relentlessly, while arrows rained across battlefields continuously. Ignoring attacks completely, Preston charged forward fearlessly, while breaking enemy defensive formations apart violently. Surrounded by archers, Preston deflected countless arrows effortlessly, before continuing unstoppable fortress advance further. Watching battles calmly, Albert analyzed Preston's reckless fighting style, while demon forces breached defenses. After breaching fortress gates, Preston eagerly led demon soldiers deeper into enemy territory aggressively. Meanwhile, Marita joined the assault enthusiastically, while Preston's squad overwhelmed defenders throughout corridors quickly. Unable enduring demon attacks, terrified soldiers abandoned positions and attempted escaping collapsing fortress desperately. Watching battles calmly, Albert praised troop coordination, while Merida complained about weak opponents repeatedly. Cornered inside narrow hallways, enemy soldiers attacked Merida recklessly before suffering complete defeat immediately. Surrounded by terrified soldiers, Merida overwhelmed every defender attacking her inside fortress hallways effortlessly. Despite defeating countless enemies already, Merida continued seeking stronger opponents, satisfying violent battle instincts completely. Terrified surviving soldiers realized Albert's strategies had completely shattered their remaining military resistance entirely. Before leaving battlefield operations, Albert entrusted Merida, eliminating remaining enemies throughout the captured fortress carefully.
Pokemon community game A Wild Mana appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Inside the underground fortress, Bleach discovered Albert infiltrated his hideout alongside armed demon soldiers successfully. Threatened by Albert immediately, Bleach revealed the hidden treasure location after suffering painful interrogation violently. Pretending kindness carefully, Albert promised Bleach safe escape after receiving information regarding hidden Imperial gold.
Kaito Destiny at Watson, welcome to my channel.
Treasure storage containing enormous
At
amounts
Watson
of stolen
Sprite.
wealth. Calculating
At
future
Kaito Destiny
influence
at
carefully,
Watson,
Albert
welcome to my
Hello,
channel.
Watson. Welcome to my fluffy madness.
Warren praised Albert's intelligence, believing frightened mountain people would willingly support his dangerous political ambitions. Hakim celebrated future grandchildren while helping Warrid transport enormous stolen treasure throughout hidden underground corridors. Bleach happily trusted Albert's promise, unknowingly walking directly toward hidden soldiers surrounding escape tunnels completely. Realizing Albert's betrayal too late, Bleach panicked desperately after discovering every escape route completely blocked. Albert mocked Bleach's foolish loyalty before transferring command authority directly toward Lady Merida during battle. Laughing excitedly, Merida terrified surrendering soldiers, while swinging massive weapon across battlefields mercilessly. Enjoying overwhelming victories completely, Merida proudly observed frightened enemies retreating throughout ruined fortresses. Standing before captured survivors, Merida announced Bleach's
Pokemon
defeat
community
while
game
demanding
Mana
unconditional
escaped.
surrender immediately.
No one caught it.
Disappointed by surrendering enemies, Preston encouraged surviving soldiers continue fighting against demon warriors fearlessly. Unsatisfied with easy victories, Merida challenged remaining enemies' attacks simultaneously. Despite overwhelming battlefield destruction, following internal conflicts, Albert focused completely on weakening remaining Sword of Hero support.
Okay, so we still got one.
Meanwhile, Marida and Preston happily anticipated future battles, while continuing supporting Albert's growing ambitions loyally. Inside Ashley Castle, Albert carefully reviewed expensive construction requests, supporting newly connected mountain settlements infrastructure. Soon, Preston and Marida arrived requesting another large-scale military training exercise approval immediately. Hearing their proposal, Albert worried because recent battles already consumed enormous war preparation funds previously. Ignoring Albert's concerns completely, Preston and Merida argued intensely regarding leadership during upcoming military operations. Annoyed by endless arguing, Albert punished Preston and Merida using strict Elwyn family reflection discipline. Albert scolded Preston and Merida harshly for abandoning Ashley Castle during dangerous military operations. Attempting excuses desperately, Preston blamed Merida, while avoiding responsibility regarding Ashley Castle's weakened defenses completely. Confidently defending herself, Merida insisted Lizatan remain the best battlefield commander. During recent combat situations, ignoring further arguments, Albert assigned Marida enormous administrative paperwork, instead additional reflection group punishment, immediately. Realizing overwhelming workload awaited her, Marida reluctantly accepted Albert's strict administrative disciplinary decision silently. Inside Ashley Castle, Albert reviewed proposals increasing battlefield medics and prosthetic research funding carefully. Recognizing severe wartime injuries, Albert considered recruiting Alco family specialists, improving Demon Tribe medical treatment. After approving technological investments, Albert continued reviewing reports regarding expanding Marie's trading company operations strategically. Warren warned Albert rising military expenses threatened exhausting resources supporting mountain people alliances across territories. Fortunately, Warren delivered valuable mountain goods, helping Albert stabilize expanding trade operations successfully. Albert discovered unusual firewater burning strongly, prompting curiosity regarding potential industrial and military applications. Warren explained abundant petroleum reserves existed locally, although difficult transporting safely across surrounding territories. Recognizing petroleum's potential, Albert planned developing advanced weapons, supporting Demon Tribe military operations strategically. Latter, Albert considered citrus fruits and herbs useful neutralizing unpleasant petroleum odors during transportation processes. Ashley suggested wealthy nobles purchasing fragrant products enthusiastically, helping Albert expand profitable regional trading networks. Albert proposed establishing distillation facilities, creating profitable aromatic oils supporting Goshuit village economic development successfully. Ashley approved cosmetic production plans, believing wealthy nobles would eagerly purchase expensive essential oil products. Several weeks later, Marita enthusiastically tested fragrant prototypes, while Albert carefully observed customer reactions. Luminous received lavender oil treatments personally administered carefully, helping Albert evaluate fragrance quality and effectiveness. Eventually, scented oils and cosmetics achieved massive commercial success, greatly enriching Goshuit tribe merchants financially. Albert expanded cosmetic distribution nationwide, increasing mountain people prosperity through Merida's successful commercial partnerships. During Rose Quartz Month, Albert, Merida, and Lies received summonses from the Demon King. Merida ignored Albert's concerns completely, believing their royal summons involved harmless administrative discussions instead. Later, Merida relaxed beside Luminous, enjoying playful moments while temporarily abandoning official responsibilities. Luminous blushed nervously whenever Merida touched her tail, causing embarrassing reactions throughout their interaction. Luminous hurt Merida playfully before Albert interrupted, reminding him about scheduled royal audience preparations inside private chambers. Merida greeted Demon King happily, while servants prepared luxurious welcoming meals. Merida presented valuable fruit wine gifts proudly, hoping Demon King enjoyed imported beverages greatly. Demon King appreciated Albert's perfumes immediately, praising pleasant fragrance and refined production quality highly. Merida offered additional cosmetic products confidently, supporting Albert's expanding commercial influence throughout Demon territories. Albert and Lies entered respectfully, while Demon King welcomed them, preparing discussions beside imported wine. During dinner, Demon King praised Albert's tactics, acknowledging mountain people territory changed dramatically under Elwyn leadership. Albert explained mountain people loyalty resulted from Elwyn influence, strengthening valuable territorial alliances considerably. Merida's popularity with Luminous convinced Demon King abandoning extermination plans benefited political relationships greatly. Albert realized Demon King intended eliminating mountain people completely, narrowly avoiding disastrous political consequences previously. Demon King praised Albert's achievements, acknowledging mountain people integration strengthened imperial stability throughout territories. Albert nervously explained complications occurred recently, despite Demon King trusting his strategic intelligence completely. Albert admitted assigning Lies Ashley Castle responsibility created political misunderstandings among important demon families. Merida defended Lies passionately, reminding everyone she rescued Demon Tribe members during dangerous conflicts successfully. Albert remained cautious, believing Lies required improvement before earning complete political trust permanently. Albert informed Demon King regarding noble families supporting remnants from Sword Hero faction secretly. Reports revealed Floyga family prepared defecting toward Alexa Kingdom, threatening regional political stability severely. Albert explained enemy armies planned attacking Ashley Castle, while supporting Alco military operations secretly. Floyga soldiers recruited surviving Sword Hero followers desperately, strengthening forces before upcoming territorial conflicts significantly. Albert proposed destroying Floyga family entirely, allowing Demon King expanding territorial authority successfully. Demon King approved Albert's ruthless proposal, legally targeting Floyga family through official imperial authority immediately. Lord Glyce's incompetence convinced Demon King supporting Albert's aggressive plans benefited imperial stability greatly everywhere. Albert recommended assigning Lies investigations carefully, proving loyalty toward Demon King through successful military operations. Lies accepted responsibilities proudly, while Merida enthusiastically anticipated destroying Floyga forces during upcoming battles completely. Demon King encouraged overwhelming force against resistance, transforming military invasion into officially sanctioned territorial inspection missions. Merida organized Elwyn forces carefully, while Albert prepared formations against approaching Alexa Kingdom armies. Preston and Merida accepted Albert's strict commands, avoiding punishment inside dreaded special reflection chambers. Albert accompanied excited Merida toward Floyga territory, anticipating battles against kingdoms supporting noble families. Inside Southern Village, Lees approached residents alongside Albert's armed Imperial investigation squad carefully. Facing the nervous chief, Albert declared Imperial authority while guards surrounded the residents silently. Without hesitation, Lies warned everyone against resistance as anxious villagers lowered their heads nervously. Suddenly, Merida entered carrying an enormous sword, frightening villagers recognizing the legendary bloodthirsty demon immediately. Raising both hands desperately, the chief insisted hidden villagers were harmless visiting relatives, temporarily, calmly confronting the chief. Lees exposed hidden cooperation with dangerous mountain tribe criminals recently. Hooded villagers questioned Albert angrily, doubting whether Glyes approved the Imperial investigation occurring there, maintaining authority. Albert warned crowds against placing Glyes' influence above the Emperor's command publicly. Soon, Imperial soldiers discovered suspicious gold ingots and secret letters connected toward Glyes' faction. Smiling coldly, Lees announced rebellion charges while condemning the chief's family under Imperial law immediately. Terrified by Merida's sword, the chief denied every rebellion accusation against himself immediately. Sweating heavily, the frightened chief blamed Glyes, while insisting he never opposed Imperial government before. Listening carefully, Albert demanded honesty after hearing the chief offer half his hidden fortune.
Black Pearls
Merida threatened harsher punishment, while lowering her blade toward the trembling chief directly. Completely broken by fear, the chief surrendered everything while begging desperately for mercy and survival. Relieved by Albert's decision, the chief thanked him while promising complete obedience from now onward. Meanwhile, frightened villagers swore silence as Albert warned against hiding additional criminal activities calmly anymore. Smiling confidently, Albert revealed Imperial soldiers already investigated the tribe's remaining secret hideouts successfully. Across the village, Imperial forces arrested tribe members connected with Sword of Hero organization quickly. Later, the chief's son accepted responsibility quietly, helping authorities complete arrests without further resistance. Discovering his father's rebellion involvement, the chief's son assisted Imperial forces with valuable information secretly. During investigations, Albert trusted the young man enough assigning dangerous capture operations carefully nearby. Although Merida opposed leniency strongly, Albert accepted betrayal risks while trusting the frightened youth continuously, deeply moved. The chief's son pledged loyalty while Albert prepared precautions against future betrayal quietly. Soon, reports revealed Glyes and followers attempted escaping toward Kingdom of Alexa, urgently. Near the border, Merida pursued Glyes' group, while terrifying soldiers scattered across mountain roads. Believing safety awaited beyond Imperial territory, Glyes ordered followers, ignoring Merida's relentless pursuit.
My kitty cats are loving up on my feet.
Albert encouraged Merida while soldiers prepared surrounding attacks against fleeing enemies immediately. Realizing dangerous formation mistakes, Glyes ordered separation desperately before Merida hunted remaining traitors mercilessly. Suddenly, arrows struck Glyes repeatedly, while furious soldiers cursed Merida during chaotic border pursuit battles. With terrifying speed, Merida defeated fleeing soldiers, while finishing remaining border resistance completely. Meanwhile, Albert waited calmly beside companions while monitoring kingdom armies approaching planned ambush locations. Without delay, Merida ordered movement towards Slat territory, while wolves collected battlefield remained silent. Meanwhile, Duke Brolish guided Alexa armies confidently through hidden shortcuts into Slat territory directly, believing victory guaranteed. Duke Brolish prepared seizing Slat Castle before attacking distracted Elven forces immediately. Confident about victory, Duke Brolish planned surrounding Elven forces through coordinated multi-directional attacks simultaneously. Meanwhile, Merida watched marching armies calmly, while considering them helpless prey wandering into danger unknowingly. Completely unaware, Alexa soldiers advanced carelessly after trusting false intelligence from Warad's manipulated information network. Growing impatient quickly, Glyes urged Albert beginning operations before Warad escaped beyond prepared battlefield traps. Accepting the timing immediately, Albert launched ambushes while Merida's forces released massive rocks against advancing enemies. Without warning, enormous rocks crashed downward, crushing horses while panic spread among Alexa soldiers, separated by fallen boulders.
Water there, water there.
After retreat routes became blocked completely behind, watching calmly, Albert ordered another attack phase while Warad's allies prepared hidden barrels carefully. Moments later, strange liquid covered frightened soldiers before hidden warriors ignited flames across battlefields surrounded by fire. Terrified soldiers attempted retreating while Duke Brawlish forced troops forward desperately. Pleased by spreading flames, Merida praised burning black liquid collected from Moon Mountain previously. Excited for battle, Lees gathered warriors while Albert encouraged attacking frightened enemy rear guards immediately. Rushing recklessly ahead, Merida overwhelmed retreating soldiers, while archers prepared surrounding attacks from hidden positions, trapped between flames and cliffs. Desperate Alexa soldiers charged forward, despite certain death awaiting. Swinging her massive blade joyfully, Merida challenged surviving enemies while Lies demanded remaining opponents herself. Leading Albert's strategy confidently, Lies ordered soldiers blocking enemy escape routes across nearby battlefields immediately. Charging recklessly forward, Merida overwhelmed terrified soldiers.
It's all saved up, so I don't have to worry about it.
Everywhere. Suddenly, a massive demon warrior confronted advancing troops aggressively, preparing brutal resistance against Merida's approaching forces. Facing Alexa's battlefield forces, Merida recognized giant northern exiles, supporting enemy soldiers during fighting, confident about victory. Lord Dama challenged Merida directly while seeking status through defeating opponents. Without hesitation, Merida blocked Dama's enormous weapon while surrounding soldiers watched their confrontation nervously. Despite resisting fiercely, Merida became overwhelmed temporarily, shocking troops witnessing her forced retreat backward. Laughing arrogantly, Lord Dama mocked Merida confidently while preparing another devastating attack against enemies. Recovering quickly, Merida counterattacked aggressively, while forcing Dama backward during their violent battlefield confrontation nearby. Smiling
Pokemon community game A Wild Beat Reel appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Enraged beyond reason. Dama charged wildly again, while Merida continued humiliating his failed attacks publicly. Without hesitation, Merida shattered Dama's teeth brutally, while reminding enemies about her overwhelming battlefield strength, clearly completely defeated. Dama collapsed painfully, while Merida mocked his weakness before frightened soldiers silent. Standing calmly, Merida ignored Dama's threats while provoking reckless battlefield attacks immediately. Catching Dama's massive weapon barehanded, Merida shocked soldiers.
Oliver, come on! Off!
First hand.
Bothering my man.
Instantly, Merida prepared brutal punishment after Dama's repeated insults during combat. Without hesitation, Merida hurled enormous blows violently toward Dama, crushing soldiers completely. Terrified troops retreated immediately while believing Merida served a terrifying evil god. Smiling confidently, Merida noticed enemy commanders disappearing while searching battlefields for targets. Observing spreading flames, soldiers warned Merida about slowing movements across burning battlefields. Determined to prove herself, Merida hunted enemy commanders while carrying her massive weapon. Meanwhile, Duke Brawlish organized remaining soldiers nervously after enemy cavalry approached battlefield positions. Charging through collapsing formations, Merida targeted isolated commanders, attempting desperate resistance. Introducing herself proudly, Merida targeted Duke Brawlish directly, while advancing
Pokemon
through
community
collapsing
game
enemy
Beat Reel
formations,
escaped.
surrounding
No one
terrified
caught it.
commanders. Merida slaughtered defending soldiers while pursuing Duke Brawlish relentlessly across battlefields. Enjoying combat, Merida scattered troops violently, while commanders demanded reinforcements desperately. Closing distance rapidly, Merida cornered Duke Brawlish while blocking every escape attempt. Suddenly, Merida's strike missed unexpectedly, leaving soldiers staring toward battlefield shadows nervously. Restraining Duke Brawlish firmly, Merida threatened execution while soldiers hesitated approaching their commander. Feeling exhaustion suddenly, Merida searched for Wraither while struggling to maintain consciousness during battle. Using Duke Brawlish carefully, Merida forced soldiers clearing escape routes across battlefield areas. Noticing Merida weakening, soldiers attempted rescuing Duke Brawlish while begging for mercy. Suddenly, arrows struck Duke Brawlish repeatedly while Merida questioned soldiers betraying their commander, leaving collapsing battlefields quickly. Exhausted, Merida continued pursuing Duke Brawlish, despite worsening physical conditions. Suddenly feeling nauseous, Merida struggled walking properly, while her vision blurred across burning battlefield surroundings. Noticing Merida weakening dangerously, enemy soldiers attempted surrounding her while preparing another desperate attack immediately. Arriving suddenly beside Merida, Wraither defeated approaching enemies swiftly while questioning her unusual battlefield conditions seriously. Smiling weakly, Merida admitted exhaustion honestly, while trusting Wraithor, handling remaining battlefield enemies temporarily. Merida carried Duke Brawlish's severed head, while secretly hiding worsening exhaustion from surrounding allies. Wraither enthusiastically led demon soldiers forward, terrifying retreating enemy forces across burning battlefields. Concerned about Albert discovering weaknesses, Merida requested assistance reaching advantageous positions overlooking enemy encampments. Meanwhile, Raithor aggressively commanded assaulting warriors directly
I
toward
can't
heavily
leave my
defended Elwyn Army
shipyard
Command
out like
headquarters.
this.
Despite worsening sickness, Merida advanced carefully, while enemy soldiers struggled resisting Raithor's brutal offensive. Rathor informed Albert their successful campaign caused devastating enemy casualties and massive battlefield captures. Albert calmly reviewed reports describing executed nobles, defeated officers, and overwhelming battlefield victories achieved. Pleased with minimal losses, Albert confirmed their dangerous fire strategy successfully crushed opposing rebel forces.
Nope, that was a fucky wucky. That was a fucky wucky.
Generated enormous profits.
Let me up.
Military suppression operations conducted. Mountain tribes strengthened Albert's influence considerably while providing valuable laborers, resources, and loyal regional alliances.
We have to repair this
Albert
now.
welcomed
Alright.
victorious Merida home, celebrating weakening Elwyn forces and successful battlefield conquests. Suddenly exhausted, Merida collapsed beside Albert, frightening
Fiber
attendants with
thatch,
alarming
metal,
sickness
wood.
symptoms immediately. While healers rushed desperately toward Merida's tent, enemy commanders angrily discussed catastrophic military failures. Royal officers received Duke Brolish's severed head, alongside messages describing devastating battlefield humiliation. Despite overwhelming defeat, surviving commanders carefully examined mysterious letters accompanying Brolish's gruesome remains. Exiled nobles secretly celebrated Albert's downfall while plotting violent conquest throughout weakened Tiana territories. Fearing retaliation, advisors warned commanders about southern rebellions, threatening remaining loyal military strongholds immediately. Desperate officials prepared emergency defenses, while urgently distributing letters requesting reinforcements across surrounding regions. Enraged commanders cursed Albert repeatedly, threatening severe punishments against soldiers refusing dangerous frontline deployments. At Ashley Castle, Merida remained bedridden, fearing her worsening condition might become fatal. Seeing her distress, Alberto clasped Merida's hand and promised he would protect her no matter what. Before Alberto could calm himself, a maid reported Lady Frey's arrival, claiming she understood Merida's condition. Frey explained that Merida's suffering did not come from disease, poison, curses, or injuries. After reflecting on Frey's question, Merida remembered that her monthly cycle had been absent for months. Alicia congratulated Merida and prepared warm clothes, while Alberto remained confused by her unexpected excitement. After hearing Alicia's explanation, Alberto realized Merida was pregnant, leaving her shocked and speechless. Merida repeated the news in disbelief, then rose from bed before Alberto warned against sudden movement. Frey suggested offering prayers for the baby, then reminded Alberto his responsibilities would increase. Another warrior praised Alberto's accomplishments while Alberto searched a cave for supplies and answers. Inside the cave, a veteran warrior assured Alberto that several targets would arrive soon. The warrior explained their attack pattern and instructed Alberto to strike before they lunged. When a massive snake emerged from the darkness, Alberto froze briefly, stunned by its enormous size. The warrior encouraged Alberto to claim the serpent's head, believing the offering would bless Merida and their child. Thinking of Merida and their unborn child, Alberto charged forward and confronted the swift serpent. After studying the serpent's movements, Alberto waited, then struck when the creature launched forward. The warrior praised Alberto's success, but warned that spilled blood would attract many more hungry serpents. Surrounded by approaching snakes, Alberto questioned whether gathering blessings for his family required such dangerous trials. The warrior dismissed Alberto's concerns and insisted enduring hardship was necessary to secure greater blessings. While worrying about Merida's childbirth, Alberto remembered even advanced societies feared unexpected complications during pregnancy. Remembering Merida and their unborn child, Alberto strengthened his resolve and prepared to face every serpent. Alberto blocked a charging serpent, then counterattacked, earning praise from the veteran warrior. As more serpents emerged from deeper tunnels, Alberto prayed for blessings and continued fighting. After defeating many serpents, Alberto lowered his sword while the warrior counted the collected offerings. Exhausted by blood and foul odors, Alberto endured his discomfort and helped gather every severed head. When Alberto returned, Merida praised his efforts and felt reassured about their child's future. The collected serpent heads impressed everyone, proving Alberto had endured considerable danger for his family. Merida ordered preparations for the blessing ritual, while the gathered warriors celebrated the successful offering. At the Temple of Alexius, Alberto entrusted the offerings to the high priest for inspection. After accepting the offerings, the priests prepared a traditional ceremony to invoke blessings upon Alberto's loved ones. Following the successful ritual, Merida praised Alberto's determination, and the celebration began with drinks for everyone. The warriors congratulated him, expressing confidence that their child would inherit remarkable strength and courage. As the feast continued, guests debated the baby's future, while discussing family traditions and martial training. Hearing their exaggerated plans, Alberto became overwhelmed and rested against Merida while she watched. Setting those concerns aside, Alberto and Merida focused on welcoming their child safely into the world. Resting beside Merida, Alberto judged that he could handle family responsibilities while staying close to her. Merida became excited after learning Imperial law allowed Alberto to recovery. Alberto assured Merida that her well-being mattered as much as their child, easing her worries. Reflecting on their journey together, Alberto realized his ambitions had changed into genuine love and devotion. Alberto and Merida imagined their future together and eagerly awaited their child's arrival. As the celebration continued, the gathering slowly turned into a friendly competition between proud muscular warriors. 1 month later, Alberto reviewed financial reports while managing affairs during Merida's temporary absence. Earlier that month, Alberto had escorted Merida and Lise toward the imperial capital by carriage. The journey aimed to report Lise's achievements and arrange temporary replacements for Merida's official duties. With Merida's pregnancy requiring attention, trusted officials and Alicia assumed greater responsibilities throughout the territory. Lise earned widespread praise after restoring order to the chaotic Bafust region. Following the Floiga family's downfall, although challenges remained, officials considered Lise's achievements impressive and credited her efforts with strengthening regional stability. Upon returning home, Merida received a warm welcome and anticipated sharing encouraging news with Alberto. Merida revealed her meeting had exceeded expectations, surprising Alberto with news of valuable territorial gains. Excited about their growing future, Alberto and Merida imagined raising children together under safer circumstances. While reviewing an official document, Alberto expected favorable news until the contents left him completely stunned. Reading further, Alberto realized the promised Bafust territory was replaced with ownership rights over Arcana instead. Examining the map, Alberto learned Arcana once belonged to Alexa, but later became Imperial territory. Although the arrangement appeared questionable, Alberto recognized the region no longer belonged to the Kingdom of Alexa. Meanwhile, Merida interpreted the decree and believed conquering Arcana would officially secure their new territory. Alberto felt disappointed because he expected Bafust as a reward, yet received no secure territory. Examining the map, Alberto realized Arcana remained hostile land and suspected the Demon King was testing him. That evening, overwhelmed by frustration and exhaustion, Alberto lay awake and mourned his misfortune. Recruited capable members from the Ashute tribe. Meanwhile, Luminous continued supporting House Elwyn by carrying out missions and protecting important people. As development progressed, standardized laws, irrigation projects, and tax records strengthened House Elwyn's growing economy. Despite these improvements, the costly campaign against the Sword Hero left Alberto seeking additional sources of revenue. Thinking about Merida, their child, and Arcana's future, Alberto resolved to increase earnings significantly. The Demon King's castle. Discussions began regarding proposals that would affect control over Imperial territories. During the debate, Dors von Warspan opposed the motion and demanded restrictions remain enforced. During the council meeting, the Demon King listened to the nobles before promising to review their concerns. After the session ended, the Demon King expressed frustration because Dors opposed nearly every proposed reform. Determined to protect the Empire, the Demon King resolved to prevent incompetent figures from approaching power, reflecting on history. She recalled how Emperor Wagner's disastrous rule weakened governance throughout the Empire. Poor leadership had encouraged noble rebellions and military failures, creating years of instability across the realm. Recalling past tragedies, the Demon King explained how reformists were silenced and assassinated before achieving change. The deaths of those reformers left lasting scars, shaping the convictions of many loyal noble families. During a later imperial election, opponents unfairly blamed the Demon King for those earlier deaths. Although the accusations lacked merit, rival factions exploited them and damaged her political standing. The controversy strengthened Doris's influence, allowing him to gain supporters, despite losing the election. The Demon King explained that Arcana remains difficult to conquer, yet Merida possessed capable allies beside her. Believing Alberto could become an exceptional ruler, the Demon King entrusted part of her plans to him. Licht pledged full cooperation if Alberto requested assistance, hoping to restore honor to his family. After receiving his orders, Licht returned home and began preparing for future operations. Meanwhile, Merida invited Liz closer and warmly shared her excitement about the growing child. While resting indoors, Merida felt the baby move strongly, and she excitedly shared the moment with Liz. A maid informed Alberto that a candidate for the wet nurse position had arrived, treating to remain professional. Alberto prepared for the interview, despite distractions caused by unusual introductions. The applicant appeared embarrassed while Alberto questioned several strange details about her appearance. Alicia and Luminous concluded the interview outcome seemed obvious from Alberto's reaction. While discussing the wet nurse candidate, Merida approved and expressed confidence in the woman's suitability. Merida explained that entrusting her child required complete trust, so she wanted to evaluate the candidate personally. The nervous applicant admitted a concern, while Merida encouraged her to explain the issue. After hearing the explanation, Alberto realized the concern was manageable and reassured the candidate. Alicia revealed she had coached the applicant beforehand, leaving Alberto amused by the entire situation. After the interview concluded, Berta officially became Liz's wet nurse and settled into castle life. The rabbit beastman's gentle nature made them ideal servants, leading many families to hire them. As wealthy households expanded, demand for skilled servants increased throughout the region during the new year. Recognizing the opportunity, Alberto's network trained rabbit beastmen and placed them in influential households. By New Year celebrations, Alberto's organization had gained new income sources while expanding its information network. Merida discovered many retainers had become complacent and neglected their responsibilities. Alberto noted that even government officials seemed distracted after spending extended periods away from their duties. Unwilling to tolerate declining standards, Merida demanded renewed discipline and urged everyone to pursue greater achievements. After her warning, the retainers apologized. While Alberto reminded them
Pokemon community game A wild
Merida
ruler
encouraged
appears catch
everyone
it
to work
using
harder,
Poke
explaining
Catch.
their efforts
Winners
would
revealed
benefit
in
both their
90s.
families and future generations. Merida warned everyone that another demanding year awaited them, but the retainers promised their unwavering support. Watching the crowd's response, Alberto credited Alicia's efforts, while acknowledging Merida's growing influence within House Elwyn. Merida declared that once her child arrived, they would resume their military ambitions. Before enthusiasm spread further, Alberto reminded everyone that decisions about war remained entirely his responsibility. After the meeting ended, the warriors proposed training exercises, eager to begin the year's preparations. Although pregnant, Merida insisted on observing the upcoming training exercises and encouraging the warriors. When Merida requested additional funding, Alberto refused and reminded her about the limited training budget. Alberto warned that excessive training requests would require salary reductions, immediately discouraging further complaints from everyone. Faced with Alberto's proposal, the officers abandoned their demands and accepted the financial limitations. After the discussion, Merida returned to rest while the officers prepared for physical conditioning drills. Alberto dismissed the gathering and ordered every civil servant to perform responsibilities properly throughout the year. As officials departed, Alberto cheerfully admitted that his own workload remained substantial despite the meeting. Luminous arrived beside a royal messenger who carried an announcement directly from the Demon King. The messenger explained that the Demon King celebrated Merida's pregnancy and granted Alberto
Pokemon community game ruler escaped. No one caught
opened
it.
the sealed letter immediately, wondering what unexpected reward awaited him. Inside Royal Chamber, Albert examined letter appointing Lady Merida Arcana Territory landowner officially. Soon masked envoy promised noble rewards, after conquering territories and capturing noble Licht successfully. Hearing conditions, Albert realized Elwyn family supported dangerous political responsibilities across unstable kingdom. Meanwhile, Lady Merida maintained territorial control, while demon guards protected
Fuck
surrounding
you!
lands from
I
opposition
made it to the boat,
forces.
bitch!
Because of successful strategies, family reputation improved greatly, earning respected Viscount promotion eventually. Within Lancia Empire, nobles received 11 official ranks personally granted by Emperor, except royalty. Among royal houses, 4 independent families protected imperial authority while maintaining military responsibilities. Meanwhile, 4 Grand Duke families possessed authority powerful enough to remove Emperor collectively. During ceremony, Demon Emperor appointed Lady Merida Baroness, granting military authority during wartime situations. Studying maps carefully, Albert realized expanding Arcana would place heavier responsibilities upon Merida's influence. Confidently, Albert promised the royal envoy he would conquer Arcana territory and capture Noble Lich successfully. Latter, Warid congratulated Albert while discussing risky plans, despite uncertain royal government promises. Preparing carefully, Albert joined Alexa team and trusted companions before traveling toward dangerous frontier territories. Inside Zeril territory, Albert noticed the region appeared deserted with few residents living nearby. Observing passing boats closely, Albert realized riverside areas possessed strong potential for commercial development. Studying Arcana maps, Albert realized the frontline location created dangerous opportunities against enemy forces. Observing river carefully, Albert discovered defensive positions could stop enemy crossings during invasions.
Let's see, do
Elsewhere,
I have...
Orgus worried enemy reinforcements might
Grab the
arrive,
other
quickly
stuff.
changing campaign battlefield situations. Confident soldiers believed Preston and Forte could defend strategic positions against incoming attacks. Hearing that possibility, Albert
I'm
understood
trying to
group
turn.
supplies would strengthen battlefield mobility.
Not
and
going
response
to a
speed.
direction
Before
of
entering
death trap
Arcana
spot.
territory, Albert prepared disguises carefully, while companions reviewed infiltration plans together. Disguised as merchants, Barid and Albert traveled cautiously, while avoiding suspicious local authorities nearby. Crossing mountain roads, Albert realized attacking Arcana from Ashley territory would be extremely difficult militarily. Beyond cliffs, isolated settlements functioned like defensive outposts, protecting narrow paths toward castle routes. Observing winding tracks, Albert questioned whether Alexa reinforcements could reach Arcana Castle quickly. After reviewing intelligence, Albert developed strategies carefully while planning covert operations against
Oh, that
Arcana
should have hit.
defenses. Traveling along cliffs, Albert discovered enemy supplies
You little
remained
evil
vulnerable
bastard.
from elevated attack positions above. Standing before Arcana Castle, Albert realized steep cliffs naturally protected fortress from invading armies. Despite weak defenders, Albert understood prolonged sieges would still cause severe allied casualties. Elsewhere, arrogant retainers abused civilians while blocking important roads throughout Mountain Passage carelessly. Arrogant senior retainers insulted villagers while boasting about serving Lord Lick's noble family. Frustrated residents complained about unfair taxes and incompetent outsiders controlling territorial affairs carelessly. During secret discussions, rumors spread claiming Arcana tax revenues supported the kingdom of Alexa. Listening nearby, Albert discovered hostility between foreign retainers and local residents everywhere. Years earlier, Lick's father recruited local retainers, creating rival factions throughout Arcana territory. Although senior retainers were minorities, they held greater political influence than local administrators. Years earlier, Lord Licht escaped imperial pressure and hid inside Arcana Castle under protection. Lick's betrayal created massive political chaos, leaving the Demon Emperor unable to respond. Meanwhile, Elwyn family gained victories against Alexa, while rumors blamed Licht for instability. After studying conflicts carefully, Albert understood divisions between retainers and local factions clearly.
Wait, why
Smiling
is this
warmly,
box
Minas
shaped?
warned Albert
Wasn't
while
it
noticing his dangerous schemes against Donovan Group already. Embarrassed, Minas
I
admired
thought it was
Albert's
that ring
dedication,
shape.
while Barid joked about future grandchildren happily blushing. Minas promised support for Albert throughout their difficult Arcana mission together. Reaching Arcana settlements, Barid received greetings while residents welcomed Nicholas with honor. That evening, representatives invited Albert's group while preparing a banquet for their arrival. During dinner, Albert praised Nicholas while discussing dangerous conditions in Arcana mountains, calmly introducing himself. Nicholas explained responsibility for resolving disputes between Arcana political factions. While drinking quietly, Albert realized Nicholas maintained balance without angering retainers or locals. Throughout banquet, Nicholas remained influential because residents trusted his judgment during conflicts. Before leaving, Albert offered discounted alcohol supplies, strengthening relations with Lord Nicholas. While observing merchant failures, Albert realized nobles rarely trusted unfamiliar traders near Lord Licht. Nicholas admitted controlling Arcana later would provide benefits despite dangerous political complications around Licht. Quietly drinking, Albert shaped conquest strategies, while feeling guilty about deceiving Lord Nicholas. During settlement visits, residents explained Nicholas arranged meetings between merchants and influential officials. Villagers revealed poor harvests and rising food prices, creating severe shortages throughout Arcana. Gathering information, Albert promised delayed supplies while continuing covert operations in Arcana secretly. Growing resentment spread among retainers because taxes increased while harvest failures devastated communities. Exploring borderlands, Albert discovered oxidized silver veins beneath rocky surfaces in abandoned mines. Miners reported silver deposits near Ashley territory could generate enormous profits for Elwyn family. Satisfied, Albert instructed Werid to strengthen Arcana relations before returning toward Ashley territory. Before departing, Barid assigned guards, while arranging escorts across the dangerous river crossing carefully. Praising Werid, Albert rewarded Luminous, because the covert mission succeeded beyond expectations. During carriage ride home, Minas nervously remembered family expectations about bearing Albert's future child. Later, Mina studied Irene, Sans romance book, while hoping to become Albert's ideal wife. Blushing intensely, Mina's practiced tearful expressions awkwardly, while seeking Albert's approval romantically. Following Irene, Sans' advice, Mina's practiced physical contact while Albert observed carefully. Nervously blushing, Mina struggled maintaining movements while attempting gentle interactions beside Albert. Guiding Mina's, Albert demonstrated touching techniques while accidentally startling her sensitive tail. Their playful interactions continued throughout carriage, journey returning toward Ashley Castle together. Inside Alexa territory, Prince Orgus ignored warnings about postponing expeditions, despite growing political instability everywhere. Meanwhile, furious advisors warned Orgus that Prince Goran's influence continued expanding across powerful noble factions. Consumed by ambition,
Okay, I'm gonna have to
Orgus
figure out
demanded
how
loyal supporters while
to
planning
ramp
ruthless
over
purges
this.
after claiming the imperial throne. Hearing those reckless declarations, senior retainers feared Goran would eventually receive overwhelming noble support. Blinded by arrogance, Orgus threatened opponents confidently, while believing military authority guaranteed unquestioned national control, enraged completely. Prince Orgus dismissed loyal warnings, while blaming Prince Goran for political conflicts everywhere. Later, Orgus angrily summoned Licht, while struggling emotionally inside the increasingly unstable royal court environment. Unexpectedly, Lord Zazan revealed Licht already departed, leaving Orgus frustrated about losing strategic military support. Calmly, Zazan suggested abandoning Alexa, while Orgus refused wasting valuable time beside weak human allies. Despite dangerous circumstances, Orgus arrogantly insisted surviving easily, while remaining safely inside Alexa Kingdom borders. Calmly, Zazan warned Prince Orgus their reckless ambitions would eventually destroy both leadership positions. Examining detailed maps carefully, Orgus discovered Alexa Kingdom already suffered devastating military defeats across several territories. Meanwhile, Zazan revealed multiple regions betrayed Alexa, surrendering control directly toward advancing Imperial forces. Studying river routes closely, Orgus realized Imperial armies could rapidly invade Tiana after capturing Arcana territory, despite those warnings. Orgus arrogantly dismissed unusual Imperial strategies, while underestimating Elancia Empire's dangerous tactical planning. Across southern territories, powerful noble houses mobilized thousands of soldiers, supporting Prince Goran's growing military campaign. Hearing those reports, Orgus panicked immediately, while Zazan confidently predicted reinforcement routes becoming completely blocked. Meanwhile, Zazan urged strengthening Arcana defenses carefully, because enemy surprise attacks threatened vulnerable territories constantly. Reluctantly, Orgus requested additional food supplies and rebuilt docks, supporting larger transport vessels entering Arcana. Despite agreeing eventually, Orgus hesitated anxiously because expanded docks might later benefit invading Imperial armies strategically. Before departing, Zazan promised prepared reinforcements, while reminding Orgus Arcana protected his political survival alone. Orgus realized abandoning campaigns now could completely destroy his chances claiming the Imperial throne. Despite frustrations, Orgus decided defending Arcana successfully offered better political opportunities than retreating toward capital. Meanwhile, Albert returned safely toward Ashley Castle, while thanking Stefan and Lady Laia respectfully. Inside Ashley Castle, cheerful demon sisters proudly prepared comfortable clothing, while excitedly dressing their beloved sibling together. Inside Ashley Castle, Albert carefully convinced Lady Morita before accompanying Leia outside together. Meanwhile, cheerful sisters relaxed happily together while preparing tea and testing newly tailored comfortable clothing. Later that evening, Albert thanked Stefan sincerely because Leia genuinely enjoyed visiting Ashley Castle recently together. During quiet discussions, Stefan praised Morita warmly, while Albert promised raising future heirs. Confidently, Albert and Stefan discussed strengthening future Elwyn leaders through balanced intelligence and physical abilities. During private discussions, Albert requested Stefan's advice regarding Arcana territory's dangerous military situation. Meanwhile, Stefan acknowledged Marida recently received Arcana territory despite the castle's overwhelming defensive structure. Explaining further, Albert revealed Lord Licht remained trapped inside Arcana Castle, while bandits attacked merchant caravans. After hearing everything carefully, Stefan questioned Albert directly about possible strategies conquering heavily fortified Arcana Castle. Smiling calmly, Stefan admitted visiting Ashley partly involved judging Albert's intelligence and strategic planning abilities. Confidently, Albert declared the Elwyn family would attack Arcana, despite overwhelming enemy defensive advantages everywhere. Although surprised initially, Stefan realized Albert already prepared detailed strategies conquering Arcana's powerful fortress successfully. Carefully unfolding documents, Albert presented Arcana vassal information while explaining their divided political allegiances. According to Albert's investigation, local nobles secretly supported imperial factions instead of Alexa Kingdom leadership. Impressed, Stefan praised Albert's intelligence network while recognizing growing loyalty toward Alancia Empire throughout Arcana. Calmly, Albert explained plans persuading Arcana's local retainers into supporting Alancia Empire rule, strategically completely. Meanwhile, Albert requested Stefan's assistance guaranteeing land ownership rewards for defecting Arcana retainers successfully together. Additionally, Albert proposed blockading Arcana rivers completely, while preventing supply transportation across surrounding territories entirely. According to Albert's investigation, Arcana stored emergency food supplies because previous harvests and wars devastated production. Hearing those plans, Stefan approved deploying disguised troops while preparing starvation tactics against Arcana defenders strategically. Following Albert's strategy, Stefan ordered river blockades while targeting Arcana retainers opposing Imperial interests. Confidently, Stefan believed prolonged blockades would weaken Arcana forces and destabilize hostile noble factions gradually. Before departing, Stefan entrusted Albert with protecting Lady Leia while traveling toward the Imperial capital tomorrow. Meanwhile, Albert promised the Elwyn family would assume complete responsibility, escorting Lady Leia safely everywhere. Several days later, emotional demon sisters desperately begged Leia repeatedly to postpone leaving Ashley Castle. Smiling proudly, Merida explained protecting her husband's household remained an important wife's responsibility. Meanwhile, Albert teased Merida gently while she complained emotionally about leaving beloved sisters behind. Patiently, Albert promised future family visits, encouraging Merida to endure separation from relatives. Before departing happily, Leia praised Albert and Merida warmly while entrusting her sister's happiness. Riding enthusiastically toward Favre's domain, Leia promised visiting Ashley Castle again. After Merida's child eventually arrived, several weeks later, the Lyria family forces
Pokemon community
blocked
game A
Arcana's
Wild
rivers,
Sneasel,
creating
F,
widespread
appears
civilian
catch it
anxiety
using
everywhere.
Poke Catch,
Meanwhile,
winners
Stefan's
revealed in
political influence
90s.
secured Imperial protection, encouraging Arcana retainers abandoning Alexa loyalties. Inside Arcana Castle, frightened officials urgently requested reports regarding worsening territorial food shortages across surrounding settlements. During emergency meetings, commanders realized remaining food supplies would barely sustain Arcana forces several additional months. Blaming Lord Licht angrily, senior retainers admitted Imperial blockades completely disrupted their original invasion preparations. Inside Arcana Castle, commanders urgently ordered messages warning Prince Orgus about worsening battlefield conditions. Meanwhile, retainers feared Arcana's collapse would expose Tiana territory toward devastating Imperial invasions soon. Despite supply shortages, Arcana officials still believed Prince Orgus could eventually restore defensive transportation routes. During tense meetings, commanders ordered strict food conservation, while desperately attempting preserving remaining military supplies. Questioned directly, Nicholas admitted conserving limited provisions alone would never save Arcana from collapse. Inside Arcana Castle, Nicholas revealed secret merchants successfully bypassed river blockades, delivering emergency food supplies. Meanwhile, commanders argued fiercely about depending entirely upon Donovan merchants, while awaiting Tiana reinforcements. Exhausted completely, Nicholas begged Prince Orgus calmly while warning panic would destroy remaining military morale. Several months later,
Pokemon
Ashley
community
Castle
game
administrators
Sneasel,
informed
F,
Albert about
escaped.
newly selected Rabbit,
No one
folk
caught
servant
it.
recruitment candidates officially. Reviewing employment documents carefully, Albert learned the first recruitment batch included 30 household workers altogether. Ashley Territory merchants submitted 3 employment requests, while Albert monitored growing commercial demand carefully throughout operations. Albert observed Ashley's thriving trade economy expanding steadily, while wealthy citizens increased.
You wanna bite me? Come here, bitch.
Considerably recently. Luminous trained Rabbit, folk made secretly, while developing intelligence networks disguised beneath ordinary housekeeping duties throughout Ashley territory. Albert instructed administrators, prioritizing intelligence, secrecy, whistleblower protection, and fair treatment toward newly recruited workers. During another meeting, administrators proposed hiring additional retainers because Ashley territory operations expanded rapidly recently. Lies
So here
informed
comes the
Albert
death noodle.
Another applicant arrived, requesting
shocky
permission
noodle.
to participate within Ashley territory operations. The grateful applicant respectfully pledged loyalty toward Albert, offering dedicated service after receiving life-saving assistance. Albert executed father once protected remnants connected toward heroic factions. During Lee's operation, Miller exposed corrupt officials while defending innocent villagers from reckless military schemes. Reviewing Miller's abilities, Albert acknowledged impressive leadership
Shucky
potential,
bastard.
despite limited defensive combat experience previously recorded. Although admiring Miller's talent,
Really? Another fucker?
consequences
Leave me alone. I want to build.
Bound by Elwyn family loyalty, Albert ultimately refused employing Trader's relatives with
You do not deserve to be tamed.
Feeling hopeless, Miller prepared leaving quietly until Albert explained another path toward redemption existed. Through loyal service beside Liz, Albert promised Miller future recognition from Elwyn family leadership. Surprised by their generosity, Miller accepted gratefully, while Liz approved Albert's unexpected employment.
Are you coming back to get Pokey
Overwhelmed
Pokey?
with gratitude, Miller swore
'Cause I will
lifelong
boop you to
devotion
death.
toward Albert and Lies for rescuing his family. Recognizing Miller's
Yep.
abilities, Lies assigned temporary command responsibilities, supervising military training throughout SLAT territory operations. Following Bafust operations, soldiers praised Miller's leadership abilities. Confidently, Miller promised strengthening SLAT forces, while Lies protected him from potential criticism personally. Meanwhile, Albert and Lies discussed Miller's talents, including Demon Tribe military confidence, considerably throughout territories. Soon, Albert received reports confirming successful embankment construction beside rivers, connecting important regional settlements. Recognizing outstanding achievements, Albert promoted Raynor officially, while granting territory rights supporting agricultural village expansion. Albert questioned remaining construction funds, while villagers explained Elwyn support covered every necessary operational expense. Surprised greatly,
Can't
Albert
do anything in the water
projects
without a fucking
remained
shocky
because
noodle
workers
coming
avoided
over to
corruption
fucking
throughout rebuilding operations.
harass me.
Meanwhile, Demon Tribe laborers efficiently reduced project expenses, while assisting reconstruction efforts across villages. Additionally, Imperial prisoners worked freely beside villagers, creating another major source for
Hey, you want another one?
construction costs. Pleased, Albert approved villagers' request, while receiving mysterious stones presented during their meeting.
Here, bury that.
Raynor presented Albert mysterious silver ore discovered within unexplored mining areas around Arcana territory. Unfortunately,
What do you mean you cannot fit?
skilled prospectors, causing
Bitch,
excavation
up in the air.
projects to progress slowly throughout operations. Albert suggested hiring independent eccentric miners, because noble families controlled professional prospectors
We going
within
exploring?
territories. Excited immediately, Raynor admitted talented miners frequently abandoned employers, despite possessing excavation abilities. Curiously, Albert questioned expensive contract fees before Raymore explained miners preferred digging work exclusively. Raymore explained unemployed miners demanded...
You are not a size of a fucking whale! You can fit right here, bitch!
treated them badly. Albert planned constructing mountain roads connecting SLAT territory with Goshido settlement, using miners. Trusting
Oh my
Raymore
god, the
completely,
game's stupid as
Albert
hell.
arranged personal meetings before officially inviting eccentric miners toward Ashley territory. Several days later, Albert relaxed peacefully alone while preparing future projects inside Ashley territory. Meanwhile, Marida questioned Albert's strange invention while Raynor tested powerful weapons resembling enormous metal sticks. Demon warriors prepared carefully, while Albert introduced strange firearms against armored scarecrow targets. During testing, Raynor demonstrated complicated matchlock rifle procedures, while Albert explained revolutionary battlefield advantages. Marita criticized firearms heavily because reloading required tedious steps during dangerous combat situations. Additionally, demon warriors argued matchcord rifles failed completely during rainstorms and nighttime raids. Ignoring complaints calmly, Albert praised demon weaponry before Raynor successfully fired powerful matchlock rifles accurately. Albert proudly tested firearms, while demon warriors criticized excessive smoke, noise, and dangerous battlefield exposure. Merida mocked Albert's invention because slow projectiles allowed even inexperienced demon children effortless dodging. Ignoring warnings completely, Albert ordered Raynor approaching targets closely before demonstrating improved firearm accuracy. Disappointed greatly, Merida explained cavalry attacks easily overwhelm soldiers, reloading inaccurate firearms during battles. Frustrated heavily, Albert increased firing distance, while Merida declared ordinary rocks caused greater battlefield damage. Preston challenged demon warriors directly, demanding firearm demonstrations against experienced fighters during battlefield simulations. Ignoring Albert's desperate warnings, Raynor fired matchlock rifles, while Preston charged fearlessly through smoke. Effortlessly, Preston sliced approaching bullets apart, proving demon warriors possessed overwhelming combat superiority. Naturally, laughing confidently, Preston declared firearms completely useless because enemies easily dodged projectiles during battles. Smiling proudly, Merida supported Preston's harsh criticism, while Albert displayed disappointed expressions silently publicly. Merida shocked Albert completely by effortlessly slicing bullets apart during dangerous firearm demonstration training exercises. Laughing confidently, Merida explained ordinary demon soldiers could easily perform identical combat techniques naturally. Soon demon retainers enthusiastically started brutal bullet slicing competitions, proving overwhelming physical abilities publicly. Later, Albert created coordinated rifle formations, though demon warriors still approached enemy shooters unharmed successfully. Finally, Preston admitted firearms entertained demon tribes temporarily, but remained unsuitable for actual battlefield combat. Accepting criticism calmly, Albert decided firearms suited peasant conscripts, defending elevated fortified positions effectively. Meanwhile, Merida explained firearms required minimal training compared against swords or traditional bows. Additionally, Merida suggested attaching melee blades onto rifles, improving battlefield versatility against approaching enemies. Satisfied greatly, Albert immediately planned deploying improved firearms during Arcana Castle defensive operations strategically. Suddenly, Stefan received urgent reinforcement requests, while suspecting dangerous ambushes surrounding northern military movements ahead. Worried constantly, Lord Licht feared Arcana collapsing completely unless immediate military action succeeded soon. Meanwhile, Stefan warned suspicious rumors suggested House Elwyn secretly planned invading vulnerable Tiana territory aggressively. Furious intensely, Stefan suspected Albert already prepared schemes, manipulating surrounding nations against Arcana strategically beforehand. Determined stubbornly, Lord Licht insisted advancing continuously because Arcana's starving defenders eventually would surrender completely. Reluctantly, Stefan accepted combined Imperial forces marching together. Once rear territories became completely secured safely, Prince Stefan reluctantly accepted Lord Licht's desperate proposal, preparing Arcana's exhausted vanguard forces immediately. However, Stefan remained suspicious, fearing hidden Imperial traps surrounding Arcana's weakening defensive positions tonight. Desperate commanders requested messengers convince Prince Orgus, delaying reinforcements until Arcana's soldiers reorganized properly. Meanwhile, Stefan secretly prioritized preserving his royal ambitions alongside surviving Arcana's dangerous collapsing campaign. Albert discovered Arcana villagers received drastically reduced supplies because corrupt vassals seized remaining food, explaining nervously. Albert revealed selfish nobles abandoned local residents, while secretly hoarding confiscated provisions. Horrified immediately, Mr. Baridi realized influential locals intentionally sacrificed starving citizens, protecting
Kaito
themselves
Destiny
completely.
Warrior Cat,
Although
welcome
injured
to my
previously,
channel.
Mr. Baridi
At
suppressed
Kaito Destiny
frustration
Warrior
and
Cat,
strategized
welcome to my
with
channel.
regarding dangerous tensions. Finally, furious villagers rallied behind Mr. Baridi, demanding retaliation against exploitative local nobles immediately. Albert urgently ordered messengers calming furious villagers before Arcana's worsening food disputes triggered violence completely. Meanwhile, Albert quietly acknowledged Arcana's severe shortages while secretly manipulating tensions.
Hello
between
and
desperate
welcome,
local
my name is
vassals.
Peter, and this is
Baridi
very nice
noticed
to have you
rival
here.
factions
Welcome to my
cooperating
fluffy
temporarily
madness.
because Albert
We're playing
redistributed
Arc Survival
supplies fairly
Ascended
among
on the
struggling Arcana
my
residents.
Excited
Exhausted constantly,
server.
Lord Nicholas struggled
Currently I'm
maintaining
on
fragile
Ruby.
peace between conflicting Erlax
I'm
orders
based up
throughout
on,
Arcana
and
territory.
I just
Finally,
finished moving
Albert
some stuff
suspended
around.
trading operations entirely, while preparing intelligence networks supporting Arcana's dangerous future strategies. Albert secretly transferred trading assets carefully, preventing investigators tracing connections toward House Elwyn successfully. Confidently, Albert instructed trusted subordinates, delivering fabricated letters directly
Alright,
toward
let's put
influential
stuff in
senior
here,
factions.
and
Meanwhile, Albert relaxed briefly beside Marida, while patiently anticipating Lord Licht's desperate future decisions. 3 days later, suspicious commanders urgently summoned Lord Licht inside Arcana Castle regarding discovered evidence. Shocked immediately, Stefan realized investigators uncovered Albert's forged correspondence, secretly manipulating Arcana's fragile political situation. Enraged completely, Lord Licht executed treacherous officials publicly.
okay,
while
we're gonna
terrified
go
commanders watched
and
silently
it's a
fearfully.
smithy. I'm
Meanwhile,
gonna repair
Albert
all my
calmly
armor.
celebrated Lord Licht's outburst, knowing Nicholas would distrust surrounding vassals increasingly. Arcana's worsening shortages and executions gradually intensified resentment among struggling
Make
retainers,
one of
supporting
those.
Nicholas desperately. Later, Albert approached Baridi,
Make a
peacefully
3M
requesting
saddle.
entrance, while suspicious villagers recognized Donovan trading immediately. Consequently, local residents permitted Albert's group entering Nicholas's estate amid escalating political unrest cautiously. Baridi dismissed
Definitely need
concerned
more wood.
villagers politely before privately welcoming Albert and discussing Arcana's worsening shortages. Inside Baridi's residence, Albert questioned desperate food conditions while carefully observing exhausted local retainers silently. Baridi admitted Arcana's severe blockade prevented meaningful relief efforts, despite increasing starvation across territories recently. Hearing executions and unrest reports, Albert understood Arcana's leadership, gradually losing public trust everywhere rapidly. Calmly, Albert prepared suggesting dangerous solutions, hoping Baridi would support his hidden political objectives. Albert proposed alliances carefully, hoping Baridi accepted cooperation with House Elwyn during Arcana's instability. Despite hesitation, Baridi stubbornly rejected Albert's proposal because loyalty toward Urlach remained unshaken completely. Calmly, Albert exposed Lord Licht's betrayals, while criticizing Arcana's collapsing leadership and cruel executions.
Alright.
Furious, emotionally, Baridi demanded Albert's identity after realizing hidden motives behind suspicious negotiations completely. Smiling confidently, Albert revealed himself proudly, while explaining Lord Licht remained Elwyn's actual political target. Elwyn representatives explained Stefan ignored warnings, despite Arcana civilians already suffering severe starvation from blockades. Determined firmly, Albert revealed merchants secretly delivered supplies because innocent Arcana citizens required immediate assistance. Baridi finally understood Elwyn's intentions after Albert presented imperial documents protecting Arcana territories and civilians. Rejecting cooperation stubbornly, Baridi defended Urlach loyalties while Albert demanded surrender, before unnecessary bloodshed continued. Silently departing, Albert warned Baridi that Elwyn armies would invade Arcana unless surrender happened soon. Albert pressured Nicholas carefully, reminding him Arcana's survival depended entirely upon local vassals, maintaining cooperation. Traveling peacefully, Albert admitted his true objective involved personally meeting Nicholas during ongoing negotiations. Lies explained trusted vassals would suspect Nicholas betrayed Arcana once negotiations with enemies became publicly known. Several days later, Albert proudly acknowledged Stefan's reckless hostility, greatly assisted Elwyn's complicated manipulation strategies. Inside Arcana Castle, furious retainers realized local vassals mysteriously abandoned important emergency meetings without explanations. Arcana retainers discovered missing vassals abandoned responsibilities, while food shortages endangered starving civilians everywhere. Frustrated heavily, Orgus questioned absent reinforcements, while advisors explained vassals ignored
Pokemon community game A Wild Rattata appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Whenever Arcana territories collapsed completely. Meanwhile, Warspan nobles secretly refused Orgus asylum requests because political tensions already damaged relationships. Lord Licht distributed remaining castle food exclusively toward loyal villages, increasing admiration across Arcana. Licht secretly received alarming letters describing traitorous retainers supporting Stefan's attacks against Arcana territories. Reading carefully, Licht discovered senior retainers secretly cooperated with enemies while spreading dangerous misinformation everywhere. Enraged completely, Licht summoned suspicious retainers immediately and ordered brutal punishment against every identified traitor. Soon, another nervous senior vassal arrived requesting discussions regarding worsening food supply conditions privately. Without hesitation, Licht executed trembling vassals publicly after discovering their betrayal against Arcana's desperate leadership. Licht threatened disloyal retainers harshly, while anxiously awaiting reinforcements from House Warspan's approaching armies. Late during Emerald Month, mysterious intruders suddenly infiltrated Ashley Castle under Arcana's weakened nighttime security. Inside corridors, Lees effortlessly defeated hostile infiltrators before suspicious survivors attempted escaping through dangerous
Ybot 3 viewers, -1, alarm clock 4 hours 18 minutes and 43 seconds.
Interrogation opportunities. Albert discovered imprisoned assassins included silent catfolk women refusing reveal
Pokemon community game Rattata escaped.
Albert ordered
No one caught it.
Captured catfolk assassin using dangerous aphrodisiac oils during private questioning sessions. Overwhelmed, gradually, imprisoned catfolk woman admitted only Albert could satisfy her body's strange dependence completely. Eventually surrendering, mentally frightened assassin revealed Warspan family, secretly hired disguised merchant spies throughout Arcana. Despite hearing confessions carefully, Albert refused immediate trust because interrogated information lacked convincing evidence entirely. Luminous promised assistance compassionately, encouraging vulnerable assassin proving loyalty before receiving freedom and continued treatment. Albert convinced captured assassin dismantling enemy organizations carefully would eventually grant her desired freedom completely. Latter, Lies reported numerous spies captured recently, while Albert prepared stronger countermeasures protecting Arcana territories. News about Alexa Kingdom's bounty forced Albert to strengthen protection around his growing operations immediately. Bereed warned that Albert's Demon Tamer nickname attracted increasing hostility from dangerous enemies across territories. Cheering soldiers praised Albert's unmatched leadership, while Demon Tribe warriors proudly admired his battlefield achievements. Embarrassed by ridiculous heroic titles, Albert laughed nervously while listening to exaggerated praises from companions. Secret disguises were distributed among trusted spies, preparing covert missions against enemies, targeting Albert constantly. Disguised body doubles were prepared carefully, helping Albert avoid growing assassination threats across Arcana territory. Meanwhile, Luminous revealed Lord Licht executed colluding retainers, spreading fear and distrust inside Arcana Castle. Using Stefan's reckless schemes, cooperating retainers secretly planned opening Arcana Castle gates for Albert's forces. During investigations, Berid discovered several House Urlocht retainers maintained suspicious contact with important Arcana nobles. Satisfied with preparations, Demon Tribe warriors awaited orders eliminating traitors immediately following completed infiltration missions. Albert accepted becoming Arcana's villain, believing future peace justified his ruthless actions and sacrifices. Several months later, Nicholas awaited Albert's arrival inside the struggling local retainer village
I did
headquarters
not select
patiently.
that.
Berid explained Lord Licht's paranoia worsened starvation, while retainers constantly fought each other throughout Arcana territory. Determined to restore stability, Albert insisted only Nicholas possessed influence, capable of calming terrified citizens. Facing desperate circumstances, Nicholas hesitated, while Albert begged cooperation, preventing Arcana territory's complete destruction and collapse. Albert explained Arcana territory would face invasion unless Nicholas cooperated with House Elwyn immediately. Nicholas listened silently, while Albert promised protecting his loyalty and reputation during Arcana's inevitable occupation period. Desperate to save Arcana citizens, Nicholas struggled emotionally before finally considering Albert's dangerous proposal seriously today. Accepting Albert's conditions, Nicholas agreed supporting House Elwyn for Arcana territory's future survival and stability. Detailed invasion maps impressed local retainers, though many feared consequences following Arcana territory's eventual occupation.
Where did I post
later.
that?
Gathered retainers examined Elwyn's detailed Arcana maps, realizing Albert prepared invasion plans carefully beforehand, calmly addressing everyone present. Albert explained arrangements surrounding Arcana territory's upcoming, staged military conflict operations. Beginning next month, combined Elwyn and Alco peasant armies planned invading Arcana territory together strategically. Villagers would resist symbolically before surrendering peacefully once Elwyn forces raised predetermined red warning flags. Captured village leaders guaranteed food deliveries, ensuring Arcana citizens survived, despite ongoing territorial occupation campaigns. Albert ordered Ashley territory forces remaining hidden until Arcana operations finished successfully without interference completely. Concerned retainers questioned whether Arcana citizens would continue receiving food supplies following eventual surrender negotiations. Smiling confidently, Albert promised advancing Elwyn armies would avoid unnecessary casualties while securing important personnel safely. Nicholas warned senior vassals controlled strategic Arcana locations, making resistance against Demon Tribe forces extremely
so
dangerous.
you know that.
Studying Arcana maps carefully, Albert planned deploying Demon Tribe warriors beside castle routes, attracting immediate attention. Excited retainers praised Albert's strategy, believing Lord Licht's panic would weaken Arcana castle defenses. Significantly, confident discussions continued while retainers predicted starving Arcana forces eventually surrendering without prolonged resistance battles. Cheering villagers celebrated Albert successfully convincing Nicholas and other important lock retainers to join Elwyn's secret. Meanwhile, Albert instructed village leaders maintaining constant communication whenever shortages threatened Arcana citizens.
Okay, I need
Nicholas agreed staging resistance carefully before surrendering publicly, preventing Lord Licht from suspecting hidden alliances early. Arcana territory negotiations concluded successfully, allowing Albert's invasion preparations advancing smoothly without unexpected complications. Returning home exhausted, Albert encountered Lady Marita angrily demanding permission, joining upcoming military operations immediately. Luminous complained Alicia refused remaining safely behind despite nearing childbirth during Arcana territory's dangerous invasion campaign. Smiling playfully, Albert teased unborn children probably disliking noisy battlefields and dangerous military conflicts already. Blushing furiously, Alicia stubbornly insisted childbirth would never prevent her supporting Albert during future battles. Albert firmly refused, allowing Alicia participate directly during dangerous battles, threatening Arcana territory's unstable future situation. Frustrated heavily, Alicia complained endlessly, because Albert continued rejecting her long-awaited battlefield participation requests repeatedly. Suddenly, Albert threatened informing Lady Lala regarding Alicia's reckless behavior and irresponsible battlefield ambitions. Embarrassed, Alicia admitted childbirth prevented fighting while Albert comforted their unborn child lovingly. Hearing Albert's reassurance carefully, Alicia worried Demon Tribe soldiers might eventually approach their peaceful family home. Merida proudly explained her noble Shugmori lineage while discussing future responsibilities for their unborn child. Meanwhile, Albert hoped their child matured peacefully, unlike Merida's aggressive martial arts upbringing experiences. Remembering childhood training harshly, Merida defended battlefield education traditions, despite Albert strongly opposing dangerous methods completely. Smiling calmly, Albert avoided further arguments because Merida's stubborn personality already exhausted their peaceful discussion. Furious suddenly, Merida demanded authority over parenting decisions before affectionately requesting Albert carry her upstairs. Berta carefully prepared Merida's room while Albert praised everyone supporting her peaceful pregnancy during difficult months. Suddenly, Merida realized childbirth started earlier than expected, causing Albert immediate confusion and serious concern everywhere. Terrified greatly, Albert finally witnessed Merida's painful contractions, while Berta nervously watched beside them. Reacting quickly, Albert ordered Berta finding the midwife, while Merida screamed painfully across their bedroom repeatedly. Holding Merida's trembling hands tightly, Albert encouraged her calmly until the midwife finally arrived. Outside nervously, Albert panicked constantly, while Merida endured exhausting labor throughout several painful hours inside. Reassuring Albert gently, Merida's relatives explained childbirth difficulties while encouraging patience during stressful waiting periods. Despite comforting words nearby, Albert feared Merida suffered terribly because her delicate personality worried him. Suddenly, everyone announced Merida successfully delivered safely, while Albert celebrated emotionally beside relieved family members. Carefully holding newborn son proudly, Albert promised protecting Merida's child faithfully throughout his entire future life. Relieved greatly, Albert visited recovering Merida while she compared childbirth pain against brutal battlefield experiences previously. Laughing softly, Merida blamed Albert's noisy panic outside, while appreciating his sincere concern for their safety. Proudly smiling nearby, Merida praised their newborn son, while Albert happily accepted her affectionate compliments warmly. Carefully holding infant son, Albert proudly introduced Aureus von Elwyn as their child's official noble name. Unexpectedly arriving later, Alexis loudly mocked Aureus's heroic name while joking Albert copied famous war legends. Gently comforting Merida, Albert promised everyone would protect newborn Aureus while she recovered peacefully. Resting happily, Merida appreciated Albert's kindness, while Aureus received affection from their trusted companions. Meanwhile, Albert reflected proudly upon becoming Aureus's father during Arcana Territory's increasingly unstable political situation recently. Far away, Lord Licht angrily received desperate requests, demanding immediate reinforcements for struggling Arcana Territory forces. Suddenly, another report revealed Lord Zazin ignored Arcana completely, causing Lord Licht furious frustration and panic. Furious over betrayal, Albert discovered Zazin's unauthorized attack disrupted Corsus leadership and military stability. Determined to restore control, he ordered immediate preparations for marching directly toward Arcana Territory. Meanwhile, Corsus officials hurried organizing troops, provisions, and strategies before conflict rapidly intensified further. Confidently accepting
it'd be that time
responsibility,
of day.
the young ruler prepared personally leading commanders struggling preserve national unity completely. Facing possible punishment, Albert still seized army command, preventing Arcana exploiting Corsus' internal disorder successfully. Anxiously reconsidering everything, Albert feared impulsive decisions would permanently destroy Corsus military discipline completely. Consumed by rage overnight, he violently trained alone, blaming hidden conspirators, manipulating recent dangerous conflicts. Before sunrise, 40,000 soldiers advanced from Tiana, while rumors spread throughout Corsus' noble territories. Days later, Albert reached Zazin's riverside encampment, immediately questioning his reckless unauthorized military movements directly. Furiously confronting Zazin, Albert accused him causing Tiana's abandonment and threatening Corsus' stability through ambition. Calmly enduring threats, Zazan explained Stefan discovered troop movements, forcing sudden strategic adjustments throughout campaigns. Across the river, soldiers prepared securing supply routes while protecting Corsus camps from unexpected enemy attacks. Prince Orgus discussed Arcana's fortress defenses carefully, hoping prolonged warfare eventually exhausted Urlock family resistance entirely. Although opportunities appeared favorable, Albert worried abandoning Tiana permanently would damage Corsa's political influence severely. Finally accepting Zazan's dangerous proposal, Albert warned failure would cost lives and destroy remaining military trust. Successfully crossing Zazu River, Zazan's landing party awaited supplies arriving safely toward their temporary encampment. Suddenly, massive fires erupted beside construction sites, destroying boats and throwing soldiers into complete panic immediately. Hearing chaotic reports, Prince Orgus angrily demanded explanations, while protecting critical river operations from collapsing entirely. Elsewhere, hidden attackers ambushed supply routes, preventing provisions reaching Albert's exhausted frontline forces successfully. Following repeated mysterious incidents, Orgus finally completed preparations before launching long-awaited military advances toward Arcana. During Pearl's 6th month, Merida struggled calming baby Arius crying endlessly throughout the Imperial residence. Worried about hunger, Merida requested Berta's assistance, while anxiously questioning her ability raising Arius properly. Thankfully, Berta comforted Arius gently, convincing Merida the child would grow healthy and exceptionally powerful. Watching proudly nearby, Albert believed Arius inherited strong demon blood, capable surpassing ordinary human limitations someday. Smiling warmly, Albert anticipated Arius's future growth, while promising becoming stronger alongside his beloved son. While preparing for war, Merida revealed Liz would soon bear Albert another important child. Gently touching her stomach, Liz accepted responsibility, carrying Alco family's future heir safely through dangerous conflicts. Inspired by Arius, she admitted wanting Albert's child too, hoping to strengthen their growing family together permanently. Sleeping peacefully, little Arius reminded everyone stronger families, created greater happiness throughout Imperial household life. Understanding her feelings completely, Albert agreed multiple siblings would bring warmth, stability, and lasting joy everywhere. Cheerfully supporting Liz, Merida encouraged her efforts while Albert prepared, leaving alongside approved concubines soon. Remembering suddenly, Merida asked Albert, informing Demon King properly about Arius's successful birth recently before departure. While protecting the fortress, Merida excitedly planned, teaching Arius becoming stronger than his older siblings. Eventually, hearing dangerous ideas, Albert panicked immediately as Merida considered involving Demon King directly with Arius. Meanwhile, sleeping peacefully, Arius unknowingly attracted overwhelming affection, capable of changing important relationships throughout Imperial family circles. Concerned about safety, Albert warned Merida never inviting Demon King while he remained absent from home, confidently explaining future plans. Albert promised personally introducing Arius after conquering Arcana's remaining territories completely. Agreeing thoughtfully, Merida admitted requesting immediate visits from Demon King might create unnecessary complications temporarily.
Pokemon community game A Wild Magneton appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Every captured territory. Accepting proudly, Lies vowed crushing Arcana entirely, while Albert received command over specialized assault operations. Assigning important responsibilities, Merida ordered Albert capturing Licht von Erlocht beside Lies during upcoming invasions. Proudly wearing disguises, Albert promised using intelligence and deception ensuring Licht's unavoidable capture without resistance whatsoever. Preparing carefully beforehand, Albert created body doubles protecting himself, while continuing dangerous battlefield operations successfully everywhere. Examining disguises closely, Merida admitted identical appearances failed, copying Albert's unique scent and natural presence completely. Laughing confidently, Merida decided placing disguised doubles inside Albert's office during lengthy military campaigns ahead. Smiling teasingly, Merida claimed Albert possessed an unusually sweet sense, noticeable even among trusted companions. Defending his strategy calmly, Albert explained female body doubles prevented enemies discovering suspicious differences during absences. Entrusting castle protection entirely, Merida promised safeguarding Arius, while Albert prepared marching toward brutal battlefields soon. Inside Elwyn's command tent, Albert gathered commanders together before officially beginning urgent wartime strategy discussions immediately. Facing limited time carefully, Albert warned everyone Arcana's approaching harvest season demanded swift military victories without delay. Leading war
Pokemon community game Magneton escaped. No one caught it.
Alongside Preston and ambitious demon commanders. Following strategic routes, Elwyn troops advanced towards Zazu while coordinating movements beside allied kingdom armies successfully. Near Arcana's border, Preston constructed defensive checkpoints, blocking enemy reinforcements occupying important territories throughout Zazu. Strictly warning Preston, Albert demanded absolute defense discipline, preventing single enemy soldiers crossing guarded positions alive. Laughing confidently, Preston promised slaughtering intruders while protecting checkpoints until Albert issued further commands. Leading war preparations carefully, Albert created special assault forces alongside Preston and ambitious demon commanders. Following strategic routes, Elwyn troops advanced toward Zazu while coordinating movements beside Allied Kingdom armies successfully. Near Arcana's border, Preston constructed defensive checkpoints blocking enemy reinforcements, occupying important territories throughout Zazu. Strictly warning Preston, Albert demanded absolute defense discipline, preventing single enemy soldiers crossing guarded positions alive. Laughing confidently, Preston promised slaughtering intruders while protecting checkpoints until Albert issued further commands. Smiling confidently, Lees assured everyone Miller's coordination would prevent unexpected disasters during upcoming battles successfully. After civilians evacuated safely, Demon forces prepared surrounding Arcana Castle and capturing Lichtfawn airlocked immediately. Hearing final instructions carefully, Allied commanders organized troops before advancing toward Arcana territory together simultaneously. Raising fists enthusiastically, soldiers responded proudly while morale throughout Albert's invasion army increased dramatically before departure. Before campaigns continued, Albert welcomed Lord Albert Fran, whose experience greatly strengthened Elwyn military expedition preparations. Fran supported Elwyn forces greatly by supplying unused Ashley Castle provisions during expanding military campaigns successfully. Meanwhile, Melvis organized storage facilities efficiently transforming unwanted supplies into valuable wartime financial resources. Recognizing Fran's loyalty carefully, Albert officially appointed him supporting Elwyn armies throughout Arcana invasion operations. Albert, wearing a mask, explained that the upcoming campaign was approaching a wealthy merchant. Albert proposed a temporary alliance. He offered valuable rewards for success, while accepting penalties if his decisions caused problems. After considering the offer, the merchant agreed to cooperate and keep all reports confidential. Albert then reinforced the agreement by reminding him of the serious consequences of betrayal. With the deal secured, the merchant presented a transportation report. Albert reviewed the details as preparations began at the Elven River encampment. The operation progressed steadily. Merchants gathered supplies, transport teams organized their routes, and Albert's plan moved one step closer to launching the campaign. Albert reviewed the transportation preparations and learned that 100 wagons and 200 workers had been assembled. A logistics plan was presented showing repeated supply, runs between the encampment and nearby settlements. The merchant accepted the responsibility with confidence. Having already received advance payment, he promised to handle the transportation of goods without issue. Albert admitted he would have preferred to use his own transport fleet. An ally quickly pointed out that the demon tribe was unsuited for blind logistics work. Considering the future, Albert proposed creating a hybrid organization that would function as merchants in peace and a transport battalion during wartime. The merchant immediately approved the idea. Albert expanded his proposal by suggesting a transport unit that would operate as merchants during peacetime and serve the army during war. The merchant quickly recognized the opportunity. Albert explained that those who joined dangerous operations would earn additional rewards and bonuses. To ease concerns, Albert assured him that the organization would recruit capable civil officials rather than relying solely on military personnel. Albert outlined a system where promotions depended entirely on achievement. Given authority over civil appointments, he intended to reward talent and effort fairly. Impressed by the plan, the merchant promised to spread the word among his people. Albert expressed confidence that successful recruits could rise through the ranks of House Elwyn. With the logistics plan complete, Albert declared that all preparations were finished. Confident in the groundwork he had laid, he turned his attention toward the final stage of the campaign. Soon afterward, supply wagons crossed the Elven River using a temporary bridge. The sturdy crossing impressed the observers, built with simple materials and practical methods. It was strong enough to support heavily loaded cargo wagons. Credit for the construction belonged to Albert's idea, while workers and peasant conscripts carried out the demanding labor needed to complete it. From the bridge, Albert assessed the situation ahead. An enemy camp blocked the road to the castle, but a diversion created by Allied forces had already thrown their ranks into confusion. Albert's deception succeeded, causing the enemy to mistake the diversion for the Empire's main assault. Alarm bells rang throughout the castle as frightened vassals rushed to organize a defense. Confusion weakened the enemy's response, leaving only a small portion of their usual fighting force available. Meanwhile, Albert's group advanced through Arcana territory without encountering patrols or resistance. A signal arrow streaked across the sky, confirming the advance unit had reached the next settlement. Albert then moved forward with the next phase of his plan. After receiving confirmation that the operation remained secure, Albert ordered a message to be sent to Miller. and continued monitoring the advance. A mounted messenger departed immediately, carrying Albert's instructions to the unit commander. Meanwhile, soldiers moved toward a nearby hill, securing a better position for the next phase of the exercise. Under Miller's command, archers released volleys while infantry advanced in formation, carrying out the mock battle with discipline. The training exercise proceeded smoothly. Watching from a distance, Albert concluded that the simulated battle was strengthening his forces and proving Miller's leadership. Albert inspected the training equipment and noted the safety measures. Blunted swords, tipless spears, and harmless arrows reduced the risk of serious injuries. The exercise continued as local vassal troops fought using modified weapons. Careful preparation allowed the battle to serve as realistic training. Before long, the outcome became clear. Albert watched as the opposing force was steadily overwhelmed by Elwyn's better, trained soldiers. With the day's objectives completed on schedule, Albert decided the group should rest in a nearby settlement for the night. Everything proceeded according to plan. Most enemy troops had withdrawn into Arcana Castle, leaving only forces that had already reached agreements with Albert. With the battle concluded, Albert turned his attention to the settlement and allowed Lies to handle the surrender process. The local vassal and his soldiers laid down their resistance. Lies accepted their surrender and guaranteed the villagers' safety. To maintain order, the settlement leader was taken into custody, while the remaining prisoners were processed under supervision. Albert trusted Lies with the negotiations. Her calm approach helped reassure the captives and kept the transition peaceful. Once the settlement was secured, the merchant and his men prepared to move out. Their unit readied itself to follow Miller and continue the operation. After securing the settlement, workers unloaded supplies while prisoners were prepared for transport back to camp. Fresh goods were already being brought in. Fran supervised the operation closely to maintain efficiency. He pushed the merchants to keep pace with the demanding schedule. Next, the transport network expanded. Fran divided the 100 wagons into smaller groups and established supply depots in captured settlements. The new system reduced delays on narrow roads and kept supplies
Large
moving
storage
smoothly
boxes,
between
25.
locations. Morale among the merchants remained high. As work continued, Lies distributed food to the exhausted workers. The meal provided a welcome break before the next stage of the campaign. Lies distributed supplies prepared by Merida, ensuring the villagers had enough food and resources to meet their immediate needs. The residents welcomed the aid with gratitude. Confidence in House Elwyn grew as the promised support finally reached the settlement. Albert then explained that the villagers only needed to assist transport units and help maintain local security in return. Hearing the proposal, the people readily agreed. Many blamed their hardships on the kingdom's leadership and chose to support House Elwyn instead. With the settlement secured and its loyalty gained, Albert prepared to move onward. The success encouraged him as the campaign advanced to the next destination. As the operation continued, Albert noted that everything was progressing according to plan and ordered the group to move to the next settlement. Lies finally understood the purpose behind the fake war. Winning the trust of Arcana's people had been more important than claiming territory by force. Albert believed the region would become essential to House Elwyn. Gaining the people's loyalty was the key to securing that future. Meanwhile, food was distributed to surrendered villagers and daily life gradually returned to normal in the occupied settlements. Not everyone remained behind. Senior vassals and other influential figures were taken prisoner and transported to the rear camp while refugees continued fleeing toward Arcana Castle. As the campaign advanced, Albert ordered the detention of anyone who refused to surrender. He wanted to prevent sabotage and secure the transport network. Settlements that pledged loyalty to House Elwyn were left unharmed. Responsibility for the conflict was directed toward the senior vassals hiding inside the castle. Approaching Arcana Castle, Albert remained focused on the military objective. Distinguishing allies from enemies was essential for the operation. Meanwhile, guards intercepted another messenger, attempting to reach the castle and call for reinforcements. The captive was taken away for questioning. By repeatedly stopping messengers, Albert's forces continued isolating the castle from outside support. As more messengers were captured, Albert's allies joked about the growing number of prisoners. Even so, the interrogations continued without interruption. Meanwhile, Lord Licht remained barricaded inside Arcana Castle. Fear of House Elwyn's advance drove him to repeatedly request reinforcements. After questioning the captives, Albert's forces allowed selected messengers to continue south. They carried news that the kingdom had abandoned Licht. The message was carefully designed to weaken confidence in the kingdom's promises and discourage loyalty among the remaining vassals. With support unlikely to arrive in time, Albert encouraged further pleas for aid. Each unanswered unanswered request pushed Arcana Castle closer to isolation. Within 15 days, House Elwyn controlled most of Arcana territory. The campaign advanced steadily as enemy checkpoints were bypassed and isolated.
Crafted tech
Soon,
sensor,
the
jump
final
pad,
collaborator on Albert's list surrendered. With that, organized resistance across the region nearly disappeared. Albert met Nicholas, whose cooperation had helped protect local villagers. Faced with overwhelming pressure, the remaining holdouts had little choice but to submit. Their discussion revealed that Albert had spent years cultivating trustworthy allies. Those efforts now paid off during the campaign. Pleased with the results, Albert credited Nicholas for the smooth conquest. Thanks to loyal supporters, the invasion achieved its objective without major incidents. Nicholas credited Albert, the invasion force, and the transport teams for the campaign's success. He viewed his own role as minor in comparison. Despite the victory, Nicholas remained humble and invited Albert into his mansion to continue their discussion away from the summer heat. Across the settlements, food and alcohol were distributed to the people. The celebrations helped strengthen bonds between villagers and Elwyn's forces. Albert reflected on the campaign with satisfaction. By winning support instead of relying on bloodshed, he had achieved exactly the outcome he wanted. As the gathering ended, Albert looked toward the final objective. Only the capture of Arcana Castle remained before the campaign could be considered complete. Nicholas observed that only the senior vassal's private forces remained inside Arcana Castle. Even then, he suspected Albert still had additional plans in reserve. Albert neither confirmed nor denied the claim. Instead, he encouraged Nicholas to rest while waiting for the castle's inevitable fall. Before departing, Albert promised that once Arcana Castle was secured, he would continue working for the people of Arcana. The leader announced a tax exemption for the entire Arcana territory after receiving approval from the ruling authority. The official explained that the exemption was granted because Arcana had become one of the region's most successful noble territories. Meanwhile, plans were prepared to increase revenue. Tax evasion had been eliminated, while remaining resources from the Demon Tribe were organized for future use. In addition, local products achieved strong sales and generated large profits for the territory. Finally, Arcana's growing influence attracted attention. Surrounded by mountains, the territory remained difficult to approach, making information from other nations highly valuable. Albert reviewed a map showing a silver vein and considered a proposal to develop a new mine. Confidence grew as the potential benefits became clear. A successful mining operation would provide resources for expansion and strengthen nearby settlements. Later, the officials celebrated the progress and shared a toast to Arcana's future prosperity. That night, Albert returned home after discussing long-term plans and reflecting on the territory's development. Meanwhile, a companion appeared in a maid outfit, creating an unexpected moment that ended the day on a lighter note. Lies showed the maid outfit she had wanted to wear and waited for Albert's reaction. After seeing it, he felt that it matched her appearance well. Their discussion shifted to Lisa's worries about her identity. Growing changes made her concerned that others might discover the truth she had been hiding. Thoughts of the future weighed on her mind as she reflected on her role
Pokemon community
and the
game A
inheritance
Wild
she hoped to
Slowbro
secure.
appears
Doubts
catch it
remained
using
about whether other
Poke
claimants
Catch.
would accept
Winners
her
revealed in
position once her
90s.
secret became known. Albert reassured her through his actions, reminding her that the people respected her dedication. Sincerity Lies felt embarrassed as Albert praised her efforts. Despite her achievements, she believed she was only doing what was necessary for the territory. The conversation became more personal as they spent time together. Gradually, her nervousness mixed with growing trust. Soon Albert helped her relax after a long day. The quiet moment allowed her to set aside her worries for a while. Thoughts of their companions briefly interrupted the mood, reminding Lies of the lively people around them. In the end, she looked at Albert with anticipation, curious about what he intended to do next as their bond continued to deepen. Lies admitted her feelings and revealed her desire to stay close to Albert. Hearing her words, he responded with confidence and eased her concerns. Soon, Albert began helping her relax after a long day. Trust between them grew as they spent more time together. Although nervous, Lise tried to remain calm. The unfamiliar situation left her overwhelmed, yet she continued to rely on Albert's support. Meanwhile, Albert reassured her that everything was fine and encouraged her not to worry. By the end of the night, embarrassment still lingered, but Lise felt secure, knowing she could openly show her emotions around him. Lise became overwhelmed as she spent a long and emotional night with Albert. Her feelings grew stronger, and she struggled to keep her composure. By morning, both of them were exhausted
Pokemon
after
community
staying
game
together for
Slowbro
hours.
escaped.
The peaceful
No
night
one
soon
caught
came
it.
to an end. Meanwhile, preparations for war continued. Soldiers advanced through the forest and moved into position around Arcana Castle. Soon after, commanders gathered at the Elwyn encampment to observe the situation and prepare their next actions. Looking over the battlefield, the enemy leaders noticed an unusual deployment and questioned the strategy being used against them. Scouts reported that Zazan's forces were advancing while Elwyn troops held a higher position. Enemy commanders studied the situation and questioned the strategy. Despite their doubts, they believed another army should have already begun its attack. Meanwhile, some officers argued that the opposing commander lacked military skill, while others suspected a hidden purpose behind the deployment. A closer examination revealed that the troop movement appeared to be a distraction. Frustration spread through the ranks as leaders demanded action against the forces stationed near the mountain. The commander rejected all objections and insisted that his orders would not change.
How the hell does that only give me one?
He dismissed anyone who questioned the plan.
That makes no sense. That thing is a big, meaty sack of
Despite the
fat.
tension, they were forced to follow the commander's decision. Elwyn banners had appeared in front of the castle, suggesting that Albert's forces had completed their encirclement. Realizing the situation had changed, several leaders decided to move and unite Albert's army before it was too late. Last, preparations for a counterattack began as troops assembled, drums sounded, and the march toward battle commenced. Confident in his plan, the enemy commander ordered an immediate attack against Alexa's army at the foot of the mountain. The cavalry charge gained momentum as the commander led from the front, expecting a decisive victory over the opposing troops. Suddenly, Elwyn's soldiers appeared on the battlefield and disrupted the attack. Their unexpected arrival shocked the defenders. Preston von Elwyn pushed deeper into the enemy ranks, challenging anyone brave enough to stand against him. Panic spread through the battlefield as soldiers realized their supplies were cut off. Faced with mounting losses, many began searching for a way to escape. Seeing the enemy retreat, the commander ordered his troops to surround the fleeing soldiers and prevent anyone from escaping. The pursuit succeeded as the retreating forces were driven into a single area. Their options for escape quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, Preston took advantage of the situation and charged into the trapped enemies. His overwhelming attack left little room for resistance. Panic spread among the remaining soldiers. After suffering heavy losses, they abandoned the fight and begged for mercy. The battle ended decisively as the last resistance collapsed, leaving the defeated army completely at the mercy of its victors. A victorious commander refused to accept surrender and ordered the remaining enemy soldiers to continue fighting if they wished to survive. Without hesitation, he charged through the battlefield and struck down anyone who resisted. The pursuit continued, despite the enemy's desperate attempts to flee. Meanwhile, his son tried to stop the unnecessary slaughter and urged the soldiers to withdraw. Frustration grew as the son accused his father of leaving the burden to others while claiming all the glory. Laughing off the criticism, the commander insisted that orders must be followed and continued leading the assault. A commander noticed a boat carrying the enemy leader away from the battlefield. Although the escape drew attention, the remaining enemy forces were still trapped. Rather than pursue the fleeing commander, the Allied leaders focused on completing their mission and defeating the soldiers left behind. Cavalry and infantry pushed forward together, overwhelming the scattered enemies and securing control of the battlefield. Marta led relentless demon warriors against fleeing enemy soldiers, refusing surrender while crushing resistance and forcing frightened defenders backward. Across the river, escaping troops struggled through heavy armor before Merida ordered another advance, driving terrified survivors backward together. Following the victory, Allied warriors celebrated destroying the enemy vanguard while regrouping with Burke, confirming their commander escaped alive. Merida instructed her soldiers to display captured enemies around Arcana Castle, strengthening morale while demonstrating consequences awaiting future resistance. Meanwhile, Orga's commanders panicked after receiving devastating reports, realizing Stefan's army could trap them. While demon forces advanced unchecked, Orga's commanders argued over their disastrous defeat until Lord Zazan returned, furious that nobody accepted responsibility for the failed campaign. Without hesitation, Zazan condemned the army's disastrous performance, demanding explanations after their humiliating retreat across the river under pressure. The defeated commander admitted full responsibility, accepting harsh criticism after losing valuable soldiers during a failed battle against Merida's forces. Another officer attempted suicide from overwhelming loss, but Lord Zazan justified loyal subordinates to give mercy and restraint. Senior officers persuaded Lord Zazan to spare the commander, insisting the war remained unfinished despite severe losses and collapsing morale. Prince Orgus struggled with defeat, as Corsi's nobles begged mercy for Lord Zazan, fearing greater chaos if their leader perished. Overcome by rage, Prince Orgus slashed wildly before sparing Lord Zazan, after Corsi's nobles pleaded for another chance to recover. Lord Zazan collapsed from exhaustion while Prince Orgus confined another officer. allowing grateful subordinates to rush their weakened commander toward healers. Standing alone, Prince Orgus declared every remaining subordinate useless, before demanding complete obedience, despite growing frustration throughout the battered military. Prince Orgus organized scouts to monitor Stefan's movements, hoping fresh intelligence could prevent Elwyn's forces from becoming surrounded again. Merida observed Zazan's divided army with satisfaction, realizing Elwyn's demon forces controlled the battlefield, while enemy commanders reacted helplessly. Prince Orgus worried the crushing defeat would destroy his ambitions, fearing his younger brother might seize the imperial throne instead. Searching for hope, Prince Orgus desperately sought a capable strategist who could finally overcome Elwyn's powerful demon army and restore victory. Meanwhile, Albert reached the front line as Merida celebrated another easy triumph, expecting their next target to become the enemy fortress. Burke boasted about his overwhelming strength, eagerly awaiting another battle while wondering whether smashing castle gates would finally challenge him. Albert ordered every demon soldier to assemble before the camp, insisting they demand surrender before launching the final assault together. Merida and Burke preferred immediate slaughter, but Albert rejected unnecessary bloodshed and insisted everyone obey his battlefield strategy. Albert warned stubborn allies that anyone refusing orders could abandon the campaign and return home beside ordinary peasant recruits instead. Following Albert's instructions, demon troops reached Arcana Castle, while peasant soldiers withdrew, leaving professional warriors prepared for the decisive battle. Approaching Arcana Castle, demon soldiers displayed enemy heads across their belts, terrifying exhausted defenders and weakening resistance before the siege even began. Albert admitted the gruesome display looked excessive, yet believed terrifying enemies protected innocent children, living safely near Arceus from future danger. Merida accepted Albert's plan reluctantly, deciding overwhelming intimidation could force frightened defenders into surrender before another bloody confrontation erupted. Burke welcomed the strategy with excitement, while Albert ordered everyone back into formation unless they preferred useless punishment instead. Standing before Arcana Castle, Albert announced the fortress was completely surrounded, urging House Elwyn's defenders to surrender without further bloodshed. Albert reminded trapped soldiers that Lord Licht could not rescue them, encouraging immediate surrender before the demon army launched its assault. Arcana Castle's defenders rejected Albert's surrender offer, convinced the demon army planned to massacre everyone after capturing the fortress anyway. Albert admitted surrender never mattered, revealing the proposal tested experimental weapons while evaluating Preston's preparations before attacking the castle. Burke learned Albert had recruited peasant soldiers to strengthen ordinary troops, giving inexperienced recruits valuable combat experience during the campaign. Albert ordered his companions to burn enemy corpses, clean themselves, and prepare while the siege around Arcana Castle continued. After completing their duties, Merida and Burke accepted a brief rest, deciding fresh battles could wait until everyone regained proper condition. Albert ordered everyone to wash before drinking, warning the celebration must remain disciplined, despite enemy scouts watching every movement. After cleaning themselves, Merida and Burke removed gruesome trophies, washing away sweat before enjoying their long-awaited celebration beside the camp. Meanwhile, Albert received reports that the Rifle Infantry Training Unit had assembled, while peasant soldiers completed their exhausting backpack exercises. Albert instructed the rifle unit to maintain proper combat distance, treating every battlefield movement as practical training against approaching enemy forces. Albert introduced his 30-member rifle training unit, selecting loyal soldiers from different races to develop advanced flintlock weapon tactics. Albert formed a disciplined rifle unit from unmarried volunteers, enforcing strict secrecy to protect valuable military knowledge from enemy spies. Albert introduced improved flintlock rifles, ordering careful target practice while planning future mass production after every soldier mastered accurate shooting. Arcana Castle's defenders mocked the unusual drill until powerful rifle blasts struck unexpectedly, leaving frightened soldiers scrambling across the walls. Albert ordered Miller to continue firing every prototype, measuring each weapon's accuracy, power, and reliability throughout the demanding field exercise. The rifle unit followed Albert's commands without hesitation, unleashing repeated volleys while testing every experimental firearm under realistic battlefield conditions. Inside Arcana Castle, frightened defenders questioned the mysterious weapons, urging archers to retaliate despite growing panic and complete confusion. Meanwhile, Albert's rifle unit unleashed relentless volleys, forcing terrified defenders behind cover as thunderous blasts echoed across the fortress walls. During the celebration, Preston observed the bombardment with Burke, suggesting every slat warrior should eventually receive those experimental rifles for battle. Confident in close combat, Burke insisted disciplined warriors relying upon physical strength remained stronger than distant gunfire during fierce engagements. Albert explained the rifles remained unfinished, yet successfully suppressed enemy archers and protected advancing demon soldiers throughout the siege. Burke questioned Albert's cautious siege, believing crushing Arcana Castle's gates would end the battle much faster than waiting patiently. Albert explained his strategy focused on strengthening future allies under Nicholas, preserving capable soldiers instead of sacrificing them unnecessarily. Listening carefully, Burke realized the matchlock rifle offered weaker troops effective firepower while supporting large formations against enemy forces. Merida praised Albert's strategy after witnessing the rifle's overwhelmed defenders, proving House Elwyn's military strength would improve dramatically through innovation. Preston observed exhausted defenders facing empty food supplies, recognizing mysterious rifle attacks and isolation steadily destroyed their remaining determination. Hearing Preston's assessment, Albert expanded the celebration, believing the exhausted defenders suffered severe psychological pressure from the relentless siege outside. Inside the fortress, an enraged commander shouted desperate threats, while Burke recognized him as the opposing leader losing control over his troops. Refusing to surrender, the furious commander claimed Imperial reinforcements would soon arrive, insisting Elwyn's demon army would face complete destruction instead. Watching the fortress, Burke laughed at the empty threats before inventing another reckless game to entertain the waiting demon warriors. Preston bellowed for a spear.
There we go, industrial grinder. Woohoo!
Commander Licht appeared atop the castle wall, and the old demon general hurled his weapon with a battle roar. The spear clattered short of its mark. Preston grumbled about the miss.
Oil.
Albert noted he'd actually thrown it
Poly
close. Merida stepped up, promising to show him how it was done.
Oh, hello,
The
Richie.
blow rattled the parapet, narrowly missing Licht, who flinched back in surprise. Albert asked what Merida thought of her shot, and the enemy commander ducked for cover as debris rained down on him. Preston joked that matchlock guns might have worked better than spears, though he admitted only the demon tribe had the strength to throw that far. Albert agreed to keep the idea in mind. The demons demanded one last drink before battle, while Albert clapped his hands and called for everyone to get ready, declaring playtime over. Barrels of drink were emptied and signal whistle arrows ready. Preston praised the wine for quenching his thirst as the arrows shot skyward. The soldier acknowledged the whistling arrows were as loud as gunfire, ensuring no one could claim they missed the signal. Shouting erupted from behind the gates, and Albert confirmed the betrayal inside the castle. The demons excitedly asked if they could finally cut loose, and Albert ordered them to smash the gates, capture the commander so the archers above wouldn't be a threat. Albert commanded all units to charge, declaring that anyone still holed up inside was now useless to the Elwyn family. Preston called for the battery, warning that no more defenders would be allowed. The soldiers braced and roared before the charge. The ram shattered the gate. Albert marveled that even without inside help, the demons broke through the iron-reinforced doors with ease. Miller thanked his lords for their protection and confidently took command, promising the SLAT troops would escort them. Praise for Miller's leadership was cut short as guards revealed their true colors, one shouting his allegiance to House Elwyn before striking down a comrade. Panicked soldiers realized Licht had deceived them. Merida cut one down, unmoved by their pleas. Albert remarked the demons hadn't even needed the defectors, since they'd smashed the gate themselves. The Elwyn side finished off the wavering traitors.
Pokemon community game A Wild Goldeen appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Soldiers cursed the Elwyn family's trickery. Merida tore through the defense, securing the entrance while orders rang out to capture Licht alive. Licht retreated deep into the castle as a runner arrived to report his location. The drawbridge slammed shut, trapping Albert's advance. Preston mentioned climbing the slope instead, but a soldier arrived hauling something enormous at his lord's request. Preston hefted a massive bow built to fire ballista bolts, launching it straight into the drawbridge chain and snapping it loose with brute force. Albert marveled that only the demon tribe could manage such a feat, while a nearby soldier questioned what she was even witnessing. A second bolt tore through the gate itself. Preston roared for the charge as the drawbridge crashed down under its own weight. The door creaked open to reveal a hulking knight, Christ, vowing to crush the Shugmori dogs waiting outside. Albert ordered the enemy captured alive, identifying him as Licht von Erlach's man. Merida eagerly volunteered to handle him herself. Merida was thrown back by the knight's strength. Preston scolded her for ignoring her footing, then ordered everyone else to stand clear. Impressed by the enemy's raw power, Preston charged in personally, declaring he'd finish the fight and deliver Christ's head back to Alexa. The two clashed in a flurry of blows, Preston's speed overwhelming the heavier knight, despite his monstrous strength. Preston's strikes shattered the knight's guard, driving him back with each crushing hit. Christ's armor crumbled under the assault, leaving him twitching on the ground.
Pokemon
Albert
community
hesitated.
game Goldine
Preston assured
escaped.
him the man was
No
still
one
alive.
caught it.
Licht
That's
recoiled
better
at the
X.
sight, cursing under his breath, while Albert brushed off his glare and Merida joked that bearfolk really did resemble bears. Licht demanded another round, warning that House Warspan wouldn't stay quiet if anything happened to him, insisting the Elwins hadn't truly won. Preston and Marita bickered until Albert cut them off, threatening to bar them from future battles. As Licht mocked Albert's age and mask, Licht was stunned to learn Albert was the Elwin family's famed strategist, favored by the Demon King himself, dismissing it as nonsense from a muscle-brained demon. Merida remarked that Licht clearly underestimated how dangerous Albert really was, while Preston accused him of merely copying Stefan's ideas. Albert admitted he was nowhere near Stefan's level, and Irina guessed isolated arcana simply lacked outside information. Licht was informed the Demon King himself wished to meet Albert for his service, and that he would be escorted to the capital, decked to rights. Albert mused aloud about what fate awaited the man who had slandered and betrayed the Demon King, unsettling Licht at the mention of Christ. Albert joked that the Demon King acted like a tyrannical boss expecting results, promising there would be no mercy at all, as the defeated knight slumped in dread. Marita relaxed at home, admitting she liked having her doting, easygoing husband running things, joking that it gave her workplace a homely feel. A soldier rushed in announcing a messenger from the Demon King had arrived. Albert met the hooded envoy, who praised his excellent work and stated he'd come to take custody of Licht. Having heard Arcana Castle was close to falling, the envoy brushed off the praise, saying he simply happened to be nearby. While Albert thanked him for such a fast response, Merida explained that the Demon King himself was already waiting at Ashley Castle for her husband's return, escorted there by his own personal guard. The envoy confirmed the invitation had come from Lady Merida, sending Albert into a panic at the news that the Demon King was at Ashley Castle, half asleep. Merida murmured that the king had called their son intelligent with a bright future ahead of him. Albert spiraled into panic, imagining the Demon King charmed enough to try adopting areas for himself, terrified of what he might do. Albert ordered everyone to leave at once, insisting they had to return to the castle immediately. Merida protested that Arcana Castle still needed cleanup work before they could go, and Preston questioned the sudden panic. Irina warned that leaving now would make it look like they'd abandoned the job unfinished in the Demon King's eyes. Albert admitted he'd lost his composure for a moment, apologizing and agreeing that the king surely wouldn't just take his child away like that. A masked knight from the Demon King's side confirms custody of Lord Licht is being transferred without issue. Albert accepts the arrangement, sends his regards to the Demon King, and states he still has matters to handle in the Arcana territory. Soldiers drag a captured man who shouts that he refuses to go anywhere near Christ. A larger bear-like man orders him to move. Guards wheel a caged prisoner forward, warning him to pray Emperor is in a good mood, since this punishment is the result of rumors he spread during the election. Albert greets his soldiers and declares the next phase, clearing out the castle, calling it one nuisance handle. The siege of Arcana Castle ends. House Elwyn suffers no deaths, while House Airlocked loses 88 men with no survivors. Surviving vassals loyal to the defeated house are sold to foreign slave traders, while those loyal to House Elwyn are kept to repopulate the land. Albert plans to appoint Nicholas as Magistrate of Arcana. Investigation reveals two temples, both exiting the place. One may be on the river, and one close to East Highway. The ordinance suggests that it's going to happen, but Albert realizes that the highway have been using the road route. Albert orders the highway tunnel cleared, while the one leading to the Elfin River is left intact for future use. In battle, Lord Preston and his men wipe out the kingdom's vanguard and castle garrison entirely. A noble grows irritated, worrying that without military achievements, Orgus's succession will become impossible, and wonders if he could be lured out. Albert notes that if Orgus dies now, the throne would fall to him regardless, especially with King Alexa in critical condition. Albert advises that Alexa take refuge with his trusted subordinate Lord Bald, while Lord Goran is told to withdraw from the capital as a precaution. The kingdom splits into the Goran faction and Orgus faction, with Albert determined to prevent unification under Orgus. Orders go out to the Alexa unit, with everyone agreeing Lord Goran's safety remains essential. Recognizing the bait meant for Orgus, Albert arranges thanks to Lord Stefan for stalling enemy forces. The plan unfolds, deceiving Orgus's weak network by staging a fake invasion and pulling troops back. A skilled archer is requested, and troops are planted within the Imperial army to incite conflict. Villagers, trusting Albert's past strategies, accept his new instructions as they move through the liberated territory, while the men that ruled in preparation for the next phase were complete. series of repairs to Arcana Castle continued without pause. At the Alexa Kingdom's forward base, soldiers report that House Bavaria has withdrawn troops from the border, and House Elwyn has abandoned its checkpoint as well. Prince Orgus grins at the news. Reports spread that both House Bavaria and House Elwyn have requested military intervention, while spies confirm the Gontroon allied forces have deployed troops on the Empire's eastern border. Orgus notes that the tide seems to favor him, and his scouts confirm the castle has truly been abandoned. Confident, Orgus declares he will personally lead the charge, vowing to reclaim the entire Arcana region in one sweep, ordering preparations to cross the Dolphin River at once. Days later near Arcana Castle, soldiers spot a fleeing group heading toward the fortress, and recognize the wanted man leading them as Albert von Elwyn himself. Orgus roars that whoever captures Albert alive will be gifted the entire Arcana territory for himself. Troops surge forward, ordered not to kill him, but the narrow path bottlenecks their furious that Albert reached the castle, Orgus and orders his men to surround the walls. Days earlier in Alexa's capital, Count Barth explains that Lord Albert advises Prince Goran leave the capital for his own safety. Barth warns that staying could sweep Goran into the chaos of succession, especially with the king's condition worsening rapidly. He adds that Goran's departure could unite existing supporters under his banner, though Goran worries some allegiances might still shift. Goran questions whether this plan actually means splitting the country in two. Barth advises keeping farewells brief. Certainly Orgus faction will soon send their own messengers, and orders a carriage prepared immediately. In Arcana Castle, Goran silently apologizes to his father for dividing the kingdom this way. Word arrives that the king has passed away, leaving Goran shaken as he grips the only path left to survive. Goran declares he will feign illness, leave the capital, and go see his father one last time, prompting Barth to confirm his decision. Albert panics, learning they now face 2,000 troops, having already sent the demon tribe and slat soldiers away. With only 10 men and Luminous, Albert despairs at the life or death crisis unfolding before them. Luminous, smiling, asks whether they should commence the operation, wanting half the surrounded men as prisoners. With torches lit and the signal given, Albert steps forward and declares himself openly, calling out that anyone wishing to take his head should step forward now. The gate bursts open and Orgus's soldiers charge after him, only for the ground beneath them to collapse into a hidden pitfall. Albert grins down at the trapped men, revealing the traps were crafted by the demon tribe, and warning that reaching him means surviving these first. More soldiers fall victim to hidden blades, oil, and flame as they scramble past the first pit, one man screaming as fire engulfs him. Albert mocks the enemy's naivety. Observation over brute strength when building these defenses. Despite the losses, the soldiers press forward, taking more casualties from spears and hidden strikes as they remain increasingly. Albert taunts the kingdom's army as worthless cowards, until an archer draws his bow and finally puts an arrow through him. Luminous cries out in shock as Albert collapses, both of them stunned that this could actually happen. The soldiers cheer that the enemy general has been slain. Unaware, Albert still breathes as Luminous carries him away in panic. Later, Albert calmly notes the plan worked exactly as intended, praising Warid's men, while Luminous points out the enemy is throwing everything they have. The two retreat safely through the secret passage as planned, regrouping at the Elwyn camp near the Elfin River. Merida rushes to embrace Albert, relieved he is safe after hearing the enemy launched a full assault on Arcana Castle. Albert asks where Arius is, and Merida explains she came herself as his bodyguard. She adds that Berta and Alicia are taking care of him back home. Merida praises Albert's ability, calling it exactly what she'd expect from the enemy for risking his life to win. She offers her personal guard unit to reinforce his forces, and Albert thanks her, ready to deliver the final blow of this battle. Merida explains the troops are thanks for handing over Licht, easing Albert's earlier worry about being short on numbers. Albert announces House Elwyn will now begin their counterattack against the enemy. Orders are given for all units to march through the night and reach Arcana Castle before dawn, with Slat forces and the King's Guards under Vice General Miller, and Lies von Alco leading the vanguard. Miller vows they will accomplish every goal without fail, honored to lead the charge before His Majesty, and calls Lies to move out together. Slat forces and the King's Guard move out, ordered to protect His Majesty while advancing alongside Lee's and her troops, with Preston, Wraither, and the rest of the Elwyn forces close behind. A demon-horned warrior declares he shall personally serve as the King's Guard, while Wraither is placed in command of the troops. The old warrior asks if his words have finally sunk through, insisting Rather is better suited to leading soldiers, prompting Rather to complain that it isn't fair. Rather rallies the men forward, shouting "Long live King Christ," while the demon warrior smiles, saying he will be watching every bit of her performance as commander. The soldiers roar in unison, raising their spears, as they're warned not to embarrass themselves in front of His Majesty. The demon warrior promises no one will lay a finger on the king, while Preston smiles, saying he is counting on him to stay close by His Majesty's side. The old warrior jokes they never fight on the same battlefield anymore, not since Rather took the commander's seat, and Merida notes it has been a while since Preston guarded her personally. Maridi admits she hasn't had much chance to fight lately, joking that she has grown a little thicker in places, and says she wants to fight in front of her big brother too. Albert insists she should focus on protecting herself instead, and though Marita protests, he reminds her they will still be guarding His Majesty regardless. With that, the second campaign to conquer Arcana territory begins as Merida pouts, calling her brother mean for holding her back.
I'll waste that shit. I'm going in.
Alright, Helena, let's go to... Arctic Center.
Coordinates locked. Time to teleport.
Need to go get mutton and get more fishy sticker here against some other creatures. Alpha Carno and Harvest berries.
Teleport now.
Pokemon community game a wild deerling, winter, appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Insane order. Weld a 5-meter tall Gundam mecha, and I had only 2 days to finish it. He said it was for his grandfather's birthday banquet, the ultimate birthday gift. But the truth was, he only wanted a 50-centimeter model. He had simply typed 1 extra 0, and I had no idea. All I knew was that building a 5-meter mecha in 2 days was nearly impossible. But the payment was too tempting to refuse. So I worked like a madman day and night, and finally, 2 hours before the banquet, I finished the exact Gundam mecha he had asked for. Lin M.O. crouched on a concrete floor slicked with oil, gripping a chipped wrench in his hand, staring gloomily at an e-bike, whose only functioning parts were 2 spinning wheels. Lin, these brake pads are worn thin as paper. Find me a way to fix this. Replacing them isn't worth the cost. The owner was a middle-aged delivery driver, glancing anxiously at the order countdown on his phone. Uncle, it's not just the pads. The brake discs are all grooved. I'll weld a patch on for you. It'll hold for 3 days. After that, you absolutely have to replace them. Otherwise, you'll have to use your feet to stop. Lin Mo didn't even wear his goggles, pushing them up onto his forehead, revealing eyes bloodshot from chronic sleeplessness, yet piercingly clear. Fine. Fine. As long as it runs
Pokemon
today,
community
Lin
game
moved
Deerling,
outside,
Winter,
skillfully
escaped.
igniting the acetylene
No one
torch.
caught
A
it.
blue flame suddenly surged, illuminating his soot-covered face. He was 24, college dropout, unable to afford tuition, and finding the school's theories too slow, he quit to take over this junk shop. In Zhonghai, a city paved with gold, he lived like a joke, but he knew one thing. If something made of metal fell into his hands, there was nothing he couldn't fix. Sometimes, he could even hear the metal breathing. Just as the torch touched the metal, the cracked phone on the toolbox suddenly vibrated. Lin Mo ignored it, continuing his work. The weld seam was smooth as a mirror, forming a perfect fish scale pattern. Using this skill on e-bikes was a complete waste of talent. The phone rang twice more. Lin Mo cut the flame, pulled off his gloves, and wiped his hands on his greasy work pants. He picked up the phone. Notification popped up on the screen. Received 500,000 yuan. Lin Mo's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone into a waste bin. He blinked, counting the zeros 3 times. 500,000.
No!
It wasn't a scam test. It was a real balance change. Then, a call came from an unknown number. The background on the other end was noisy, with the faint sound of high heels clicking on marble floors, and a woman speaking with suppressed agitation. Is this Master Lin from Galaxy Repairs? EM switching. Lin Mo swallowed hard, his throat dry. Yes. Did you send the money to the wrong person? I don't take deposits this large for bike repairs, and I can't even make change for them. It's not a mistake. I saw your records on the app. I saw your order history. You're the only one with a 5.0 rating who takes rush orders. Did you receive the blueprints I sent? Lin Mo opened them and found an unread file sent a few minutes ago. File name: Grandfather's 70th birthday, Mecha Model 80. I need this finished within 48 hours. The remaining balance is another 500,000. Once it passes inspection, it'll be paid immediately. 1 million. Lin Mo felt the veins in his head about to burst. His junk shop's annual turnover was barely 100,000. 1 million was enough to buy this shack, renovate it 3 times over, and buy 2 tons of titanium alloy to practice with. Miss Sue, this is for a model? Lin Mo opened the file. It was a highly detailed mecha design with a hardcore sci-fi style and a complex structure. Clearly, it was commissioned from a professional artist. For the model, I only need the exterior to be accurate. The details must be realistic, absolutely realistic. My grandfather is an expert. He can tell the quality at a glance. The previous studios only made plastic trash. I canceled their orders. Can you do it? Lin Mo took a deep breath, his eyes falling on the parameters in the bottom right corner. Scale 11, height 5,000 millimeters. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. 5,000 millimeters. He looked up at his surroundings. The roof of this shanty was only about 6 meters high. Miss Sue, are you sure about these dimensions? Lin Mo asked tentatively. 5,000 millimeters. This isn't something you just put on a desk. On the other end, Su Qing was clearly preoccupied. Her words came out in a rapid fire. Of course I am. Every parameter must follow the blueprints. Size, shape, paint, everything must be identical. I know time is tight. That's why I'm paying double. You choose the materials. It needs to look high-end. Don't try to fool me with cheap-looking plastic. Remember, you only have 2 days. The day after tomorrow, 6 p.m. It must be delivered to Cloud Top Manor in Nanshan District. The call ended. Lin Mo stood in his dim workshop, phone in hand, surrounded by mountains of scrap tires and rusted gears. The setting sun streamed through the broken window onto his face, stretching his shadow long across the floor. A 5-meter-tall model. He scrutinized the blueprint once more. For a standard custom model, even the wealthiest clients usually go for something 50 centimeters or a 1-meter figure. 5 meters? This is a fucking sculpture. Lin Mo's professional instinct made him immediately notice something strange about the blueprints. Though labeled as a model, the mechanical support points of the internal structure were designed with extreme precision and complexity. If it were just for aesthetics, there would be no need for such a complex skeleton. The designer was clearly an expert, or had directly copied blueprints of some real heavy machinery. 500,000 deposit, 500,000 final payment. 2 days. He took a deep drag of the acrid smoke, letting it swirl in his lungs to calm his nerves. Taking this job was a suicide mission. Turning it down would be idiocy. Building a 5-meter shell in 2 days and making it in Cayenne, Lin Mo exhaled a ring of smoke. A manic glint began to flicker in his eyes. If she wants quality, then twigs and foam won't cut it. It has to be steel. He glanced toward the corner, at his modified plasma cutter. A crazed smile curled on his lips. Since the client wants it exactly the same, she can't blame me for overdoing it. Meanwhile, in the penthouse office of the Su Group, Zhonghai CBD, Su Qing hung up the phone, rubbing her temples in exhaustion. She wore a Chanel haute couture suit, but it couldn't hide the anxiety etched on her face. Sister Qing, is it settled? Assistant Xiao Zhang carefully brought over a cup of coffee. Settled. I found a master craftsman in the old district. I hope he's reliable. Shuin Said. The previous studios were useless. Their work looked like plastic toys. Grandfather will kill me if he sees that. This time, I specifically found someone to follow the leaked concept art of the Crimson Storm from the war zone. I've revised the version. It has to be breathtaking, but Xiao Zhang hesitated. Aren't the parameters we gave a bit? 5,000 millimeters. Su Qing glanced impatiently at the document. What's wrong with 5,000 millimeters? It's 50 centimeters, right? I've checked the ruler. It'll fit perfectly on grandfather's desk. Xiao Zhang opened his mouth, wanting to remind his boss that 5,000 millimeters is 5 meters, not 50 centimeters. But seeing Su Qing on the verge of a breakdown, and with the company reeling from competitor attacks, he was completely overwhelmed. In the end, he swallowed his words. Maybe the boss wanted a giant arm for the garden. Su Qing had no idea that her impulsive actions and that fatal extra zero were about to trigger a massive storm.
You little
In this
bastard!
parallel world, a slip of Su
Oh
Qing's
my
finger
god, it
combined
bitch
with
slapped me
Lin
right
Mo's
there.
stubbornness.
That got
Gears of
killed.
fate didn't just start turning. They slammed into 5th gear and burned the clutch red hot. Night fell. A rainstorm was imminent. The scrap metal yard in the northern suburbs of Zhonghai, a graveyard for machinery. A massive crane magnet circled in the air, snatching up twisted steel like a vulture. A beat-up pickup truck, rattling in every way but its horn, roared into the scrapyard, screeching to a halt. A sudden break. Stopping beside a pile of scrap excavators. Old Wong opens the door. A big deal has arrived. Lin Mo jumps out of the car. Rain mixed with engine oil, instantly soaking his hair. Old Wong, the gatekeeper, draped in a military overcoat, squinting to see who it was. Lin the madman, what the hell are you doing in the middle of the night? Looking for more junk? Not junk. Lin Mo tosses over a pack of Chunghwa cigarettes, bought with the deposit he just received. He didn't mind spending it now. I want the hydraulic arm of that scrapped Caterpillar excavator, and the one you took back last month. The chassis frame of that retired heavy truck. Oh right, that high-pressure turbine fan brought back from the shipyard. Is it still here? Old Wong catches the cigarettes and freezes for a moment. They're all here, but it's all just scrap. What are you planning? Smelting steel. Making a gift. Lin Montag grins, revealing a row of white teeth, looking eerily sinister in the stormy night. A birthday gift for a big shot. 3 hours later, Galaxy Repair Shop. Lin Mo is shirtless, revealing lean, well-defined muscles, wearing a heavy welding mask.
No, 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 no,
The industrial
no, no,
welding
no, no,
torch
you're
in
coming
his
here.
hand, spitting out a blinding blue-white flame. A 5,000 millimeters blueprint is pasted on the wall, covered in dents. Mechanical formulas he had just calculated. Ordinary models just need a frame for a shell. That's just for fooling people. As Lin Mo welds the chassis, he frantically constructs a 3D model in his mind. In his vision, the scrap steel seems to come alive. The excavator's hydraulic arm is no longer scrap, but the main load-bearing structure of the mecha's legs. The heavy truck's chassis is cut and reorganized, becoming the mecha's ribcage. That high-pressure turbine fan is stuck into the mecha's back, serving as a simulated thruster. The client said it has to be realistic. Lin Mo stares at the mecha's knee joint. The blueprint shows the complex spherical joint. If it's just welded shut, it won't move at all. Then it's just a sculpture. Lin Montag frowns. His OCD kicks in. If I'm paid this much and it can't even move, that would ruin my reputation. he drops the welding torch, turns and starts rummaging through a pile of junk. He finds a set of servo motors. He scavenged these last year from a bankrupt automation factory, brought them back, originally planned to fix and resell them. Now they're all being put to use. He connects the motors in series with the excavator's hydraulic system, then begins writing the control program. For an ordinary person, this would be an impossible task. But in Lin Mo's eyes, the traces on the circuit board are as clear as city streets. It doesn't need complex debugging. Using only a multimeter and a nearly dead laptop, he begins to breathe soul into the steel beast. Time ticks away. On the first night, the lower body frame of the mecha is complete. Those thick steel legs are full of industrial brutalist beauty. Every extension and retraction of the hydraulic rods is accompanied by a teeth-gritting screech of metal friction. The next morning, Lin Mo's eyes are bloodshot, but he feels no sleepiness. The upper body needs a cockpit. The blueprint shows the cockpit can open. It even includes a dashboard. If I'm going for realism, then it must be able to fit a person. Lin Mo grits his teeth, rips out the seat from a scrap van, gives it a leather wrap, actually modified from an old leather jacket, then stuffs it into the mecha's chest cavity to make the dashboard look authentic. He strips a dozen old phones and tablets, embedding the screens into the cockpit's console. He also writes a simple UI interface. The screen is filled with scrolling code and radar scans. Though it has no actual function, it looks absolutely intimidating. It still needs a power source.
Capros,
actual nuclear power, but he's a welder and an electrician. He takes every single colossal golden cudgel grade lithium battery pack, connects them in series, hiding them under the mecha's back armor. Another message from Su Chin. Suin, Master Lin, how's the progress? Remember, the color needs to be a high-texture, battle-worn red, and it must look imposing. I see some weapons mounted on the blueprints. Can you add some special effects? Even just some smoke or glowing lights would work. Lin Mo looked at his phone, wiping the grease and soot off his face. Effects? Weapons, he glanced at two pipes beside him. Seamless steel pipes originally meant for exhaust. Find the customer is king. He modified the pipes to look like railguns, then stuffed two high-pressure magnesium rods inside, along with smoke generators. Once this thing is powered up, it might not kill anyone, but the light and sound will be more real than any Hollywood effect. Finally, the outer armor. Lin Mo had no professional molds, but he had a hammer and hands like a god. 48 hours without sleep. Lin Mo downed 12 cans of Red Bull, smoked 5 packs of cigarettes. Finally, 2 hours before the deadline, Lin Mo dropped the last piece of sandpaper, collapsing onto the floor in total exhaustion. Before him stood a 5-meter-tall behemoth. The crimson armor, under the dim lights, emitted a cold, blood-red glow. Thick mechanical legs gripped the ground firmly. The turbine thrusters on the back were silent. They seemed ready to blast flames at any moment. The cockpit canopy reflected Lin Mo's exhausted face. Those cold electronic eyes were actually
Here, I'm just gonna teleport. It'll be quicker.
Switched off. This isn't a model. This is a sleeping beast of steel. This thing.
Time to teleport.
Lin Mo looked up, his neck aching. Did I make it a bit too real? He stood up, patting the mecha. The cold leg armor let out a dull thud. That sense of weight was something resin or plastic could never match. Oh crap. Lin Mo suddenly realized a serious problem.
Pokemon community game A Wild Mariup appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Of a heavy truck echoed from outside. That's the tow truck he called.
Teleport
Boss Lin, the truck's here. Where's the cargo? The driver shouted. Lin Mo
Here we are,
glanced at the
right on
4-meter
top.
rolling shutter door, then at the 5-meter mecha. Finally, at his phone, the final payment of $500,000 about to arrive. His eyes sharpened. He grabbed the plasma cutter nearby and strode toward his own roof, tearing down the house for money. 10 minutes later, accompanied by the screeching sound of tearing metal and the corrugated steel sheets of the workshop, the roof was ripped wide open. A massive crane arm slowly descended, hooking onto the lifting ring on the mecha's back. As the cable tightened, it let out a series of creaks. The red mecha slowly lifted off the ground, hovering in midair. Moonlight hit the armor, a masterpiece of violent aesthetics, like the descent of a god of war. A few people heading home late passed by the alley. They were completely stunned. Holy damn. What is that? A transformer? Are they filming a movie? Lin Mo stood in his ruined workshop, still holding the tool he used to cut the roof. He yelled at the crane operator, "Be careful, don't bump it. If this thing falls, it'll shake the foundations of this whole block to pieces." The driver flinched in fear. The mecha swayed in the air. One mechanical arm accidentally grazed a street lamp post. The steel pole, thick as a bowl,
Pokemon
like a
community
crispy
game
cracker,
Mariup
was
escaped.
snapped clean by
No
the
one
mechanical
caught it.
arm. Sparks flew everywhere. Lin Mo quickly pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Qing. "Ms. Su, the cargo has shipped. To maintain the mystery, I've wrapped it in 5 layers of red cloth. Also, this thing is quite heavy. You'd better have the manor reinforce its foundations." After sending the message, Lin Mo looked at the heavy flatbed truck, whose tires were pressed halfway flat by the weight of the mecha. A sudden wave of intense anxiety washed over him. Nothing should go wrong, right? He comforted himself. It's just a model, after all. There's no live ammunition inside. At most, it's just a bit heavy, a bit hard, and the power is a bit too intense. No problem. At that moment, he had no idea that this mecha, which he named Birthday Wish Number 1, was about to turn the Su family's birthday bash, originally meant for showing off wealth, into a global military exercise scene that would shock the world. Zhonghai City at 4 a.m., like a giant beast that had just fallen asleep. Only the yellow lights of street sweepers flicker through the mist. But on the elevated bridge leading to Nanshan District, an 18-wheeler heavy-duty flatbed trailer is letting out an overburdened roar. Damn it, this is insane. Driver Lou grips the steering wheel tight. His palms are drenched in sweat. He's been driving big rigs for 20 years. Hauled machine tools, hauled marble, even hauled tanks. But he's never felt this uncertain in his life. On the flatbed behind him, that thing wrapped in 5 layers of thickened red tanks. Wrapped tight and secure, looks like a moving mountain by the looks of its size. It's only about the size of a large excavator. But this weight, old Lou glances at the dashboard. The RPMs have already spiked into the red zone. The water temperature is climbing rapidly. "Boss, you call this a model?" Old Lou yells into the walkie-talkie, his voice sounding desperate. "This is a damn solid block of iron, isn't it? My suspension plates are about to be flattened." Lin Mo's calm voice comes through the radio, accompanied by the whistling wind. He's riding his modified electric scooter, following the truck at a leisurely pace, steady on Master Lu. It's a piece of art to prevent wind resistance. "I just weighted the base a little. Don't brake suddenly. It has a high center of gravity, high inertia." Lin Mo wears his helmet, eyes locked on a massive red shape ahead. Actually, he's nervous too. This mecha, or as he calls it, a model, weighs a net total of 28 tons. And that's only because he rushed the deadline and used aluminum alloy for non-load-bearing parts. If it were all steel, this truck would have broken down long ago. To prevent wind resistance, weighted it a little. Old Lou rolls his eyes in the cab. "Your idea of windproofing is dozens of tons." The iron truck roars off the overpass, entering Nanshan District. The road conditions change. The asphalt is polished and black. No more dilapidated shops on the roadsides, but perfectly trimmed French plane trees. Cloud Top Manor is the most elite neighborhood in Zhonghai. If someone here stomps their foot, the city's entire economy would tremble. Lin Mo rides his scooter, looking at the increasingly luxurious scenery. But he only thinks of one thing. Once this deal is closed, his repair shop can finally turn things around. He could even install a decent air conditioner, so he wouldn't have to work shirtless in the summer. Cloud Top Manor, the Su family villa. Servants are trimming the lawn, arranging fresh flowers. The massive banquet hall features floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a direct view of the distant ocean. Su Qing stands on the second-floor balcony, clutching her phone in her hand. Su Qing is still waiting for that piece of junk model. A voice comes from behind her. Wang Yu, dressed in silk pajamas, holding a glass of expensive Evian water, with that signature look on her face. A fake smile that makes you want to slap her. "Stay out of my business." Suin replies coldly, without even looking back. "Hee. I don't want to interfere, but you know how Grandpa's temper is." Wang Yu walks to the railing, watching the busy servants below. For this 70th birthday celebration, Uncle Chun from the military district is coming. Grandpa values sincerity and craftsmanship above all. I used my connections from the UK to get the latest exoskeleton combat armor, though the model is only 10 centimeters tall. It's a 1:1 scale reduction of current Special Forces gear, shrunk down precisely, full metal casting, even the joints are articulated. Wang Yu pauses for purpose, looking at Su Qing with a gaze of envy.
Wait till they see it. Wait till they see the mecha.
And you wanted it to be 5 meters tall? 5 meters tall? Su Qing, have you lost your mind? 5 meters of styrofoam. Are you trying to give Grandpa a heart attack? Feeling a wave of insecurity. She really was desperate, although that Lin Mo has high ratings. He's just a guy working in a repair shop. What if it's just a giant thing made of paper? Or a tin shell with cheap paint? She didn't dare imagine the scene. Just then, on the mountain road in the distance, a low rumble suddenly echoed. A thunderous roar of an engine. Not the high-pitched scream of a sports car, but a sound brimming with raw power and an oppressive roar. The ground seemed to vibrate with every beat. What is that sound? Wang Yu frowned. Su Qing looked up abruptly. At the end of the estate gates, a massive heavy-duty flatbed truck slowly rounded the bend. It was enormous, even on the wide estate drive. The truck looked almost too large, but what truly captured the eye was on the truck bed, a behemoth wrapped in crimson canvas. The red cloth snapped in the morning breeze, outlining the sharp contours beneath. As the truck drew closer, an inexplicable sense of pressure washed over them. Wang Yu's water glass trembled. Water splashed out. My gift has arrived. Su Qing took a deep breath, though she was terrified inside, but she couldn't let it show. It seems Master Lin is right on time. At that moment, the security team at the gate was in total chaos. Stop! This is a private estate. Heavy trucks are prohibited. The security captain waved his arms, blowing his whistle frantically. The truck let out a long, hissing brake sound, coming to a halt at the gate. The massive tires were nearly half the height of a guard, radiating waves of intense heat. The door opened. Old Lu jumped down, his legs still feeling a bit shaky. Lin Mo, riding a sticker-covered electric scooter, zipped right in front of the truck. He took off his helmet, revealing a face that was tired, yet still handsome. Hello, I'm here for the delivery. Lin Mo pulled out from his pocket a crumpled delivery slip, a large shipment for Miss Su Qing. The captain looked at the 5-meter high red bundle. His Adam's apple bob. What on earth is this thing? A model, Lin Mo said seriously. For a birthday celebration. Please open the gate. This can't be left in the rain or sun. We need to unload it quickly. The captain looked at Lin Mo with suspicion, taking in his oil-stained work clothes. Then he looked at the thing again, which looked exactly like an illegal structure. This behemoth... You're sure it's a model? Why does it look like an illegal building? It really is a model, Lin Mo explained patiently, while patting the truck's tires. It's just a bit heavy. By the way, are your floor tiles sturdy? If they crack, I'm not responsible for the damages. Just then, Su Qing, in her high heels, lifting her dress, ran breathlessly to the gate. Let him in. Su Qing looked at the massive red bundle. Her heart skipped a beat. It was too bigger than she imagined from the blueprints. On paper, this scale is just data. In person, it is pure shock. She could even feel it. The cold, metallic chill emanating from beneath the cloth. Miss Su, mission accomplished. Seeing Suin, Lin Mo gave his signature brilliant smile. I worked through the night on the paint, but to be safe, this red cloth should stay on until the ceremony begins. To keep the mystery, actually, Lin Mo was afraid the paint wasn't dry and would gather dust. But to Su Qing, this sounded like absolute confidence. Su Qing looked into Lin Mo's bloodshot eyes. A sudden, inexplicable trust surged within her. Though this man looked disheveled, he possessed an indescribable certainty. Open the gate. Let them drive the truck to the lawn in front of the main building. Miss, that lawn is the master's favorite. The security captain tried to persuade her. If it's ruined, I'll pay for it. Open it. As the electric iron gate slowly opened, the heavy truck let out a roar, carrying that mysterious behemoth. It slowly entered Cloud Peak Manor. Following behind, Wang Yu stared at the massive silhouette. She grit her teeth and sneered, All this theatrics, what's the point of making it so big? When the cloth comes off, I can't wait to see how you handle the fallout. If even a single spot of paint is uneven, grandfather will scream you out of here. Lin Mo put his helmet back on, riding his scooter behind the truck. As he passed by Wang Yu, he suddenly stopped and looked Wang Yu up and down. What are you looking at? Stinking grease monkey. Wang Yu stepped back in disgust. It's nothing. Lin Mo shrugged. Just a heads up. Stay far away in a bit. This thing has a powerful aura. It might hurt someone. With that, he twisted the throttle. The electric scooter zipped away cheerfully. Wang Yu stamped her feet in rage. 10 Uhr AM. Cloud Peak Manor became a sea of celebrities. Luxury cars worth millions filled the parking lot. But everyone's gaze drifted consciously or unconsciously toward the villa. On the open ground in front of the main building sat a massive object wrapped in red cloth. This
Let's go to the
silhouette and towering
swamp
height
biome.
clashed with the exquisite European architecture, yet it possessed a savage allure. What is that? I heard the Su family's second daughter sent a gift this big. Could it be a fake
Teleport
mountain?
ready.
Looks more like a bouncy castle to me. The guests' whispers rose and fell. By now, Lin Mo had finished unloading the vehicle, but he didn't leave. Su Qing asked him to stay, saying that if there were any assembly issues, it would be easier to adjust. In truth, Su Qing was unsure of herself. She wanted someone to take the fall. Lin Mo was currently crouching in a corner of the buffet area, holding a plate of Australian lobster and black truffle
Teleport
cake, eating with great
now.
relish. Rich people's food really is different. This lobster meat is thicker than my welding rods. Lin Mo commented while eating. Just then, the main hall suddenly fell silent. A group of men in black suits entered,
Here we are,
surrounding
right
two
on
elderly
target.
men. The one on the left wore a tang suit. He looked spirited, his gaze sharp as lightning. He was today's guest of honor, the titan of the mechanical field, Su Jinhai. And the one on the right wore a faded, old military uniform. Though he wore no epaulets, the innate aura of blood and iron made the guests instinctively step back. The military research heavyweight, Chun Jangwo. Lin Mo swallowed the cake in his mouth. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen this old man on TV, heard he was a technical fanatic even more stubborn than himself. Looks like the inspection standards will be sky high today. Lin Mo wiped his mouth. He glanced at the red-wrapped object outside. I hope this old man can handle my manual transmission design. Inside the banquet hall, the crystal chandeliers cast a soft, opulent glow. But for Su Jinhai and Chun Jangwo, this kind of occasion was clearly uncomfortable. They held wine glasses but didn't take a single sip. Instead, they retreated to a quiet corner of the terrace. Old Chun, what's the situation in the north? Su Jinhai lowered his voice, his brow furrowed. Chun Jangwo-san, on his weather-beaten face, appeared a trace of unmistakable exhaustion. Not optimistic. The latest exoskeleton tech from the west has broken through. Their single-soldier load capacity has tripled, and the response latency of the 4V motor has dropped below 20 milliseconds. He shook his head. His fingers gripped the wine glass tightly. Our Xuanwu exoskeleton's power source is still insufficient. The battery density isn't high enough. Carrying a massive battery pack makes the soldiers as clumsy as penguins. They'd be sitting ducks on the battlefield. Plus, the hydraulic transmission efficiency is too low. It lacks that seamless man-machine integration. Su Jinhai's expression was equally grave. Energy and transmission. Those are the two great mountains of the mechanical field. I'm leading a team to tackle it too. But as you know, when it comes to basic material science, it's not something that can be caught up in a day. I came this time, not only to celebrate your birthday, but also to see if the Su Group has any new talent or technical reserve. Chun Jangwo looked at the distant sea. His gaze was deep. Old Su, we don't have much time left. Once their technology is fully deployed, the pressure on the border will be immense. The two fell silent. The
Pokemon
atmosphere
community
was as
game
tense
a wild
as lead.
grubbin
Just
appears
then,
catch
a
it using
coquettish voice
Poke
broke the
Catch.
deadlock.
Winners
Grandpa,
revealed in 90s.
Uncle Chun, Wang Yu fluttered over like a colorful butterfly, holding an exquisite red sandalwood box. Yeah. Su Jinhai brushed away his words, and forced a slight smile. Grandpa, may your happiness be as vast as the eastern sea, and your life as long as the southern mountain. Wang Yu smiled sweetly as she handed over the box. This is a gift I specially prepared for you. I'm sure you'll love it. Su Jinhai opened the box. On the black velvet lining lay a silver gray mechanical model. Though only the size of a palm, the craftsmanship was exquisite. Every joint was connected with miniature screws, and even the hydraulic lines on the back were perfectly replicated. Chun Jangwo's eyes lit up. He leaned in closer. This is a model of the raptor exoskeleton from the States. Uncle Chun, you have a keen eye. Wang Yu lifted her chin smugly, not forgetting to glance nearby. At Su Qing, who was sitting on pins and needles, I asked a friend to get this limited edition model from a military lab in the States. It's not just the appearance, its internal structure is also a perfect scale replica of the original blueprints. Grandpa, you can check out the knee joint design. That multi-axis linkage structure is something we still can't produce domestically. As soon as she said this, Chun Jangwo's expression darkened slightly. Though Wang Yu was telling the truth,
Pokemon community game Grubbin escaped. No one caught it.
However, wasn't angry. He put on his reading glasses, picked up the model, and examined it closely, even fiddling with the joints. Indeed exquisite. The damping of the spherical joint is well done. Look, there's absolutely no play in it. Our machining precision still has a gap. Chun Jangwo looked at the model with a hint of envy. Although it was just a model, the industrial standard behind it was undeniable. Yeah, you've been thoughtful. This gift is very valuable for reference. Having received praise from the two big shots, Wang Yu was walking on air. The surrounding guests crowded around to flatter her. As expected of Miss Wang, this gift is so sophisticated, innovative, and high-tech, far better than giving gold or jade. Wang Yu basked in the praise, then suddenly shifted the conversation, looking towards Su Qing, her voice intentionally raised. Oh, dear cousin, where is your gift? I saw earlier that huge thing wrapped in red cloth at the door. Surely that isn't the surprise you prepared? Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to Su Qing. She should have been the center of attention. At this moment, she felt like a prisoner awaiting sentencing at an execution court. She had contacted Lin Mo 3 times for the manual, but Lin Mo only replied, "Don't rush. I'm uploading the file." Now, facing Wang Yu's provocation, Su Qing had no choice but to steel herself and step forward. Grandpa, Uncle Chun, I've also prepared a mechanical model. Su Jinhai asked, where is it? It's just outside. Su Qing pointed outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Everyone followed her finger. The sunlight was perfect, and that 5-meter-high red-wrapped object cast a massive shadow across the lawn, compared to the delicate, high-tech piece. In Wang Yu's hand, the thing outside looked crude and gargantuan. So imposing. Jangwo friend, where did she drag this Transformers sculpture from? Wang Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Cousin, you weren't scammed by some contractor, were you? One look and it's obvious. It's just one of those foam sculptures from a mall entrance.
That one's
Face turned red with frustration. She retorted loudly, it's metal. It's custom made. Wang Yu laughed even harder. Such a massive hunk of metal. How much must that have cost? I bet it's just an empty tin shell. My cousin's intention is good, but taste, that's another story. The guests began to whisper, their eyes full of mockery. To them, this was indeed a farce. A clueless rich girl, trying to grab attention, had brought in a huge, useless piece of junk. Su Jinhai's expression also soured. He had always been rigorous and detested this kind of attention-seeking behavior. Since it's here, let's go take a look, Su Jinhai said indifferently, his tone devoid of emotion. With something that big blocking the entrance, we need some answers. The group marched toward the garden in a grand procession. Su Qing followed.
That's deep.
Her palms drenched in cold sweat. She pulled out her phone, frantically messaging Lin Montag. Where are you? Get over here now. If this flops, you have to help me explain. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was hiding at the very back of the crowd, a toothpick dangling from his lips, with a look of pure anticipation on his face. This needs no explanation. Lin Mo stared at the red cloth bundle. A flicker of obsession flashed in his eyes. This is the ultimate romance for men. The crowd walked onto the lawn to get a closer look. The sense of oppression intensified. 5 meters tall, roughly the height of a 2-story building. Cousin, go ahead and unveil it. Wang Yu crossed her arms, waiting for the punchline. Let's open our eyes and see what this 5-meter treasure is. Exactly what kind of miracle it's supposed to be. Su Qing stood by the red cloth. The pull cord was right by her hand. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes. Screw it, here goes nothing. Linimo, if you dare screw me over, I'll haunt you from the grave. Su Qing yanked the cord. The massive red canvas cascaded down like a waterfall. There was no expected sound of foam rubbing, nor the rattling of cheap sheet metal. The red cloth hit the ground with a dull, heavy beat. Then came a dead silence. Hundreds of people, including Su Jinhai and Chen Jiangluo, all went silent in that instant. Sunlight poured relentlessly onto the behemoth. It was a machine of deep, dark red, a giant humanoid mecha with a matte finish. It wasn't that kind of smooth, plastic-like animated. This was the pinnacle of industrial engineering. Standing before her, everyone felt as insignificant as an ant. The smile on Wang Yu's face froze. Her mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. The exquisite 10 centimeters
running out of
model
time.
in her hand, now in front of this giant, looked like nothing more than a childish toy. Su Jinhai's glasses nearly stared. He took a trembling step forward, reaching out to touch the cold armor, but he hesitated. The old man was too excited to speak coherently. As for Chen Jiangluo's reaction, as a soldier, he had a natural instinct for such things. That wasn't the look one gives a piece of art. That was the look one gives a weapon. These weld seams, Chen Jiangluo strode to the mecha's lower leg, squatting down to stare at an armor plate joint. This is scale welding. No, this is deep penetration welding. Steel plates of this thickness, how could they be welded so smoothly?
Were the fish being shy
Absolutely no
today?
sermel deformación. And this hydraulic piping design. Su Jinhai leaned in too, lying on the ground, completely disregarding his image. This is a dual-circuit redundancy design. My god, this wiring is textbook perfection. A model maker couldn't have done this. This is the work of a mechanical engineer. The two of them circled the mecha's foot several times, spouting nothing but professional jargon. The guests around them had no clue, but they could all see the shock
Oh, wait,
on the
that
two
was
big
the
shots'
bounty.
faces. Su Qing opened her eyes, watching everyone's reaction, especially seeing Wang Yu, with a look like she'd swallowed a fly. The heavy weight in her heart finally lifted.
Pego.
So, compared to your little toy, I wonder which one Grandpa prefers.
Yeah,
Wang
bro.
Yu's face turned pale, but she refused to accept it. She didn't
Okay,
believe
going
someone
down
who
next.
fixes e-bikes could create something like this. Humph, it's just a larger shell. Wang Yu sneered. What's the point of it looking real? It's definitely empty inside, or stuffed with scrap metal. Grandpa, this thing definitely can't move. It's just a decoration. She turned around, looking at Su Qing maliciously. Cousin, since it's so realistic, do you dare open the cockpit? Let us see, or make it move a bit. As soon as she said this, Su Jinhai and Chen Jiangluo also looked at Su Qing. True, no matter how good the exterior is, if it's lifeless, it's just a high-end sculpture. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat again. How was she supposed to know if it could move? Just then, her phone went ding. Ling Mo's message finally arrived. I sent you the app installation package. Connect via Bluetooth and password. 123456. Just remember, don't click that red full firepower button. Cough, cough, special effects now. I'm afraid it'll scare the elderly. Su Qing looked at the phone screen, fingers trembling slightly. He looked up, glancing at the towering cockpit, then at Wang Yu's provocative gaze. Let's do this. Su Qing opened the app, pressing his finger onto the massive start button. A low, deep hum, as if echoing from the depths of hell, instantly reverberated through the entire estate. The sound of current surging through high-power motors, causing the very air to vibrate. Beneath the mecha's black visor, too, crimson lights suddenly flared, like a demon opening its eyes. With the release of high-pressure gas, the chest armor plates slid slowly to the sides, revealing a cockpit filled with instrument panels and holographic projections. At the same time, a massive mechanical band with the precise whirring of motors slowly descended before Su-Ching, opening its palm. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Only the 10 centimeters model in Wang Yu's hand hit the ground with a clack, snapping a leg off. Su-Ching's hands trembled as he gripped the ergonomically designed control levers. He expected to feel plastic or rough iron parts, but the sensation sent a jolt through his head. A smooth, damping, aerospace-grade iron. He could even feel a faint internal vibration, as if the mecha had a heartbeat welcome pilot. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice suddenly echoed in the narrow cabin, startling Su-Ching nearly out of his seat. The sound didn't come from speakers, but through bone conduction headphones, resonating directly inside his skull. System self-check complete. Power core output 15%. Hydraulic system pressure normal. Fire control radar on standby due to urban environment restrictions. Long-range strike module locked. Su-Ching was completely bewildered. What fire control radar? What long-range strike? Master Lin really went all out for the act. Even the system voice is this realistic. He looked out through the holographic cover. The view through the glass was now covered by streaming lines of data. The faces of the people outside were all locked in green boxes with estimated heart rates and temperatures. My God! Su-Ching muttered. This app is way too advanced. Meanwhile, on the ground outside the cockpit, the guests were looking up, staring at the steel beast that had swallowed Su-Ching. The mechanical arm had retracted. The cockpit hatch closed seamlessly, with a suffocating sound of an airtight seal. Wang Yu's voice turned shrill with jealousy. Closing it isn't a feat. If you're so capable, take a few steps. There must be a projector inside. It's just a giant VR experience center. She turned to Su Jinhai and Chun Jiangwo, trying to find allies. Grandpa, don't be fooled. I could do something like this too. Holographic technology is very advanced now. It looks real, but you can't even touch it. However, the two elders weren't paying her any attention. Chun Jiangwo was crouching by the mecha's ankle, holding a portable high-intensity flashlight, staring intently at a nameplate on the hydraulic joint. Old Su, come look at this. Chun Jiangwo's voice trembled slightly. Suzinai Lindin on that nail-sized metal nameplate. Component. High-load vector hydraulic joint. High-load vector hydraulic joint. No LN material. C4. Manufacturer. Lin MO warning. Do not disassemble. Do not disassemble. Manufacturer. Do not disassemble. Contains high-voltage capacitors. TC4 titanium alloy recap. Susenai gas. This kind of craftsmanship. Only the space agency's vacuum furnace could do this. How did he do it? And look at this weld point. This was welded by hand. This is impossible. A human hand couldn't be this precise. Not only that, Chun Jiangwo pointed to a cable. This is the shielding layer of a graphene superconducting cable. Even though it's wrapped in insulating tape, it looks pretty tacky, but the feel, high voltage DC current is flowing through here. Old Su, if this were a model, who would run high voltage power through the model? As they looked at each other, they both saw the sheer terror in each other's eyes. This is no model. This is a war machine that hasn't even been deployed yet. Right then, the mecha suddenly moved. The massive right foot slowly lifted, though the movement was slightly sluggish. But the wind pressure from those dozens of tons lifting off instantly blew away the wigs and hats of everyone around. Accompanied by the scream of the motors, that giant mechanical foot took a step forward. The lawn collapsed instantly. Dirt flew everywhere. The ground of the entire estate shuddered. Wine glasses on the banquet table crashed down in a heap. The crowd let out terrified screams. Everyone scrambled back. Wang Yu's high heel buckled from fear. She collapsed right onto the ground, her face turning pale as a sheet inside the cockpit. Su-Ching was also breaking out in a cold sweat. I only pushed the control lever slightly. I didn't expect this big guy to react so violently. The phone suddenly rang. Su-Ching frantically...
Wisebot Core viewers, +1. Alarm clock 6 hours 1 minute and 33 seconds.
This might have been a bad idea.
Oh, there's something I forgot to tell you. Lin MO, why is this thing so sensitive? I almost hit a tree. Su-Ching hissed in a low shout, and there are way too many buttons on here. Which one controls the movement? None of that matters. Just push the lever. It's idiot-proof operation. Lin MO swallowed the cake in his mouth, speaking indistinctly. Most importantly, there's a red cover on your right. Open it, and there's a red button inside. Whatever you do, don't touch that randomly. Su Qing looked down. She indeed saw that striking red cover with crooked words written on it in marker. What is this? That's for your grandfather's birthday celebration. A celebratory canon mode. Lin Montag explained it. I thought since it's a birthday banquet, there should be some noise. So inside the mecha's arm, I
Pokemon
installed two
community game A
modified
Wild
magnesium
Emolga
rods
appears
and
catch
smoke
it
tubes,
using
but I didn't
Poke
have time
Catch.
to tune the
Winners
circuit.
revealed
The
in
power
90s.
might be a tiny bit too high. Celebratory cannon? Su Qing's eyes lit up. At this moment, although Wang Yu was sitting on the ground, she was still being stubborn. So what if it moved? Clunky as a turtle. It must be remote controlled. Su Qing couldn't possibly drive it. Su Qing heard the shouting outside. The mecha's audio system was ridiculously good. Lin Mo, is this cannon safe? It just glows and smokes, right? Theoretically, Lin Mo scratched his head. As long as you don't aim it at people, fire it into an open space. Should look pretty nice, like a giant firework. Su Qing hung up the phone. Since it's a firework, then let that annoying Wang Yu shut up. She took a deep breath through the HUD. She locked onto a distant target, an artificial rockery at the edge of the estate. It was 200 meters away from the crowd. Absolutely safe. Wang Yu, since you want a show, I'll give you a big one. Su Qing violently flipped open the cover labeled Truth and slammed her thumb down hard. At the same time, in a corner of the estate, Lin Mo, who was eating his second slice of Black Forest cake, suddenly saw the mecha raise its right arm. The energy ring in the palm began to flash a blinding blue light. It was the glow produced by ionizing the air. The fork slipped from Lin Mo's hand. Holy shit! I remember installing magnesium rods. Why is there a plasma reaction? Did I wire it wrong last night? That
Pokemon
high
community
voltage
game
capacitors
Emolga
I
escaped.
established from the
No
radar
one caught
station
it.
before he could even react. A tooth-rattling, high-frequency electrical hum instantly drowned out the noise of the crowd. The mecha's right arm jolted violently, and a beam that only exists in sci-fi movies, a brilliant crimson ray, accompanied by visible ripples in the air, erupted instantaneously. A high-energy
I need to kill
plasma
you.
jet,
I need to kill
1
you.
meter in diameter. In that split second, the world seemed to go silent. Then, 200 meters away, that 10-meter high, artificial rockery made of Taihu stones was like a pencil drawing erased by a rubber. It simply vanished into thin air. No flying debris, because the rocks were instantly vaporized into powder by the heat. The beam pierced through the rockery, leveled a small grove of trees behind it, finally slamming into the manor's perimeter wall, leaving a massive hole with vitrified, melted edges. Inside the cockpit, Suinster blankly. Was that firework? A bit too powerful? A deathly silence fell over the manor. Everyone stood there, mouths agape, frozen in the positions they were in a second ago. Wang Yu sat on the ground, completely paralyzed with shock. Though the beam had been far from him, that aura of absolute destruction made him feel the raw terror of death. Chen Jiangwo was the first to snap out of it. He whipped his head towards Su Jinhai, and in those old eyes that had seen everything, there was now only bloodshot madness. Old Su, you old fox. Chen Jiangwo grabbed Su Jinhai by the collar, spittle flying in his agitation. You played poor with me. You said your tech was bottlenecked. What the hell is this? This is a tactical single soldier mecha. This is a portable plasma cannon. You fucking call this a model? Su Jinhai was shaken dizzy. He looked at the smoking crater in the distance, trembling violently. Old Chun, believe me, I really didn't know. If my family had developed this, would I even be unable to make a 10 centimeters model? Chen Jiangwo let go and immediately pulled from his coat a red encrypted communication phone. His hands were shaking so badly that he misdialed several times before connecting. This is Chen Jiangwo. Deploy a reinforcement battalion here immediately. Track my coordinates. A single unit. A strategic weapon that could change the face of future warfare. Bring anti-aircraft missiles. Seal off a 10-kilometer radius. Not even a bird leaves this area. Hanging up the phone, Chen Jiangwo turned around. With a look usually reserved for giant pandas. A look for a national...
Oh, you're a 150. I am so sorry.
Stared intensely at the steaming mecha. Don't you dare move! Chen Jiangwo screamed, his voice cracking in sheer excitement. Someone, Get some soft cushions for the mecha's feet. Don't let it get scratched. This is a priceless treasure. Inside the cockpit, Su-Ching looked at the absolute chaos outside, then looked down at her own, still trembling thumb. Lin Montag. Su-Ching wanted to cry. You call this a ceremonial salute? 10 minutes ago, this place was Zhonghai's most luxurious social playground. Socialites sipped champagne and gossiped, while business tycoons exchanged business cards. Now, it had been taken over by military green. 3 attack helicopters circled overhead, their massive rotors making the windows rattle. Dozens of military trucks blocked every exit of the manor. Fully armed soldiers set up yellow caution tape. All guests were herded into a corner of the banquet hall, their phones all confiscated. Everyone had to sign a top-secret non-disclosure agreement. The influencer who had been live streaming had their phone crushed under a boot and was now crouching in the corner, shivering. What on earth is going on? I just came here for dinner. Shut up. Can't you see that officer? He's from the theater command. In the center of the crowd, Su-Ching had already been invited out of the cockpit. She looked like a primary student who had done something wrong, standing on the lawn. Opposite her, Chun Jangwo and Su Jinhai, along with a team of newly arrived research experts, were surrounding the mecha for an emergency physical visit. Reporting, Commander, an old expert with thick glasses, holding a detector, runs over with a look of pure horror. The energy core has detected a high-energy reaction, but it's not nuclear fusion, nor is it fission. The structure is bizarre. It's like hundreds of civilian lithium batteries in series. But in the middle, there's a kind of a voltage stabilizer we can't even comprehend. It forcibly boosts the energy density by 50 times. Chun Jangwo's eyes widened. Wouldn't that blow up at any moment? The expert wiped away sweat. But this stabilizer is too ingenious. It uses a dynamic balance algorithm, locking the energy down tight. This algorithm is more advanced than the Lungsen fire control system we're developing. Far more advanced, by at least 2 generations. And this armor, another expert knocks on the mecha's leg. This isn't ordinary steel plating. This is multi-layer composite armor. The outer layer is cold-rolled steel, but the middle layer is actually rubber from old tires. Wait. This rubber has been specially treated, turning it into a high molecular energy-absorbing material. The recoil from that last shock was completely absorbed by this layer of tires. Listening to these reports, Chun Jangwo felt his worldview collapsing. Achieving nuclear level power with lithium batteries. Achieving reactive armor performance with scrap tires. Is this something a normal human could actually do? He turned his head, looking at Su-Ching with a complex expression. Girl, tell me the truth. Chun Jangwo tried to keep his tone gentle, but the pressure he exerted was unmistakable. Where on earth did this mecha come from? Is it a prototype leaked from the UK, or the product of some hidden, national-level laboratory? Su-Ching was on the verge of tears. Uncle Chun, I'm really not lying. This is just someone I found on the City Master app. A welder. Just a welder. I only paid him $1 million to make a model for my grandfather's birthday. I don't know how he did it. $1 million. An expert nearby almost dropped his tablet in shock. $1 million. That wouldn't even buy a single hydraulic pipe or mecha. The control chips on this thing. A single one costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're nearly impossible to find. Chun Jangwo narrowed his eyes. A welder understands dynamic balance algorithms and plasma confinement equations? Girl, this concerns national security. You cannot cover for him. I'm serious. Su-Ching stamped her feet in frustration. His name is Lin Mo. He's right here. He just called me. He said this was a ceremonial salute. Chun Jangwo glanced at the smoking crater in the distance. His lip twitched. Ceremonial salute, my niece. Su-Ching looked around, among the detained crowd, searching for that familiar figure, the one who was just eating cake. Just then, a commotion broke out beyond the corridor. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm just here to settle the bill. Why are you arresting me? 2 fully armed Special Forces soldiers were dragging a young man in grease-stained overalls toward them, the young man was still holding half the Black Forest cape with a defiant look on his face. It was Lin Mo. That's him. He's the one who made it. Lin Mo was brought before Chun Jianguo and Su Jinhai. He broke free from the soldier's grip, straightened his cheap $2 overalls, looked at the scene around him, then looked at the giant crater, and probably figured it out. Leaders, this one's on me. That salute was indeed a bit too powerful. I just wanted to make a bang. I didn't expect to blow up the rockery, but let me be clear, that rockery already had some cracks. It was practically a hazard. I was just helping you remove a danger. Chun Jianguo sized up the young man. Too ordinary as a mechanic you'd find at any roadside repair shop. You built this mecha? Chun Jianguo pointed to the behemoth behind him. Miss Su placed the order. I have a contract. Legitimate business. You did this all by yourself? Not exactly. Lin Mo thought for a moment. An old Wong from the scrapyard next door helped me lift the steel plate. Chun Jianguo took a deep breath, suppressing the sense of absurdity in his heart. Do you know the principle behind that blast just now? Lin Mo scratched his head. Isn't it just coal powder burning under instant high pressure, combined with a fan to blow the smoke out, to make the light brighter? I added a focusing lens. Maybe the lens focused too well and ignited the air. The surrounding experts felt like punching him. What the hell do you mean, coal powder combustion? That was plasma. You used coal powder to reach the temperature of the sun's surface. How did you grind that lens? An optics expert couldn't help but ask. Oh, that... Lin Mo pointed to a Bentley parked nearby. I saw this car parked on the roadside. The headlights were pretty bright. I figured nobody wanted it, so I took them apart and ground them down. The glass quality was great, quite heat resistant. Hearing this, Wang Yu, who had just changed her pants in the crowd, rolled her eyes and completely fainted. Chun Jianguo looked at Lin Mo as if looking at an alien. He suddenly realized that the young man before him might not even know what he had actually created. In his eyes, all of this seemed like standard procedure. Is this what a genius is? Shaolin. Su Jinhai finally came to his senses and walked forward trembling, grasping Lin Mo's oil-stained hand. The power system of this mecha. How did you solve the energy transmission loss? We calculated for a long time. At this size, the wires should have burnt out long ago. Oh, that's simple. I coated the wires with a layer of graphite powder and then steamed them in a pressure cooker. I found that this reduces resistance and helps with heat dissipation. Isn't this just a basic makeshift method? I learned it from an online tutorial. Steaming graphite powder in a pressure cooker, a material science expert clutched his chest, pulling emergency heart medication from his...
Oh, you're at 130. Shit.
Operation principle for graphene superconducting materials, although extremely simple. The core logic is actually correct. This guy crafted superconducting materials with a pressure cooker. Chun Jianguo took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. He turned around and notified the adjutant behind him. Top secret, level 1, theater command. Delete all surveillance footage from this area. Everyone who has seen this mecha must sign an S-Class confidentiality agreement and shall not leak a single word for the rest of their lives. Then he looked at Lin Mo, a kind smile appearing on his face. Shaolin, how's the business at your repair shop? Sigh. Don't even mention it. Lin Montag. I was counting on the final payment from this job to fix my roof, but to transport this thing, I had to tear the roof off. Now it's still drafty. Chun Jianguo waved his hand. No need to repair it. The state will build you a new one. Really? Can it have air conditioning? Chun Jianguo's smile grew even brighter. Not only air conditioning, but also guns, including a private laboratory, a wind tunnel, and a firing range. Weld whatever you want. Unlimited materials and free electricity. Lin Montag paused, stepping back half a pace warily. This sounds too good to be true. Chief, you're not planning to make me repair aircraft carriers? Are you? Let me tell you, I don't have a license. I'm an unlicensed
Kaito Destiny,
welder.
a 190, welcome to my channel.
Patting Lin Mo.
At Kaito Destiny, a 190, welcome to my channel.
To the ground. Who cares about a license? From this day forward, the state will issue you one. You are special grade. You are a national treasure welder. He turned his head, looking at the mecha glistening in the sunlight. fierce fire igniting in his eyes.
Welcome to the
With
Fluffy
this
Madness.
day,
I
the
am running
raptors
around
of the
gathering
UK,
resources
or any
and
exoskeleton,
killing a
are
few
all fucking toys.
creatures while
Shout
trying to
Lin.
stay
Let's
alive.
go. Come back to the base with me. We'll head to the range and properly test the true power of your model. Lin Mo looked completely bewildered. If we go to the range,
Hey,
will Miss
Survivor!
Sue settle the final payment? Su Ching nodded vigorously beside him. I'll pay it right now. Double? No, 10 times. Right then, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar overseas number. Lin Mo answered the call. A stiff voice spoke Chinese on the other end. Mr. Lin, we are Thor Corporation from the US. We just used the satellite to detect a thermal reaction at Cloud Top Manor. If you are willing, we are prepared to offer $50 million to hire you as a technical consultant. Lin Montag frownet. $50 million. Chun Jangwo and Su Jinhai's expressions changed instantly. Lin Mo
Pokemon
glanced
community
at Chun
game a
Jangwo,
wild
that
Makahita
murderous
appears
look in
catch
his
it
eyes.
using
He said
Poke
calmly
Catch.
into the phone,
Winners revealed in
"Sorry,
90s.
I'm not going abroad. Besides, your voltage is different from ours. My soldering iron won't fit the socket." After saying that, he hung up. He stuffed the phone into his pocket. Leader, where were we? Right? The shop with air conditioning. Chun Jangwo looked at Lin Mo. The admiration in his eyes was almost overflowing. Old Su, this mech is being requisitioned. The state will send you a commemorative banner later. With Chun Jangwo's order, a massive military transport helicopter slowly descended. Lin Mo was surrounded by soldiers as if he were the president, escorted onto the aircraft. That Longevity number 1 mech was also hoisted away by an emergency heavy transport plane, leaving behind a manor in total shambles. Su Qing watched the departing helicopter. A strange feeling suddenly washed over her. That grease-covered man who fought hard for 500,000 seemed, in this moment, to fly toward a height she could never reach. But the next second, her phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Lin Mo. "Boss, money received. Remember to call me if you have this kind of job again. 20% discount for regulars. By the way, the manual for the mech, I've sent it to your email. Be sure to read it. Especially the end. Flight mode is strictly prohibited indoors." Su Qing looked at her phone and suddenly smiled. Flight mode. She
Pokemon
suddenly
community
looked up
game
at the sky.
Makahita
Just
escaped.
how many surprises
No
does
one
this
caught
guy
it.
hide? Third basement level of a hidden military base in the suburbs of Shanghai. There are no windows, only cold LED tubes emitting a pale, ghostly light. An interrogation room, or as the military calls it, special talent screening.
What's
The
the
room
clause, kitty
temperature
cat?
was kept constant at 22 degrees. But sitting opposite him, that row of white-haired veteran experts, their foreheads drenched in sweat. Lin Mo sat in a specially made metal chair. The handcuffs on his wrists had been removed. A steaming cup of the Hong Pao tea sat before him. "Comrade Lin, even if it's just for your own sake, please tell us the truth." The one leading the questioning was an elderly man with thick glasses. He was a titan in the field of dynamics. Academicien Li Shangzhen. At this moment, he was pointing at a structural diagram on the projection screen, his fingers trembling as if playing a piano. "Regarding this voltage stabilizer for the energy core, or what you call the leakage protector, we just ran 300 simulations on a supercomputer, and the conclusion is that the topological structure of this thing is 80% similar to the magnetic confinement field of a tokamak device. Tell me, did you really figure this out in a repair shop?" Lin Mo held the teacup. He innocently blew on it, the tea leaves floating on the surface. "Old gentleman, I'm really not lying to you. It's just a fuse box to prevent leakage." Lin Mo put down the cup. He explained seriously. "Think about it, with all those lithium batteries in series, the voltage is incredibly high. I was afraid Miss Sue would get shocked, so I added a few coils in the middle for shunting. As for the way the coils are wound, I followed my grandmother's knitting pattern, alternating knit and purl stitches. They say it keeps the tension from loosening." Academician Li Chang'an had just taken a sip of water and sprayed it out instantly, splashing it all over the face of the major taking notes. Academician Li slammed the table and stood up, his face flushed deep red. "You call non-linear constraint of a toroidal magnetic field Knitting? Do you know the magnetic flux density of this structure? It's 12 Tesla. This is something even the most advanced labs struggle with. A room temperature superconducting magnetic field. And you knitted it using copper wire and enameled wire? Lin Mo shrank his neck, looking somewhat aggrieved. Well, I can't exactly say I just read it blindly. I really think it looks better long, and it dissipates heat faster. If you don't believe me, I can bring that sweater to show you. It's in the old wardrobe in my shop. Behind the one-way glass, Chun Jangwo stood with arms crossed, watching the scene inside. A grin spread across his face, one he couldn't possibly suppress. Beside him, Su Jinhai looked like he was questioning existence itself. Old Chun, are you sure this kid isn't faking it? Knitting sweaters to achieve such complexity. If this gets out, physicists worldwide would lose their minds. The world of a genius is often this unpretentious. Chun Jangwo's eyes burned with passion. The real show was yet to come. Inside the interrogation room, another expert took over. This time, it was an authority in software engineering and AI, Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao took a deep breath, trying his best not to sound like he was having a breakdown. Fine, let's set the hardware aside for now. Lin and Mo, regarding the mecha's fire control system, the one that can lock onto 300 targets in 1 second, and calculate the optimal strike path, we found a lot of strange comments in the underlying code. Dr. Zhao pointed to a line of code on the screen. What does this mean? This is clearly a high-dimensional prediction algorithm, capable of predicting a target's trajectory through airflow and muscle tremors. Lin Mo scratched his head awkwardly, his face flushing slightly. Dr. Zhao. Actually, back when I played that Ice Guy game, I bought some source code for an aimbot cheat online. I thought the code was pretty clean, so I tweaked the parameters and plugged it in. After all, Miss Su said she wanted to hit whatever she pointed at, so I figured an aimbot would be the easiest way. Dr. Zhao felt his blood pressure bursting through the crown of his head. You flashed a game cheat into a mecha that cost tens of billions, and it became a world-class fire control system. It's not entirely a cheat, Lin Mo added. The cheat could only lock onto heads, but the mecha needs to lock onto the whole body. So I also added
I hear a stumpy stop. I'm running.
I just plugged it in. Don't let it fool you, those vacuums are pretty smart. They know how to turn when they hit a wall. It's the same principle as a mecha dodging missile. Dead silence filled the room. The experts looked at each other in disbelief, pens slipping from their hands. Robot vacuums, game aimbots, powering a 5th-gen mecha fire control system. What the hell is this? Some kind of magical realism? And what about the radar? Another radar expert asked stubbornly, his voice already sounding shaky. That mecha's detection range reaches 50 kilometers, and it has anti-stealth capabilities. I've seen the radar dome. It's just a pile of junk I don't recognize. Lin Mo perked up. That's my proudest modification. It's just a few magnetrons from microwaves combined with some old satellite dishes I picked up from a scrapyard. I cranked the microwave power to the max, then bumped up the frequency a bit. I figured if a microwave can heat up food, it should be able to detect things with heat. As for the anti-stealth, what's that? If I can see it, it can see it. Even if I can't see it, it can. As long as it's made of iron or has a temperature, a red dot will light up on the screen. The experts completely collapsed in their chairs. Microwave magnetrons turned into a phased array radar. This is no longer science. This is occultism. Just then, the interrogation room door opened. Chun Jangwo strode in, followed by Su Jinhai. The experts all stood up. Chun Jangwo walked up to Lin Mo, looking at the young man with a face that said, "Do I have to pay for this?" That was the look on his face. Suddenly, he felt the world had become exceptionally lovely. Chun Jangwo pulled out a chair and sat down. His tone became serious and soft. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. "Boss, if this is about a fine, can I pay in installments? Although that 500,000 has arrived. I haven't withdrawn it yet." Chun Jangwo waved his hand, staring intensely, gazing with burning eyes. "Based on the questioning just now, we either classify you as an alien spy or as a peerless national treasure." Lin Mo blinked. "Can't I just be an ordinary welder?" "An ordinary welder doesn't build anti-stealth radars out of microwaves." Chen Jiangwo smiled. Lin Mo, I don't care. Did you learn these skills by knitting sweaters with your grandma? Still using a patch inspired by a robot vacuum. The truth is, you've built a machine that transcends its era. Now, the state needs to verify this machine's peak performance. Lin Mo had a bad feeling about this. Chen Jiangwo
Okay,
stood up.
Archie.
The firing range
Saber-tooth
is ready. I want to see if
summons,
your model is tougher than our active duty main
Capros,
battle tanks. Lin Mo nearly slid right
Basilo,
off his chair in shock.
Monodons.
So please stop joking. It's just a model. Even if I used some high-grade steel, can't withstand armor-piercing rounds. Besides, I don't even know how to fight in a mecha. I only know how to make it walk. Since the system was modified from a game cheat, why not just treat it like a game? Su Jinhai chimed in from the side, a mischievous glint in his eyes like an old prankster. Lin Mo, as long as you perform well in the test, forget an air-conditioned repair shop. I'll have the state build you a nuclear power plant just to charge your machine. Lin Mo swallowed hard. A nuclear power plant. That's a huge temptation. I could weld as much as I want, and Mom will never have to worry about me tripping the circuit breaker again. But if I accidentally break a tank, I don't have to pay for it, right? Lin Mo asked cautiously. Chun Jiangwo burst into laughter, his voice making the interrogation room vibrate. If you can actually break our Type 99 modified main battle tank, I'll give you a bonus. For every one you destroy, I'll pay you 10 times over. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He snapped to attention instantly, radiating a strange sense of confidence. Since that's how the boss puts it, then I'll give it a shot. But let's get this straight. Only training rounds are allowed. No live ammunition. I'm afraid that my paint job will get scratched, and Miss Su will deduct my pay. Chun Jiangwo and Su Jinhai exchanged a look. This kid is still worried about paint and money. Chun Jiangwo waved his hand. To the range. Let this kid give our armored brigade a lesson they won't forget. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo was led into a fully enclosed military off-road vehicle. But what he didn't know was, at a comprehensive tactical training base in the Northern Theater Command, lights were blazing, and everyone was on high alert. The Steel Torrent, known as the Kings of Land Warfare, had already assembled, and opposite them, the machine that had just arrived, the Zhu Shou No. 1 mecha, still half covered in red cloth, stood silently in the freezing desert wind, like a lonely challenger. Except the only thing on the pilot's mind was, if he wins, could he apply to get that broken microwave reimbursed too? Northern Theater Command, Tactical Testing Ground number 01. 3 heavy tanks were parked in a neat line. Low-profile turrets, heavy explosive reactive armor, and long 125mm smoothbore guns. The pinnacle of current land warfare power. The Type 99 modified main battle tank, and 200 meters opposite them, the 5-meter-tall Zhu Shou No. 1 mecha looked completely
2 level 50 necros, fuck that!
And 200 meters opposite them, the 5-meter-tall Zhu Shou No. 1 mecha looked completely out of place. Ha! So this is the model? Tank Company Commander Haida sat atop the lead turret, chewing gum with a look of pure disdain. Laughter from other crews crackled over the radio. I heard it was brought in from Zhonghai, some rich kid's birthday present. Did the commander have too much to drink? Why are we practicing with a toy? Target that big. If it doesn't move, I could blast it to smithereens in one shot. Don't be careless. I heard that thing vaporized the fake mountain. That was a stationary target. We are mobile, steel fortresses. How fast can those skinny legs even run? To me, it's just a giant torch. On the observation deck, Chen Xianwu, Susenai, and a group of military high ranks sat solemnly. A massive screen displayed real-time data. Chun Jiangwo gave the order into the microphone. Lin Mo was already seated in the cockpit. He had operated it once before, but that was just taking a few steps on a lawn. Now he was in the desert, facing 3 tanks radiating murderous intent. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. System. Terrain identification complete. Sandy terrain. Off-road mode recommended. An electronic voice echoed in his mind. Lin Mo paused for a moment. Activation command confirmed. Power output increased to 30%. Gyroscope sensitivity set to maximum. With Lin Mo's confirmation, the mecha emitted a heart-stopping mechanical grinding sound. From the once flat mechanical saws, several half-meter titanium alloy claws suddenly snapped out, digging deep into the sandy ground. This is Subject 1. mobility evasion and survival capability. The referee's voice echoed through the broadcast. Blue team tanks will use simulated laser combat systems. If the red team mecha is hit, it will be judged a failure. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Start. The engines of 3 tanks roared simultaneously, black smoke billowing from their exhausts, treads kicking up clouds of dust, charging toward the mecha in a wedge formation. This speed. Lin Mo stared at the red dots on his HUD. Way faster than my crappy electric scooter. The lead tank fired first. Though it was a simulated laser, flames still erupted from the muzzle, along with the smoke of blank rounds. But in the next second, the driver's smile froze. The red mecha had suddenly vanished. Not vanished, but its movements were simply too fast. Look closely. The mecha didn't turn and run clumsily like a human. Instead, its massive upper body, using its waist as an axis, performed an eerie 90-degree side tilt, just like the bullet dodge scene in The Matrix. This was done by dozens of tons of steel 5 meters tall. Evasion successful. A major general on the viewing platform crushed his binoculars in his grip. What kind of actuator is this? How can something weighing dozens of tons sidestep like that? Can its waist bearings even handle that? Lin Mo didn't have time to worry about the bearings. He only knew that his aimbot had, the passive evasion feature of the fire control system had automatically triggered a warning. Multi-target lock-on. Recommendation. Take the initiative as Lin Mo
Pokemon community game A Wild Solric appears catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5
Lin Mo
kitties. One's
slammed
missing.
the control lever forward, stomping down on the pedals. The turbine fans on the mecha's back suddenly accelerated. Though there were no flames, the massive suction whipped up a storm of yellow sand. With a grunt, the mecha's legs surged with power, launching it forward like
Teleport
a rocket.
activated.
Zhu Show number 1 was like a giant steel grasshopper, leaping across dozens of meters in a
Here we
single
are,
bound,
right on
landing
time.
squarely on top of the leftmost tank. A thunderous crash. The tank crew felt as if the sky had collapsed. 28 tons of weight slammed down, the tank's suspension screaming in agony, the treads sinking deep into the sand.
I
Half
can't
a
see
meter deep.
shit.
Slam dunk on your head. Lin Mo shouted instinctively. The mecha didn't stop there. Using the momentum of the fall, the mechanical hand seized the tank's gun barrel. So this is your gun barrel, huh? Looks pretty sturdy. Wonder if it works as a crowbar? Lin Mo yanked the mechanical arm upward with all his might. The tank's proud gun elevation hydraulic system, faced with the mecha's unreasonable strength, was like a fragile plastic toy. With the sound of spraying hydraulic fluid, that 125mm gun barrel was brutally into a perfect 90-degree right angle. Tank 1 is combat ineffective. The referee's voice came over the
Pokemon
broadcast,
community game
trembling with
Solric
shock.
escaped.
This was a total
No one
slaughter,
caught it.
Products of entirely different eras. The remaining 2 tanks panicked. Scatter! Black Tower screamed. Don't let it get close. This is fucking insane. He bent a cannon with his bare hands.
115, level 20. Yeah. What a done? You're
Found the
fucked.
mecha's handling even more intuitive than his favorite wrench.
Yeah, you are
Off-road
fucked.
mode. Then let's run. The mecha leaped off tank 1, landing on.
Don't run to me.
Indeed, to maintain.
Don't fucking run my way.
Lin Mo switched the mecha to beast mode. Now it looked more like a red mechanical gorilla, sprinting across the sand on all fours, moving so fast it left after images. A few seconds later, he caught up to tank 2. This time, Lin Mo didn't bend the barrel. Instead, he extended a mechanical hand, gripping the tank's drive sprocket with pinpoint precision. Lin Mo let out a roar, and the mecha's hydraulic system output full power. Before everyone's terrified eyes, one side of the 50-ton main battle tank's tread was brutally ripped upward. The tank flipped over like a clumsy turtle, its treads still spinning in the air, emitting a helpless humming sound. Tank 2 has capsized. Battle lost. Combat capability lost. Only one left. Haita's tank. Haita was no longer dismantled. He was in despair. He watched the red
Fuck that
light
bleeding
flash
effects.
out, those glowing red electronic eyes staring him down. Reverse. Now, but a tank can't reverse as fast as that monster. With just 2 massive strides, the mecha was right there. But this time, it didn't attack. It came to a sudden halt. Lin Mo saw the screen prompt. energy at 10%, suggesting power saving mode. Damn, out of juice. Lin Mo felt frustrated. These batteries just don't last. I should have wired in a few more sets. Since I'm low on power, let's wrap this up quickly. Lin Mo looked at the tank in front of him, shivering in fear. He suddenly remembered the speaker button. The leader said no live ammunition. Then I'll just give him a scare. Lin Mo pressed the speaker button and cranked the volume to the max. The mecha slowly straightened its back, blocking the light of the searchlights. A colossal shock engulfed the tank. Finally, the mecha's chest fired, emitting wind rose amplifiers, sounding like the street there. Hey, buddy in there, you still want this car? If not, I'm here for the scrap. Looking at the condition, 50 cents a pound. Take it. On the viewing platform, Chen Jiangwo might be blunt, but this was an extreme insult. Haida gritted his teeth, trying to rotate the turret to front. Seeing this, Lin sighed, refusing the easy way and choosing the hard way. He commanded the mecha to lift its right foot and precisely step on the turret rail, locking the turret firmly in place. Then the mecha leaned down, its massive metal face pressing right against the tank sight. The mecha's visor opened, revealing an LED screen full of gibberish. Scrolling across it were words. Lin Mo had just typed in randomly: professional repairs, sewer unclogging, high price old appliance recycling, phone 138 XXXXXXXX. Haida stared at the massive ad in his sight and finally snapped. He finally broke. I surrender. I surrender. Don't scrap me. If this gets bent anymore, I'll have to write a report. As Haida opened the hatch and raised his hands, a piercing air raid siren wailed across the testing ground. The signal that the exercise was over. Red team wins. Time: 3 minutes and 24 minutes. Casualties: 0. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He let the mecha squat on the ground. That was close. Any longer and I'd have been dead. Meanwhile, the viewing platform erupted in chaos. Su Jinhai was so excited he dropped his cane. He grabbed Chen Jiangwo and shook him violently. Did you see that? That beast-like running posture and that dynamic center of gravity adjustment. That is the pinnacle of bionic engineering. Something we couldn't achieve in 10 years. He just did it by running a few steps in the sand. Chen Jiangwo took a deep breath. His eyes grew misty. As a veteran, he saw more than just technology. He saw the future. This mobility,
over here.
This power, this mass-produced for the battlefield. It would be the enemy's worst nightmare. Get the car. I'll open the door for our engineer myself. At that moment, Lin Mo was climbing out of the cockpit. The desert wind was howling, making his thin work clothes snap in the wind. He looked into the distance, at the tank with the bent gun barrel, and the other tank flipped upside down. He felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Just then, Chen Jiangwo's off-road vehicle screeched to a halt at the mecha's feet. Chen Jiangwo jumped out. He looked up at Lin Mo, who was standing on the mecha's knee. He was about to deliver a heartfelt commendation when he heard Lin Mo shout down to him. Chief, about that bent gun barrel, I just checked it. It was caused by uneven hydraulic pressure. I can fix it. Just please don't dock my bonus. Okay? Give me an acetylene torch and a jack. I can straighten it out in half an hour. I'm an expert at this. Chen Jiangwo stood frozen in the wind for a long time. Eventually, he couldn't help but laugh until he cried. That bent gun barrel, saw it off for me. Send it to the military museum. It's a witness to a turning point in human warfare. Lin Mo scratched his head. What a waste. Can you sell that scrap metal to me? The whole place burst into laughter. Amidst the cheering, no one noticed in the night sky at the edge of the desert, a high-altitude reconnaissance satellite disguised as a meteorite was transmitting this shocking scene via an encrypted channel back to the Pentagon across the ocean. A greater storm was brewing. Northern Warzone, Base 01, S-Class Secret Workshop. This place was originally used for assembling the newest intercontinental missile launchers. The final assembly workshop possessed Asia's top-tier constant temperature and humidity, environment, and the most advanced CNC machine tools. But right now, in this sci-fi-like workshop, the atmosphere was excruciatingly awkward. Hundreds of researchers in white coats, clutching notebooks, tablets, and voice recorders looked like a group of eager elementary students crowding around a greasy old workbench. Behind the workbench, Lin Mo, with half a fried dough stick in his mouth, held a vintage welding torch of unknown age, looking completely exasperated as he stared at a titanium alloy plate. Mr. Lin, academician Li Shangzhen. The nation's leading authority on dynamics was now as humble as an intern. That three-point welding method you just used, could you do it a bit slower? Our high-speed cameras caught it, but the thermal imaging showed that the moment the second weld point touched, there was a bizarre temperature jump. Why is that? Lin Mo swallowed his dough stick, took a sip of soy milk, and sighed. Old man, I've told you 800 times, it's not some jump, it's just that the heat is right. Li Chongying pushed up his glasses, his face blank. What are the specific temperature parameters? How many milliseconds does it last? How should I know the parameters? Lin Mo scratched his hair, getting a bit frantic. It's just that when you weld, you listen for that sound. Sizzle, 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 like searing a steak, but it can't be too loud. When the sound becomes a bit more muffled, like when a steak is medium rare, you give your wrist a slight grip to release that, that tension. How do I even explain this to you? The surrounding experts looked at each other in confusion. Chen Jiangwo stood to the side, his expression becoming strained. Comrade Lin Montag, science is rigorous. You must convert your experience into data so that we can mass produce it. Lin Mo looked as if he'd heard a joke. Boss, this thing can't be mass produced. Why? Chen Jiangwo frowned. Because every piece of metal has its own time. Lin Mo put down the torch, pointing at the titanium alloy plate. Look, although this plate's factory standard is TC4, the density of the bottom left corner is about 0.001% higher than the top. Instruments can't detect it, but I can feel it the moment I touch it. So when I weld the left, I bump up the current one notch. And when I weld the right, I let it heat up faster. If you follow a uniform standard, this plate would have cracked long ago. Dead silence fell over the room. Feeling a 0.001% density difference by hand, is this even possible for a carbon-based life form? A young PhD stepped forward, a genius graduate from Tsinghua's special class. He harbored a prejudice against Lin Mo's unorthodox ways. Mr. Lin, this contradicts the basics of material science. Human tactile thresholds cannot reach this level of precision. Lin Mo glanced at him without saying a word. He casually grabbed a handful from the nearby scrap pile, about dozens of screws of different models, and scattered them across the table. You can count them or weigh them, Lin Mo said calmly. There are 32 grams of M4 screws here and 18 grams of M6 screws. One of the M6 screws has a stripped thread, and one of the M4S isn't made of 304 stainless steel. It's a 201 fade. The young PhD froze for a moment, then immediately called for a precision scale and a microscope. 5 minutes later, the doctor looked up, face pale, staring at Lin Mo as if he were a ghost. The team had even found that 201 grade screw. A collective gasp echoed through the workshop. Chen Jiangwo took a deep breath. He finally understood why that mecha couldn't be replicated. It wasn't an industrial product at all. It was a masterpiece created by a freak with the hand of God, relying solely on intuition and experience. A one-of-a-kind piece carved by hand, a work of art. What about the anti-gravity algorithm? Dr. Zhao still wouldn't give up, pointing at the code on the screen. That vacuum cleaner logic, we fed it into the supercomputer, ran tens of thousands of simulations, and the mecha collapsed every single time. Why the hell does yours run so smoothly? Lin Mo scratched his head. Well, the code was just a supplement. Mainly, when I was installing the gyroscope that night, I noticed the base was slightly uneven, so I shimmed it with a piece of cardboard folded 4 times. Maybe the thickness of the paper just happened to correct the error. A piece of cardboard. Dr. Zhao felt a heart attack coming on. The nation's top-tier mecha core balance system was supported by a scrap of cardboard used to level a table. Chen Jiangwo suddenly roared. Do you have any idea what you're saying? This means, if that piece of paper wears down, the mecha will be paralyzed. No way. Lin Mo said with an innocent face. I glued it tight with 502 super glue. And besides, that was the cover of the blueprints Miss Su gave me. Coated paper is incredibly durable. Chun Jangwo covered his forehead and waved his hand. Meeting adjourned. Everyone leave. He realized it now. Lin Mo wasn't hiding secrets. He truly didn't understand science. Or rather, his system of science was built on a completely different dimension. A kind of metaphysics based on absolute intuition and experience. Engineering. Late at night, at the base cafeteria, Lin Mo was facing a braised lion's head meatball. Huge portions, absolutely massive, although he was under house arrest at the base. He had to admit, the food for the national team was actually great. Su Jinhai sat across from him with a tray. The old man was currently in a state of high excitement, but he had dark circles under his eyes. Su Jinhai looked at Lin Mo. Since it can't be mass-produced, let's try a different approach. Can you build another one? I almost choked. Elder Su, please have mercy on me. I lost pounds of hair building that one, and that was because Miss Su paid me. I had the motivation. As long as you're willing to do it, you can have as much funding as you want, and we can provide you with the best assistance. You won't even have to turn a single screw yourself. You just need to direct them from the side. Lin Mo put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth. Elder Su, the truth is, it's not that I don't want to. Lin Montag sighed. His gaze became unusually serious. That night, in the torrential rain, I felt that pile of scrap metal calling to me. That's how I knew how to weld it. The thing is, it has a soul, asking me to do it again now. Even if you give me the exact same materials, I couldn't make the same thing. I might make something better, or I might just make a motionless piece of junk. Susenai looked sorrowful. However, if you just want to solve the issue of insufficient power in the exoskeleton, what suggestion? Su Jinhai's eyes lit up. I've seen the blueprints for your Xuanwu exoskeleton. Lin Mo dipped his chopsticks in the soup and drew a diagram on the table. You guys chase perfection too much, insisting on some fully closed hydraulic circuit. Actually, you could just make an opening here at the knee and install a spring, the kind of leaf springs used for truck suspension.
Pokemon community game A Wild Gorbis appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
The spring, and then release it when lifting the leg. Isn't that just free power? Sure. It's a bit crude, a bit noisy, but it saves electricity. It could increase battery life by at least 30%. Su Jinhai stared at the soup diagram on the table. His mind raced. The logic was outrageously simple. Every top expert was researching how to improve motor efficiency, while he went back to primitive mechanical energy storage. A genius. A true genius. Su Jinhai muttered to himself. The great way is simple. Just then, the TV in the cafeteria was broadcasting the evening news. Recently, a video of the mecha at Cloud Peak Manor has sparked a heated debate online. Some netizens claim that the so-called mecha is actually created by a special effects company as a CG animation, or a scam using holographic projection technology. Lin Mo looked up and saw Wang Yu appear on the screen, her blurred face, crying and complaining to the camera. I was a witness at the time. I can say with full responsibility, that was just a model, nowhere near as miraculous as the internet claims. The Su family, to manipulate their stock price, teamed up with that fraud Lin Mo to stage this farce. I have the original video right here. The scene shifted
Pokemon
to a
community game
maliciously
Gorbis
edited video.
escaped.
Although the
No
mecha
one
was
caught it.
moving in the video, it was paired with ridiculous sound effects, and the crucial firing scene had been cut, leaving only the smoke. Lin Montag smilet. This woman still hasn't given up. But Su Jinhai's expression darkened. This is nonsense. It's a leak. Even though she posted an edited version, it will still draw unnecessary attention. Why hasn't old Chin dealt with this yet? Lin Mo didn't care and continued eating his lion's head meatballs. Let her make a scene. The bigger the scene, the less people will believe that it's real. Everyone will think it's just special effects. Doesn't that make you even safer? This is called strategic deception. Su Jinhai was stunned, looking at Lin Mo. You brat, was this all part of your plan? Lin Montag blinked. If I said I just wanted to watch the chaos, would you believe me? Meanwhile, at the Su Group building in Zhonghai City, Su Qing sat in the spacious chairman's office, watching the stock price hit the limit down and the overwhelming abuse online. Su Group is faking it. Boycott Su Group. No bottom line just for attention. That Lin Mo is nothing but a liar. President Su, the PR department can't contain it anymore. Miss Wong, you has hired a massive army of paid trolls. Now the entire internet is cursing us. Furthermore, several foreign tech bloggers are reposting, calling it another Chinese PPT car scam. Su Qing gazed expressionlessly at the night view outside. If it were before, she might have panicked. But now, echoing in her mind was the look Chen Jiangwo gave. That solemn gaze when he took Lin Mo away, and that top-secret gag order. She knew the truth, precisely because she knew the truth. Watching the performance of these internet clowns, she only found it laughable. Ignore it, let the stock price drop. A cold, elegant smile curled on Su Qing's lips. It's better if it hits rock bottom. Notify the finance department. Prepare all available liquid assets. When the stock price hits the absolute bottom, buy it all back. President Su, Wang Yu wants to play, then I'll play a big game with her. Su Qing stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking toward the north. Just wait, the day Lin Mo returns. Everyone cursing us will be on their knees swallowing their words. But what Su Qing didn't know, behind this online carnival, a pair of cold eyes had already locked onto her. On the rooftop opposite the building, a man dressed in a janitor's uniform was observing Su Qing's office with high-power binoculars. He pressed his earpiece and said, "Target confirmed. The engineer is in a military base and inaccessible, but the financier is right here. Capturing her will force the engineer to appear. Operation code: dismantle. Storms in the digital world often strike harder than those in reality and are far more absurd. In just 24 hours, the Su family's billion-dollar mecha scam and searching for the fraudulent welder Lin Mo. These two trending topics surged onto and Twitter trends. Wang Yu wasn't as stupid as she appeared, or rather, jealousy and hatred had evolved her. She hid in a shady hotel that didn't require ID, holding some internal Su family documents, frantically fueling the fire online. Guys, can you believe this? That Lin Mo doesn't even have a welder's certificate. He's just some guy who fixes electric scooters. Tell me, how can a scooter repairman build a mecha? Isn't he just playing us for fools? In the live stream room, Wang Yu broke down in tears. The chat was flooded with hearts. Poor girl, they wrote. Down with the capitalists. He even released footage of oil stains everywhere and piles of scrap metal. This is the so-called high-tech lab? You expect a place like this to build a mecha? They don't even have a decent toilet. Public opinion shifted completely. Meanwhile, inside the Northern Theater command base, Lin Mo was crouching on the mecha's foot, holding a can of spray paint, touching up the spot grazed by a tank shell, painting it. Lin Montag, you actually have the nerve to paint right now? Chen Jiangwo strode over, holding a tablet. His face was grim. Look at how they're tearing you apart online. Scammer of the century. A disgrace to industry. Want me to have the cyber police ban all these accounts? Lin Mo glanced at the screen. No need for that. Boss, these insults are actually quite creative. Look at this one. If this mecha is real, I'll live stream myself eating shit headfirst. I've noted this guy's ID. Later, let's do a special live stream and make him keep his word. You're way too carefree. Chen Jiangwo shook his head helplessly. But there's something you need to know. While Wang Yu's hype is a farce domestically, it has attracted unwanted international attention. Chen Jiangwo opened a satellite photo. This was taken 3 hours ago, captured by our satellite in international waters. A cargo ship flying the Panamanian flag suddenly changed its course and is now approaching Zhonghai City's waters. Furthermore, our intelligence network in Zhonghai intercepted several encrypted signals, tracing directly back to the Su group. The spray can in Lin Mo's hand stopped. The smile vanished from his face. They're going after Su Qing. Very likely. Chen Jiangwo's expression grew bigger. You are the technical source. We're protecting you like a fortress in this base. They can't get in here, but Su Qing is the only one who knows, and she's the one who discovered you and brought you in. Foreign forces might use her as a breakthrough or as a hostage. Lin Mo was silent for 2 seconds. I have to go back. This is madness. Chen Jiangwo flatly refused. You are now a strategic national asset. One step outside this base. Do you know how many sniper rifles are aimed at you? Then what about Su Qing? Lin Mo stood up. For the first time, the playfulness left his eyes. She's just a naive girl who pays well. This all started because of me. I can't let her take the fall for me. I've already sent a special ops team to protect her. Chun Jangwo pressed his hand on Lin Mo's shoulder. You must trust the state. I trust the state. Lin Mo looked at Chun Jangwo, but I trust my own craftsmanship more. He pointed to the mecha beneath him. Boss, this thing is fixed, since it's in the testing phase. Can we test the urban counterterrorism module? Chun Jangwo was stunned. Are you insane? Driving this thing back to Zhonghe over 1,000 kilometers, and it's such a massive target. Satellites will spot you before you even enter the city. I have a way to stay hidden. A cunning smile curled on Lin Mo's lips. Did you forget? I have those stealth coatings made from microwaves, and the low-altitude flight mode. Su Group underground parking lot. Su Qing had just finished working overtime. Rubbing her aching shoulders, she walked to her car. In the empty parking lot, only the sound of her high heels clicking against the ground. Suddenly, a strange chill washed over her. Su Qing instinctively stopped in her tracks. Beside her car stood 3 people in gray raincoats. They were wearing masks, their brims pulled low, holding long black bags in their hands. These aren't security guards. Su Qing's heart instantly raced. She turned to run back to the elevators. Miss Su, where are you rushing to? A voice came from behind. Somehow, the elevator exit was also blocked by 2 people in the same attire. Who are you? I'm calling the
G'day,
police.
survivor.
Su
Here's what
Qing
I've got.
tremblingly pulled out her phone. Go ahead and try. The leader slowly looked up, revealing a pair of sharp,
Cheers,
hawk-like
survivor.
blue eyes. He held a strange device in his hand. Su Qing realized her phone signal had instantly dropped to 0. A signal jammer. My boss would like to invite Miss Su for a cup of tea in international waters, to chat about that welder's story. The leader approached step by step. A cold flash gleamed in his hand. It was a tactical pistol equipped with a silencer. Please cooperate. I wouldn't want to put a hole in your beautiful face. Su Qing retreated step by step, until her back hit the cold wall. Where is the special ops team? Didn't Uncle Chun say someone was protecting me? Stop looking. The leader seemed to read her mind. The bodyguards outside are already asleep. Professionals are indeed hard to handle, but we are more professional. 5 assassins formed a circle, trapping Su Qing in the middle. Take her. The leader waved his hand, just as 2 assassins reached out to grab Su Qing's arm. A thunderous crash erupted, like Mjolnir striking the earth. At the entrance of the underground parking lot, the half-meter-thick blast shutter was torn apart instantly like a piece of thin paper. Gale winds and torrential rain surged inside. Along with the storm came 2 crimson beams piercing the darkness, a pair of electronic eyes hovering 3 meters high. The assassins whipped around. Their guns were raised instantly. Under the dim emergency lights, a massive
Surprise, motherfucker!
silhouette was crouching silently at the entrance. Water was still dripping from its body. Across the surface of the armor flowed an eerie optical camouflage ripple, making its outline appear blurred. What is that? The leader screamed in terror. The shadow slowly stood upright, standing 5 meters tall, pressed directly against the
Come on, do the eye glow, do the eye glow.
concrete cracking echoed. The faceplate opened, revealing a loudspeaker. A lazy voice echoed through the empty garage. Excuse me, is this the Su Group's underground garage? I'm here for a delivery. Su Qing looked up abruptly. Tears instantly welled up.
I'm here for a delivery.
The voice that made her grit her teeth with frustration, yet brought her absolute peace of mind. Despite the shock, professional instinct made the leader pull the trigger. 3 armor-piercing rounds fired in a triangular pattern toward the shadow's chest. But as the bullets hit the armor, they only produced a few insignificant sparks. Not even the paint was scratched. Ouch! Someone's got a temper. Lin Mo sat in the cockpit, looking at the hit indicators on the black tower. Minor impact detected. Damage 0 since you started it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Mo took a deep breath. His hands danced across the console like lightning, activating close quarters combat mode. To the assassins, this was a terrifying speed beyond comprehension. All they saw was a black blur. The first 2 assassins didn't even have time to scream before a massive mechanical hand plucked them up like little chicks. Then, with a gentle nudge, clang, the 2 collided and were knocked unconscious instantly. The leader retreated in terror, firing his gun frantically until the magazine was empty. Monster! What kind of monster is this? The mecha stepped in front of him in a single stride. The drop to one knee. That massive metal face leaned in, stopping just 10 centimeters from his nose. Remember this. Lin Mo's voice was as cold as a judge in hell. This isn't a monster. This is an industrial miracle whose final payment you can never afford. With that, the mecha extended a finger. Just a single finger. It lightly flicked the assassin's forehead. The leader's eyes rolled back.
Boop him! Boop him!
The remaining two assassins were shaking with fear. They dropped their guns and bolted. Lin Montag snorted. Nisu, close your eyes. Suing instinctively closed her eyes. Suddenly, the two small attitude adjusted. Thrusters on the mecha's back pivoted, aiming directly at the two fugitives. Two powerful blasts of air erupted, blowing the two of them 10 meters back, pinning them to the wall so hard they couldn't be pried off. The battle was over. Lin Mo opened the cockpit and jumped down. He was still wearing those filthy work clothes, hair soaking wet, looking completely wrecked. But in Su Qing's eyes, he was more dashing than any prince in existence. Hey, Oshu, Lin Montag grinned. Looks like you owe me more than just the balance this time. This is called an extra security fee. I'm gonna need more money. Su Qing looked at him, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Suddenly, she rushed forward and hugged the man.
Oh, look at it. Hug. Now kiss. Come on, kiss. Do it. Do it now.
Froze for a moment, his hands hovering in midair. He gave an awkward smile. That's not necessary. Just a shop with air conditioning will do. Just then, the sound of sirens wailed in the distance, along with the roar of helicopters. Chun Jiangwo's special forces had finally arrived. Though they were here to clean up the scene, Lin Mo looked up outside. Looks like we really can't hide it this time. He patted Su Qing on the back. Let's go, Boss Su. Let's go see the spectacle outside. After tonight, we're probably going to be famous on this planet. Su Group. The storm in the underground garage had subsided, but the night sky of Zhonghai City was far from calm. Chun Jiangwo's special forces moved with lightning speed, like a group of silent cleaners, quickly packing up those 5 assassins embedded in the walls, or those with massive lumps on their foreheads. Carrying them away, Lin Mo jumped down from the mech. The moment his feet hit the ground, he was surrounded by military doctors in white coats, checking vital signs, checking for
Pokemon
radiation,
community
checking
game A
for
Wild
internal
Synestia
injuries.
appears catch it
Damn,
using
he's covered in
Poke
oil
Catch.
and rainwater.
Winners revealed in
Prepare for
90s.
disinfection quickly. Lin Mo was completely bewildered, dodging and shouting, "Don't pull down my pants. I'm fine, I just drove too fast on the way. I'm a bit carsick." Not far away, Su Qing wore a military overcoat, holding a cup of hot water in her hands, but her gaze never left. The man surrounded by the crowd, that scene from moments ago, was burned into her memory like a brand. That steel giant descending from the sky in a desperate moment, that effortless flick that sent assassins flying, and that slightly moody line, yet incredibly reassuring. Miss Su, Chun Jiangwo had approached her unnoticed, his expression solemn. "You've been frightened. This was our oversight. We failed to fully predict the enemy's madness." Su Qing shook her head. Her fingers gripped the cup so hard they trembled. "Uncle Chun, I'm the one who caused the trouble. If only I hadn't been so reckless. Insisting on this birthday gift. It's not your fault." Chun Jiangwo watched Lin Mo arguing with the doctors. Lin Mo, who was refusing the injection. A complex glint flashed in his eyes. Some geniuses are like awls, put in a pocket. Sooner or later, they'll pierce the fabric and show through. You were just the one who handed him the awl. And now, Su Qing glanced at the police lines being set up, and the faint flashes of cameras outside. Those were the media
Pokemon
outlets
community
arriving
game
on the news.
Synestia
Now that
escaped.
it's become such
No
a
one
scene,
caught it.
How do we wrap this up? Chun Jiangwo let out a cold chuckle. He adjusted his military cap. He turned around, looking at the machine under the lights. The mech that still exuded a suffocating pressure. Since we can't hide it anymore, let them see as much as they want. Only this time, we control the narrative. The next morning, the global internet went into a frenzy. Although the live stream signal was cut last night, although all surveillance footage was deleted, but in an era where everyone is a content creator, some things still slipped through the net. A blurry 5-second video was uploaded to an overseas forum. Then, like a virus,
Kaito
it
Destiny,
spread to Twitter,
so too
YouTube,
Cookasks.
and the video's perspective.
Stream Elements look it's Cookasks they were playing Dead by Daylight. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Kokask Sweat URL.
I am Steving it. Oh, I'm Steving it. Oh, chicken jockey. Come bucket.
Well, I am confused.
I hate the fact that you gotta pay for fast travel, like earning currency hard enough as it is.
And the power to rip through steel.
I am confused.
Definitely not CG, the mysterious mecha of Zhonghai. This isn't special effects. The Su family mecha is real. These three keywords instantly topped global trending searches. The haters who were screaming online that it was a scam now felt as if they were being collectively strangled. Wang Yu hid in a dark hotel, staring at the video on her phone screen, her hand shaking so much she couldn't hold her cigarette. Impossible.
I did tell you.
This is impossible. She
Welcome to
muttered herself, her
Confucius.
face
Confucius
pale,
go.
deathly pale. Those are props. Fake. Su Qing must have hired actors for her show. I'll expose them. She typed frantically on her keyboard, trying to post a rebuttal. But right then, a loud crash. The hotel door was violently kicked open. A squad of heavily armed SWAT officers stormed in. Don't move. Wang Yu screamed, trying to crawl under the bed. What are you doing? I am the second miss of the Su family. I have a lawyer. Did Su Qing send you? I'll sue her. The lead officer looked coldly at the hysterical woman and produced an arrest.
Oh, shit!
You are suspected of endangering national security, colluding with foreign spy organizations, and illegally leaking military secrets. This has
Nope,
nothing
nope,
to do
nope,
with
nope,
Su
nope,
Qing.
nope,
This
nope,
is
nope,
an
nope,
error
nope.
on
Fuck,
the
fuck, fuck,
national
fuck, fuck,
security
fuck, fuck,
unit.
fuck.
It wasn't
Run,
until
run,
handcuffs
run,
took shut
run,
Wang
run,
finally
run,
realized
run.
she hadn't just provoked Su Qing.
What are you trying to kill?
The Blue Hall of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Beijing. An emergency press conference was underway. The room was packed with journalists from around the globe. Cameras were focused on the podium. Every face was filled with excitement and curiosity. They all wanted to know what that monster that appeared in Zhonghai last night actually was. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs stepped up, composed, even with a slight smile.
What this?
Regarding
What
the
this?
concerns
Run,
of our
run,
friends
run,
in the
run.
media,
That is getting
last
really
night,
close.
The so-called unidentified mecha incident in Zhonghai City. I will provide a unified clarification. The room fell silent instantly, leaving only the sound of camera shot. That was not a mecha, nor was it a so-called secret weapon. It is a prototype currently being tested by our country. A new multifunctional, all-terrain civilian engineering rescue robot. The audience erupted instantly. Civilian rescue? You call that thing that tears through steel with bare hands, crushes floors with one step, and carries a plasma cannon, even if it wasn't fully revealed. A civilian rescue robot? A blonde, blue-eyed Western journalist immediately raised their hand. Mr. Spokesperson, according to the video footage we have, the device demonstrated extreme mobility and destructive power, which clearly exceeds the scope of civilian engineering machinery. Furthermore, there are rumors that it used some kind of high-energy weapon on site. How do you explain this? The spokesperson smiled slightly. My dear journalist friend, you have quite a vivid imagination. First, regarding the destructive power, since it is engineering machinery, it must be capable of clearing debris and moving heavy objects. Its strength is simply enhanced to better serve earthquake and disaster relief. As for the high-energy weapon, it is actually a high-power plasma cutting device, primarily used to quickly cut through steel bars and rooms to rescue trapped civilians. This is for saving lives. How could you call it a weapon? As for the mobility, the spokesperson shrugged, because we had to consider various complex disaster terrains, such as mountains, ruins, and swamps. So we designed it with two legs to make it run faster. Is this not perfectly logical? The journalists below were stunned. Sounded so convincing that they couldn't even refute it. But this was blatant lying through his teeth. Who has a rescue robot 5 meters tall, whose cutting machine can blow up a rockery from a distance? To give everyone a more intuitive understanding of this product, the The spokesperson continued, "We have specially invited the chief designer of this engineering robot, Mr. Lin Mo, to answer everyone's questions live." Lin Mo walked out in a black suit that clearly did not fit him. It was obviously borrowed at the last minute. The sleeves were too short. His hair had been slicked straight back. Every strand was frozen in place with gel. He walked out with a stiff expression. He had never seen this many cameras in his life. He felt like a duck being roasted over an open fire. Backstage, Chun Jangwo whispered through the earpiece, "Lin Mo, remember what I taught you. If you slip up, just insist that it is for civilian rescue and brick moving. Even if they ask why it has machine guns, say they are for shooting mosquitoes." Lin Mo took a deep breath. He walked up to the microphone and forced out a smile uglier than crying. "Hello, everyone. I'm the repair. No, the designer, Lin Mo." A reporter from Eagle Country immediately fired the first question. "Mr. Lin, about this rescue robot of yours, did you use such an aggressive red paint scheme? And its exterior design looks very much like a war machine from our Eagle Country sci-fi movies.
that's it.
Does that imply some hidden intention on your
testing
side?"
apparatus
Lin Mo
throughout the Genesis simulation, even though some of the master AIs are gone. One or more master AIs must be out there somewhere. Still, it's a poser. Why would anyone leave the tests intact, but try to knock out the master AIs that observe the tests and interpret the results? What's the point of the tests if there's no one to see what happened?
froze for a second. Red paint, aggressive. Well, Lin Mo scratched his head. Even all that hair gel could not stop his old habit. Honestly, we chose red because Miss Sue said it looked festive. It was originally meant as a birthday gift for Grandpa. Red means blessings and long life, right? As for the appearance, I modified it from a Tenuon plastic toy I bought at a street stall. I have not even seen the movies. The whole room burst into laughter. The reporter's face turned green. And may I ask, what is that huge turbine thruster on its back? What is that for? Does a rescue robot need to fly? Oh, that Lin Mo started making things up with a straight face. That is a high-powered blower. Think about it. If a disaster zone catches fire or fills with toxic gas, you turn on that fan to blow the smoke away so rescuers can enter safely. That is perfectly reasonable, right? And why is its arm strength said to be able to lift a tank? That is exaggerated. At most, it can lift a dump truck. After all, sometimes the road gets blocked, and you have to move the vehicles away. Then why does it have anti-radar coating? That is to prevent rust. I just used a thicker coat of paint. The entire press conference turned into Lin Mo's stand-up comedy show. No matter how the reporters tried to corner him, no matter how many traps they set, Lin Mo always answered with the simplest, most ridiculous, yet somehow most
My question is,
explanations. The
okay, with these questions these news reporters are getting, how do they even know what the fuck they are saying? Where are they getting these questions from? That's sketchy shit right there.
Control radar was for locating vital signs. The electromagnetic jammer was for blocking loud plaza dance speakers, so they would not disturb rescue operations. The mechanical claws were for peeling boiled eggs, to provide nutrition for the injured. In the end, Lin Mo was so annoyed by all the questions that he faced the camera and said one final line. To sum it up, everyone, this is just a slightly bigger, slightly stronger, slightly faster giant toy. Please do not overthink it. We Chinese people love peace. I am just a welder. I only want to fix e-bikes in peace. Thank you. After saying that, he ignored the unfinished conference and turned around to slip away. Backstage, Chin Jangwo laughed so hard his stomach hurt. He slapped his thigh. Good kid. The future head of the Strategic Bluffing Bureau has it for you. Meanwhile, across the ocean at the Pentagon, a group of generals stared at the live stream and slammed their coffee cups in rage. A rescue robot? Whose rescue robot uses a nuclear battery? And on top of that, it has phased array radar? This is blatant mockery of our intelligence. Find out exactly who this Lin Mo really is. I do not believe he is just a robot. He must be the mysterious person in charge of the Heavenly Palace project. Report, General. We checked. He really does own an e-bike repair shop, and his payment records show that the day before buying the materials, he spent 9.9 yuan on a handmade mecha model guide. The generals fell silent. After the storm passed, Lin Mo's life changed completely. He could not go back to that shabby repair shop, although Chun Jangwo really did send people to fix his roof and even install central air conditioning. The place had already become an internet-famous check-in spot. Every day, hundreds of streamers camped outside and went live. Some people even stole the scrap screws they had thrown outside as souvenirs. Now residing in the core area of North War Zone Base 01. Here stands the Lin Mo Laboratory, built specifically for him. They call it a laboratory, but it looks more like a massive scrapyard. This was Lin Mo's strict requirement. Too clean. I can't get any inspiration. That's what Lin Mo told Chun Jangwo. Get me some scrap metal. The older, the better. Preferably the rusty kind. Something with a soul. So the military had no choice but to pull from decommissioned equipment depots nationwide, hauling in dozens of trainloads of scrap tanks and planes. At this moment, Lin Mo is wearing his signature overalls. They're made of special bulletproof fiber. He's squatting in the middle of a pile of scrap, holding that old-fashioned gun, humming a little tune. In front of him, the birthday machine number 1 mech has now been officially named Shen Nu 01 by the military. The prototype is currently stripped to pieces. Chief Designer Lin, Dr. Zhao, walks
Are they
clutching a thick
scripted?
stack of documents. His face
Oh
a picture of
no,
helplessness.
the old
Ever
man's
since Lin
birthday
Mo
present.
became the
Oh,
chief
they
designer,
fucked it.
they, the actual scientists, have been reduced to nothing more than cleanup crews. Orders from the military commission have arrived. Dr. Zhao pushed up his glasses. Recently, the Nimitz-class carrier strike group of the Angjiang Nation plans to conduct freedom of navigation exercises in these waters. Intelligence shows they've brought 12 Raptor exoskeletons and 2 classified Titan heavy mech. The higher-ups are asking if Shen Nu 01 can be taken out for a spin. Lin Mo doesn't even look up, currently lubricating the finger joint of the neck. He's using lard. He claims it's smoother than industrial lubricant. You mean go fight, right? Lin Mo curls his lip. Old Zhao, this is a rescue robot. Can we stop thinking about killing and fighting? Dr. Zhao's mouth twitches. Chief Designer Lin, you just installed a set yesterday of missile racks stripped from a J-20. And you're telling me this is for rescue? Those are for launching rescue supplies. Lin Mo says confidently, if the disaster victims are hungry, I'll fire a missile over, filled with steamed buns. How convenient. Dr. Zhao decides not to argue. Anyway, the higher-ups mean that the opposition is coming in strong this time, clearly targeting that last video. They want to test our limits. If we don't show our play, they'll just keep pushing. Commander Chun asks, if you go up against those 2 Titans, what are your chances? Lin Mo stops his work, stands up and wipes the lard off his hands. Titans. Lin Mo thinks for a moment. I've seen the photos.
Pokemon
Clunky,
community game O Wild
oversized,
Knackley appears
and
catch
crude,
it using
relying
Hope
entirely
Catch.
on
Winners
stacked
revealed in
armor.
90s.
Things like that are nothing more than moving targets. But Dr. Zhao hesitates. This exercise is at sea. The enemy has carrier strike group support and air superiority, while our mech is invincible on land. It can't fly. Once the enemy provokes us at sea, we won't be able to reach them. Who says it can't fly? Lin Mo suddenly turns around, flashing a wide white grin, looking like a fox that just stole a chicken. Look at this. Lin Mo points to those 2 massive things on the mech's back. The turbine fans he previously claimed were hair dryers. Now, those 2 fans have been dismantled, revealing dense coils inside and strange transistors. Aren't these the turbine fans from before? Dr. Zhao leans in for a closer look, but it looks like you added something. What's this purple stuff? Amethyst. It's a negative ion generator I bought from an online shop. Lin Mo says with a straight face. Dr. Zhao nearly falls to his knees. A negative ion generator? You want to purify the air for the enemy? Something like that. Lin Mo pats the massive metal casing. Actually, when I played Suchin that day, I noticed a problem. The mech jumps high, but the airtime is too short. So I figured, could I use the principle of electromagnetic anti-gravity? Electromagnetic anti-gravity?
Pokemon
Dr.
community
Zhao's
game
voice
Knackley
jumps an
escaped.
octave. Chief
No one
Designer
caught it.
Lin, That's something in theoretical physics. That is still being debated. You've solved it. It's not that mystical. Lin Mo waved his hand. I just figured microwaves can heat water molecules. So if I tune the microwave frequency to a specific band, could it heat the air, creating an upward high-pressure air cushion, and then combine it with this negative ion generator to create a charge difference, utilizing the geomagnetic field. In reverse, that's the idea. Look at maglev trains, don't they float too? Dr. Zhao was completely bewildered. Microwaving air, negative ions, geomagnetic fields, anti-gravity flight. If these formulas were in a paper, the reviewers would tear it to shreds. Have you tried it? Dr. Zhao asked tremulously. Lin Mo pointed to the lab ceiling. Dr. Zhao looked up and saw the 10-meter-high reinforced concrete ceiling had a massive circular hole in it. I didn't control the power well last night. It was a bit too high. Lin Mo said sheepishly, remember to find someone to patch it up later. Dr. Zhao stared at the hole and swallowed. You call this flying a bit too high? This is trying to blast straight to heaven. Since it can fly, Dr. Zhao took a deep breath. His eyes began to glow with excitement. Then we have air superiority. Chief Engineer Lin, this is a strategic breakthrough. We need to conduct sea trials immediately. Lin Mo stopped the excited Dr. Zhao. This thing has a side effect. It's a bit noisy when flying, and because it ionizes the air, creates a visual effect similar to an aurora. Too flashy. Doesn't fit the low-profile persona of our rescue robot. Why fear being flashy? Dr. Zhao waved his hand dismissively. We're about to confront a carrier strike group. The more badass, the better. Chief Engineer Lin, please get ready. Commander Chun said, airlift it directly to the East China Sea front tomorrow morning. In a certain Eastern Sea area, the waves surged. The U.S. Nimitz-class nuclear aircraft carrier
Oh, did
was
my
cutting
fluffy
through the
baby boy
waves.
wake
On
up
the
from
deck,
his nappy
2
now?
8-meter-tall black mechs,
Got eye boogies too.
Titan Type I, were undergoing final calibrations. These were secret weapons jointly developed by Boston Dynamics and Lockheed Martin. Though their movements were slightly clumsy,
Hey,
they
no,
were
no,
equipped
no, no.
with heavy
Leave
Gatling
that
guns
corner
and
alone.
Hellfire missiles, true killing machines. Report, sir. Chinese naval fleet spotted ahead on the bridge of the U.S. fleet. The U.S. High Command
But
lowered
the
their
cords, so
binoculars.
it's not
A smug smile played on
getting
their lips. If
electrocuted
they
and
enter
shocked.
the restricted zone, they will bear the consequences. Sir, there seems to be something red on your ship. Smith frowned and raised his binoculars again. On the deck of the distant Chinese destroyer, that familiar red figure stood prominently. Humph, it really is that rescue robot. Smith sneered. What's the point of bringing it to sea? To be a mascot? Our Titans can slide across the deck. What can it do? Jump overboard and commit suicide? Right then, the red mech moved. It didn't move clumsily. As Smith had expected, it slowly spread its arms. The 2 massive turbine thrusters on its back. A sound never heard before. A high-frequency vibration like a whale's low moan instantly pierced through the roar of the waves, reaching the sonar of every U.S. warship. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, that red mech weighing dozens of tons actually began to float slowly.
Hey,
No black
survivor!
smoke. It was as if an invisible hand of God was lifting it, defying the law of universal gravitation, floating weightlessly in midair. My God. The binoculars slipped from Smith's hand.
Coordinates
What
locked.
kind of technology is
teleport.
this? But it wasn't over yet. In the communication channel, that nightmare voice suddenly echoed. This time, it forced its way through the alternate public broadcast with a thick Chinese accent. Can you hear me? This is Rescue One. To the guy driving the big boat ahead, you're blocking my view of the ocean. Look, please move aside. Otherwise, if my hand slips and I drop a rescue bun on you, I'm afraid it might smash
Here we
right
go.
through your deck. Along with the sound, the Shen Nu 01 mecha hovering in midair. Its rear rack
Teleporting
slowly
always
opened,
makes me a bit
revealing
dizzy.
2 pods labeled relief supplies, but they looked exactly like hypersonic anti-ship missiles. And in the mecha's hand, it suddenly produced a massive that's surprising. Except Lin and all had power to the max. The screen stretched a full 40 meters. This is a rescue robot. Smith roared. What kind of rescue robot carries a 40-meter boat? Retreat immediately. That day, the
Ooh,
nation's fleet
I'm sorry,
without
Tree.
a single shot
Ooh, I get your kid.
to a navigation system, made an emergency U-turn and fled the area. And the photo of the red
Wrong target, you stupid fuck!
holding a 40-meter light sword.
Back up, 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 back up.
God is Chinese. heard it can sterilize things. I wanted to give their aircraft carrier a little disinfection. 3 days after the Eastern Sea standoff, the global landscape underwent a subtle and ridiculous shift. Although the Eagle Nation withdrew, they remained stubborn in the international media, insisting that the retreat was caused by navigation loss due to abnormal weather, and hinting that Huaxia used some holographic projection technology to create panic. To this, the rabbit replied with a single word. This one word caused little damage, but the insult was devastating. The Eagle Nation's high command completely lost it. In the Eagle Nation's conference room, ashtrays were smashed to pieces. Several high-ranking officials, with faces pale with rage, stared at the Global Influence Assessment report submitted by the think tank. Because of that farce of retreating without a fight in the Eastern Sea, the Eagle Nation's international prestige plummeted. Even a few rivals who had always followed them started secretly sending fertilizers to the rabbit. We need a war, a crushing, overwhelming victory, to prove to the entire world that we are still the overlords of the blue planet. The president roared in the Oval Office, slamming his desk. His gaze swept across
The overlords of the
Eventually,
blue planet.
he pointed his finger at a
That
small
was
nation
different.
in West Asia. This country not only possessed rich rare earth deposits, but had also recently signed a deep strategic cooperation agreement with the rabbit. More importantly, its military strength was as thin as a sheet of paper. An excuse was quickly fabricated. Carol is suspected of secretly developing weather-scale weapons of mass destruction. In less than 24 hours, the Eagle Nation's 7th Fleet and 2 full-strength aerial strike wings arrived at the city's doorstep. Squadrons of F-35s, like a black cloud of birds, swept across the city's skies. Precision-guided bombs turned their air defenses and radar stations into rubble in an instant. On the ground, M1 main battle tanks crushed the borderline, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. Carol's conventional forces, under the Eagle Nation's multidimensional strike, collapsed completely in less than 3 hours. Amidst the relentless shelling, Carol's leaders hid in underground bunkers. Trembling, they dialed the high-level encrypted line, connecting them to Yenjing, Huaxia. The Carol officials wept on the other end of the line. Save us. If you don't intervene, Carol will vanish from the map today, as long as Huaxia is willing to help. All of Carol's rare earth mines will be given priority to Huaxia for the next 50 years. The Yenjing Supreme Command Center. The leaders watched the satellite images of Carol's devastation. Their brows furrowed. Direct intervention would clearly be inappropriate and could easily trigger a total war. Just as the room fell into a brief silence, a high-ranking official from the Northern Legion coughed softly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Chiefs, didn't Carol just say that they are facing a severe humanitarian disaster? Our country hasn't just developed a large-scale all-terrain disaster relief device? Everyone paused. Then the realization hit them. All eyes turned toward Commander Chun. Commander Chun, are you saying? Commander Chun grinned. Carol has an earthquake. The Eagle Nation's tank units are lost over there. In the spirit of international humanitarianism, let's send a rescue robot to help them clear the roads and clear away some construction debris while we're at it. Makes sense, right? Half an hour later, Northern War Zone Base 01. Piercing alarms shatter the night sky. Lin M.O. wearing an oil-stained tank top. Inside the laboratory is tuning a metal plate emitting a ghostly blue glow. This is the deep-sea cold yen stone, which Su Qing, CEO of the Su Group, spent a fortune to snatch from the overseas black market last night. A superconducting cooling module. Chief Engineer Lin, emergency mission. Commander Chen's holographic projection cuts into the lab. Take your toy to Carol for disaster relief. Lin Mo's eyes light up. He casually takes that priceless superconducting module and slams it into the core reactor slot of Shenyu 01. The Eastern Sea run wasn't satisfying enough. This time, let's test the sandproofing on a desert map. Carol City, High Council Plaza. A high-ranking armored commander from the States stands atop a tank's turret, chewing a cigar, preparing to address the embedded reporter's cameras and deliver a victory speech. In front of him, hundreds of heavy tanks have completed the encirclement. In the sky, a dozen Apache attack helicopters circle above. Just as he opens his mouth to speak, the sky suddenly goes dark. Not birds, not clouds, not storm clouds, but a terrifying shockwave breaking the sound barrier, plummeting straight down from the atmosphere with a thunderous crash like a meteorite hitting Earth. The plaza's tiles shatter and roll like waves. Amidst the billowing dust, a machine painted brilliant red with a giant cross emblazoned on its chest, though it was just temporarily taped on with red electrical tape. The behemoth slowly straightens its body. Over the communication channel, there rings out once again the voice that haunts the nightmares of the U.S. High Command in a Chinese accent. Can you hear me? William. This is the Rabbit Pacific Humanitarian Relief Contractor. To the friends in those tin cans ahead, you're blocking my rescue route. WLH, please move aside. Please move aside. Open fire. Tear that hunk of iron to shreds. The U.S. commander screams hysterically. Instantly, hundreds of tank cannons fire simultaneously. But as the smoke clears, the red mecha is completely unscathed. A pale blue energy shield ripples across the mecha's surface. Obstructing rescue efforts means I'll have to clear the site first. Lin Mo's fingers fly across the controls. Shenmue 01 slams both hands into the bedroom. The massive mechanical arms twist with terrifying force, ripping up a 100-meter slab of the Earth's crust.
No, you idiot! No!
Toys don't even get a chance to fire before being buried under hundreds of tons of rubble. Beyond the horizon, 8 enemy toy planes come screaming in. Lin Mo smiles faintly.
No! I gotta go rescue!
Fire
Fuck!
suppression spray system. Thousands of silver metal spheres explode in midair, forming a powerful magnetic EMP.
Oh my god, you are
8
fucking stupid, I
fifth-generation
swear.
fighters go dark instantly, plummeting one by one into the desert. In less than 10
Oh shit.
minutes, the arrogant toys of the city have been turned into a massive scrapyard. Final step, clearing the remaining hazards from the hand of Shenmue 01. Pops out a 40-meter high
No, no, look! You leave it alone! You leave it alone! Leave that card alone!
Shearing them all flat in one clean sweep. The U.S. commander sits on his tank, his legs shaking with fear. Lin Mo pilots the mecha toward him. A massive mechanical foot crushes the tank's tracks. According to system determination,
I swear to
your
God,
vehicle
you are
was
so
illegally
fucking
parked.
stupid.
As a professional rescue team, we have completed for you the harmless dismantling of your vehicle. Additionally, here is the service bill. A hatch opens on Shenmue 01's chest. A piece of printed paper the size of a double bed flutters down, landing right on Major General Williams' head. It reads in English, heavy machinery deployment fee, plasma cutter where fee, mental anguish fee, total $8 billion US. Looking at this absurd bill, the U.S. commander's eyes roll back, and he faints from sheer rage. Not far away, at the exit of the air raid shelter, high-ranking officials of Kala City were moved to tears. They handed over all the soil-absorbing mineral veins, grateful for Huasha's humanitarian rescue. Meanwhile, this
Pokemon community game A Wild Charcadet appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
The entire internet exploded. What kind of rescue contractor is this? Your rescue team sends an $8 billion bill? See that giant red cross? That's a physical cross meant to bury the enemy. Inside the Pentagon, the atmosphere was suffocating. The president watched the screen, seeing Major General William collapse. He trembled with rage, smashing his coffee cup. This is the easy target you talked about? A single rescue mecha took on half of our theater's forces alone. Mr. President. A general reported, wiping cold sweat. The bad news is, Huasha's Ministry of Foreign Affairs just issued a statement urging us to settle the $8 billion environmental cleanup fee immediately. Otherwise, next time, They will dispatch the Shin 02 heavy agricultural sower to provide greening assistance on our home soil. The president clutched his chest, collapsing straight into his seat. Meanwhile, at the edge of the atmosphere, Shen Nu 01 was flying at a terrifying Mach 3, returning to Huaxia. Inside the cockpit, Lin Mo didn't feel like a national hero at all. He looked miserable, staring at the holographic projection on the console. Warning. Superconducting cooling module completely overloaded and melted. Material structural failure rate 999%. I'm screwed.
Pokemon community game Charcadet escaped. No one caught it.
Scalp tingled as he heard the alarms. To maximize the cool factor in front of the world and to flatten those 50 tank barrels in the most shocking way possible, he pushed the energy output to a staggering 250%. The price was the high-grade deep-sea cooling module that Su Qing, the billionaire CEO, spent $300 million to acquire, had now become a useless lump of slag. $300 million. How many years of unpaid labor in the military will it take to pay this back? Lin Mo let out a long sigh. He could almost imagine the kind smile that would appear on Su Qing's ice-cold face. 3 hours later, Shen Nu 01, emitting a trail of black smoke, landed guiltily on the hidden landing pad of Northern Theater Base 01. While the ground crew were celebrating, Lin Mo quietly removed the charred, stinking scrap and slipped into the lab. In the lab, staring at that charred, stinking piece of junk, he hadn't even been worrying for a few hours when a piercing, maximum-level combat alarm suddenly tore through the silence of Northern Theater Base 01. Crimson alarm lights flashed frantically in the corridor. Over the base intercom, Commander Chen's urgent and commanding voice rang out, his voice almost cracking. All combat personnel. A high-intensity, unknown energy source has appeared at the edge of the East Sea ADIZ. This is not a drill. All sea-facing missile arrays enter level 1 combat readiness. Repeat. This is not a drill. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He didn't even bother putting down the scrap as he bolted from the lab like a cheetah, sprinting toward the underground command center. As he pushed open the heavy blast doors, the giant holographic screen was broadcasting footage from the high-altitude reconnaissance drones. The Eagle Country's retaliation came faster than anyone had anticipated and far more insane. Upon the turbulent waters of the East Sea, a colossal entity painted in dark gold, like a prehistoric behemoth, was walking across the waves. Its size was more than twice that of Shen Nu 01, standing nearly 40 meters tall, like a mobile fortress of steel. It didn't use the conventional bipedal design. Its chassis consisted of 4 massive anti-gravity air cushions and propulsion matrices, carving for bottomless white furrows. Across the surface of the sea, its upper body was a fusion of heavy composite armor and a dense array of menacing cannons. What the hell is that thing? A transforming mecha from the Eagle Country? Lin Montag gasped, stepping quickly toward the tactical console. The Eagle Country's Advanced Research Projects Agency, a forbidden project sealed 10 years ago. The Atlas Heavy Assault Mecha, the intelligence officer typed furiously, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his fingers trembling slightly. They actually dug this monster out from the underground bunkers of Nevada and rebooted. Data on the right side of the screen flickered wildly. A blinding, deep red halo shrouded Atlas's chest. Its power source isn't a standard high-density battery, but a miniature cold fusion reactor. Commander Chun spat through gritted teeth. Those lunatics actually crammed that thing into a mecha before he could finish. Atlas, on the big screen, suddenly halted its advance. It slowly raised its right arm, a massive electromagnetic railgun, accompanied by a visible white sonic boom cloud, exploding from the muzzle. A blinding high-pressure plasma beam instantly pierced through the clouds. On the opposing side, 2 drones cruising at high altitude didn't even have time to evade before being vaporized by that terrifying beam. Provocation. This is blatant provocation. Commander Chun slammed, his palm hard onto the alloy console. They entered our airspace under the bullshit pretext of rescue, forcing their way into our identification zone. If we use conventional weapons, we can't possibly break that magnetic deflection protection shield. The air in the command room seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze fell upon Lin Mo. Commander Chun turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, staring intensely at Lin Mo. Chief Engineer Lin, I'll ask one thing. Is Xuanu 01 still fit for combat? Reporting, Commander. The deep-sea cold flame superconducting cooling module has been completely incinerated. If we force a takeoff now, we can only use the military-grade, backup air-cooled and liquid nitrogen hybrid module. In this state, Xuanu's output must be strictly limited to under 80%. Once it crosses the red line, the chassis will fail to dissipate heat and spontaneously disintegrate from within. 80% is enough. Launch it. Commander Chun suddenly drew his sidearm and slammed it onto the table. Even if it were a tractor, it would have to be driven to the Eastern Sea today. Not a single inch of our waters to the enemy. Prepare for launch. 10 minutes later, Xuanu 01, carrying its unhealed wounds, amidst a piercing roar, was launched from underground. Its slender silver-white frame, still dazzling under the sunlight. But Lin Mo knew that this mecha was like a boxer with a high fever, forced to step into the ring. However, reality was far colder and more brutal than lab data. When Xuanu 01 broke through the clouds and met the dark golden Atlas head-on over the Eastern Sea, the crushing pressure of the technological gap instantly became suffocating. Atlas didn't bother with any close-quarters combat techniques. It was a mobile disaster with infinite energy. Swarms of micro-homing missiles, like an enraged swarm of bees, trailing long plumes of white smoke, completely surrounded Xuanu 01. Then, the plasma cannons on its arms began to roar frantically, weaving an airtight web of death. Inside the cockpit, Lin Mo's eyes were locked onto the holographic screen, staring at the dense trajectory prediction lines. Amidst the concentrated fire, Xuanu 01 executed various evasive maneuvers that defied aerodynamic limits, but against absolute fire suppression. Even the most exquisite piloting felt futile. Warning. Left wing auxiliary balance armor damaged 15%. Backup liquid nitrogen cooling system has reached critical temperature. Warning. Surface temperature exceeds 800 degrees. Titanium alloy armor showing signs of softening. Lin Mo was drenched in sweat. The high-intensity overload pushed his nerves to the breaking point. He tried to close the distance for melee combat, but Atlas's anti-gravity cushion chassis was incredibly agile over the sea, always maintaining a perfect firing distance of over 3 kilometers. Damn it! You think a giant battery makes you invincible? A flash of ruthlessness crossed Lin Mo's eyes. He ripped off the comms unit from his throat, released the safety locks XUA, power output forced to 120%. The vector engines on Xuanu 01's back blasted a blinding, ghostly blue flame, transforming into a silver flash. Of lightning, he plowed through 2 plasma blasts that grazed his shoulder, armor melting away in large chunks. But he finally charged right up to Atlas. The weapon bay on the mecha's back snapped open, revealing a 15-meter-long slicing blade, held in the grip of Xuanu 01. With an unstoppable momentum, it slashed violently at Atlas's shield. A deafening clash of metal echoed across the sea and sky. However, a thunderous strike capable of cleaving ordinary mechs only managed to create, on Atlas's electromagnetic deflection shield, a series of violent ripples. The blade of the slaying sword, unable to withstand the massive recoil, actually snapped in half. Then Atlas, with a mechanical arm thicker than Xuanu 01 Sadiq, swung back violently, like swatting an annoying fly, smashed heavily into Xuanu 01's chest armor. Lin Mo felt as if he had been hit head-on by a heavy truck. A metallic taste in his throat, a huge spray of blood, splattered across the inside of the holographic visor. Xuanu 01, like a kite with a severed string, plummeted toward the ocean. The superalloy chest armor caved in deeply. Electrical sparks exploded wildly in midair. Core temperature overload at 300%. Backup cooling modules have physically melted down. System forced shutdown. Main power entering paralysis protection mode. Lin Montag. Retriat. Activate the escape pod immediately. That's an order. Through the communicator came Commander Chen's hoarse and desperate roar, looking at the sky, at Atlas, flaunting its power like a god. Lin Mo, consumed by resentment, used a blood-stained fist to slam heavily against the control panel, activating the emergency escape and unit recovery sequence. Xuan 001, using its remaining backup attitude thrusters, ejected thick thermite, interference smoke, making a desperate crash landing toward the inland coastline. Retreat. This battle didn't just shake the eastern waters, but through the arrogant broadcasts of the Eagle Nation, it shocked the entire world. Inside the Eagle Nation's Oval Office, the high-ranking officials were beaming with joy, laughing as they held their wine glasses. Tell the media, 24-hour global loop broadcast of Atlas cruising through the eastern waters. Meanwhile, at Northern Legion Base 01, in the emergency repair workshop, the air was thick with the acrid smell of burning. The wrecked frame of Shen-Nu 01 was barely held up by massive alloy scaffolds, like a critically wounded soldier
Wisebot
fighting
4
for
viewers,
Commander
alarm
Chung
clock 7
watched
hours
as medical
44
staff
minutes
put a
and 8
cast on
seconds.
Lin Mo's fractured left arm, his eyes reddening. Xiaolin, you did your best. Just coming back alive is enough. This isn't your fault. There is simply a gap in technology. No? Commander. Lin Mo pushed the medic's hand away, ignoring the piercing pain in his left arm. With his uninjured right hand, he pulled out the piece worth 300 million, which had been burnt into a blackened cinder. The deep-sea cold jade stone, gripping the scrap tightly in his palm. There was no defeat in his eyes. Instead, there burned a near-maniacal flame of mutual destruction. Commander, give me 3 days. Lin Mo's voice was as raspy as sandpaper. Conventional methods won't work. Then I'll risk my life. This damn stone, though its external structure was destroyed last time, but at its atomic core, that extreme superconductivity and heat absorption still exist. If I crush it completely to the nano level, then fuse it into a highly toxic liquid lead-heavy alloy, and inject it directly into the mecha's neural hydraulic transmission system. Chief Engineer Lin, are you insane? This is like injecting liquid nitrogen at minus 200 degrees directly into someone's veins. If a single circulation pipe ruptures during combat, not only will the frame suffer an instant ice explosion, but you, the pilot, won't even have a chance to eject. You will instantly be frozen into a statue of absolute zero. This is the only way we can turn the tide. I'm not just going to slap them back in the face. I'm going to personally tear that nuclear-powered scrap metal, part piece by piece, for the next 72 hours. In the underground depths of Base 01, in the top-secret laboratory, it became Lin Mo's personal slaughterhouse. Lin Mo, like a tireless madman, his eyes bloodshot, personally crushed and purified that $300 million scrap, bit by bit, fusing it into the toxic, high-temperature liquid metal. He completely rebooted Shen-Nu 01, all of its low-level logic codes, replacing them with a system he wrote on the fly. A suicidal cooling cycle called absolute zero boiling, early morning, as the first ray of dawn from the east struggled to pierce the thick fog over the sea. The Atlas Mecha, the US pilot was leisurely sipping coffee. Suddenly, the piercing shriek of the highest level radar alarm exploded. Warning, ultra-high speed, high-energy object approaching at Mach 45. Thermal signal extremely low, on the edge of absolute zero. The next second, the thick clouds in the high heavens were violently torn open, leaving a massive void. A mecha, bathed in a deep, haunting blue, the surface, due to the extreme cold, constantly emitting thick, white icy mist, slammed into the ocean like a meteor of divine punishment. The colossal impact instantly triggered a localized mini-tsunami. The waves receded, the mist cleared. Shen-Nu 01 modified stood imposing upon the sea. To accommodate the new system, the original external heat vents were all physically sealed. Beneath the silver and black armor, thick conduits were faintly visible, glowing with a haunting blue liquid light. Only 3 days of repairs and you dare come back to die? The pilot
Pokemon community game A Wild Dollop appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
The air toward Shen-Nu 01 with overwhelming force. Lin Mo on the holographic screen remained eerily calm. He took a deep breath of air smelling strongly of machine oil. His hands suddenly moved across the console, executing an incredibly complex command. Array released. The final physical valve opened. 0-degree boiling system fully activated. Push engine output to 400%. An utterly terrifying chill exploded instantly from the center of Shen-Nu 01. an unbelievable sight unfolded. The raging waters within a 500-meter radius, in the blink of an eye, were frozen into impenetrable black ice, just as the plasma beams were a split second away from impact. Xiannu 01 moved, empowered by the 0-degree boiling system's superconducting cooling. It unleashed a terrifying thrust that defied all mechanical logic.
A bizarre, sharp Z-shaped zigzag maneuver,
carving a long trail of ice shards across the surface.
Instant accélération,
slashing straight into Atlas's absolute melee blind spot. Xiannu 01 drew no weapons. Instead, its arms reached out like phantoms, its index finger precisely locked onto the armor gap of Atlas's right arm joint, using the opponent's strength against them. Ever heard of it? Lin Mo let out a wild roar. He yanked hard.
Pokemon community game Dolph escaped. No one caught it.
Momentum. A staggering torque exploded from its waist, executing a perfect spinning shoulder throw. The 200-ton nuclear monster, Atlas, was actually ripped clean off the ground, slamming violently into the frozen sea. The ice layer collapsed instantly, before the enemy could recover. Xiannu 01 had already leaped high, its right fist clenched. The haunting blue liquid conduits on its arm suddenly erupted with a blinding light like a supernova, converting all cooling energy in this moment into raw, violent kinetic energy. A level 8 Iron Mountain Lin Xiannu 01's entire right shoulder became the most terrifying industrial hammer in existence, trailing a white sonic boom cloud at a terrifying speed exceeding Mach 5, slamming brutally into the gem-embedded, ultra-thick composite armor of Atlas's reactor chest. The specialized composite armor shattered like a fragile cracker. Xiannu 01's arm pierced straight through Atlas's chest, ripping apart the core power lines of the main reactor. Atlas's massive frame twitched violently a few times. The red glow in its eyes flickered twice, then went completely dark. This once arrogant beast of war had been reduced to a massive piece of scrap metal floating
Angry
on the
tuna.
battle over. Total time.
Look at all that angry tuna.
The building's live broadcast hall, a deathly silence fell. The president, face ashen, slumped onto the expensive Persian carpet, completely broken. Meanwhile, the Chinese web and all military districts were absolutely erupting half an hour later as Xiannu 01 used its tow cables, dragging the mountain-like wreckage of Atlas, slowly returning to Northern War Zone Base 01. The entire base descended into a sea of madness. Amidst the deafening cheers, Lin Mo's face was deathly pale, frost emanating from every inch of his body. Legs shaking, he slid down the boarding stairs. We won? Chief Engineer Lin, we won. You are a national hero. Dr. Zhao's face was flushed with excitement, but Lin Mo pushed Dr. Zhao aside. Stumbling and rushing, he ran toward the underground laboratory. His heart was bleeding profusely. That 30-second, 0-degree boiling, overclock burst was indeed peak coolness, but the cost was devastating. He had completely burned through the liquid coolant, mixed with 300 million yuan worth of deep-sea cold gem powder. It was completely dried up. Moreover, under 400% overload operation, all 4 hydraulic drive shaft main neuron skeletons were completely scrapped. The total repair costs could build nearly half a brand new frame. Damn it, I won. The Americans must be thrilled, but this time I've truly lost my shirt. Meanwhile, inside Northern War Zone Base 01, there was a festive atmosphere like New Year's to celebrate the Xiannu 01 prototype's perfect debut in the East China Sea. Although the official statement was rescue robot maritime wind resistance test. The base held a high-profile victory banquet, but Lin Mo, the man of the hour, was currently hiding in a corner of the lab, staring miserably at a piece of scrap in his hand. Chief Engineer Lin, the banquet is about to start. Commander Chun is waiting for you. Dr. Zhao pushed open the door. Seeing Lin Mo like this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Are you doing scientific research? Research my ass.
Lin Montag site.
Throwing the scrap back onto the table. I'm thinking about how to survive this. Miss Su is here. Lin Mo pointed outside. She's here to discuss additional investment and tech licensing, but I know she's actually here to check up on me. Last time, to save her, I piloted the mecha a bit too violently. She said I didn't take care of public property and wants to deduct my final payment. Dr. Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Chief Engineer Lin, you're being a bit humble braggy. The whole world is begging to buy your patents, and you're worried about a small final payment? Lin Mo shook his head, his gaze deep. This is a matter of principle. Besides, it seems she wants me to meet her parents this time. Dr. Zhao's gossip instinct instantly ignited. Meeting parents? Don't you see Elder Su every day? Not Elder Su. Lin Mo lowered his voice. The Su Qing's parents. I heard they are tough characters too. One is in finance, the other in art. They think that although I'm a famous welder now, I'm still just a rough man, and they fear Su Qing and I have nothing in common. Zhao patted Lin Montag S
Love
shoulders
Shack,
sympathetically.
baby.
That is
Love
indeed a
Shack.
challenge. So what gift did you
Love
prepare?
Shack,
Lin Mo's
baby.
eyes
Love
lit up.
Shack.
He pulled a small, dark box from his pocket. Do you think this will work? Dr. Zhao leaned in to look. A flower lay inside the box, but it wasn't a real flower, but a rose crafted from an unknown metal. The petals were thin as papers, showing a dreamy gradient of blue and purple. The stamen consisted of gold wires as thin as hair, with tiny crystals embedded at the tips. Dr. Zhao gasped. Titanium alloy? It's not just titanium alloy. Lin Mo introduced proudly. I made this from the scraps cut by that lightsaber. This titanium alloy has undergone plasma recasting, and its hardness is 3 times that of a diamond. And look at this color. I created this by controlling the thickness of the oxide layer, using the principle of light interference to get this aurora blue. It's the same color as the mecha's afterburners. Looking at the flower, Dr. Zhao felt as if he saw endless funds burning. Aerospace-grade titanium alloy combined with nano-welding and controlling the oxide layer thickness. The cost of this flower could probably buy a house in Zhonghai City. This is called everlasting romance. Plus, this flower has a hidden function. I hid a high-frequency transmitter in the stamen. Lin Mo pointed to the crystals. If Miss Su ever encounters danger, she just needs to press the stem, and all electronic devices within 5 kilometers will be instantly paralyzed. An anti-creep gadget. What the hell do you mean, anti-creep gadget? This is a regional electromagnetic pulse weapon, and you're using this as a token of love? At the victory banquet, Suyin was wearing a well-tailored white professional suit today. She had less of her usual arrogance and more of a capable
This is
air,
good.
but
This is
her
good.
eyes
I
were
enjoyed this
constantly
one.
searching the crowd. Old man Sujin
Kitty,
is in high spirits today, looking radiant. That kid must be hiding in some corner again, tinkering with his scrap metal. Geniuses always have their quirks. Suyin blushed. Grandpa, who's looking for him? I'm here to see the mecha. Just then, the doors opened. Lin Mo walked in wearing his timeless work clothes, though they were washed clean. Striding inside, behind him, followed Dr. Zhao with a look of admiration, and several young female researchers. Hello, Chief Engineer Lin. Chief Engineer Lin, could you give me an autograph? Chief Engineer Lin, are you free tonight? I'd like to ask about that hydraulic valve issue. Newly assigned female PhDs crowded around Lin Mo, their eyes sparkling with admiration. In their eyes, the man who could turn a microwave into an anti-gravity engine is 10,000 times sexier than any pop star. Su Qing watched this scene, nearly crushing the champagne glass in her hand. Unbelievable, it's only been a few days, and he's already the nation's heartthrob. Lin Mo struggled to squeeze through the crowd and spotted Su Qing immediately. His eyes lit up as he walked quickly toward her. Boss Su, about the payment, Su Qing glared at him, but couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. With so many people here, can you stop talking about money every second? You're practically a national hero now. Have some class, will you? Lin Mo scratched his head. Then let's discuss the depreciation fee for the mecha. Su Qing laughed in frustration. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the black box in Lin Mo's hand. What's this? Lin Mo shyly handed her the box. This is for you. Consider it an after-sales gift. Su Qing opened the box. A titanium alloy rose shimmering in aurora blue, glowed brilliantly under the lights. The surroundings fell silent instantly. Those in the know, like the hundreds of scientists present, gasped in shock, amazed by the godlike craftsmanship. Those who didn't understand, like the officials and their families, were completely captivated by this dreamlike beauty. Su Qing was stunned. She had seen countless jewels, but had never seen a beauty so full of power and technology. I welded it myself. This shade of blue was hard to find. I wasted hundreds of pounds of titanium to get it right. It won't rust, nor will it fade. As long as you don't use it to crack walnuts, it will last 10,000 years. Su Qing looked into Lin Mo's sincere eyes and felt a sudden tug at her heartstrings. This man doesn't know how to give flowers, doesn't know sweet talk, but he uses the hardest metal to weld an eternity for you. I love it. I'm glad you like it. By the way, there's a button on the stem. Whatever you do, don't press it randomly, or this entire banquet hall will lose power. Just then, the big screen suddenly cut off. The celebratory video that was playing was interrupted by a breaking news report. Breaking news: the daughter of Zhonghai's former richest man and former Su Group executive Wang Yu underwent her first public interrogation in detention today. She not only admitted to hiring internet trolls to smear the rescue robot, but also revealed the list of foreign forces she conspired with. In the footage, Wang Yu wore a prison uniform, her hair cropped short, looking gaunt and unrecognizable. She wept bitterly before the camera. I was wrong. I really didn't know the mecha was real. I was just jealous of Su Qing. That foreigner told me, as long as I ruined Su Qing's reputation, they would give me a green card. The banquet hall was filled with gasps, reaping what she sowed. Susenai kamentiv coldly. Su Qing looked at the screen, her heart long devoid of hatred, leaving only a faint sense of pity. Lin Mo, if it weren't for you, I might have been ruined by her by now. It was no big deal. Lin Mo popped a piece of cake into his mouth. We're partners, after all. By the way, since you've accepted my flower, does that mean the final payment? Su Qing gave a mischievous smile, shaking the flowers in his hand. These flowers are the deposit. The rest, for a lifetime. The crowd cheers. Thunderous applause. Only Lin Mo stands frozen with the cake, his mind racing. A lifetime. That's how many work hours? How many times the salary does that count as? Is there overtime pay? But warm moments are always brief. That night, in Chun Jiangwo's office, the atmosphere was heavy as lead. Lin Mo was urgently recalled, cream still on the corner of his mouth. Chun Jiangwo pointed at the massive sea map on the wall. The U.S. is truly desperate this time. They want to play a dirty game with us. They lost face on the surface. Now they want to take it back from the depths. On the map, a deep-sea trench between the eastern waters and the Pacific, marked with a red skull. This is our deep-sea listening array. 2 hours ago, suddenly went completely silent. Chun Jiangwo's voice was low. The last data transmitted shows a massive heat source moving rapidly on the seabed, speed exceeding 80. The fastest submarines only hit 40 knots. Is this thing a torpedo? No, it's even larger than the last one. Chun Jiangwo pulled up a blurry imaging scan. It looked like a whale, or some kind of prehistoric behemoth, with a streamlined body and sides covered in countless holes, trailing a long wake of turbulence. Codenamed Poseidon, developed by the U.S. DARPA. A deep-sea unmanned underwater vehicle. According to intelligence, it's actually a massive underwater factory, carrying hundreds of drones inside, and possibly equipped with tectonic weapons. An artificial seismic wave generator. Chun Jiangwo slammed the table hard. Those bastards, they want to target our coastal continental shelf, trigger an underwater landslide, and spark a tsunami. If they succeed, the entire coastal economic belt will be submerged. Lin Mo's eyes instantly turned cold. Zhonghai City is where Su Qing lives, and where his broken shop with the new roof is located. Where are our anti-submarine forces? Poseidon is lurking 3,000 meters deep. Our torpedoes can't reach that depth. Depth charges can't lock on either. Its hull is made of special sound-absorbing material. Sonar hits it and finds only dead silence. 3 kilometers. Lin Montag muttert. The pressure there is 300 atmospheres. Even if a tank went down, it would be crushed into a metal pancake. Orders are to intercept Poseidon at all costs. Chun Jiangwo looked at Lin Mo, but our current deep-sea submersibles have no attack capability, and those that do can't dive that deep. Lin Mo, your Xuannu 01. It was designed for land and the atmosphere. The ceiling is good, but at 3 kilometers, it will definitely leak. Once the circuit shorts, it becomes an iron coffin. The office fell into a desperate silence. Time ticked away second by second. According to calculations,
Pokemon community game A
has
Wild
12
Lily
hours
appears
left
catch it
before
using
it reaches
Poke
the
Catch.
target attack
Winners revealed in
position,
90s.
unless Lin Mo suddenly looked up, a familiar spark of madness flickering in his eyes. Unless I don't let the water touch it. Lin Mo stood up and began pacing the room. If I can create a supercavitation shell, that's torpedo technology, using bubbles to wrap an object to reduce drag, but that's dynamic. How could you possibly wrap the entire mecha in bubbles? Lin Mo grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table and poured it violently onto his sleeve. That's waterproof fabric. The droplets rolled off instantly, leaving no trace behind. If I apply to the mecha's surface a layer of super hydrophobic material combined with a high-pressure steam layer from microwave heat, it's like putting an air raincoat on the mecha. The water pressure is immense, but as long as this air layer doesn't break, water won't touch the mecha's frame. Theoretically, it's possible. Dr. Zhao was calculating frantically beside him. But where do we find such a coating? We need several tons of it, and it must be applied within a few hours. Once done, Lin Mo grinned, showing his white teeth. Dr. Zhao, do you remember my repair shop? What's next door? They sell non-stick pans. Lin Mo pulls out his phone, Teflon coating, plus my secret formula, lotus leaf extract, nano powder. Get me 50 tons of Teflon, and find me 100 spray painters. I'm giving Shen Yu a new outfit. Dr.
Pokemon
Zhao
community
feels like
game
his
Lily
blood
up
vessels
escaped.
are about to burst.
No one
You
caught
wanna
it.
use non-stick pan coating to fight the pressure of 3,000 meters deep sea. As long as your mindset doesn't slip, there's always a way around the problem. Lin Mo has already rushed out of the office. Don't just stand there, or my shop will be flooded. The storm is coming. This time, the battlefield is the abyss. The place is brightly lit. Over 100 spray painters in hazmat suits, hanging off the Shen Nu 01 mecha, frantically spraying a grayish-white liquid. The air is filled with a smell like frying eggs, pungent, burnt scent. Lin Mo stands on the lift platform, holding a giant blow dryer. It's a modified industrial heat gun, quickly drying the coating. Faster, faster. The armpits, spray more under the arms. That's the joint movement area. It wears down easily. Lin Montag gets. And the soles of the feet, if we run out of Teflon. Go scrape the pans in the cafeteria. Chun Jiangwo standing below, looking at the once majestic red mecha, now turned into a grayish-white, slippery giant gecko. Will this really work? Old man Su Jinhai leaning on his cane, looking worried, looking very worried. This looks a bit like my frying pan coating. It is frying pan coating.
You come out of the fucking mesh!
Looking lifeless.
You
President Lin
Nazi ass
added
little
graphene
bastard.
powder to it, saying it could
Fuck you.
increase surface tension. Theoretically, this coating can make the water contact angle 170 degrees. In other words, this mecha is now slipperier than a loach. Report, painting complete. Report, full system seal test pass. Report, anti-gravity engine. High-pressure steam generator. Tuning complete. Lin Mo throws down the heat gun and finally pats the mecha's knee. The feel is indeed luxurious, too slick to stand. Even flies can't land on it. Buddy, Lin Mo whispers to the mecha, I've taken you to the skies before. Today, I'm taking you to the deep sea to catch turtles. Don't let me down. He flips and jumps into the cockpit. Shen
Hey,
Nu
Chilene,
spirit dress
reporting for
activated.
adventure.
Switch to deep sea mode, which is actually just a patch Lin Mo wrote. A patch to limit the maximum speed.
Actually,
Target
let's just take the
confirmed.
raft. I don't
No
trust.
silent. Depth,
I don't trust the water.
3,200.
Especially with these little
Distance,
fuckers coming out of the
100
woodworks.
nautical miles. Departure. No transport plane this time. The mecha runs directly from the pier and then takes a leap. A massive splash rises over 10 meters. If it were ordinary steel, it would have sunk to the bottom by now. But after Shen Nu 01 entered the water, a thin layer instantly formed on its surface, a gas film almost invisible to the naked eye. The seawater is isolated by this gas film. The mecha is like being wrapped in a transparent bubble. Diving, the turbine fans at the back rotate in reverse, no longer inhaling air, but using high-pressure electrolysis of seawater to produce hydrogen-oxygen bubbles, creating massive thrust. The mecha is like a grayish-white torpedo, plummeting rapidly toward the abyss. Depth, 500 meters. The light vanishes, surrounded by a deathly silent darkness. Only the beams of the mecha's searchlights, like two sharp swords piercing the dark. Depth 1,500 meters. A creaking sound echoes inside the cockpit. That's the metal skeleton under immense water pressure, undergoing deformation. External pressure approaching critical value. Coating integrity 98%. System alarm. Lin Mo glances at the dashboard, calmly chewing gum. Hold steady, we've just started. We're a non-stick pan, we don't feel the itch. Depth 3 kilometers. The seabed here is as desolate as an alien surface. Massive undersea mountains loom in the darkness. Occasionally, a few glowing deep-sea fish swim by curiously, then get scared away by the mecha's turbulence. Target spotted. Lin Mo stares at the radar screen. Critical. In a trench 5 kilometers ahead lies a massive black shadow. That is Poseidon. It's colossal, 200 meters long, like a sunken aircraft carrier. Now its back opens like a honeycomb.
Countless shark size de suicide drone
are swarming out, deploying seismic sources on the seabed. So the bombs were the trick all along.
Lin Montag sneert.
Poseidon seems to have sensed the intruder. At this depth, sound is the keenest sense. Dozens of drones suddenly pivot, like piranhas catching the scent of blood, charging straight at Lin Mo. Want to gang up on me? Lin Mo grips the control levers.
Underwater combat.
I've never trained for it, but this water resistance is perfect for Tai Chi. Come on. The mecha surges forward. Can't leap as flexibly as on land, but thanks to that air film, the drag is minimal. Lin Mo maneuvers the mecha, executing a strange swimming dragon step, essentially mimicking the wriggle of a loach. The drones crash in, but because the mecha's surface is too slick, they slide right off, slamming into the rocks behind. Teflon isn't just non-stick, it's collision-proof. Lin Mo seizes the moment. The mecha's right arm lunges out, snatching a straggler with precision. The mechanical hand crushes it, turning the drone into scrap metal instantly. But there are too many, hundreds, thousands of drones, swarming in a dense cloud, trying to overwhelm the mecha with sheer numbers.
Lin Montag frowns.
So many flies. I need a fly swatter. He presses. The button originally meant for the lightsaber, but number 40-meter beam emerges underwater because Lin Mo removed the focusing lens and replaced it with a shower head. High voltage electrolysis mode. Full power. The mecha's entire body releases an ultra-high voltage current. The surrounding seawater is instantly electrolyzed. Countless bubbles explode, creating a massive shockwave. This isn't just electricity. This is the undersea version of Chidori. Those swarming drones have their internal circuits fried instantly, raining down like dumplings in a pot. With the minions cleared, Lin Mo looks at the giant boss, Poseidon. Poseidon seems enraged now. Its massive head slowly turns, revealing a pitch-black muzzle. That's no cannon. It's a supercavitation torpedo tube. A heavy supercavitation torpedo, trailing a long wake of bubbles, screams toward the mecha at a terrifying 200 knots. At this distance, at this speed,
This is
it's
some good
impossible to
mecha
dodge.
action.
In the command center, Chun Jangwo's heart stops. Lin Mo, get out of there. But Lin Mo doesn't dodge. Instead, he steers the mecha right into it. Dodging is for cowards. We welders believe in facing it head-on. Just as the torpedo is about to hit the chest, Lin Mo makes a move that baffles everyone. The mecha suddenly flings its arms wide. The chest armor plates slide open, exposing the core reactor. Actually, it's a battery pack. Microwave magnetron, microwave shield, reverse output. In that instant, the mecha's chest generates a superheated bubble of steam. The torpedo dives straight into the steam cloud. Due to the violent change in medium density, the torpedo's supercavitation bubble bursts without its cavitation shield. Hitting high-density seawater at this speed is like hitting a concrete wall. 5 meters from the mecha, the torpedo disintegrates and explodes. A massive shockwave blasts the mecha back hundreds of meters, slamming it into an undersea cliff. Warning. Shield overload. Coating damaged by 30%. Left arm hydraulic system failure. Red lights flash wildly in the cockpit. Lin Mo is shaken violently. Blood trickling down his forehead. Damn. That was
Really?
intense.
Say, hey, look,
Lin
we're
Mo
Arctic
wipes
Kings
the
to go
blood
get your
away,
stuff.
his eyes growing even more fierce. But you just revealed your weakness.
you went
The
there.
flash from that explosion illuminated Poseidon's underbelly. There is a massive heat vent there, a massive heat vent, spewing out streams of heat. That's the cooling vent for its nuclear reactor. All I have to do is plug that thing. It'll become a pressure cooker. Can Shen Nu still move? Power remaining 15%. Suggest ascending. Ascend my ass. Charge. The battered mecha crawled out from the rubble. Only one arm could move. Bubbles streamed from every joint. The coating was stripped, like a wounded god of war. It launched a final charge at the deep-sea behemoth. Poseidon clearly didn't expect this little thing to be so stubborn. Tried to turn, to swipe the mecha away with its tail. But Lin Mo didn't dodge this time. He funneled all remaining energy into the thrusters. Go! The mecha became like a nail, driving itself deep into Poseidon's belly. The remaining right arm clung tightly to the massive heat vent. What are you
That
doing?
Poseidon
In the
thing is
command
not a
center.
mecha, it's just
Subzonai
underground,
Sarindintero.
not
That's
underground, an
1,000
underwater
degree
ship
heat flow. The mecha will
slash
melt.
submarine
I'm
mix.
a welder. Melting metal
Iron
is
Knuckles?
my
What the fuck?
specialty. He pressed the red button. This time it was true welding mode. The plasma generator in the right hand roared to full power, blasting directly into the heat vent. Extreme heat against extreme heat. Metal against metal. Thousands of meters beneath the sea. A silent welding surgery unfolded. Weld him shut. Lin Montag Rolaret. Seconds later, a muffled explosion echoed from within Poseidon. Cooling system failure. Core reactor overheat protection triggered. The deep-sea behemoth was instantly paralyzed. Its massive body lost all motion and began to sink slowly, plunging into the deeper abyss. Done. Lin Mo let go, pushed back by the recoil. Shen Nu, report status. Power depleted, activating emergency ascent airbags. The mecha was now a total wreck. The Teflon coating was long gone. Seawater began leaking into the cockpit. Icy water flooded over Lin Mo's ankles. Kinda cold. Should have worn long johns. He watched Poseidon sink slowly into the darkness. A sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Hey, Boshu. He opened the communicator. The signal was
Teleport ready.
intermittent, but he knew she could hear him. I'm tired of eating at the bottom of the sea. Can we change the flavor
whenever,
tonight?
the
I
other
want
gets in
some
here,
hot,
you just
dry
open
noodles.
order.
From the other end of the communicator came Su Qing's heart-wrenching sobs and Chun Jiangwo's emotional roar. Eat. You can eat whatever you want. I'll buy every hot, dry noodle shop in China for you. As the emergency airbags inflated, the broken mecha looked like a white ghost, carrying a body
Teleport
full of
activated.
scars and glory, slowly ascending toward the long-lost, sun-drenched
Teleporting
surface.
always
In
makes
that
me a
deep
bit
room,
dizzy.
Lin Mo closed his eyes and fell asleep. This was likely the most peaceful sleep of his life. The feeling of returning to his body was like an old electric scooter finally sparking to life. Lin Mo opened his eyes. He saw a blinding white light. The air lacked the familiar smell of engine oil and the salty stench of the deep sea, replaced by a faint scent of disinfectant and an incredibly rich, overpowering aroma of sesame paste. He's awake! A joyful shout rang in his ear. Lin Mo turned his head with difficulty. His neck gave a sharp crack. The first thing he saw wasn't a doctor or a nurse, but a table piled high with hot, dry noodles. Paper bowls, porcelain bowls, takeout boxes, at least 10 portions. Dozens of them, definitely at least 10. The nightstand, originally meant for flowers, was crammed until it nearly collapsed. Is this what you meant by buying out the shop? Lin Mo opened his mouth. His voice was as raspy as sandpaper. You brat. Chun Jiangwo's weathered face leaned in. His eyes were red and swollen, his stubble unshaven, but he was smiling wider than anyone. You've been out for 3 days. In those 3 days, every hot, dry noodle owner in China heard you wanted some. They practically wanted to take the high-speed rail overnight to deliver them. These are the finest ones that passed security screenings. Lin Mo wanted to laugh, but it tugged at the wound in his chest, making him grimace in pain. What a waste. I only have one mouth. How can I possibly finish this? It's fine if you can't finish it. Just smelling them is enough. Old man Shinhai sat in a wheelchair nearby, his legs trembling with excitement, holding a red brocade box in his hands, his eyes filled with kindness, as if looking at his own grandson. Shaolin, you've achieved something monumental this time. A truly legendary feat. Lin Mo propped himself up in the bed, finding himself hooked up to various tubes. What about the Poseidon? Still lying on the sea, belongs to us combat engineers are figuring out how to salvage. It contains the most core configuration ever used. Well, you welded the core reactor into ruins, but the remaining hull and drone technology will keep our research institute busy for 10 years. Lin M.O. breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I don't have to pay for it, right? John J. He then took the brocade box from Susan, opening it.
No, over here, motherfucker. Over here. You son of a bitch. You leave that me alone.
Pokemon community game a wilder Roku that appears cats of using Poke Cat.
You fucking
Winners revealed in
turd!
90s.
I wanted that! You hurt my baby! God damn it! You thunder cunt! You couldn't stay focused on me, you had to go after that. Well, guess what? Now you're gonna fucking die. Oh, no, that's cheating.
Completely stunned. He was just a mechanic, at best a skilled one, a mechanic.
Instant full recovery. You thunder cunt.
Lin M.O. felt awkward and lost. I never went to a military academy. I don't even have a degree. This isn't according to the rules, is it? Rules are made by men, but talent is a gift from God. Chan Jiangwo pressed the medal into Lin Mo's hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. Your handcrafted mecha tech is the ultimate rule. From this day forward, the state has your back.
you are
Even if you want to weld a railing on the moon, the funding for it.
Fucking
Lin
bitch.
M.O. gripped the metal. The cold touch of the metal reminded him of those rainy nights when he was hammering steel plates alone. He suddenly smiled.
Pokemon community game Orokuta escaped. No one caught it.
Those are bullshit.
The room was cleared of everyone, leaving only one person behind. Su-Ching had lost a lot of weight. Her eyes were sunken. Clearly, she hadn't slept for 3 days. Holding a steaming bowl of hot, dry noodles, which she had mixed herself, they gazed at each other for a long time. Eat. Su-Ching broke the silence, her voice raspy. Eat. Lin M.O. took the bowl and began eating ravenously. Sesame paste smeared across his mouth, but he felt this was the best thing he had ever tasted in his life. Watching him devour the food, tears suddenly streamed down her face. Lin M.O., you idiot. Who told you to play the hero? Who told you to dive 3,000 meters deep? Do you know what the doctors said? When they hauled you up, they said your internal organs were crushed to varying degrees. If it had been any later, not even a god could have saved you. He wiped his mouth awkwardly. Well, it was an emergency. Besides, knew what my ass. Su-Ching couldn't help but curse. She walked over and punched him hard, but as her fist landed, she softened the blow, turning it into a gentle caress. If you had died, who would have renovated the shop? Who would have collected the final payments? And what would have happened to me? Those last 4 words, light as a sigh. Lin Montag Frotze. He might be a straightforward guy, a total tech geek, but he wasn't an idiot. Looking into Su-Ching's swollen, red eyes, he suddenly felt that in his life, besides all that cold metal, seemed he really needed something else to fill the void. Bosu, Lin Mo suddenly spoke, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. What is it? Well, you know my craftsmanship. Lin M.O. held out his hands, covered in calluses, and riddled with tiny scars. I don't know much about romance, and I'm not good with words, but anything that ends up in my hands, whether it's scrap metal or pure gold, I can fix it and make it one of a kind. He fumbled. A small metal ring. It wasn't a diamond ring. It was a small piece of titanium alloy tubing he'd salvaged while dismantling the Poseidon core reactor. Then, using plasma sparks, he had burned a circle of brilliant blue-purple patterns onto it. This was taken from the heart of that deep-sea monster. Lin M.O. looked at Su-Ching. Its melting point is 1,668 degrees, and it's 5 times harder than ordinary steel. He had engraved 2 words on the inner ring. Su-Ching took the ring and looked closer. There were microscopic laser engravings on the inside. No returns. No refunds. No backing out. I'm taking this deal for the rest of my life. Lifetime warranty. On call 24/7. Is that acceptable, Boss Sue? Su Ching, are you willing to sign for this delivery? Su Ching looked exquisite expression. Then she looked at the man, grinning like an idiot. Suddenly, her tears turned into a smile. She held out her finger. That depends on how your after-sales service is. Clumsily, Lin Montag slipped the ring onto her ring finger. Fit perfectly. Another miracle of his visual estimation. Deal. Now, as for this ring, can the cost be deducted from the final payment? Ah, Lin Montag. Lin Montag. Su Ching's long-lost roar echoed through the ward, accompanied by the sound of their uncontrollable laughter. Outside the window, the sunlight was perfect. Mansion Project, a top-secret military base in the northwest border. This place was 10 times larger than the workshop from a year ago. Inside the massive hangar were parked various strange-looking aircraft and mechanical devices. A giant red banner hung on the wall, warmly celebrating the successful progress of the first phase of the Nanchaman project. Wearing the chief designer's uniform, though his buttons were still often mismatched, Lin stood with his hands behind his back, atop a high scaffold, lecturing a group of miserable-looking PhD students below. How many times do I have to tell you? The coils of that anti-gravity engine cannot be wound too neatly. If they're too neat, the magnetic field will resonate, and it'll blow up. It needs to be messy dash, that kind of ordered chaos feeling, like a ball of yarn your cat has played with. Understand? The PhD students below scribbled notes frantically. Yarn ball played with by a cat? Ordered chaos. Non-linear topological structure. In 1 year, Lin Mo had become a living legend here. He no longer tightened every screw by hand, because the state had actually assigned him a whole regiment of assistants. But he remained the soul of the operation. Any engineering problem that couldn't be solved, as long as he went over, touched it, listened, and tapped it a few times, he was guaranteed to find the root cause. The current Schwanyu series had already reached the third generation of mass production. From the original derivatives of deep-sea and aerial combat types, and there were even engineering types, specifically for infrastructure. The Eagle Nation had completely calmed down, ever since the Poseidon was captured on the spot and publicly displayed. Though they claimed it was an ancient shipwreck, they withdrew all their forward deployments and began obsessively researching why China's Teflon coating could withstand deep-sea pressure. Word has it their scientists have bought up every non-stick pan in the world, frantically frying food at home to conduct experiments. Chief Lin, someone is here to see you. They say they're an old customer. He brushed the dust off his hands and followed Dr. Zhao to the base's main reception. Pushing open the door, Su Qing was sitting on the sofa, sipping tea. She was now the chairwoman of Su Industries, in full charge of the civilian supply chain for the national project. She wore the blue-purple titanium alloy ring. Her aura was far more powerful than a year ago, and beside her sat a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. Though he wore a smile, his eyes held a majesty that seemed to command the universe. Chief Lin, it's been a long time. Su Qing set down her teacup and greeted him with a smile. Wife dash, Cherguomen Su. Lin Mo quickly corrected himself, since there was an outsider present. What brings you here? The house renovations are finished. Su Qing pointed to the middle-aged man beside her. This is Director Zhang. He's in charge of the National Strategic Aerospace Projects. He has a small order, and he wants to ask you about aerospace. Lin Mo's interest was piqued. He pulled out a chair and sat down. How big is the order? If it's just a satellite bracket or something, Dr. Zhao can handle it. Director Zhang smiled faintly. He pulled a thick document from his briefcase and pushed it toward Lin Mo. The cover read 4 bold words. Project One Bird. Chief Engineer Lin, we heard you have great expertise in large-scale models. This time, we want to make a slightly larger aircraft model. Lin Mo opened the file. He glanced at the parameters on the first page. Project name, Strategic Aerospace Carrier Platform. Code name, One Bird. Total length, 242 meters. Wingspan, 682 meters. Gravity engines. Carrying capacity, 88 aircraft. Chuan New Aerospace Tanks. Operational altitude, 40,000 meters. Up to low Earth orbit. Lin MOS-10 Tremble. Over 200 meters long. Low Earth orbit. This is a damn aerospace carrier. Is this even a model anymore? Nominally, Director Zhang winked, an expression exactly like Lin Mo's back in the day. It's mainly for meteorological observation. After all, we need to monitor global climate change. Fly a bit higher, carry a bit more, last a bit longer. Perfectly reasonable, right? Meteorological observation. Lin Mo left. This is even more ridiculous than his rescue robot. Well, Chief Engineer Lin, Ku Qing added fuel to the fire. Director Zhang said the budget for this project is unlimited, and every single material will be the absolute best. The welding of the core keel can only be done by you. Lin Mo closed the file. He closed his eyes. He envisioned the scene in his mind. A colossal steel behemoth blotting out the sky, floating above the clouds. Countless Shenmue fighters swarming in and out like bees. The pinnacle of human industry. The ticket to the sea of stars. And all of this must begin with the very first weld. That long-lost impulse that gives a blood force surged through his heart once again. Lin Mo snapped his eyes. His gaze was brighter than the titanium ring on his finger. But let me be clear first. This thing is too big. It won't fit in my leg. Don't worry. Look over there. Lin Mo tapped his head. At the edge of the Gobi Desert, a steel shipyard as massive as a mountain was rising from the earth. Tens of thousands of workers scurried like ants. Giant cranes pierced the heavens. The nest the nation had prepared for the Wanbird. Epilogue. 3 months later, sparks flew inside the gargantuan ship. Lin Mo wore his old chill welding helmet. In his hand, a custom welding torch.
You are going to die, and I am going to harvest your corpse.
You may begin welding. Dr. Zhao's excited voice came through the headset. Lin Mo took a deep breath. He looked down. The single beam that would carry the soaring dreams of a nation. The titanium alloy keel. Honey, don't wait for me for dinner tonight. Tonight, I'm welding a road to the future for our country. A blinding blue-violet electric arc ignited, instantly illuminating the entire shipyard and lighting up Lin Mo's focused, fervent eyes. The radiance belonging only to a Chinese mastercraft.
Okay, there was a coop in there. That doesn't make the coop.
Oh, I want to know this one.
Did I die? Or is heaven just extremely fluffy?
Fluffy, very fluffy. I want that, please, please.
Like the door slamming shut on the whole sky. Corin Vale had been 3 kilometers from the relay tower when the wind changed direction for the second time in an hour, and he knew, the way anyone who had spent 6 winters on Varos Reach knew, that the polite gray weather of the morning had been a lie. He turned his sled around, gunned the throttle, and made it exactly 400 meters before the first true gust hit him sideways and nearly put him into a drainage culvert. After that, there was no more thinking about the tower, or the schedule, or the fact that he was supposed to have dinner.
Motherfuckers! You will die!
There was only the white. Corin had grown up on colony worlds where storms had names and warning systems and orderly evacuation plans. Varos Reach had none of that. It had 400 people, a scattering of supplies, and whether that did whatever it wanted to whoever was foolish enough to be outside. He was foolish. He was, at this exact moment, extremely foolish, and getting more foolish by the minute as the temperature reader on his wrist unit dropped through a series of numbers that stopped matching somewhere around -20. His sled died a kilometer later, not dramatically, just a pop from a line buried up to its intake vents in snow that hadn't existed 20 minutes ago. Corin abandoned it without ceremony. There was a transit station somewhere ahead. He'd serviced its backup batteries 8 months ago and knew its coordinates the way he knew his own name. If he could reach it, he could survive the night. If he couldn't,
Kitty,
he
kitty,
didn't finish that
kitties.
thought. He put his head down and walked. The station appeared out of the white like something being developed in a photograph. One edge of a shape resolving and then another, until Corin was close enough to see that the automatic doors were dark and dead, frozen.
So only question now is how to cut your chicken.
Okay, bye. Goodbye. Destiny, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. You just caught me ending. I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Pokemon community game a wild Skuntank appears catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Right here, I think.
Oh fuck. Oh, thank you, I will. He's already out.
You gonna go back to morning stuff? Nice. Jazzy Rage. Jazzy Rage is on. Where is it? I am. We could do Jazzy. We could do Jazzy. We'll do Jazzy. I don't actually think I've raided her before. Jazzy, I would, but I have done a raid to him recently. Like pretty recently.
Actually thinking about making some food as much as I spent like half the day sleeping. I should bring a Bronto here.
My TikTok, please go follow my TikTok, go subscribe to my YouTube, and join my Discord. We are absolutely friendly, and everyone is so lovely over there.
Shut with the rest of the building's power grid. He hit the manual override panel with a fist that had stopped feeling like his own hand sometimes.
Pokemon community
And when
game
that didn't
Skuntank
work, he
escaped.
found the maintenance
No one
latch
caught
he
it.
knew was hidden beneath the panel. Because of course he knew, he had installed half the systems in this building, and hauled the door open by brute, freezing force. He half fell into the dark, and the wind slammed the door shut behind him like it was angry to lose him. For a moment, he just lay there on the cold floor, breathing. Then a voice spoke out of the darkness, low and wary, and entirely unexpected. You are either very brave or very stupid to be outside in this. Corin's head snapped up. His eyes hadn't adjusted yet. All he could make out was a shape in the far corner of the waiting room. Near what he remembered was the old ticket counter, and then, gradually, details. A slim figure wrapped in a traveling cloak. Too tall, alert ears rising from a head of copper-orange hair, twitching toward him. Eyes that caught what little gray light came through the frosted windows and reflected it back, faintly luminous, the way Vulpine eyes did. Stupid, Corin managed, through a jaw that had nearly stopped working. Definitely the stupid one. The Vulpine woman did not move from her corner. He watched her nose work, scenting the air. He realized the way Vulpines did when they were deciding whether something was a threat, and then her ears flattened slightly, not in fear, but in something more like resignation. There is no power here, she said. No heat. I already checked. I know. I put in half these systems. He tried to sit up and discovered his hands weren't entirely cooperating.
Okay, Gasbag, you're in the way. Fuck off.
For the colony. I know this building. That is either reassuring, she said, or it means you are responsible for it having no heat. Despite everything, despite the cold seeping into his bones, despite the fact that he very possibly just made the worst decision of his adult life by getting shot out in a storm at all, Corin laughed. It came out as more of a wheeze. Fair, he said. That's fair.
It's yours? Alright,
She studied him a moment longer, and he studied her back, because there was nothing else to do in the dim light of a dead station, while a storm tried to tear the walls down outside. orange and white
Next week,
fur,
I am
a
coming
color
for
that
that
reminded
dancing
him of the
couch, 'cause I
sunrise
absolutely
over the
need
ice
one.
fields to the east of Lower Varos. A travel bag beside her, official looking, the kind that suggested somewhere important to be, and a large, thick brush of a tail currently curled tight around her own knees. The universal vulpine posture he'd learned over the years, for I do not know you and I am not sure I want to. Avery, she said finally, as if she'd decided something. That's my name, Corin. He managed to get himself upright, back against the frozen wall, arms wrapped around himself in a losing battle against the shakes that had started somewhere in his chest and were spreading out. Vale.
Okay, other than the
Vale.
mole rats
You are shaking
producing
very badly, Corin
the
Vale.
gems,
I noticed.
where else would
That
they
is
be
not a
at?
good sign.
So many wild trees.
I noticed
now,
that too.
When you actually
Avery's
need
ears
them,
twitched again, and for a moment she said nothing, only
non-existent.
watched him with that unreadable, luminous gaze, while outside the storm screamed against the windows like it wanted in. The next hour was the worst of Corin's life, and he had lived through some genuinely bad ones. He found the station's small stock of emergency supplies exactly where he remembered installing them. A metal case bolted beneath the ticket counter, containing 2 thin thermal blankets, a hand crank light, and a first aid kit that hadn't been restocked in longer than Corin cared to admit. He wrapped himself in one of the blankets and sat with his back against the coldest wall in the building, which made no sense, except that it was farthest from the door, and every gust of wind that found its way through the door's frozen seals felt like a knife. It wasn't enough. The blanket was a joke against real cold, thin, full-backed fabric meant for minor exposure. Not a night in a building
Gee,
with
so I
no
need to go
heat
to a
in the worst
50-50
storm
location.
Varos Reach had seen in years. His shivering, which had been bad when he arrived, only got worse. His thoughts began to blur at the edges, the way they did right before something went seriously wrong, and some small, still functioning part of his brain recognized the signs and was frightened by them, even as the rest of him grew strangely, dangerously calm. Across the room, Avery had not moved from her corner. He was aware of her watching him, the faint reflective shine of her eyes in the dark, the occasional flick of an ear. And he understood, in a distant way, that she was afraid of him. Not of what he might do, exactly, but of what letting her guard down might cost her. He didn't blame her. He was a stranger. He was a human stranger, on a colony where humans and vulpines mostly kept to their own business, exchanging pleasantries at markets and nothing more. He must have made some sound, a groan, maybe, or his teeth chattering hard enough to be audible. Because the next thing he registered was the soft, deliberate sound of Avery crossing the room toward him. "You are going to die if this continues," she said, crouching in front of him, her voice tight with something that wasn't quite anger. "You understand this?" "Working theory," Corin managed. "This
Why,
is
hello
not
there.
a joke." "Wasn't joking. Just cold enough that jokes are all I've got left." Avery's ears pinned back, and for a long moment she simply looked at him, some internal debate playing out behind her eyes that he was too cold and too tired to try to interpret. Then, with the air of someone making a decision she
Preparing
wasn't
to
entirely
teleport.
comfortable with, she settled down beside him. Not touching, not yet, but close enough that he could feel the warmth radiating off her, a warmth that vulpine bodies ran higher than human ones. He vaguely remembered someone telling him once, years ago, in a context he could no longer recall. "I am going to share body heat with you," she said, very formally, as if reciting from a first aid manual.
Teleport
"This is a medical
activated.
necessity. Do you understand?" "Yes," Corin said. "Thank you." "Really?
Here we are, right
Do not
on
thank
target.
me yet." Before he could ask what that meant, she moved. Her tail, which he had only registered, until now, as a large and striking feature, orange fading to white at the tip, thick with winter fur, uncurled from around her own legs and swept around him instead, settling across his shoulders and down along his side with a warmth that hit him like stepping into a hot spring. He made an involuntary sound, something between a gasp and a groan, as heat he hadn't realized he'd stopped expecting flooded back into muscles that had gone rigid with cold. "Oh," he said. "Oh, that's incredible. Is that normal?" Is your tail just a heater? Avery's ears, he noticed even through the haze of relief, had gone flat against her skull, and a flush was visible beneath the fur of her cheeks,
You have a pistol,
orange darkening towards something redder. It runs warm, she said stiffly. Vulpine biology. It will help. It's helping a lot. He let his eyes close, focusing on the warmth instead of the ache in his fingers and toes. Thank you. I mean it. For a minute there I thought this was how it ended. Frozen in a dead train station because I couldn't read a weather report. You are welcome, Avery said, in a voice that sounded strangely strangled for someone accepting a simple thank you. What Corin did not know. Could not know, because no one had ever explained the finer points of vulpine cultural gesture to a maintenance technician who mostly interacted with pipes and generators, was that the tail wrap was not, in fact, a neutral medical intervention. Among vulpines, wrapping one's tail around another person was a gesture of deliberate, significant intimacy, reserved almost exclusively for family, for the closest of friends, or for a chosen mate. It was not something done lightly, or accidentally, or for strangers found in dead train stations during blizzards. Avery knew this. She knew it with every fiber of her being, which was precisely why her ears would not stop burning, and why she found herself intensely grateful that the darkness of the powerless station hid at least some of her mortification. But the alternative was watching a stranger freeze to death in front of her, and whatever her culture said about the significance of tails, Avery Soren had not been raised to let someone die of cold and easy discomfort. So she said nothing about what the gesture meant. She simply sat, rigid and warm and thoroughly embarrassed, with her tail wrapped around a shivering human who had no idea what he was thanking her for, and did not, despite every instinct telling her she should, pull it away. We should talk, Avery said sometime later, once Corin's shivering had eased from violent to merely persistent. You should not sleep yet.
We need to find chickens
not until your body temperature is stable. It is dangerous.
We'll find one.
Bossy, Corin said, but there was no heat in it, only the faint slur of exhaustion. Fine. Talk about what? Anything. What you do here. Why a human maintenance technician is out in a blizzard he should have seen coming. Ouch. He managed a small laugh. Okay. Fair question. He shifted, careful not to dislodge the warm weight of her tail, and found himself, for the first time in longer than he wanted to think about, in no hurry at all to be anywhere else. I've been on Varos Reach 6 years. I do systems maintenance, power grids, water reclamation, transit stations like this one. Whatever keeps the frontier colony from falling apart, which is most things, most of the time. That sounds like important work. It's necessary work. Not the same thing, in my experience. He glanced at her, at the way the dim emergency light caught the white fur at the tip of her tail where it curved over his shoulder. What about you? Where were you headed before the storm decided you weren't?
I have a fluff baby!
Something complicated passing behind her expression. The capital, she said. I've been offered a position as a cultural archivist, a significant one. Preserving oral histories, migration records, the old customs before
either scuba or
it's the kind of position
water team. And the only thing I got that's fast enough to go down there without being shot to death is the
it is impressive. She agreed, and something in her tone made Corin look at her more closely. But she was quiet for a moment, tail flexing slightly against his shoulders, an unconscious gesture he would learn later, one she wasn't even aware she was making. But I grew up on the frontier. I like the quiet. I like knowing every person in a settlement by name, and the particular way the light comes through the ice in the morning, and not having to explain myself to people who've never lived anywhere the power might fail. She glanced sideways at me. The capital doesn't have blizzards that eat train stations. I don't know if it has anything I actually want. Then why go? Because, Avery said, with the weary precision of someone who had rehearsed the argument many times, mostly for herself. An important life is supposed to happen somewhere important. And Varos Reach is not important. It is a maintenance colony at the edge of nowhere, 400 people and a handful of frozen buildings, and I am supposed to want more than that. Corin considered this for a while, watching his own breath fog faintly in the cold air of the station. Less than before now, with her warmth against him, but still visible. For what it's worth, he said eventually.
Yeah, this is the
I don't think
location.
important and quiet cancel each other out. I've spent 6 years keeping the lights on for 400 people who'd freeze without me. Nobody's ever going to put that on a monument. Doesn't feel unimportant from where I'm sitting. Avery looked at him for a long moment, something unreadable moving behind her luminous eyes. You said you live alone, she said. It wasn't quite a question. I did. You implied it. No one waiting for you at your flat. No urgency to get back before the storm except your own schedule. A pause. Am I wrong? Corin exhaled, and it came out as something between a laugh and a sigh. No.
Pokemon community
You're not
game A
wrong.
Wild Dare Maka
It's
appears
6
catch
years
it
is a
using
long time to
Poke
be the
Catch.
guy who fixes
Winners
things
revealed
and
in
goes home
90s.
to an empty flat. I used to think I'd get around to fixing that part of my life too, eventually. Never quite got to it. Why not? Honestly? He considered the question with more care than he usually gave it. I think I got comfortable being useful. Being needed for the practical things is easier than being needed for the other things. The things that require someone to actually see you and stick around anyway. Avery's tail tightened, very slightly.
Wait, did they
around his
actually
shoulders,
transfer
a
the
motion she
gen,
would later insist, if asked,
the
had been entirely
area on
involuntary.
What zombie?
That is a
freaking
very
Gen 1
honest
from
thing to
the
say to a
Evolve
stranger,
to here?
she said quietly. Cold does that. Makes it hard to bother with anything except the truth. He glanced at her, a small, tired smile pulling at the
Angry
corner
tuna.
of his mouth. You're pretty easy to talk to, for someone who spent the first hour of this pretending she wasn't going to help me. I was deciding whether you were trustworthy. And the verdict? Avery's ears twitched, and something that might have been
can't
the
see
ghost of a
shit.
smile crossed her face before she looked away, toward the frosted windows and the white chaos beyond them. Ask me again in the morning, she said. If we survive that long, I may have an answer. They did not sleep, not fully, not for a long while yet.
Pokemon community game Dare
The
Maka
danger of
escaped.
it was too real.
No one caught
Avery
it.
insisted, and Corin, still fighting the occasional violent shudder that ran through him whenever the wind found a new gap in the station's
They actually
frozen
did.
space, was in no position to argue. So they kept talking, because talking was the only thing standing between them and the kind of silence that let the cold wind. Tell me about the ice fields, Corin said somewhere in the deepest, darkest stretch of the night, when the storm outside had settled into a steady, grinding howl rather than the violent gusts of earlier. You said you grew up there, east of Lower Varos. Avery considered the question for a moment, and when she answered, her voice had softened into something almost
Aces,
dreamlike,
mate.
the particular cadence of a person describing
Good
a
morning
place they
slash
loved without
afternoon
quite
slash
realizing
evening
how
slash
much it
night.
showed.
I'm HLNA,
My
and
grandmother
I'm here to
used to
guide you
take me
through
out
the
at
Genesis
dawn,
simulation.
before the rest of the
Are
settlement
you ready
woke,
for adventure?
she said.
Insert name here.
There is a particular
Sorry.
hour, just
That
as the
much
sun
rebooted some
clears
of
the
my verbal
ridge,
processes.
when the ice catches the
Should
light
be all
and
sorted
turns the
now.
whole world gold for perhaps 10 minutes. She called it the fox hour, because it was the only time of day the color of the light matched our fur exactly. She said it was the ice fields reminding us we belonged there. That sounds beautiful. It was. A pause. It is, I imagine, still there, whether or not I am present to see it. That is the strange thing about places you love. They continue on without your permission. Do you miss her? Your grandmother?
Well, that is
Every
very
day,
fast.
Avery said simply. She passed 3 winters ago. She was the
Alright.
settlement's archivist before me. The reason I chose the profession at all, if I am honest. She used to say that a people who forget their own stories become strangers to themselves, generation by generation, without ever quite noticing the loss until it is too late to recover. Her ears drooped slightly, an old grief surfacing briefly before she visibly set it aside. I suppose that is part of why the capital position appealed to me.
Okay, gliders, they
It
need
felt like something she
25
would have
blue
been proud
gems,
of,
so if I get one for
continuing
me
the work
and
on a larger scale.
I need 50.
I think she'd be proud of you regardless of where you did the work, Corin said, and meant it, though he barely knew this woman. though he had no real basis for the claim beyond the quiet conviction in her voice when she spoke of preserving what mattered. Avery looked at him for a long moment in the dim emergency light, something unreadable passing behind her luminous eyes. You say very kind things for a man who was nearly comatose from cold 6 hours ago, she said finally. Might be the cold talking, or might just be true. Hard to say for certain at this hour. She huffed something that might have been a laugh, and for a while they simply sat in comfortable quiet, her tail a steady warmth against them, the storm outside a distant, muffled roar rather than the screaming threat it had been earlier. Your turn, Avery said eventually. Tell me something you have never told anyone else. Since we are apparently confessing things tonight, Corin thought about deflecting. It was, after all, a strange and vulnerable thing to ask of someone he'd known for less than a night. But something about the darkness, and the warmth, and the particular honesty that came from believing you might not survive until morning loosened whatever instinct usually kept him guarded. I applied for a transfer once, he said, about 2 years ago. Off Faro's reach entirely. Core world posting, better pay, actual infrastructure that doesn't try to kill you twice a year. What happened? I got it. Approved, scheduled, everything. He stared up at the dark ceiling.
I'm not gonna find it here.
And then I stood in my flat the night before I was supposed to confirm the transfer, and I realized I didn't actually want to go. Not because Faro's reach is easy.
No.
It isn't, obviously, Exhibit A being the current situation, but because somewhere in 6 years of fixing pipes and keeping the lights on for 400 people, this place became mine. Not just a job, a home. I turned the transfer down and never told anyone why, because it sounded ridiculous. Choosing a frozen frontier colony over an easy core world posting for reasons I could barely explain to myself. It does not sound ridiculous, Avery said quietly. It sounds like you found the fox hour of your own life and decided you would rather stay for it than trade it for something easier. Corin turned to look at her, something in his chest shifting at the unexpected poetry of it.
Under the sea,
something he never managed
under
to put into words
the
himself.
sea,
That's a nice way of putting it.
under the sea where everyone's gonna lick your ass for free. Hey!
Avery said, with a small, tired smile. Finding the right words for things people cannot quite articulate themselves is, in a manner of speaking,
more
the entire
blue.
profession. They talk through the rest
go
of the
from there.
night in fits and starts. Stories traded back and forth like currency, small confessions and old griefs and half-forgotten hopes. The kind of conversation that only ever seems to happen between strangers in the dark, when the ordinary rules of caution have been suspended by circumstance.
That's crazy.
By the time the first gray hint of dawn began to soften the frost on the windows, Corin realized, with some surprise, that he had told this woman more about himself in a single night than he had told most people in years. And that somewhere in the telling, the fear of the cold had quietly given way to something else entirely. Something he did not yet have a name for, but which felt, even then, dangerously close to hope. Morning arrived the way survival always does. Quietly, almost anticlimactically, after a night that had felt like it might never end. Corin woke first, disoriented by warmth in a place his body still associated with cold, and it took him a moment to remember where he was, and why there was a soft weight pressed against his side, and why an enormous orange and white tail was curled so completely around him that he could feel it rising and falling with someone else's steady, sleeping breath. Avery was asleep beside him, her head tipped against his shoulder at some point in the night without either of them quite deciding to let it happen, her ears loose and relaxed in a way they hadn't been the night before. In sleep, the wariness had gone out of her face entirely, and Corin found himself looking at her for longer than was strictly necessary before he made himself look away, toward the gray light now visible through the frosted windows. The storm had stopped. He must have shifted, because Avery woke a moment later with the quick, alert startle of someone unused to sleeping in unfamiliar places, her tail tightening reflexively around him before her eyes fully focused. It's over, Corin said. The storm. I think it's over, Avery blinked, taking in the pale light, the stillness where the previous night there had been only howling wind. So it is, she said, and there was something almost wistful in her voice, gone as quickly as it appeared. They heard the rescue team before they saw them. The distinct whine of colony sleds cutting through what remained of the drifts outside, voices calling out over the wind. Corin managed to get to his feet, unsteady but functional, blood finally moving properly through limbs that had spent the night going numb, and then thawing and then numb again. I should stand, he said. Let them know we're in here. He attempted to do exactly that, and found himself abruptly unable to move more than half a step, because Avery's tail, still wrapped around him from the night before, had tightened rather than released, an instinctive motion that had nothing to do with conscious thought, and everything to do with something far older and more stubborn than good sense. Oh, Avery said, staring down at her own tail with the particular horror of someone betrayed
That's
by
a
their
water
God.
twister. I need to
That
get
is,
out of here.
I did not mean to. The station's outer door, still jammed from the night before, gave way under the combined force of two rescue workers, both vulpine, both bundled in heavy Colonishi gear, both freezing in the doorway the instant their eyes landed on the scene in front of them. Corin, half standing, wrapped snugly in the tail of a woman he'd met 12 hours earlier. The taller of the two rescuers, an older vulpine woman with gray-streaked fur and an expression of immediate, dawning delight.
You can fuck off,
Looked
Shucky.
between them, and then very deliberately looked away, toward the ceiling, with the exaggerated tact of someone determined not to intrude on something private. We'll just give you both a moment, she said, already retreating toward the door, gesturing for her younger companion to follow. The younger one, considerably less subtle, was grinning outright. Congratulations, the younger rescuer said, entirely too cheerfully, on finding your chosen companion. Very romantic, surviving a blizzard together. We'll wait outside. That is not. Avery's ears had gone flat with mortification, her tail unwinding from around Corin so fast it nearly knocked over the emergency light case. That is not what this is. This was survival. I was keeping him alive. Nothing more. Of course, said the older rescuer, in the tone of someone who did not believe a word of it, and had no intention of arguing the point. We'll be right outside. They left. The door, thankfully undamaged by the previous night's blizzard, if considerably harder to open than usual, swung shut behind them, leaving Corin standing in the gray morning light with absolutely no idea what had just happened, and Avery refusing to meet his eyes. Avery, Corin said slowly. What did she mean, chosen companion? Nothing, Avery said too quickly. A misunderstanding. We should go. You need medical attention, and I have a transport to catch. She was already moving toward the door, tail held stiff and high in a way that Corin, still entirely unaware of what any of it meant, could only interpret as some kind of embarrassment he didn't yet have the context to understand. But he noticed, as they stepped out into the blinding white morning, that she did not put any real distance between them. That when he stumbled slightly on the ice, her hand found his elbow without hesitation. And that whatever the rescuers had meant by their words, Avery had not, in fact, denied wanting to help him. She had only denied that it meant anything. Corin, watching her carefully in the cold morning light, found himself doubting that very much. The Colony Medical Center kept Corin overnight for observation. Mild hypothermia. Frostbite risk on 2 fingers that the physician assured him would resolve with time and care, and a lecture about weather monitoring that he accepted with the weary grace of a man who had heard variations of it before and knew he'd earned this one. He did not expect Avery to visit. There was no reason for her to. She had a transport to catch, an important position waiting at the capital, and a night of shared survival that, by her own insistence, meant nothing beyond simple necessity. She visited anyway. Twice, in fact, over the course of his overnight stay, hovering in the doorway of his small recovery room with the awkward posture of someone who wasn't entirely sure why she'd come, but had come regardless. You missed your transport, Corin observed, the second time, watching her linger near the door rather than the chair beside his bed. There is another one in a few days.
Okay,
Avery said,
so
with the studied casualness of someone who had clearly thought about this excuse in advance. I decided, it seemed responsible, to confirm you were recovering properly, given the circumstances. The circumstances being that you saved my life. The circumstances being that I would feel poorly if you relapsed into hypothermia after I went to the trouble of keeping you alive. Avery said primly, which made Corin laugh despite the ache still lingering in his chest. Sure, he said. That's definitely it. She stayed for an hour that visit, and longer the next, and by the time Corin was discharged 2 days later.
So somewhere over here, so northwest.
Color back in his face. A bounce
And
returning to a
then
step that had nearly
ocean
stopped
biome.
permanently in a dead train station. Avery Soren had, by her own account, simply not yet found the right moment to leave for the capital.
What's happened?
A few more days.
What's funny?
She told him the first time they walked together through Lower Varos, past shopfronts still buried under snowbanks from the storm, past neighbors who greeted Corin by name and eyed his orange and white companion with open, friendly curiosity.
Okay, they say ocean biome, northern,
What the hell?
northeast. So
Pokemon community game A Wild Among Us appears. Catch it using
those
Hope
cards are
Catch.
for the
Winners revealed in
northwestern.
90.
Stupid idiots! Type in things correctly.
Avery helped him catalog the transit station's damaged systems. Her archivist eyed for detail proving surprisingly useful for identifying which components had failed and why. They shared meals at the small kitchen table in Corin's flat, the first time in years he cooked for more than himself, and he found he didn't mind the extra effort at all. They took walks through streets glazed with new snow, Avery's tail occasionally brushing against his leg in a way either of them commented on, though Corin had begun, slowly, to notice a pattern in when it happened.
The ash chicken stew.
Whenever he made her laugh, whenever the conversation turned unexpectedly warm, whenever the silence between them stretched comfortable rather than awkward. He still didn't fully understand what the gesture meant, but he was starting to suspect it meant something.
There's supposed to be
And
an
that the not
island?
knowing had become
Okay,
his
this must be
quiet,
going on.
patient kind of question he wasn't yet brave enough to ask. You're staying longer than a few days, he pointed out, nearly 2 weeks after the storm. As they stood together in the newly repaired transit station, its heater finally properly functional, its lights glowing warm
to go give
against
that
the
a shot.
perpetual gray of Avaro's
I'm
French
feeling
winter.
like something's playing
Avery's
something
ears
else.
flicked, considering.
Pokemon community game
I am
Among
aware.
Us escaped.
Any particular
No one
reason?
caught it.
She was quiet for a moment, looking around at the station.
That's pathetic.
At the space that had nearly become both their graves, now warm and lit and entirely transformed. I told myself it was the work, she said eventually. The repairs. Making sure no one else gets trapped here the way we did. And now I am less certain that was ever the whole reason, Avery admitted, and there was something in the honesty of it that made Corin's chest tighten in a way that had nothing to do with the cold. Word travels fast in a settlement of 400 people, and by the time Corin and Avery walked together into the covered market square at the center of Lower Varos, ostensibly to buy replacement conduit fittings for the station, though Corin suspected Avery had simply wanted an excuse to see more of the town. Most of the colony already knew some version of the story. A human technician frozen half to death. A Vulpine traveler who had saved him.
I only paid.
A tale, wrapped tight, that a rescue team had found difficult to interpret as anything but exactly what it was. They are staring, Avery murmured, ears held stiff and formal as they passed the fishmonger's stall, where two older women had stopped mid-conversation to watch them go by with undisguised interest. They're staring at you, Corin said. You're new. New is exciting out here. We get maybe 6 new faces a year, and half of them are relief engineers who leave again in a month. That is not reassuring. It's honest, though. It was at the fabric stall, run by a heavy-set Vulpine man named Dawson who had sold Corin blankets and worked gloves for 6 winters running, that the staring turned into something more direct. Dawson took one look at Avery, at the particular way her tail had drifted, entirely without her seeming to notice, to rest against the back of Corin's coat, and broke into a grin wide enough to show most of his teeth.
I just don't know how to
So it's true then. Dawson said, addressing Corin as if Avery weren't standing right there. The whole colony's been talking about the archivist who caught herself a technician in a snowstorm. We're just friends, Avery said, with a crispness that fooled absolutely no one, least of all Dawson, who laughed outright. Course you are, he said, entirely unconvinced, and reached beneath his counter to produce a small, hand-knit scarf in deep orange wool. A color, Corin would learn later, traditionally gifted to a Vulpine's chosen companion, meant to be worn as a visible sign of the bond. On the house. For the technician. Every fox in this market's seen that tail of yours find its way back to him about 4 times since you walked in, archivist. No shame in it. Good match, if you asked me. Avery's ears went entirely flat, mortification radiating off her so plainly that Corin had to fight down a laugh of his own. I did not ask you, she said, with as much dignity as she could summon, but she did not refuse the scarf, and when Dawson wrapped it gently around Corin's neck himself, declaring the matter settled, she did not correct him either. They walked the rest of the market in something close to comfortable silence, Avery's mortification fading slowly into something quieter. Not embarrassment exactly, but a kind of wondering acceptance, as though she were turning the whole moment over in her mind and finding, to her own surprise, that she didn't entirely mind it. They assume a great deal, she said eventually, as they reached the edge of the square, the noise of the market fading behind them. They're not wrong, though, Corin said, careful, watching her reaction. Are they? Avery didn't answer immediately. She reached up instead, fingers brushing briefly against the orange wool now settled around his neck, an unmistakably deliberate gesture where everything before had been half accidental, half explained away. No, she admitted quietly. I do not suppose they are. It was the closest either of them had come, in the 2 weeks since the storm, to saying outright what had been building steadily between them. Not yet spoken plainly, but no longer entirely hidden either, worn now like a scarf of orange wool for the whole settlement to see. The station became a project either of them had planned, but both, gradually, found themselves invested in completing. Corin had always meant to upgrade its systems, 6 years of noticing small failures, patching them just enough to hold, never quite finding the time or budget to do it properly. With Avery there, cataloging every component with an archivist's meticulous patience, cross-referencing old colony records for the original specifications, the project took on a shape and momentum it had never had before. You know, Corin said one afternoon, elbow deep in the station's newly installed heating conduit, while Avery read old maintenance logs aloud from a data slate, correcting his memory of specifications he'd half forgotten. Most archivists probably don't spend their unplanned detour rewiring emergency heating systems. Most archivists have not spent a night nearly freezing to death in one, Avery said without looking up. It gives a person perspective. Fair point. They fell into an easy rhythm over the following weeks. Mornings spent working on the station, afternoons wandering through the settlement or sharing meals, evenings that stretched later than either of them planned, conversation turning from practical matters to the kind of things people only shared once trust had settled in comfortably between them. Corin told her about his family, still scattered across 3 different colonies, about why he'd chosen frontier maintenance work over the safer, more predictable jobs available to him back home. Avery told him about growing up on the ice fields east of Lower Varos, about her grandmother who had been the settlement's own cultural archivist before retirement, about the quiet ache of watching old customs and stories slowly forgotten as younger generations moved toward the capital and its conveniences. Is that what the position offers? Corin asked once, as they sat together on the newly repaired station platform, watching the last color drain from the winter sky. A chance to stop that? The forgetting? In theory. Avery's tail, he noticed, had drifted to rest against his leg again, the way it had begun doing without either of them making a formal decision about it. In practice, I suspect it means a great deal of paperwork and committee meetings, and very little actual time spent with the people whose stories I would be preserving. That sounds disappointing. It sounds like most important jobs, from what I understand. She glanced at him, You seem to have avoided that particular trap. I fix pipes and generators. Nobody's put together a committee for that yet. There is dignity in that. Perhaps more than in a title. Avery was quiet for a moment, watching the sky. I think I have spent a great deal of my life assuming the meaningful things had to happen somewhere else. Somewhere important, with important people, doing important sounding work. It had not occurred to me that meaning might simply be this. She gestured, small and almost embarrassed, at the platform, the station, the settlement spread out beneath the darkening sky. A place. A person. Work that matters because it keeps people alive, not because anyone writes about it afterward. A visitor arrived from the Icefield settlement 2 days later, an elderly vulpine man named Torval, weathered and slow-moving but sharp-eyed, who had, Avery explained with something between fondness and apprehension, been her grandmother's closest friend and, in the years since, something like an uncle to Avery herself. He heard I was delayed on my journey to the capital, Avery said, watching Torval's transport sled pull into the settlement's small landing yard with an expression Corin hadn't seen on her before, a kind of bracing, as though preparing for an inspection. He will have questions. He always has questions. Please do not take it personally if he is somewhat blunt. How blunt are we talking? You will see. Torval, it turned out, was very blunt indeed. He greeted Avery with a warm, tight embrace and a scent greeting against her cheek that spoke of genuine affection, and then turned his sharp gaze on Corin with a frank, appraising look of a man deciding whether someone was worth his time. So this is the technician, Torval said, without preamble, circling Corin once as though inspecting a piece of machinery for defects. The one who nearly froze to death and, from what the settlement gossip tells me, has somehow talked my goddaughter out of a position she spent 2 years working toward. I didn't talk her out of anything, Corin said carefully. That's entirely her decision, whatever she ends up choosing. Diplomatic, Torval said, sounding faintly approving despite himself. Good. I dislike men who take credit for a woman's choices. He turned back to Avery, his expression softening slightly. Your grandmother would have liked him, I think. She always said the measure of a person was in what they built while no one was watching. This one, from what I hear, rebuilt half a train station's heating grid without expecting a single word of thanks for it. He is very thorough, Avery said, with a small, private smile that Corin was beginning to recognize as one reserved only for him. They spent the evening together, the three of them, sharing a meal in Corin's flat while Torval recounted old stories of Avery's grandmother, her sharp wit, her stubborn insistence on preserving even the smallest, most seemingly unimportant local customs, her belief that history lived not in grand archives but in the daily habits of ordinary people. Corin found himself listening with genuine interest, filling in pieces of Avery's past that she had only sketched for him before, watching her face soften with old grief and old love in equal measure as Torval spoke. It was only later, after Avery had stepped out to see to the evening's dishes, that Torval turned to Corin with a different, more serious expression. She has not told you everything about the position, I think, Torval said quietly. Corin frowned. What do you mean? The Capital Archive Committee did not simply offer her a job, technician. They offered her the directorship of the entire Cultural Preservation Division, the youngest director in the institution's history, if she accepts. It is not merely prestigious. It is the sort of opportunity that changes the trajectory of an entire life, the kind her grandmother dreamed of but never had the chance to pursue herself, born as she was on a frontier that offered no such openings. Torval's sharp eyes held Corin steadily. I tell you this not to warn you away from her, technician, but because I think you deserve to understand the full weight of what she may be considering giving up, whatever her reasons. She should not have to choose in ignorance, and neither, I think, should you. Corin absorbed this slowly, the shape of Avery's decision suddenly heavier than he fully understood. She hasn't mentioned the directorship, he admitted, just the position generally. She would not. She has never been one to lead with her own accomplishments. Torval studied him a moment longer. What will you do with this information? Make sure she knows I understand what's actually at stake. Corin said slowly, working it out even as he spoke it aloud. And make sure she knows that whatever she chooses, it should be because it's genuinely what she wants, not because of me, and not despite me either. Just her choice, made with everything on the table. Torval's weathered face creased into something that might have been the beginning of approval. That, he said, is precisely the answer her grandmother would have wanted to hear. When Avery returned from the kitchen, she found the two of them in a comfortable, easy silence that suggested whatever conversation had passed between them, it had gone well. She looked between them with faint suspicion. What have you two been discussing? Your grandmother, Torval said smoothly, which was not entirely a lie. And good technicians. There is more overlap between the subjects than you might expect. Avery's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly unconvinced, but she let it go, settling instead into the seat beside Corin with her tail drifting, as it always did now, to rest against him without either of them remarking on it. Torval left the following morning, his transport sled disappearing back toward the ice-field settlement in the pale early light. But not before
Pokemon community game a wild Piku appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in
Make
90s.
certain she knows it was truly her own choice. That is the only wedding gift a man in your position can offer a woman like her. The certainty that she chose freely, with nothing hidden and nothing else. I'll remember that, Corin said. See that you do. Torval's expression softened, just slightly, into something almost fond. For what it is worth, technician, I think her grandmother would have approved. Not of the directorship, necessarily. Of you? He was gone before Corin could think of a response worth giving, leaving him standing in the cold morning light with the weight of the conversation settling into something that felt, oddly, like resolve. That evening, Corin found Avery at the station, cataloging the last of the historical equipment logs by the warm glow of the newly functional heating system. He sat beside her, and after a long moment of comfortable quiet, he spoke. Torval told me about the directorship, he said carefully. The full scope of it. I don't think you meant to leave that part out, but I wanted you to know that I understand now, really understand, what you'd actually be choosing between, if it comes to that. Avery went very still, setting down her data slate. He should not have told you that. Maybe not. But I'm glad he did. Corin met her eyes steadily.
Pokemon community game Piku escaped. No one caught it.
The information hidden, Avery. And I definitely don't want to be the reason you make a smaller choice than the one you actually want. Whatever you decide, the directorship of this place, both somehow, either, I just want it to be entirely yours. No hidden variables. No feeling like you owe anyone anything. Something in Avery's expression cracked open, gentle and unguarded in a way he'd rarely seen from her. You are a remarkably difficult man to resent for interfering, she said softly, given how thoroughly you have just interfered. I tried. Her tail curled more firmly around him, and for a long moment neither of them said anything further, the weight of the choice ahead settling quietly between them. No longer hidden, no longer half explained, simply present and honestly shared. Corin didn't say anything immediately when they returned to the platform a few evenings later. He was aware, with a clarity that startled him slightly, that this was a conversation edging towards something neither of them had said outright yet, something that had been building since that first cold night, wrapped in warmth neither of them had fully explained to the other. Avery, he said finally, why does your tail keep ending up wrapped around my leg? She went very still, and then, before he could say anything further, she rose from the platform bench entirely, putting several careful feet of distance between them, her tail curling tightly back around her own legs in the same wary posture she'd held that very first night in the dark station. It is late, she said. We should go in. The heater still needs its final calibration, and I would not want the work to go to waste over idle talk. Corin blinked, caught off guard by the sudden retreat. Avery, I mean it, Corin. Her voice had gone tight, formal, the easy warmth of the evening gone out of it as quickly as it had arrived. There is work to finish. She walked back into the station without waiting for him, and Corin sat alone on the platform for a long moment, the cold settling back into the space where her warmth had been, wondering what exactly he'd said wrong. She avoided him for the better part of 2 days after that, not obviously, not in any way she would have admitted to if asked, but in the small, deliberate ways of someone managing a retreat. She arrived at the station later than usual and left earlier. She kept her tail curled close around her own legs, the easy, unconscious drift of it toward him entirely absent. Their conversations, once so effortless, grew clipped and careful, circling only around conduit specifications and heating capacity, and nothing at all of substance. Corin noticed. Of course he noticed. And on the second evening, when Avery made to leave the station early yet again with some thin excuse about correspondence she needed to finish, he finally said something. "Did I do something wrong?" Avery paused at the door, her back to him, tail held rigid. "No. You've barely looked at me in 2 days, Avery. Something happened." She was quiet for a long moment, and when she finally turned, her expression was tired in a way he hadn't seen from her before. Not the wariness of that first night, but something older, more worn down. "You did nothing wrong," she said. "The fault, if there is one, is entirely mine. I have been careless. I let myself become comfortable here, comfortable with you, in a way that was never going to end well for either of us. Why not? Because I have a position waiting at the Capitol, Corin. A significant one. And you have a life here, 6 years built into this settlement, a purpose you clearly love. I let myself forget that for 2 weeks, wrapped up in scarves from market stalls and evenings on this platform, and I should not have. It was unfair to both of us to let it go on as though it could simply continue indefinitely. So your solution is to just stop talking to me?" "My solution," Avery said, and her voice cracked slightly on the word, betraying more than she likely intended, "is to remember that I am supposed to be leaving, and that becoming more attached to you will only make that harder when the time comes. I thought distance might make it simpler. I was apparently wrong about that as well, given how thoroughly it has not made anything simpler at all." Corin crossed the room to her, slow and careful, giving her every opportunity to step back if she wanted to. She didn't. "For what it's worth," he said quietly, "the last 2 days have been miserable. I'd rather have you close and complicated than distant and simple, if that's an option." Avery looked up at him, something fragile and uncertain in her expression. The look, he would understand much later, of someone who had spent her whole life believing that wanting a quiet, ordinary happiness meant settling for less than she deserved, and who was only now beginning to question whether that belief had ever been true. "I do not know how to want 2 incompatible things at once," she admitted softly. "The position, and this. I have never had to choose between them before, and I find I am not managing the uncertainty particularly gracefully." "Nobody manages it gracefully," Corin said. "For what it's worth." A small, reluctant smile broke through her tiredness. "That is, I suppose, a small comfort. Take what you can get." Her tail, after 2 days of careful, deliberate distance, uncurled slowly and settled once more against his leg, tentative at first, and then, when he didn't pull away, was something closer to certainty. "I am not promising anything," she warned. "I still do not know what I am going to do about the Capitol." "I'm not asking you to promise anything," Corin said. "I just didn't want to spend whatever time we do have pretending we don't feel something. Seemed like a waste, given everything." Avery exhaled, something in her shoulders loosening that had been tense since the platform 2 nights before. "No," she agreed. "It would be a waste." They did not resolve anything that evening. Not the Capitol, not the future, not the question hanging unspoken between them since that first night in a dead train station. But the distance, at least, had closed again, and when they returned to the conduit work in comfortable silence, her tail did not once retreat back to her own legs for the rest of the night. "When I wrapped my tail around you that first night," Avery said, choosing her words with the careful precision of someone finally setting down a weight she'd carried too long, It was not merely a matter of shared body heat. I told you that because it was true, and because it was easier than the whole truth. Corin waited, saying nothing, sensing this was not a moment to interrupt. Among Vulpines, the tale is significant, personal. We do not extend it to strangers casually. It is reserved for family, for the closest of bonds. She met his eyes, ears held carefully steady despite what he now recognized, in retrospect, as considerable nervousness, for a chosen mate. When I wrapped it around you that night, I told myself it was necessity. And it was necessity. You would have died otherwise, and I do not regret it. But it was also
Wisebot 3 viewers, -1, alarm clock 9 hours 26 minutes and 59 seconds.
Since, rather badly. Judging by how often you've apparently noticed my tale finding its way to you regardless of what excuses I give it. Corin absorbed this slowly, pieces rearranging themselves. The rescuers teasing at the station. Congratulations on finding your chosen companion. Avery's flustered, too quick denial. The tale that kept finding its way back to him no matter how many practical reasons she invented. So when the rescuers said, they were not entirely wrong, Avery admitted, ears flattening slightly. Which is precisely why I was so mortified. It is one thing to feel something. It is another to have it announced by strangers before you have even admitted it to yourself. And now, Corin asked quietly, have you admitted it to yourself? Avery was quiet for a long moment, the winter evening settling around them, the newly warmed station humming softly with the systems they had rebuilt together. I think, she said, I have been admitting it every day for weeks, in every excuse I have made to stay a little longer. I simply had not said it aloud. Say it now, Corin said, and his voice was gentle, but steady, the voice of a man who had spent 6 years being useful and had, somewhere in this storm and its long, warm aftermath, finally found something worth being brave for. Avery's tail, without any conscious decision on her part, curled slowly around her. Not the emergency wrap of that first desperate night, but something slower, more deliberate, more certain. I think I have found someone I do not wish to leave behind, she said softly. I think that frightens me considerably more than any storm. Corin reached over, carefully, and laced his fingers through hers. Good, he said, because I'm not sure I know how to let you go either. The message arrived 3 weeks after the storm. An official communication from the capital, formal and unmistakably final, informing Avery Soren that her extended absence, while understood in light of the reported circumstances, could no longer be accommodated. The archivist's position required her presence within the month, or it would, with regret, be offered to another candidate. Avery read it twice, standing in the doorway of Corin's flat with snow still melting from her boots, her expression unreadable in a way that made Corin's chest tighten with the dread he recognized immediately, having felt some version of it every day since he'd realized how much he'd come to want her to stay. You should go, he said, before she could say anything at all, because he had promised himself, somewhere in the quiet, careful weeks since the storm, that he would not be the reason she gave up something she had wanted, or thought she had wanted, before a blizzard rearranged both their lives.
Ah, fuck!
Avery
Just
looked up
kiss
sharply.
already and hug!
You are telling me to leave? I'm telling you that I'm not going to ask you to give up your future for me, Corin said, and it cost him something to say it, a physical ache in his chest that felt almost like the cold of that first night. You said yourself, it's a significant position. The kind most archivists spend a career holding. I'm not going to be the reason you don't take it. You think that is what this is, Avery said slowly. You think I have stayed these 3 weeks out of some passing distraction, easily abandoned the moment real responsibility calls? I think, Corin said carefully, that I don't want to be the reason you look back in 10 years and wonder what you gave up. Avery crossed the room to him, and for a moment neither of them spoke, the weight of the summons still sitting on the table between them like a stone. Corin, she said finally, may I tell you something honest? Always. I applied for that position 2 years ago. Before I had ever heard your name, before any storm, before any of this. She gestured, encompassing the flat, the station, the whole strange, warm turn her life had taken.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we'll
I
switch
applied
games.
because I believed, the way you believe things you have never questioned, that an important life...
That's
Alright.
me, bro. I'm a chicken to you.
Pause that for a moment here so focus.
Wasn't for me.
All that Wano was talking about chicken nugget. But no,
I'm gonna reload. To say that you proved them wrong.
Miscellaneous.
Let's see.
And the other stuff is grilled meat, cornmeal, and animal fat.
The cornmeal was probably the problem.
We can make cornmeal, can we?
Why would you want to waste water?
It does cornmeal doesn't need water.
No, it's not the simple truth.
No. Brother, I'm looking at the cornmeal and all it says is ear of corn.
Oof.
You little fucking shit.
Pokemon community game A wild Gurdurr appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Me? Nah, never.
Oh,
Can
my.
you believe this chat? This slander? Damn. I'm leaving.
As much
Let's see, what do I got?
Please take some time and get to know it. Meet the people you'll be working with.
Also, looks like a whole ass stack of forbidden water for you in the chest.
Dr. Io in Sarbini.
Yeah, my bitch.
Dr. Holdren in Bioscience.
How dare.
Y'all sound like an old married couple? Nah.
Meet them, then we'll discuss what comes next. Meet the division leaders.
What I want to keep it down, Mr. Rick.
How
Busted.
Do we need 2 chickens to break them?
I want to think
Star
so.
Cells. Heart in your pocket. Hey, CD Bell.
Yeah, we need 2.
Nervous as hell.
So where do we get a second chicken from?
Pokemon community game Gurdurr escaped. No one caught it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for everyone who's currently watching and lurking, I have Warhammer 40k, Space Marines 2, or Dark Tide. You got Mecha Break, Resident Evil Village, Mech Warrior 5, Mercenaries or
I also need
Clans.
to get something for what's his face? The mutant. Oh, those are stairs. Got it.
Maybe.
Undamaged camera.
Got Power World.
To a deep blue sea. Clean coffee cup.
It was already hard enough
Clean
to find
can.
one chicken.
And at the risk of being called a dreamer.
I mean, yeah.
I want to blow shit up too.
He called me buddy. Growls.
And tired.
Hey yo, the burst came out of its den.
Alright, we're doing Space Marines. I'm gonna switch my here.
do have skill points? I do. Okay. The animal tracker. I cannot for chickens.
Oh, you mean the skill?
Yeah. If you're running somewhere, you crouch. You can see if there's one nearby.
To know. Apocalyptic fucked up shit is this?
You do not see any tracks here.
Undamaged camera. Help defend Jamaica plane. Jamaica plane successfully defended itself. Wow, they're good. Be here anymore.
No tracks?
They're
Fuck,
killing.
okay.
Good job, Jamaica plane. I should do something about Jamaica plane actually. I'm pretty sure they need more.
It'll tell you after you crouch for like a couple of
Sitting
seconds.
on the
if there's
toilet,
tracks
got
nearby.
it. Addax.
Or what is it you're asking me exactly?
That's a shower. Mm-hmm.
No,
Anything else? Cabinet, nothing.
Okay.
Anything in the
I'm gonna
trash can?
pause the
Medkit.
series story here. I'm gonna save that for
I'm
later.
just taking
That's actually
everything that
good,
seems
man.
of value to me. Folders, undamaged camera, a radio.
Again.
I'm coming.
Preserved cigarettes.
They're dead.
Clean coffee cup, bourbon.
Wisebot White Medium Star New Category, Warhammer 40,000, Space Marine 2 White Medium Star New Status, 18 plus, Fluffy Dragon is purging heretics and alien filth. Music, videos, gaming. Come chill and relax.
Director's quarters, yep.
Yeah. Oh, I missed. Okay. There, see? All done. No tracks. Okay, sad.
I don't know. Most of them have lasted long past their projected lifespans. If you ask me, they were built pretty well.
Mod skin this cowcat in space with Kara for all to see and make me a code.
There we go.
Wow. Okay, Corilla,
Unit,
the yokai.
insert your duty. Oh, that's a Strider.
So, Dalmatians is cow cats.
I like how... Greetings, ma'am. That's so cute. Nothing to report, ma'am. That's so cute. I really like that.
Oh, a zombie. Hello.
I'm just waiting for the game to load.
Bye, lady.
Hello there. Welcome.
It's probably doing an update, so
Hi. Hello.
I will. Oh wait, there it goes.
No chicken, but I'm fighting zombies. Yeah.
Still need to make some food because I am getting food.
Another zombie? You should have said. Come here, bro.
Let's see.
Fuck you. Oh, you flew?
I fed you fluff balls before I started streaming, so I don't have to worry about that. At least not for now. Paper towels I need.
No tracks. Okay.
Oh, that's so good. Oh.
I see a zombie. Yoo-hoo, Miss Zombie, have you seen a chicken? What? Sorry, I don't know what you're saying. No, sorry, I don't like your tone. Can you believe this bitch?
It is
Ask her
quite
first,
cold.
She just yells at me.
Probably why I feel like I'm falling asleep.
That you conceal is revealed on your surface. Meanings. Beautiful. These things I've never have known. Oh.
You don't see any tracks around there.
Already home.
Yeah, same here. What the fuck?
Oh.
All I see are zombies.
Hello, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Hope you're doing well. I'm sorry, I have to refresh chat every fucking time. I need something for Twitch Mobile, or like
Okay, he's dead now.
something else that lets me keep track of chat.
No
Because
zombie,
this is
like
fucked
a dead
up.
zombie.
Twitch, I kind of
Lee,
like streaming on you, so please make sense for me. For the love of ear examiner, cauterizer, applicator,
okay.
sensor, recorder. Hardly know her. I hate it. I hate myself. I'm so sorry, everyone. Ooh. There we go.
Zombie, okay, yeah, come here. Get
Ooh, recorder, hardly know her. Try tool.
Yeah, I was thinking about 1,000
Sensor,
points,
hardly
okay.
know her. High-powered microscope, nice. I'm gonna run out of space. I'm pretty sure. Cauterizer, applicator, hardly know her. Injector, hardly know her. High-powered microscope. Thanks. I now have a lot of materials.
Seems to go up further.
Ammo boxes.
Okay, loading resources. Yep, it was doing an update.
Sweeper.
I need to turn the AC off. Really cold. Sweetie? Huh? How you doing? Huh? You enjoying the bed? You enjoying Daddy's blankie?
Fuck.
Zombies.
I need this blankie. Can keep the big fluffy one.
Nice.
The quilted one that Mama gave me.
I was not reading that. Hello there, Hictonio. You like rap? I got a request. Go ahead. Refueling the developer's elixir coffee. Understandable.
Okay.
Still no chicken.
This is an older part. Oh, this must...
I was kidding, game. Not as hard as I was like...
This is the FEV lab. This is where...
Near the desert. I figured that I'd rather go that way and get some out over. I'm also looking for chicken.
Okay.
There's a farm. Maybe there.
Warhammer 40k Space Marines 2. Kill the heretic, purge the zealous, and kill the unclean.
Yeah, thank you.
Purge the unclean. I know it's movement, but it's like, I'm tired. I've been doing chill stuff for stream for a while now. It's like, I demand bloodshed. And I'm tossing this. I don't need to have the shits from a salad anymore.
Burger. Yum. Hard burger.
I said fucker.
Loading in. Come on, brothers and sisters, we're going into war!
Oh, it closes both doors. Well, not both doors, like each door. It closes each door.
Chicken!
Please don't listen. Oh, good.
Apparently I found one too.
I can make some sandwiches. Ah, no.
He ran away, bro. What? I'm crouching.
Why am I using a shotgun?
I was like crouching.
Moments. I opened the goddamn cabinet. Everything wanted to fall. Like, why? Everything wants to die.
Machine gun turret. Okay.
Say. Now, I demand the cheese. Maintenance warning. Here to...
Give me chicken, you fuckers.
Okay, so 2 days away on a...
I think there's one more inside here, no?
Ha ha ha, get fucked.
Continue. We're gonna bulk up. Cuties! Do you want food? Is that why you're here? Is that what you're here? Huh? Yeah, they want food. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna make 2 sandwiches. And let's see.
Pokemon community game A Wild Nickit appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
One of ham, one of turkey. But both with barbecue sauce.
Because you can only crouch with the chicken.
Botrix official, thank you for the follow at Dragonsky _ Wisebot new follow, S, Dragonsky _ welcome. 274 followers, +1. Streamlabs, thank you for following Dragonsky _
Thank you for your follow.
Hello brothers.
Welcome
Kaito
to the
Destiny
Emperor's
Dragonsky
army of
_
angels of
welcome to my
death.
channel. Kaito Destiny Dragonsky
I'm currently making
_
some
thanks
food.
for following. At Kaito Destiny Dragonsky _ welcome to my channel. Dragonsky _ now tell me. Dragonsky _ how many innocent souls did you save today?
We will find out how many innocent souls for the Emperor I will be saving. And how many I'm going to be purging.
Dragonsky _ unable to protect themselves and their loved ones.
Yeah. But we'll see here.
Pokemon community game Nickit escaped.
I'm
No one
waiting for
caught
this
it.
thing to load in. It's been forever.
Dragonsky _ good to hear.
I mean, I'll save who I can, but hey, if they want to be a dick about it, guess what? I can just give them the boot out the airlock.
Stream Elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill, and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing
is this
time
still
here.
good, or is this bad?
Carrot W carrot. Dragonsky _ it's Dragons KIY actually. Dragonsky _ but you can call me Arno.
Arno
Dragonsky
or Emma?
or Dragonsky _ brother Arno of Squad Ares, Salamander's 6th Battle Company.
Ah.
Blacksmith hammer, sensor.
I didn't know it. Apparently, I forgot about the cottage cheese I had. Oh, should I eat the cottage cheese or not? It's like, how many days passed?
Dragonsky _ I hope you'll save many souls today.
Yeah. I'll try to save as many as I can, my friend.
Dragonsky _ it's brother.
Well, brother, friend, pal, but yep. Yeah.
Don't remember you.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get over a cold. I've been having runny nose all week. Oh, if you check my redeems,
Dragonsky
look for
_
pineapple.
is it chaos? Dragon Sky underscore tell them to FK off.
Chaos? I don't care for chaos.
Can you fuck off?
If I have to take chapters to make my own, Ultramarines, Salamanders, and Space Wolves. Those three put together. Make my own.
And I'm infected? No, fuck this, bro.
Dragon Sky underscore Space Wolves. Huh. Dragon Sky underscore I like Space Wolves. Dragon Sky underscore they're good guys.
Yeah. For Xeno races, or other alien races, Tau, I only like them because they're mech stuff. That's the only thing I like about them. Everything else, fuck it. Eldar, their mechs are cool and interesting. Other than that, hot sexy ladies once in a while. Oh fuck! I hate glasses. I swear. Fucking clean them and What's this image? Confrontation update. Okay. I wish I had some more dragon stuff for my Space Marine. Okay. I got me. I am really not sure if this cottage cheese is still good. It's like 7 days past prime. And just so people know, the only reason I say that is because I completely forgot about it because I've been so busy with work. Oh.
Stream Elements. Hi everyone, as a heads up I have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems.
I mean, it smells like cottage cheese, but... Get me a spoon, I'm gonna see if I live or die. We're not doing Nurgle shit here, fuck that bastard. Okay, kitties, I get it, I will feed you, okay. Alright. My kitty cat kids want some din din. So I'll feed them real quick here. And I will spray the litter box area.
I don't know if I'm saying that right, but yeah.
But anywho, I'm going to work on upgrading my guns and weapons. See if I can get some more purple credit point tokens, whatever. So I can upgrade stuff because I really need to upgrade. If I go play with friends again and I am getting killed constantly. I feel like I shouldn't be the one getting killed constantly. Alright, almost ready. Miss Kate's like, sweetie, you really need to tell me how the fuck that you got that freaking patch of fur missing. Why is it bloody again? Yeah, are you? I'm starting to think I need to take you into the The vet.
This bitch is at 0% stress.
Bro, my mother got fucking 80.
Stream elements, feel free to come in and join the fun for crazy adventures through the worlds. URL.
Is this blood? Chessboard. Who I'm supposed to.
Okay.
Spot this
Now,
future.
for anyone who wants to, I don't mind opening up the game to public so people can join in and join the madness. But please note, I will be eating while I play. 'Cause I really haven't had much to eat all day, so. Don't need a fork, I need a spoon. Where's my spoons?
Yeah.
Spoon!
Been playing for almost 2 hours.
Spoon? No, it's a fork.
What the hell? Why?
Oh, this is why I hate cats. Jump up and take my plasticware. Note to self, cats will jump on table no matter what, even when you're not home, and they will steal your plasticware. Oh, there it is. Ooh.
Hi, Cybernetti. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Hope you're doing well.
Alright.
I'm so sad.
Nice.
And I need to take a shot on the healer, because for some odd reason, just standing up hurts, and it feels like someone just whacked the wind out of me. But first, let's go.
Oh, I can't do that.
Deck Priest out of the way.
The devil you don't. I'm guessing that at some point they were
I think you're just
Okay, we got my tactical.
I mean in general.
Switch weapons.
Fucking chicken.
ha 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 ha.
There's a zombie at the other end of the street.
Kaito Destiny Busing got 12. Welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny Busing got 12. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, yeah, I had a kick. Hello and welcome to the Fluffy Madness.
The game is
Alright.
programmed not to bite the hand. The devil you know it. Don't.
Switch lap linkies. Because I need this one for my arm and this one for my lap.
Battlefield of reasons. Flask.
Oh,
Combination ranch.
starting to think maybe I need to
Yep, the thing
clean
is
my
more on the side,
healer
so
out.
I'm
'Cause
guessing this is the lab.
didn't feel like I got a good shot off of it.
Hi Cybernetti, welcome to
Alright,
the stream.
let's go.
Hi Cybernetti.
So, we got
how are
the.
you?
So, ammo down. Oh, that one's better. So we got bolt pistol, heavy bolt pistol, plasma.
He's good. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. You know the devil you don't.
Battle one. Retributions request.
Yeah, same. Oh, yeah, I didn't get it.
Honorific relic.
The question is.
Vengeance of the Emperor.
Fuck you.
Extended clip? Look, man.
I leave now for gonna be.
I like me and my heavy bolter though. Alright, armor. Anything that changed? No.
Oh no.
I got the mixed match here of salamanders and ultramarine. So. Alright, so. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to join in and be part of it, this is the code H7G75. I repeat, H7G75.
Did you make it or?
And now I lost control. There we go. Let's see, operations. Flash with
Pokemon community
and
game
random
a wild
selecting
Pidgey
missions.
appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
So I've done tier 1 on pretty much everything.
Submission results initially consistent with standard results. Rapid decline in physical condition deceased.
Then you do
Early
tier
30s,
2,
moderate
3,
overall health.
much go
Physical
fine.
condition consistent with standard mental acuity, charting slightly higher than average.
Annihilations, Ground, Hellbrute Onslaught.
Male, late 20s, above average overall health. Result, rapid decline in mental capacity, anomalous physical results, terminated. Female, early 20s,
Well, there's
moderate
XP
overall
and
health.
points, but
Rapid,
thing
excessive
what I
physical growth,
want
aggression, flattering normal
is more
parameters,
along the lines
terminated.
of
Male, mid-30s, per
armory
overall health.
data.
Inconclusive, terminated, note subject unintentionally terminated during an incident V. Data should be called from the future reports. What was incident V?
Oh, someone's joining.
Let's start from the top. Latest round of testing complete. Results are all within expected parameters. Inform Dr. Zimmer directly.
Pokemon community game Pidgey escaped. No one caught it.
The results, unsure what he was looking for. He declined to specify why he wanted the test run to begin with. Notes: I have officially assumed the lead role on the project after Dr. Syverson's passing. Latest round of subjects show results similar to previous
Num
test
num num
runs
num
over the last
num
5 years.
num.
Note a statistical deviation noted. Synthetic organics continue to perform well. The necessity of further tests is unexplained. Notes: nothing new, always the same. Have entered formal complaint with Directorate. These tests are not bringing in any value.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie?
I don't want to hear about State fucking Farm. I want to hear about freaking any car commercials. Brad. They have nothing to do with me.
What flavor?
Ham and turkey sandwiches.
Snickers.
Yum.
Somebody, actually.
The sad part is the loading is always the worst.
Did you hydrate?
Yes.
Okay. Look at all zombies. Hello there. Can I help you? Yes, thank you. Just what I needed.
I have ice cream, yes. Because it's fucking hot here.
How bad is it right now?
Check. When I woke up at 3 a.m., it was already 20.
Oh man.
The camp seems deserted.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Aside from some Xenos scumbags. Tomasa, you need to acquire the Astra Militarum demolition codes required to deploy and arm their ordnance. Source one from any soldier you see, alive or otherwise.
Diligence, brothers. We will find those codes. Brothers, I hope you're having better luck.
In here?
Codes obtained.
Captain, the demolition codes are secured.
Proceed to the Prometheum refinery and complete the demolition preparations.
Come here, motherfucker! Eat your own blade, bitch! Nice try, motherfucker!
You look at.
Fresh magazine in. Fresh munitions. Resupply.
Our objective lies ahead.
And bug going.
Obstacle removed.
Boot to the wall!
The lifeblood of the Astra Militarum. Let us make good use of it.
You will not scream, motherfucker! Why is that not working? Batter up.
Changing magazine.
Gotta love the booms. Shoot it. Pop it like a zit. $4.
Yeah, I almost. I stopped myself just in time.
Batter up. Rip it.
How close are you to the Promethean facility?
Arriving at the objective now.
You are making good time. We are going to need it.
Very true.
Use the codes to prime the bomb and finish its deployment into the crude Promethean well. Cautiously. If you know what is good for you.
Yeah, I guess it's gonna be our.
Oh, the satisfaction of blowing their heads up like zits with one shot. Oh, there we go.
Deployment has begun.
Rites of activation have been observed. The generators hum in the machine god's name. Crane sequencing initialized. Delivering payload.
You know, 1, 2, 3, 4.
All specs deep scan ready.
Oh, that's right. Right in your guts, and I rip your head off, bitch. Why that doesn't want to work, I have no idea why. Oh, you little fucker.
X-axis aligned by the Omnissiah's will.
Let us keep that swarm from ever reaching generator 4.
Vacate generator 4's cowling. Climbing is not permitted while in operation.
Oh, it's the Peanuts monster. Come here, you Peanuts monster!
Choke on your spores, goat beast.
Okay, we're at number 4.
We must intercept generator 2.
axis aligned. Margin of error 0.0 nanometers. Disruption of operation generated.
We are almost there.
Bring it into the Undesire's proper alignment.
Boot to the head, bitch! No, 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 no.
Attention. Crane drive is jammed. Perform the necessary cleansing to resume operation.
Pokemon community game A wild cryogonal appears. Catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Begin the course of locomotion, adepts.
Trying to run.
We are ready to ambush the enemy, Captain.
There is an observation platform overlooking the Cryptomedium fields. It will make a good vantage for your ambush.
Wisebot 5 viewers, +2, alarm clock 10 hours 18 minutes and 34 seconds.
There is a relic or something over here? Oops.
A beacon of hope for a dark hour.
Gotta love the revivals.
Pokemon community game cryogonal escaped. No one caught it.
Oh, it's a big one! Ooh, 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 come on, come on, come on.
The hive mind loathes our victory. Supply drop.
Anyone needs it.
I usually say to you, cover up.
Changing magazine.
We have arrived at Nozick's facility. Run distraction efforts as long as you can.
On my honor, I will ensure your mission is a success.
I will hold you to that.
How much meat of what?
Nails.
I think so 400 nails?
For Gilliman and glory! Charge!
Ready to advance. Stun strike ready to deploy.
Where is my for the Emperor?
I concur.
Like this.
Recite the litany of hate.
Penis monsters!
Ready to scan. Disgusting tyranid scum.
The fuck's going on over here? Oh. Floating jizz monster.
Those things cannot even compute their numbers. Steam injection administered.
Come here, you floating little nerd bucket. Smash and bash. Another one. Come on. Oh, that felt good.
Oh shit, why is here a horde?
Where? Where?
At home?
Let's go before something decides to spawn up there and follow us. I have to go that way.
We stand ready to deliver the Emperor's vengeance. Dig in. We need that bomb triggered for optimal yield. Orbital scan estimates the bulk of the swarm will not be in position for a while yet. Keep your heads and get it done. The enemy seeks to consume this place and us with it. Satellite is vengeance. Feel the heat of his wrath. The bulk of the swarm is continuing along the predicted path. Continue holding. Behind us, brothers! Flagged objective. Who wants to set the next fire trap? Halfway there, brothers. Keep it up.
Come here, penis monster. You're getting ripped to tear. Here they come.
Location marked.
Oh my god, hit the fucking thing. Oh.
The swarm has almost fully committed. mark.
You are clear to ignite when ready. This flame purifies.
You are clear to detonate. Cook those rotten bastards.
Do it, brothers! Do it! I'll hold them off! Come here, you brain bitch!
Tyranid biosign's down 90% and fallen. Swarm annihilation confirmed.
God, I was almost dead a few times.
Move to extract. Thunderhawk arriving at evac point. Ramp down and ready.
That's right, you xenofilth. Stay dead.
Returning to orbit. Commendable work, brothers. You honor your chapter. Be ready for rearm, refit, and re...
Fucking fly.
That was interesting. That was scary.
Loading resources. I have things set up on here where it should be loading faster. Plus, I got new motherboard and new CPU, so. What? I ain't getting chips. Especially these. These are nachos. They're cheesy nachos. Okay. Come on, next.
I guess I pick up the
Only one purple.
That's so stupid.
Good night. Sleep well, dream sweetly.
Okay, I now have 7. Ow.
Pokemon community game A wild Pupitar appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Okay, got my new gun. Light combo length increases.
What the? The fucking snake literally jumped over the sidewalk because I couldn't crawl through it.
Damn, buddy.
Wow.
Alright. You are not the squad leader.
Primary here.
Hey, Farrell.
You're kidding, right?
Pokemon community game Pupitar escaped. No one caught it.
The Emperor guides
No,
us.
that's what I'm worried about.
March for the crag.
Yay. You did it, Chad. You did it. We're stick breath for it.
I'm in front right now.
Okay.
Where do you want it then? Your cheek?
Thank you for reminding me.
Normal.
Chicken side.
No, that's for PvP.
No, you didn't.
Alright, yeah. The person's AFK, I'm leaving. Funny thing is, too, as soon as I left the armory spot, the other guy was like instantly right there. It's like, how the fuck do you teleport?
Wait, why do I keep losing health? I was at 60 before. Something is not right, but okay. I wonder if it's because I keep jumping. That actually hurts me? Oh my god, no way. My dick is broken, jumping hurts.
Did you forget the time I died from that?
Yes.
Oh,
That's so dumb. Who does it? Oh fuck, a zombie.
Nope.
Lady, no!
I mean, you broke your dick. Of course it hurts when you jump.
Bro, it's okay. He's just gonna dangle back and forth. What is this? Learn how to harvest coffins for bones, jewelry, and precious gems. Dragon can have that, because she's a little goblin. Me, I just, long stuff.
Me?
Are you playing with the princess?
Yes.
How to be a cat? Oh wait.
Green Top Nursery, got it.
La da 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 da.
Good stay time.
Great. My OBS is. Yep.
How do I go home?
And there's zombies coming towards the house. Yeah, come here, bitches. Come here, bitches. Bunk. Oh, you're dead. Yeah. Come here, bro. Yeah, come here. Yeah, you lady. Yeah, come here, bro. Yeah. Oh, you didn't die? Crazy. Now you're dead. Dead ass is grass.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah. Man on the floor. Okay, now the sprained leg.
Come on. Go faster.
Splint or cast to speed up the recovery. Okay.
Tim, can you hear her purr?
No, I cannot hear her, sadly. Well, I've said, fuck you, Tim Tam. And I just rolled with it.
How do I get out of here?
Yes, baby. Yes.
Yay, my dick's bandaged up now. Hooray!
Hooray! What am I going to do with you?
How do I get out of here?
Oh, that makes sense.
Huh?
I was like, why do I smell? The Schmeat.
Alright. I'm gonna have to go through every single thing here. The level 2.
Trader wrecked. Your dong smells. I can smell it from across the counter.
What the fuck, Tim Tam?
Wow.
Okay, enough now, princess. Enough now, princess. Go in your corner.
Wow, princess. Oh shit, I wonder what's all the attention.
I already had that one.
You did? Oh, well, never mind then.
Yeah, the book's open, so I'm gonna put it back in.
Okay. I hate that so bad. I was 5% infected. It ran out of the I'm gonna click the honey. 5.1. I'm like, oh fuck. I need to hear chat. You chat for 1,400. Wait, in vehicles? Huh?
Huh?
Kaito expanded seating mod. Expand your seating capacity in vehicles with this mod. So if I were to get this mod and make a product,
Sit on it if you put them on.
is that how it works?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. What?
What do you mean? This mod has been in forever.
Somebody joined me.
I did not know that. I genuinely did not know that.
Did you ever play the game?
What the hell kind of question is that? Of course I did. Well, it never occurred to me to actually read what the text said.
That's how back then I got, I think Diano when he joined. Remember?
Maybe? I don't remember the best.
I hit the play button on that. Play. Let's see. Ah, that's why it's all fucky lucky again. It does not like it when it's loading.
Burn the heretic! Kill the mutant!
Fuck.
Purge the unclean!
Oh, I should have put it on player. Friends only.
I will take half of these.
The loading should not take this fucking long.
No, that's how I should take all of the Mayan's eggs.
Mine doesn't have eggs.
Why is that? That Zihela has taken all of his eggs. He's just scrambled.
Just a warning for you, I'm gonna end in like 18 minutes. It's 1 PM here. Because that's peak heat and I don't wanna...
Lieutenant Titus predicts the Tyranid's hive tyrant is leading a swarm along a corridor toward the astropathic relay. We are inserting you near a bridge held by the Imperial Guard that intersects with its path. You will level the whole structure and crush that Xenos monstrosity in the collapse. Visual on drop zone. Setting down.
I'll say I'm in my Arctic. Is that you?
Assist in the defense of the bridge until you confirm that the Xenos Overlord has entered the kill zone. Then trigger the detonation.
Yes, Captain. Consider the synapse lead.
I just need 7 pieces of parts for steel. For your
Delta Wing, box check. Meridian en route.
This is Talassa. Drop complete. Moving to objective.
Acknowledged. Proceeding to relay. Maintain box reports. Down and please out.
You give me 3 steel.
They pop like zits. I am in a glitched. What the fuck is going on? I am sliding. What the fuck just happened?
Pokemon community game a wild fanpy appears catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
What the fuck is going on?
My chairs.
Already snacked.
I'm gonna go cry to hello.
What?
Cry hello, your wife's bullied me. What do you mean you approve this message?
What's wrong with me?
Oh.
Pokemon community game fanpy escaped. No one caught it.
That's exactly what happened.
My way to hide.
Yeah. That's literally what happened. Why am I doing this?
Better I find a weakness in Spark than on the battlefield.
How well versed are you with the Super Mario games?
It depends. What exactly you're trying to ask?
Because they are an archipelago.
Oh, well, I mean, I can play the majority of the original Super Nintendo.
Alright.
Yeah, because if we want to do that, we can do that too.
Isn't it Chichi Charles is an archipelago, which is kind of funny, not gonna lie.
What? I mean, I don't know. Play the game. I've seen you play it, which is just trying to avoid getting snapped down by a fucking train.
A spider train.
Yeah, I remember. I've
Our
seen
brothers
like,
in
really
arms
weird
need
clips
our
of,
help. Let us
fucking
hurry.
guys going against robots with that skin.
Come here, bitch! You want your fucking sword? Have it! In your fucking gut. Come here, you serpent bitch. Come here, bitch. I'm going to rip and tear every single one of you parasitic bastards up.
Why am I infected? What? Sorry.
Good here? Good? Alright, let's move on.
I became infected by hitting metal. How does that work?
Heart Shop Simulator is in there?
Wait, why is that in there?
Why is Supermarket Sim in there?
Get the boot to your fucking head!
So many games.
Oh, hello. Who's got the flak attack? I swear. Come here, whip bitch. I just love how they just melee, then just back up and guns.
That is pretty weird.
Ammunition cache here. War gear acquired.
Alright, brothers. It is good.
These give more. Barrels give more than the trash cans.
Double whammy!
I didn't know barrels give it too.
No, like the blue ones, not the gas ones, the blue ones.
Why is it like really quiet right here? That's not making me feel better.
Yeah, I just got like 40 off of those just
Fresh magazine in.
I'm curious how that would work when, you complete the power-up, or...
Another Xeno fireball eliminated.
Market Level from Super Mario.
So...
Point frag grenade, brother. Why is it you do not approach all your duties with the same gusto as you engage here?
And off the edge, bitch. Go on, go on. Off the edge.
I will fight on the battlefield. You can learn from my actions after.
Yeah, so he can jump, double jump, he can triple jump, he can grab the ledges, he can combine, and side flip was also randomized.
What the hell?
Yeah.
That sounds like a brain in the fucking ass.
Uh-huh. Delta Rune is also in there. And Devil May Cry 3.
I can't understand the migrate to be kind of a lot of items in there.
Reporting in from the tower, Captain.
The Munitorum does not store explosives to Codex Astartes standards. It's enough to demolish the bridge.
Fuck it.
All night? Not your cup of tea, I imagine.
I'm not good with these.
Pathetic tyranny of God.
Damn this dragon. Satch. Wait, no. Not Dark Souls. Fuck.
Explosives prepared. Specs prime.
Bloodborne, there we go.
Explosive impact.
The statue gave some skins.
Dude, I am putting something on the panel here. Fuck off!
You just take more chickens?
Yep.
So where are the chickens?
When you look at the go into the coop. You see the feathers and the right? And it has a little bar around about 12 now. Once that one is full, there is a new chicken.
You will shut the fuck up, screamy bitch.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Detecting my static mind.
Brothers,
Old school RuneScape.
Fucking penis monster.
Detonator prime.
bridge is good to blow. The Hive Tyrant will reach your position shortly. Join the Imperial Guard defenses upon the bridge and lure that Xenos Colossus into the kill zone.
Changing magazine.
Pokemon community game A Wild Probopass appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Area cleansed with the foul Xenos presence. Reloading.
Wait, now do I have mushrooms, that potato? Oh yeah, I think I'm attached to that actually.
Hit them, bastard!
You are fertilizer now, Xenos.
You thought it was kind of smelling. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see you either later or next.
Pokemon community game Probopass escaped. No one caught it.
No telling what surprises await.
I can't help it. It's my brother's birthday.
It's okay.
We are bringers
No, I
of
thought you
doom,
were here now.
angels of
No,
death.
I told you it's fine.
No, my brain worms. You activated the trap card.
I'm just saying that we're gonna do a 4-game archipelago together in exchange for you going to your brother's birthday.
That's fine. I'll take that.
Man, did you tell me that you're off tomorrow? Huh?
Oh damn, you're gonna get dragged by.
Rearming.
Lenny with the raid. Hello?
Astartes! We were not expecting such illustrious company in the rear ranks. We've got a handle on these probing strikes, my lords. It's the relay that's getting hammered right now.
Our target is a hive tyrant. Once we kill it, the relay will be secure.
That's news. Without armor support to tackle a target that big, we may have to bring down the supply bridge.
Our plan requires it.
Is this a withdrawal order? Negative. The objective is the hive tyrant, not the bridge. Defend this position until the Tyranid command unit is executed. Understood, my lord. May the Emperor guide our lasguns to your support. Incoming! Ready up, 8th! Show the Emperor's angels what we are made of! Swarms on the bridge! More enemies on the bridge! Got a pile up below! Don't let them climb! The hive tyrant is on its way, but it is a horde of Xenos between you and it. Dig in for the long haul.
Back to the depths of hell, you parasitic bitch.
They are here! Don't let up! They're still coming! You have its attention. It is moving to intercept. Apply more pressure.
I like the new bomb.
The Xenos leader beast will be in visual range shortly.
Disgusting tyrannid scum. Throne, that is one ugly leader beast.
I've never seen such an atrocity. Hold. Give the hive beast a moment. Detonate the charges now.
The ambush was a success.
It is not dead.
Titus, can you elaborate?
The swarm would go feral without their connection to the hive mind, but their focus is still on the relay. Reports confirm the lieutenant's assessment. Enemy cohesion still in full effect. That beast is not yet dead.
Message received. Kill the bastard more.
We can hold this position, Lords. We'll keep the swarm off your backs while you hunt that thing.
I'm gonna have to upgrade that guy's armor. Yeah. Can I just say start? Apparently there is a dense fog warning in my...
The target is still struggling under that wreckage.
A beacon of hope for a dark hour.
One, two, three, four, here we go. Batter up, batter up, batter up. Here's your blade in your gut, bitch. Boot to the head.
Your stalwart resolve is a bastion in these dark times.
There is no pain I could face that would match the disappointment of my battle brothers.
You strike to the heart of it. I can imagine none either. We have it routed.
Pursue and eliminate. We will not have a better opportunity to finish it off.
Sword, whip, and two big fucking talons.
Reloading. Throwing shock grenade. loose. Popping magazine.
You're not getting away from me, bitch.
Disgusting tyranny scum. Rearming. I will attempt to keep it on the Auspex. Stay close and sharp.
Talassa, report.
Giving chase to this damn thing.
Talassa, you cut out.
For the Emperor! Nothing but static now. Is this the dead zone?
Our duty remains unchanged. Forward!
Holy fucking shitty shizer. Come here, you licker bitch. No. Fucking rip your head off, you goddamn cocksucker.
Gathering supplies. Stand resolute against the Xenos swarm. It is going up that wall. Let us try to head it off. Throwing crack grenades. Changing magazine. Using crack grenade. The hive mind blows out. Reloading. Popping magazine.
Pokemon community game A Wild Yungus appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Picking up extra rounds. No telling what surprises await.
Done running, alien trespasser. Encircle and eliminate!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Pokemon community game
No,
Yungus escaped.
no,
No one caught it.
Fresh munitions. Dispensing stims.
Still got some fighting. Good. Feels like those newer things, but much worse.
All specs ready to scan. Administering self-aid. Changing magazine.
holy shit. Dark Souls it! Do a barrel, motherfucker!
Kaito Destiny Colonel Frostuns, welcome to my channel. At Kaito Destiny
Hey,
Colonel
Colonel
Frostuns,
Frost.
welcome to my channel.
Welcome to the madness, Colonel Frost.
Lord Titus, this is Viridian. We have silenced the demonic cacophony in our ears. Excellent work, brother. Any contact with Talassa?
Talassa here, Lieutenant. We have persevered.
Ah, there we go. Woo! Fuck, that was hard. Oh, Really? That guy who was just talking in chat. Now he unfollowed? Like, dude, why the fuck even bother following if you're just gonna unfollow within like the hour? That is like the dickest move to do. I mean, nice way to make you look like a fucking dumbass and a retard. Yeah, fucking get banned and blocked, you stupid fuck. People that just do that, I don't like. I don't want them banned and blocked.
I did not ask for recap in my last digestive cartridge. It stokes an infernal turbulence in my remaining flesh parts.
Okay.
Pokemon community game. A wild Maractus appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
It looks like kissy lips. Oh my god. Why?
Pokemon community game. Maractus escaped. No one caught it.
Yeah. Really?
Botrix, thank you for the follow at Shadow Agent 273.
Thank you very much for your follow there, Chef Agent. Okay. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your time here. Alright. Alright. Oh shit, there's someone here. I didn't.
Bianchi Smooth, that's me. I'm in your game, lol. Kaito Destiny Bianchi Smooth, welcome to my channel.
Oh, welcome to the
Kaito
madness.
Destiny Bianchi Smooth, welcome to my channel. Bianchi Smooth, ha 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 ha. Bianchi Smooth, I'll get my headset.
Yeah, it's gonna take about a minute or two for this to load. Oh.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydration time, alright. We will take a drinky. Why did the animation didn't go through?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
There we go.
Pokemon Community
Sometimes
Game. A
it wants
wild
to work,
masquerade
sometimes
appears.
it doesn't
Catch it
work.
using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Burn the heretic! Kill the mutant! Purge the unclean!
Oh. AF Kitty's all snuggled up by me too. Hey, bookies. Ugh. Oh. Oh, but anywho, for everyone who's just
Pokemon
joining
Community
in, I
Game Masquerade
welcome
escaped.
you all.
No one caught it.
My name is Kaito, and the Blue Fluffy Dragon. Nice to have you all here. Please enjoy your time. The menace will continue. Oh.
Stream Elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill, and game a while.
Lose connection?
Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot. Bianchi Smooth yet. Bianchi Smooth, happy to rerun if you want.
Yeah, sure. If you want to join in, be my guest. Here's the invite code. T742 or T2.
Bianchi Smooth, I have returneth.
Yep. And let's see. In-game mic. Where's my... voice chat? Alright, you should be able to hear me in game. I'm not so sure, but yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, good. Welcome to the madness, brother.
Thank you.
And I do it right when it changes. Always does that. I think it'd be either this game or Helldivers. Ugh. The loading always takes. I didn't even get a notification that you followed, which is running on its own ass, I guess. Huh. Yeah, that is weird. Count from 2022. Hello, 6. Yeah. Well, I welcome everybody in. Enjoy your time here. Enjoy the madness. I pray I don't fall asleep because of my sleep apnea. God, that is some shiny ass gold. He's gonna be a beacon of light. Shiny ass gold. Oh, there we go.
Let's go.
Yep. You are the Emperor's little child. You're the mini-me of him. Ooh. Come here, you little shits. Oh. Lovely. Up goes his head. Alright, all clear. Let us move it on.
Shield Allocadian ally. Ride back to